Chapter 1. The Outlaw System at Your Service. Starving. Zhang Wei abruptly opened his eyes, a severe headache causing him to groan involuntarily. I am not dead. He instinctively touched his neck, where a fatal wound should have been. Yet now, his skin was smooth and unblemished. What on earth is happening? He vaguely recalled representing a case as a top-tier lawyer, where he had condemned the defendant to life imprisonment. The defendant's family, unable to accept the verdict, had assassinated him outside the courthouse. But now, Zhang Wei propped himself up and surveyed his surroundings. He found himself in a modest room of approximately 20 square meters, neither spacious nor bare. The walls were a clean white, somewhat monotonous. In the corner stood a bed, 1.5 meters wide, adorned with a simple gray checked bedding set that appeared quite new. Beside it was a computer desk, made of common composite materials, which, although not luxurious, was well kept. On the desk sat a somewhat antiquated computer, flanked by 2 chairs. This scene was infuriatingly familiar. Zhang Wei's heart raced as he threw off the thin blanket and stumbled out of the small room. The outside was even smaller, featuring a grayish-white reception desk with a row of chairs along the wall. The entire space measured no more than 30 square meters. Could it be? Was this not the shabby law firm he had opened over a decade ago, when he was blacklisted from the legal profession? He dashed to the entrance and flung open the glass door. The cacophony of the bustling street flooded his ears, pedestrians jostling, electric scooters weaving recklessly, and the distant roar of a bus engine. Jiangcheng, the old city, storefronts lining the street. Damn! Zhang Wei couldn't help but curse softly. This was not a mere time travel, it was rebirth. He had returned to a decade ago, the lowest point of his life, the very place where everything began anew. Well then, rebirth is certainly better than death. Moreover, he was back in his original world, where the laws, cases, and judicial interpretations he had memorized so thoroughly could still be of use. No need to relearn the statutes. Tears welled in his eyes. Reflecting on his past experiences, Zhang Wei's lips involuntarily twitched. He had once been a top student at Jiangxing University of Political Science and Law, ranked among the best in the nation. During his studies, he passed the bar exam with flying colors in one go. Upon graduation, he secured an internship at the city's premier law firm. A year later, he smoothly obtained his practicing license. The future had seemed bright, and he was full of ambition. Within a few short years, bolstered by solid foundation and several impressive victories, he had garnered a modest reputation in Jiangxing's legal circles. But who could have foreseen that he would encounter a series of unfortunate events in his career? Losing a case was not unusual. What lawyer could claim a flawless record? However, his cases were extraordinarily bizarre. The first involved a neighborhood dispute, where he inadvertently sent his client to jail. The second, a wealthy heir's reckless driving that resulted in severe injury, morphed into a typical compensation case. But under his management, his client, the wealthy heir, ended up with a 20-year sentence. The third was even more serious, charged with intentional injury. The first instance judgment handed down a 15-year prison term. When his client appealed, he took on the second instance with the goal of reducing the sentence, only for the appellate court to instead impose the death penalty. Upon the emergence of these 3 cases, Zhang Wei's name swiftly transformed from the rising star of the Jiangxing legal circle to the ominous lantern of the national legal community. Colleagues avoided him like the plague, fearful of being tainted by his misfortune. His former firm, Hongchuan Law Office, promptly issued a statement severing ties with him to delineate their boundaries. During that tumultuous period, he was akin to a rat scurrying across the street. Fortunately, having practiced for over 5 years, he was eligible to establish his own law firm under the Legal Profession Act. Thus, he drained his savings and secured a dilapidated shop in a remote old district, officially commencing operations. After all, a lawyer cannot practice independently without being affiliated with a law firm. Contemplating this, Zhang Wei felt utterly at a loss. Although he had faced a dismal start, he had subsequently transformed this modest firm into a leading law office nationwide, relying on his prowess and a stroke of luck. He had earned recognition as a top-tier lawyer in the industry, mastering criminal law, civil law, family law, corporate legal affairs, intellectual property, labor disputes, real estate conflicts, tort liability, administrative litigation, and even the niche field of international trade arbitration. A true polymath. Yet what was the outcome? In an instant, he found himself back at square one. After toiling for over a decade, he was thrust back into the novice realm. Sighing deeply, Zhang Wei resigned himself to fate and retreated to the inner chamber, plopping down onto that familiar rickety chair. Well, at least he had been granted a second chance at life, feeling rejuvenated by a decade or more. Alas, Zhang Wei wrapped his head in frustration. In his previous life, he had been merely a legal tool, wholly absorbed in cases while blissfully ignorant of the outside world. Lottery numbers, stock trends, Bitcoin. He was utterly oblivious. Otherwise, with such foresight, he could have secured financial freedom at the outset of this life, rather than enduring the struggles of being a beleaguered lawyer. He gazed at the humble office before him, lost in contemplation. So should he proceed methodically, replicating the trajectory of his former life? After another arduous decade, could he elevate this small firm to greatness? It seemed not entirely implausible. Was that not a tad tedious? Just as Zhang Wei was thumping his head in regret for his financial ignorance, a chilling mechanical voice suddenly erupted in his mind. Ding! The Transmigration Management Bureau has detected a transmigrator-born individual. Ding! Transmigrator-born identity confirmed. Ding! Matching you with an exclusive assistance system. Ding! The outlaw system is at your service. Ding! The novice guide has been issued. Please review it at your leisure. A series of notifications jolted Zhang Wei into alertness. A system, the quintessential golden finger for transmigrators, had arrived. Although he had spent his life entwined with legal codes, he had also indulged in whimsical online novels during his leisure time and was not unfamiliar with systems. He attempted to mentally call out, "System, can we converse?" There was no response. It appeared to be a purely functional tool, devoid of sentiment. Zhang Wei was unconcerned a tool was beneficial, as long as it did not overly intrude upon his autonomy. He immediately delved into his consciousness and discovered a virtual interface resembling a screen, where a flickering icon labeled Novice Guide awaited. He clicked on it. Moments later, Zhang Wei's eyes gleamed as he comprehended the system's functionalities in their entirety. Simple yet incisive, this system primarily offers two avenues for empowerment. Firstly, there's the case assignment. The system evaluates cases based on their complexity and societal impact, rating them from 1 star to 5 stars. Upon the conclusion of a case, the system assigns a score ranging from F to S, reflecting the individual's actual contribution and the final verdict. The star rating determines the type of achievement points awarded, ranging from 1 star to 5 stars. The score, in turn, dictates the specific quantity of achievement points corresponding to that star level. These achievement points can be exchanged in the system's marketplace for various skills. 1-star and 2-star achievement points can only be redeemed for temporary auxiliary skills, such as temporary memory enhancement or temporary eloquence boost. Conversely, 3-star achievement points and above can be exchanged for permanent skills, from basic combat techniques to advanced hacking skills, and even more esoteric abilities. Zhang Wei felt a slight quickening of his breath. Permanent skills. The first thought that crossed his mind was the acquisition of combat or martial arts-related skills. In his previous life, he had fallen victim to a family member driven by madness, easily meeting his demise due to unpreparedness. The chilling sensation of having his throat slit by a sharp blade was an experience he never wished to endure again. Although this is a society governed by law with strict control over firearms, possessing the ability to protect oneself is undeniably fundamental to survival. In this life, he would not allow himself to be slain again. I, Zhang Wei, declare, I will not back down in a solo challenge. The system's second function is legal education through live streaming. By conducting live broadcasts to educate viewers on legal knowledge and gaining their approval, one can accumulate legal education points. The practical use of these points is significant. They can be exchanged for case leads. Moreover, they can only be utilized for cases he has already accepted. Zhang Wei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Accepting cases and earning achievement points to exchange for skills is the essence of a lawyer's duty and the foundation of his livelihood. It is imperative that he engages in this. As for live streaming legal education, this is a tailor-made path to breakthrough for him. In his previous life, he had blindly toiled for years, unaware of shortcuts, wasting precious time. This time, with the system in hand, he could not afford to tread the same path. Live streaming. This is undoubtedly the optimal method for rapidly building a reputation and expanding case sources. He distinctly remembered that at this moment, the domestic internet live streaming industry was experiencing a golden era of explosive growth. Various live streaming platforms were burgeoning, boasting immense traffic. As long as the content is compelling, viewership would not be a concern. With his years of experience and knowledge accumulated over 2 lifetimes in the legal field, he could effortlessly share valuable insights that would overshadow the so-called legal bloggers. Moreover, the legal education points earned through live streaming could be exchanged for critical leads. This was akin to having both a physical and informational advantage. Contemplating all of this, Zhang Wei felt invigorated and filled with determination. What low point? What novice phase? This was clearly the perfect beginning crafted for him. He opened his computer, searched for, and downloaded the most popular live streaming platform, Wave Live. Registering an account and completing real name verification was a seamless process. He was ready to go live. Chapter 2. Is the suppression of Banyangzi by Fahai considered illegal hunting? The broadcast of lawyer Zhang, the outlaw, online legal education had scarcely begun when a few scattered visitors trickled into the live room. Being a novice host, the audience was sparse. Zhang Wei cleared his throat despite it being his inaugural live session. He had encountered numerous scenes in his past life, and this minor commotion was hardly daunting. He offered the camera a polished, professional smile. Welcome, handsome with no friends, to the live room. Welcome, tonight we hunt tigers, to the live room. Welcome, I don't eat beef, to the live room. He read out each incoming ID. The bullet comments began to appear sporadically. New host. What's the broadcast about? Outlaw? Quite a bold claim, isn't it? Just seeking attention? Oh, a legal education broadcast? How intriguing. Zhang Wei gestured towards the title displayed at the top of the screen. As stated, this is a legal education broadcast. I'm a licensed attorney, here to answer your legal inquiries. As he spoke, he picked up the somewhat worn lawyer's practice certificate that encapsulated his initial 5 years in the profession and held it up clearly before the camera. No way. Is that a genuine lawyer certificate? 5 years of practice experience? Impressive. Not just some freshly minted intern. Quite impressive. What will you be discussing today, teacher? Zhang Wei leaned back slightly, resting against the chair's back, his hands elegantly crossed on the table, exuding an air of seasoned poise. Since this is my first broadcast and I lack experience, why not do this? If you have any legal questions, feel free to ask and I shall answer them live. As soon as he uttered those words, the bullet comments erupted with excitement. Ask anything. The host is quite daring. Still so confident. Let's see if you stumble. Front row, observing, waiting for the host to be proven wrong. Are you serious? If so, I won't hold back. A confident smile curled at the corners of Zhang Wei's lips. Just kidding. In the entire Jiangxing legal community. Who doesn't know me, Zhang Wei? With my expertise, feel free to inquire. If any question stumps me, I shall eat this keyboard on the spot. Although it was his first live session, had he never encountered tricksters before? In his mind, internet hosts thrived on deception and indulgence. As for whether he might falter, what ist? Zhang Wei, who had reached the pinnacle of his profession in his previous life, would certainly not be troubled by these minor characters in the live room. Who were they but casual onlookers? He could easily handle them. Even if he were truly stumped, would he actually eat a keyboard? Countless hosts had engaged in such antics. Adding one more to the mix was hardly significant. Well then, another host seeking attention and indulgence. All right, the host is bold. Here comes my question. Please, Attorney Zhang, does Fahai's use of a golden bowl to suppress Banyangzi constitute illegal hunting of rare wildlife? If so, what might the sentence be? As soon as this question was posed, a moment of silence enveloped the live room. Then, the bullet comments surged forth like a torrential flood. Tonight, strike the tiger. Goodness. Did Fahai really suppress Banyangzi? Onlooker. This user knows how to ask a question. I am out of man. Ha ha. Here we go. The streamer is about to crash right from the start. Too handsome for friends. Has the little black fan revealed their true nature? Who can answer such a question? Tonight, strike the tiger. Waiting for the streamer to eat their keyboard. Too handsome for friends. The streamer's dinner is secured tonight. Zhang Wei is momentarily taken aback. Goodness, this question is quite tricky. Starting off with a mythological story? Clearly, someone aims to disrupt the proceedings. Any other serious lawyer would likely either reprimand the disruptor or awkwardly admit their inability to answer. But who is he? He is Zhang Wei. After years of trials and tribulations, what hasn't he encountered? Instead of panicking, Zhang Wei's smile radiated even more brightly, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Ah, my friend, I don't eat beef. That's a brilliant question. This inquiry is indeed of high caliber. It holds significant value for discussion. If it were an ordinary lawyer, you might have actually stumped them today. But who am I? He slammed the table with vigor. The ghost blowing the lantern of Jiangcheng's legal circle Zhang Wei. Such questions may seem fantastical, but they are not beyond my grasp. Before the barrage of comments could catch up, Zhang Wei swiftly delved into the topic, speaking rapidly and with clear logic. First, we must clarify that whether Fahai suppression of Banyangzi constitutes a crime hinges on Banyangzi's legal status. It is well known that Banyangzi's true form is a white snake cultivated over a millennium, yet she predominantly presents herself in human form. This brings us to a crucial legal definition issue. According to Article 341 of our criminal law, the targets of illegal hunting must be explicitly listed in the National Protection Registry as wild animals or protected animals of 3 types. He raised a finger, emphasizing towards the camera. So the question arises, does Banyangzi qualify as a wild animal? When she manifests as a snake, she indeed may fall under the category of protected animals. However, Zhang Wei's tone shifted, a hint of cunning apparent. When she transforms into human form, she legally enters a state akin to Schrödinger's snake. In her human form, she clearly does not belong to any species listed in the Wild Animal Registry. When Fahai suppressed her, was she in human form or snake form? We cannot know. If she was in human form at that time, it would not meet the criteria for the crime of illegal hunting. As his words settled, the live chat exploded once more. Too handsome for friends. Tonight, strike the tiger. Goodness. It could be explained this way. Tonight, strike the tiger. Schrödinger's snake? Are you a devil, streamer? Onlooker, I'm dumbfounded. I actually find his argument somewhat reasonable. I am out a man, goodness. I can only exclaim, good heavens. Such thought process is truly a lawless maverick. Rich sister, look at me. Is this even possible? Can a law be interpreted this way? As the curious onlookers passed by, one exclaimed, host, you have successfully piqued my interest. Another chimed in, I have followed. This live stream is quite intriguing. A third participant, brimming with enthusiasm, declared, let's shower the talented host with gifts. Thumbs up for this genius. Zhang Wei, observing the stream of... And wow, on the screen, felt a broader smile grace his face. This was merely the beginning. Had they already reached a conclusion? He gestured for everyone to remain patient. Hold on, my friends. This is just the first scenario where we assume that Banyangzi was in human form at the time. We have a second possibility. He raised a second finger. What if, when Fahai subdued her, Banyangzi did not maintain her human form and was merely an ordinary white snake? Then the issue becomes somewhat simpler. According to the current wildlife protection regulations in our country, many common snake species fall under the category of 3 protected animals, signifying terrestrial wildlife of significant ecological, scientific, and social value. If Banyangzi belongs to this category, then Fahai's actions, without obtaining a special hunting permit from the relevant authorities, such as the Forestry Bureau, and without prior approval or registration, would likely constitute a violation of the wildlife protection law, amounting to illegal capture. Chapter 1. The Outlaw System at Your Service. With a sudden jolt, Zhang Wei's eyes flew open, a piercing headache eliciting an involuntary groan from his lips. I am not dead. He instinctively reached for his neck, where a fatal wound should have resided. Yet, to his astonishment, the skin was smooth and unblemished. What is happening? He vaguely recalled that he had taken on a case, and, as a top-tier lawyer, he had secured a life sentence for the defendant. However, the defendant's family, unable to accept the verdict, had ambushed him outside the courthouse. But now, Zhang Wei propped himself up and surveyed his surroundings. The room measured approximately 20 square meters, neither spacious nor devoid of furnishings. The walls were a pristine white, albeit somewhat monotonous. In the corner stood a bed, 1.5 meters wide, adorned with a simple gray checkered duvet that appeared quite new. Beside it was a computer desk made of common composite material, clean and tidy despite its lack of luxury. An old computer sat atop the desk, flanked by 2 chairs. This scene, was hauntingly familiar. His heart raced as he threw off the thin blanket and stumbled out of the small room. The space outside was even smaller, featuring a gray-white front desk and a row of chairs along the wall. The entire area barely exceeded 30 square meters. This was unmistakably the dilapidated law firm he had opened years ago, shortly after being ostracized from the legal community. In a rush, he dashed to the glass door, yanking it open. The cacophony of the street flooded his ears. The bustling pedestrians, the reckless electric scooters, and the distant roar of a bus engine. Jiang City, the old district, with its street-facing shops. Damn! Zhang Wei couldn't help but mutter under his breath. This was not a mere time travel. It was rebirth. He had returned to the lowest point of his life, the place where everything had begun anew. Well then, rebirth is surely preferable to death. Furthermore, it was in the same world. The legal statutes, cases, and judicial interpretations that were etched in his mind could still be applied. No need to memorize the laws all over again. Tears welled in his eyes at the thought of his past tribulations. Recalling his experiences from over a decade ago, Zhang Wei's lips twitched. Back then, he was a distinguished student from Jiang City University of Political Science and Law, one of the top in the nation. During his studies, he had passed the bar examination with flying colors. After graduation, he smoothly transitioned into an internship at a prestigious local law firm. Within a year, he had earned his license to practice law, with a bright future ahead, brimming with ambition. Yet within just a few short years, despite his solid foundation and several impressive victories, he had gained a modest reputation in Jiang City's legal circles. But who could have predicted that he would encounter a trifecta of career disasters? Losing a case is a common occurrence. Which lawyer dares to claim an unblemished record? However, the peculiarities of his cases were beyond comprehension. In the first instance, a neighborhood dispute, he had inadvertently sent his client to jail. The second, wealthy heir, in a reckless display of driving, caused a grievous injury to another, transforming a seemingly ordinary case of compensation into a disaster, resulting in our client, another affluent heir, facing a 20-year imprisonment. The third case was even more severe, involving intentional bodily harm, with the first instance ruling imposing a 15-year sentence. Dissatisfied, he took over the appeal, aiming for a reduction in sentence, only to have the second instance court impose the death penalty instead. Following the emergence of these three cases, Zhang Wei's name swiftly transitioned from a rising star in the Jiangxing legal community to a national pariah in the legal sphere. Colleagues would circumvent him, wary of any misfortune that might cling to them. The prestigious law firm he was once associated with promptly issued a statement severing ties with him, drawing a clear line of demarcation. During that period, he felt like a rat scurrying across the street. Fortunately, having practiced for over 5 years, he was eligible, according to the lawyer's regulations, to establish his own firm. Thus, he drained his savings to rent a dilapidated shop in a remote old district to commence operations. After all, a lawyer must be affiliated with a firm to practice legally. Reflecting on this, Zhang Wei felt a profound sense of irony. Although he had initially started from a bleak position, he had managed to cultivate this modest firm into a leading national law practice through sheer skill and a touch of luck. He had become a recognized top-tier attorney in the industry, mastering various fields including criminal law, civil law, family law, corporate legal affairs, intellectual property, labor disputes, real estate conflicts, tort liability, administrative litigation, and even the niche area of international trade arbitration. He was a true polymath. And yet, now he found himself back at square one. After laboring tirelessly for over a decade, he had been unceremoniously thrust back into the novice realm. Sighing, Zhang Wei resigned himself as he returned to the inner office, plopping down onto the familiar rickety chair. Well, at least he had lived a full life and regained youthful vitality. But alas, he lamented, striking his head. In his previous life, he had been merely a legal tool, wholly absorbed in his cases, oblivious to the world beyond. He had been ignorant of lottery numbers, stock trends, cryptocurrencies. If only he had possessed foresight, he could have achieved financial freedom from the outset of this life, sparing himself the plight of being a struggling lawyer. Gazing around at the modest office, he fell into contemplation. Should he simply follow the same trajectory as before? toiling for another decade to expand and strengthen this small firm? It seemed feasible, yet somewhat tedious. Just as Zhang Wei pondered regretfully over his lack of financial acumen, a cold, mechanical voice unexpectedly erupted in his mind. Ding! The Transmigration Management Bureau has detected a Traveler Reborn individual. Ding! Traveler Reborn identity confirmed. Ding! Matching you with an exclusive assistance system. Ding! The Outlaw system is at your service. Ding! The Beginner's Guide has been issued. Please review it at your convenience. A series of announcements jolted Zhang Wei into alertness. A system, the quintessential golden finger for travelers, had finally arrived. Although he spent his entire life navigating through legal statutes, he indulged in the whimsical realms of online novels during his leisure time. Thus, he was no stranger to systems. He mentally attempted to summon the system. System? Let's have a chat. There was no response. It appeared to be an emotionless tool. Zhang Wei was unfazed. A tool was beneficial, yet he feared it might become overly intelligent and interfere with his autonomy. He promptly immersed his consciousness into his mind and discovered an operational interface resembling a virtual screen upon which a flickering beginner's guide icon lay silently. He clicked on it. Moments later, Zhang Wei's eyes sparkled as he thoroughly comprehended the system's functionalities. It was straightforward yet incisive. The system primarily offered two pathways to enhance one's abilities. The first was taking on cases. The system would evaluate cases based on their complexity and societal impact, assigning them a rating from 1 star to 5 stars. Upon completion, the system would provide a score ranging from F to S based on his actual contribution and the final verdict. The star rating determined the type of achievement points awarded, ranging from 1 to 5 stars, while the score dictated the specific quantity of achievement points for that star level. These achievement points could be exchanged in the system's marketplace for various skills. 1 and 2 star achievement points could only be traded for temporary auxiliary skills, such as transient memory enhancement or temporary eloquence boosts. However, 3 star and above achievement points could be exchanged for permanent skills, from basic combat to advanced hacking techniques and even more esoteric abilities. Zhang Wei's breath quickened slightly. Permanent skills. The first thoughts that crossed his mind were skills related to combat or martial arts. In his previous life, he had fallen victim to a deranged relative due to his unpreparedness and had been easily slain. He never wished to experience the cold, helpless sensation of having his throat slit again. Although this was a society governed by law, with strict control over firearms, possessing self-defense capabilities was undoubtedly fundamental for survival. In this life, he would never again be an easy target. Zhang Wei, refused to be soloed. The second function of the system was legal education through live streaming. By broadcasting and educating the audience on legal knowledge, he could accumulate legal awareness points through audience approval. The utility of these points was practical. They could be exchanged for case clues. Moreover, they could only be used for cases he had already accepted. Zhang Wei's eyes gleamed with excitement. Accepting cases, earning achievement points to exchange for skills. This was the essence of a lawyer's work and the foundation of his livelihood. It was imperative, and live streaming legal education. This was an ideal solution tailored for him. In his previous life, he had been aimlessly engaged, unaware of shortcuts, which resulted in a waste of several years. In this life, equipped with a system, he could no longer tread the old path. Live streaming. This was undoubtedly the best way to rapidly accumulate fame and expand his case sources. He recalled vividly that this moment marked the golden explosion period of the domestic internet live streaming industry. Various platforms were burgeoning, and traffic was immense. As long as the content was compelling, he had nothing to fear regarding viewership. With his extensive experience and knowledge accumulated over 2 lifetimes and more than a decade immersed in the legal realm, even a casual discourse from him could easily overshadow those so-called legal bloggers. Not to mention, the legal knowledge gained from his live broadcasts could be exchanged for crucial leads. This is truly a dual enhancement of both physical prowess and informational advantage. Realizing all of this, Zhang Wei felt invigorated. What valleys of despair? What novice stages? This was undeniably a perfect beginning tailored just for him. He opened his computer, searched for, and downloaded the most popular live streaming platform of the moment, Wave Live. He registered an account and completed the real name verification in one swift motion. The broadcast commenced. Chapter 2. Does Fahai suppression of Banyangzi constitute illegal hunting? Shortly after the launch of the live stream, a handful of visitors trickled into the room. Being a novice broadcaster, the audience was sparse. Zhang Wei cleared his throat. Despite this being his inaugural broadcast, he had witnessed far more daunting scenes in his past life, and such trivialities did not perturb him. He presented a polished, professional smile to the camera. Welcome to the stream, handsome to the point of no friends. Welcome, tonight we hunt tigers. Welcome, I don't eat beef. He read aloud the usernames of the newcomers as they appeared. The comments began to trickle in. Handsome to the point of no friends, a new broadcaster? What is the topic? Tonight, we hunt tigers, a rogue lawyer? Such audacity. Just seeking attention, aren't we? I don't eat beef. Oh, a legal education stream? How intriguing. Zhang Wei pointed to the title displayed at the top of the screen, as stated, a legal education stream. I'm a licensed attorney, here to answer legal inquiries. He then lifted a somewhat worn but significant document, the attorney's license that marked the first 5 years of his career, and displayed it clearly before the camera. Handsome to the point of no friends. No way. That's a real attorney's license. Tonight, we hunt tigers. 5 years of practice? Impressive. Not just some fresh graduate. I don't eat beef. Quite impressive. So, what will you discuss today, teacher? Zhang Wei leaned back slightly in his chair, hands folded on the table, exuding an air of seasoned confidence. Since this is my first broadcast and I lack experience, why don't you pose any legal questions you may have, and I will answer them live? As soon as he uttered these words, the chat erupted with excitement. Handsome to the point of no friends. Ask anything? The broadcaster is bold. Tonight, we hunt tigers. Still so self-assured. Let us see if you can handle it. Onlooker. Front row seat to witness the broadcaster's downfall. I don't eat beef. Are you serious, broadcaster? I won't hold back. A confident smile curled at the corners of Zhang Wei's mouth. Are you kidding? In the entire legal community of Jiangcheng, who doesn't know Zhang Wei? With my expertise, feel free to ask anything. If I encounter a question that stumps me, I'll eat this keyboard on the spot. Though this was his first live stream, he was no stranger to the antics of online personalities. In his mind, streamers often thrived on trickery and deceit. As for being challenged, what a joke. Zhang Wei had risen to the pinnacle of the legal profession in his previous life. How could he possibly be stumped by these minor inquiries? Surely, those with the time to watch a stream were not exactly the elite. It was all too easy to handle. Even if he were genuinely stumped, would he really eat a keyboard? There were countless streamers pulling similar stunts. One more wound tea make a difference. Onlooker, great. Another one of those trickster streamers. I don't eat beef, all right. You're bold enough. Here's my question. I don't eat beef. May I ask, Attorney Zhang, does Fahai's use of a golden bowl to suppress Banyangzi constitute illegal hunting of a rare wild animal? If so, what might the sentence be? As soon as this question arose, an instant silence enveloped the live stream. Subsequently, the barrage of comments burst forth like a dam breaking. Unmatched handsomeness. Tonight we hunt tigers. Goodness. Is Fahai really suppressing Banyangzi? Onlooker passing by. This viewer knows how to pose a question. I am odd man, ha. Here we go. The host is about to crash right at the start. Unmatched handsomeness. Has the little critic revealed their true colors? Who can answer such a question? Tonight we hunt tigers. Host. My keyboard is moving, but I want to disclose who is responsible. Tonight we hunt tigers. Waiting for the host to eat the keyboard. Unmatched handsomeness. The hostess dinner is secured for tonight. Zhang Wei was also momentarily taken aback. Goodness. What a tricky question. Starting off with a mythological story? Clearly, this is meant to disrupt the scene. Any other serious lawyer might either rebuke the questioner for causing chaos or awkwardly admit their inability to respond. But who is he? He is Zhang Wei. After years of trials and tribulations, what has he not encountered? Rather than panicking, Zhang Wei displayed an even brighter smile, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This friend, I don't eat beef, has posed an excellent question. A question of remarkable depth and discussion value. Had it been an ordinary lawyer, they might truly have been stumped today. But who am I? He slammed his hand on the table with great fervor. The ghost of the Jiangcheng legal world, Zhang Wei. Such questions, seemingly whimsical, are in reality. They do not faze me. Without waiting for the barrage of comments to react, Zhang Wei immediately delved into the topic, speaking rapidly and with clear logic. First and foremost, we must clarify that Fahai suppression of Banyangzi raises the question of whether this act constitutes a crime, hinging on Banyangzi's legal identity. It is well known that Banyangzi is fundamentally a white snake that has cultivated for a millennium, yet she often presents herself in human form. This brings us to a crucial legal definition issue. According to Article 341 of our criminal law, the object of illegal hunting must be a wild animal explicitly included in the National Protection List, or A3 protected animal. He raised a finger, emphasizing towards the camera. So, the question arises, does Banyangzi qualify as a wild animal? When she assumes her serpent form, she may indeed fall within the category of protected species. However, Zhang Wei shifted his tone slightly, with a hint of cunning. When she transforms into human form, she enters a state of SCHR, Dinger's snake in legal terms. In her human form, she clearly does not belong to any species listed in the wild animal catalog. When Fahai suppressed her, was she in human form or serpent form? We cannot know. If she was in human form at that time, it does not meet the criteria for the crime of illegal hunting. As his words concluded, the barrage of comments erupted once more. Unmatched handsomeness. Tonight we hunt tigers. Goodness. It can be explained this way. Tonight we confront the tiger. SCHR Dinger snake? Are you a devil host? Bystander. Am bewildered. I actually find some merit in what he says. I am a Oatman. Good gracious. I exclaim in astonishment. This thought process, truly a lawless renegade. Wealthy sister, look at me. Can this really be permissible? Can the law be bent in such a manner? Bystander. Host, you have successfully piqued my interest. Tonight we confront the tiger. I've followed. This live stream has a certain allure. Dashing without friends, let us shower the gifts. Let's show our appreciation for this brilliant host. Zhang Wei gazed at the screen, observing the rolling, and exclamations, a broader smile gracing his face. This is merely the beginning, and they have already posed such inquiries? He waved his hand, signaling everyone to remain calm. Patience, friends. This is just the first scenario, assuming Banyangzi was in her human form at that time. We have a second possibility. He raised a second finger. What if, when Fahai subdued her, Banyangzi did not maintain her human form, but was merely an ordinary white snake? The issue then becomes somewhat simpler. According to the current regulations regarding the protection of wild animals in our nation, many ordinary snakes fall under the category of 3 protected species, which are terrestrial wild animals of significant ecological, scientific, and social value. If Banyangzi belongs to this classification, then Fahai, without obtaining the requisite special hunting permit from relevant authorities, such as the Forestry Bureau, and without prior approval or registration, would be committing an act that potentially violates the Wild Animal Protection Law, constituting illegal hunting. Chapter 3. Is pregnancy a get-out-of-jail-free card? Following Zhang Wei's explanation, the comment section erupted once again. How can it take such a convoluted turn? The host truly understands the law, considering every scenario. So by that logic, could Fahai be in violation of the law? Wait a moment, what about Banyangzi? Is she in the clear? Indeed, the flood that submerged Jinshan. How many lives were lost? Zhang Wei took a leisurely sip from his cup, moistening his throat. What an astute question. This friend has identified the crux of the matter. We cannot solely analyze Fahai's actions. Banyangzi herself is not a model citizen either. Let us not forget that in the mythological tales, Banyangzi has indeed executed the feat of flooding Jinshan. What does that entail? It was an act driven by personal vendetta, directly triggering a deluge that inundated a city. According to Article 115 of our criminal code, causing water to flow and resulting in serious injury, death, or significant loss of public or private property shall incur a sentence of 10 years or more, life imprisonment, or the death penalty. The flood in the Qiantang River and the submergence of Jinshan Temple. How many lives and properties were affected? The numbers must be staggering. Just on the basis of the water diversion crime, Banyangzi would likely face the death penalty without question. The livestream chat was in an uproar. What? Banyangzi deserves the death penalty? The host is incredible. Sentencing from mythological tales. Absolutely outrageous. The host has gone mad. My grandmother's daily viewing of the new legend of Madame White Snake suddenly feels tarnished. Outlaw. Truly an outlaw. The crime of water diversion. I've learned something new. Zhang Wei then shifted his tone, infused with a hint of amusement. However, please note this however. At the time Bai Nyanzi flooded Jinshan, she was pregnant with Su Xian's child. Nameli Su Xilin. This introduces another legal nuance. Article 49 of our criminal code explicitly states, pregnant women shall not be subject to the death penalty at the time of judgment. Therefore, even if Bai Nyanzi committed a heinous crime warranting the death penalty, due to her pregnancy, the court cannot impose the death penalty during sentencing. The maximum sentence would be life imprisonment. Moreover, according to Article 265 of the Criminal Procedure Law, for women sentenced to life imprisonment who are pregnant or nursing their infants, execution of the sentence may be postponed outside of prison. Is that even possible? Can pregnancy really serve as a get-out-of-jail-free card? I'm completely overwhelmed. Host, please. Don't continue. My worldview is on the brink of collapse. So, Bai Nyanzi would receive life imprisonment and still return home to give birth? Zhang Wei shrugged, his expression one of innocence. The law is thus stipulated. There is no alternative. Observe, even though the white lady has transgressed the law and committed grave sins, the actions of Fahai are not without fault. To take a hypothetical step back, even if the white lady deserved apprehension, it must be conducted in accordance with due process. According to the criminal procedure law, the arrest, conviction, and sentencing must undergo 3 mandated legal procedures: investigation by the public security organs, examination and prosecution by the procuratorate, and adjudication by the court. And what of Fahai? Did he possess a search warrant? Did he have an arrest warrant? He bypassed all judicial protocols, seizing her with a mere golden bowl and imprisoning her beneath Leifeng Pagoda for decades. If one considers the white lady as a human, then Fahai's actions epitomize extrajudicial proceedings and illegal detention, a matter of utmost severity. Conversely, if we regard the white lady as a serpent, as previously discussed, Fahai lacked a snake-catching permit, rendering his actions tantamount to illegal poaching. Hence, by any calculation, Fahai's conduct is unlawful within the framework of modern legal society. Zhang Wei concluded his argument with resounding conviction. The live chat had transformed into a sea of admiration and awe. So handsome he has no friends. I'm bowing down. Truly bowing down. Tonight, we hunt tigers. Host, your legal education is incredibly hardcore. Casual onlooker. I declare, Lawyer Zhang is the most formidable legal host I have ever encountered. Bar none. Casual onlooker. Fahai. I just wanted to capture a demon. Who knew it would become so troublesome millennia later? I am Aottoman followed. I will rely on you for legal education from now on. Rich lady, look at me. Host, do it again. I'll shower you with gifts. The chat room buzzed with fervor as the gift effect began to sporadically flicker. The individual who initially posed the challenging question, I don't eat beef, fell silent as Zhang Wei commenced his elucidation of SC Char, Dinger's snake. He was utterly astounded. Could the law be explained in such a manner? This was a realm entirely distinct from his own understanding of law. At this moment, before the screen, I don't eat beef, whose real name is Zhao Sihai, exhibited a complexion that oscillated between pallor and flush. He had once been a lawyer, but unlike Zhang Wei, who relied on his own merit, Zhao Sihai had traversed a far more unscrupulous path, engaging in profoundly corrupt practices. His forte was accepting bribes from opposing parties and deliberately undermining cases in court. He had amassed considerable wealth through such means until one fateful occasion when he attempted to employ the same tactics, accepting money from the defendant, intending to lose the case in court. However, the opposing lawyer proved woefully inept, so incompetent that it was laughable, despite Zhao Sihai's desperate attempts to sabotage his case. Even exposing his own weaknesses, the opposing lawyer failed to seize the opportunity, resulting in an unexpected victory for Zhao Sihai. This infuriated the defendant. Money had been spent, yet the case was lost. In the courtroom, the defendant exposed Zhao Sihai's bribery and collusion with irrefutable evidence. Zhao Sihai was not only disbarred, but also had his practicing license revoked, leading to his utter disgrace. Subsequently, with the rise of the live streaming industry, He endeavored to launch a legal education broadcast, aspiring to capitalize on his former expertise for some easy profit. However, his tarnished reputation proved a significant obstacle. Former adversaries and detractors were ever watchful, devising various challenges and exposing his flaws, leading him to abandon his live stream within a mere few days. From that point forward, he developed an obsession, targeting those legal educators. He sought out faults, posed intricate questions, even delving into ambiguous territories. Watching those broadcasters either rendered speechless or exasperated brought him a peculiar sense of satisfaction. He had already successfully dismantled several novice legal educators, some of whom were compelled to withdraw from the online scene altogether. He had anticipated that today, as lawless provocateur would be easy to manipulate, merely a sensationalist gimmick. Little did he know, he had encountered a formidable opponent. This streamer not only remained unfazed, but exhibited an innovative mindset, tackling the law with a finesse that surpassed even his own seasoned understanding. Fahai, fixated on the screen, his fingers hovering over the keyboard, his mind racing. No, this could not be the end. His gaze swept over the earlier discussion regarding pregnancy exemptions, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. He had identified what he perceived to be a chink in the armor. Fahai struck the keys once more, and a new message appeared on the public screen. I'm not eating beef, host. If what you say holds, doesn't pregnancy serve as a get-out-of-jail-free card? Might one not even have to serve time? I'm not eating beef. Could I potentially orchestrate this? Commit a serious crime, say, bank robbery, and before capture, hastily ensure I'm pregnant? I'm not eating beef. During the trial, due to my pregnancy, the death penalty would surely be off the table, at worst a life sentence. And then, because of my condition, I could apply for temporary release, returning home to give birth. I'm not eating beef. Once the child is born and the breastfeeding period concludes, when it's time to serve my sentence, I simply get pregnant with a second child. This cyclical charade would allow me to remain perpetually pregnant and blissfully free, forever evading incarceration. As this provocative message unfurled, the live stream erupted once more. Too handsome to have friends. What the hell? Is it possible to exploit it this way? Tonight we fight the tiger. This viewer has a knack for finding loopholes. Onlookers passing by hiss. The implications are chilling upon reflection. I am a Ottoman. This theoretically seems feasible. Richer sister, take a look at me, host. Quick, counter his claims. Otherwise, I might begin to question reality. Tonight we fight the tiger. It's over, it's over. The host has met a tough nut. How will he respond to this question? Zhang Wei, observing this provocatively charged message, did not display anger. Instead, the corners of his mouth lifted into a knowing smile. Oh, is the intensity rising? You wish to engage in a game of extreme loophole exploitation? How intriguing. Chapter 4. Theoretically immune from punishment and imprisonment. As the discussion in the live stream regarding the exemption from punishment due to pregnancy gained traction, several new IDs entered the chat. Chasing rockets on a snail. Just arrived. What's happening? Who is the host rebutting? Professional contrarian for 30 years. A flurry of question marks and exclamations. What transpired? Did I miss something monumental? Just want to make money. What were they discussing earlier? This seems exhilarating. Zhang Wei calmly lifted his cup and took a sip of water, his gaze sweeping over the newly arrived audience IDs. A smile played on his lips as his voice resonated clearly through the microphone. Welcome, new friends. Some of you might have just joined, so allow me to introduce myself briefly. I am Zhang Wei, a licensed attorney, currently conducting legal education live streams. No sooner had he finished speaking than several new comments fluttered across the screen. Chasing rockets on a snail, legal education live stream? Is it the kind where one merely reads the laws? That sounds exceedingly dull. Professional contrarian for 30 years. TSK, how uninteresting. I'm out of here. Just want to make money. I thought there would be some juicy gossip. It turns out it's just a lecture. Zhang Wei observed the comments, raising his hand in a gesture to calm the audience. Dear new viewers, please don't rush to leave. My legal education may differ from what you anticipate. His tone carried a hint of mystery. Earlier, a viewer with the ID "Don't Eat Beef" posed a profoundly intriguing question. He inquired, does the act of Fahai using a golden bowl to suppress by Nyang Z constitute illegal hunting of a rare wild animal? The newly arrived audience was immediately captivated by this question. Chasing rockets on a snail? Fahai, Bai Nianzi, what on earth is this question? Professional contrarian for 30 years. Goodness. Have netizens become this abstract? Can modern law even apply to mythological tales? Just want to make money. Absurd. How did the host respond? Zhang Wei smiled slightly, with a touch of pride. The host, albeit modestly, had just elucidated this from the perspective of our current legal framework for the viewers in the live stream. The ultimate conclusion is contingent upon Bai Nianzi's state at the time and the specific species of the serpent. If she were in human form or her serpent species did not fall under the categories listed in our Wild Animal Directory or 3 protected categories, then Fahai's actions, from a legal standpoint, would be unproblematic. However, Zhang Wei emphasized, if she were in serpent form and her species was classified as a protected animal, then Fahai's forcible capture without official permission would constitute a blatant violation of the law. In a live stream, comments from both new and old viewers intertwined. Chasing rockets on a snail? Astonishing. It can be interpreted this way. Wow. Professional contrarian for 30 years. It can be played like this? I've learned something new. Just want to make money. This host has something special. Following. Too handsome for friends. Smugly. The newcomers must be unacquainted. The host's SC Char Dinger snake theory was even more impressive. Tonight, we strike the tiger. Proudly, we the loyal fans have long since knelt in admiration. Onlookers passing by. With pride. This is merely the beginning. The host has further analyzed the transgressions of Lady Bai in the flood of Jinshan. On the other side of the screen, Zhao Sihai fixated intently on the scrolling comments, particularly the astonishment of the new audience and the praise from the veterans. Zhang Wei's demeanor, so composed and commanding, pierced his heart like 1,000 needles. Why should this be? Zhao Sihai, once a distinguished law student from a prestigious institution, had also been spirited and astute in navigating the fringes of legality. Yet here he stood, a victim of a singular misstep, ensnared by a scandal that led to his disgrace, his professional credentials revoked, reduced to a pariah, scorned by all. He attempted to venture into the realm of live streaming, but was relentlessly haunted by his past and the derision of his peers, leaving him utterly humiliated. Meanwhile, this Zhang Wei, employing bolder tactics and offering even more audacious interpretations, basked in a flood of accolades and gifts. Even his once cherished knack for stirring controversy was effortlessly dismantled by Zhang Wei, who turned it into a stepping stone for his own grandiosity. The overwhelming disparity and sense of injustice nearly drove Zhao Sihai to the brink of despair. He gazed at Zhang Wei's confident and serene smile, finding it painfully blinding. No, he could not allow this young man to revel in such triumph any longer. His fingers flew across the keyboard. I don't eat beef, host. You haven't answered my question yet. Don't change the subject. Zhang Wei cast a glance at that comment, his smile unwavering, even deepening. My dear friend, I don't eat beef. Please remain patient. With so many new viewers joining us, I must provide a brief introduction to the background. Otherwise, everyone might find themselves lost in confusion. As soon as he uttered this, the comments flooded in. Chasing rockets on a snail. What question? What question? What mischief has beef brother conjured now? Professional debater for 30 years. Is there a more explosive issue than Fahai suppressing Lady Bai? I refuse to believe it. Just want to make money. Hurry up and tell us. I can't wait. Bystander, I sense another divine question is coming. Zhang Wei glanced at the viewer count in the upper right corner of the stream. Wow. Unbeknownst to him, over 100 friends had joined the live broadcast. Thank you all for your support. He paused, steering the conversation back. The earlier question regarding Fahai was posed by our friend, I don't eat beef, during the discourse on that case. The host mentioned Lady Bai's actions during the flood of Jinshan. That was undoubtedly a crime of flooding, resulting in catastrophic loss of life and property, meeting the criteria for the death penalty under the criminal law. However, as Zhang Wei pivoted, the crux of the matter emerged. At that time, Lady Bai was pregnant with Su Shilin. According to our criminal law, pregnant women are not subject to the death penalty at the time of sentencing. Thus, she could only be sentenced to life imprisonment at most. Moreover, according to the criminal procedure law, pregnant women sentenced to life imprisonment can apply for temporary release for medical reasons. In simpler terms, Theoretically, she could avoid serving time in prison and return home to give birth. Chapter 5. To exploit loopholes, one must master asexual reproduction. Zhang Wei cleared his throat, his gaze sweeping across the screen, his tone a blend of amusement and gravity. Our friend, who claims to be averse to beef, has posed a rather incisive question that challenges the very boundaries of legal ethics. Based on the earlier point that pregnant women are exempt from the death penalty and may be granted temporary release, he paused, allowing the atmosphere in the live stream to thicken momentarily. His inquiry was as follows. Is it conceivable to commit a serious crime, such as bank robbery, and then, before being apprehended, hastily find someone to conceive a child? This way, during the trial, due to the pregnancy, the death penalty would be rendered impossible, resulting in, at most, a life sentence. Subsequently, one could leverage their pregnant status to apply for temporary release, returning home to give birth and evade incarceration. Once the child is born and the nursing period concludes, just before facing imprisonment, one could hastily conceive a second child. This cycle could potentially allow one to perpetually elude the clutches of the law, never facing imprisonment. Zhang Wei meticulously articulated Zhao Sihai's question, ensuring it resonated clearly with every viewer. The moment the question was posed, the live stream erupted as if a depth charge had been detonated, with a barrage of comments exceeding even the fervor observed during discussions about Fahai and Nyangzi, chasing rockets on a snail. Goodness, goodness, goodness. Is it really possible to play it this way? Professional contrarian for 30 years. When it comes to abstraction, you reign supreme, my beef-loving friend. Such a concept deserves to be penned into a novel. Just want to make money. Wow, this is the ultimate exploitation of legal loopholes. Passerby, my word. This sends shivers down my spine. One morbid question. Chasing rockets on a snail? Damn it, although I know it's wrong theoretically. It seems plausible. Professional contrarian for 30 years. The implications are terrifying. If this is indeed possible, what becomes of the sanctity of the law? Sister only loves cute boys, frowning, to use pregnancy and childbirth as a means of evading punishment? That is utterly disgusting. Have you considered the child? Pink Bunny, exactly. It's easy to say, but pregnancy and childbirth are arduous. Do you think it's like saving and loading a game? Only a scoundrel would think that way. Today must be full of energy, although, if someone were truly cornered and resorted to such a means of survival, it seems, sigh, I don't even know how to articulate it. Rich lady, look at me, host. Quickly, tell us, is this feasible or not? I'm on edge. Tonight, let us fight the tiger, eagerly awaiting the host's rebuttal. Or, let us see the host once again challenge my worldview. Chasing rockets on a snail. I've followed. This live stream is thrilling. More captivating than a movie. The comments cascaded furiously, various viewpoints clashing intensely. Some expressed shock, others skepticism, some outrage, and yet others attempted to comprehend from diverse angles. The entire live stream was engulfed in a tempest of discussion, ignited by the extraordinarily provocative question posed by our beef-averse friend. All eyes were fixed on Zhang Wei, who wore a gentle smile as he awaited a response. The barrage of comments began to deviate from the topic at hand. Keyboard warrior here. Can that pathetic fairy just leave? Always trying to take shortcuts. Pink Bunny. Why are we being insulted? Being pregnant and giving birth is not a tool. It's those men who seek loopholes who are disgusting. Older sister only loves little dogs. Exactly. Treating women's reproductive abilities as a get-out-of-jail-free card? Repulsive. Professional contrarian for 30 years. Hold on. Let us discuss the legal loopholes without turning this into a gender conflict. Tonight we fight the tiger. Ladies upstairs, please calm down. Beef Bro merely proposed a possibility. He never claimed to support it. Just want to make money. Here we go. The debate begins, albeit a bit delayed. Keyboard warrior here. Haha. Can women use pregnancy as a shield? Equality before the law. Do you understand? I support Beef Bro's perspective. Protecting the best Cohen. Get lost upstairs. Is objectifying women justified now? The argument escalated, with aggressive remarks flooding the screen. The live stream's popularity surged due to this unexpected gender war, rapidly surpassing 300 viewers and still climbing. However, Zhang Wei, observing the chaotic comments, furrowed his brow in concern. While popularity was indeed significant, the off-topic and hostile nature of the debate was not his aim. Without hesitation, he executed a few commands backstage. Moments later, several system notifications appeared at the top of the live stream. System notification. User, Pink Bunny has been muted by the host for 10 years. System notification. User, older sister only loves little dogs has been muted by the host for 10 years. System notification. User, Keyboard Warrior here has been muted by the host for 10 years. System notification. User, protecting the best Kuin has been muted by the host for 10 years. This series of mutings swiftly quelled the heated arguments. Zhang Wei then turned his attention back to the camera, his expression now more serious. Dear viewers, welcome to the legal education live stream of lawless outlaw lawyer Zhang. We are here to discuss legal issues and analyze legal logic. Even when exploring loopholes, it is within the framework of the law. If you wish to delve into trivial matters, incite gender conflict, or engage in brawls, kindly exit to the right and seek other venues. Do not disrupt the environment of my live stream. Any further similar comments will result in a permanent mute. Zhang Wei's decisive approach immediately garnered the favor of the majority of the audience in the live stream. So handsome he has no friends. The host is magnificent. This is how it should be. What a mess for a legal education stream. Tonight we fight the tiger. Support. I'm tired of these issues escalating into gender conflicts. Passerby eating melons. Well done. A professional live stream should maintain a professional demeanor. Today, let us be full of vitality, sighs and relief. I appreciate the host. I was almost led astray moments ago. We are here to discuss the law, not to engage in arguments. Wealthy sister, take a look at me. Precisely. There should be a mute function. Why can't we simply discuss the issues at hand? I support lawyer Zhang. Chasing rockets on a snail. The host's ability to manage the situation is commendable. I become a fan. Zhang Wei observed the rapidly shifting sentiment in the comments on the screen, nodding in satisfaction, his expression softening. Now, let's return to main topic. He reclined back in his chair, interlacing his fingers before him, resuming his composed demeanor. Turning back to the question posed by the friend who claimed, I do not consume beef, regarding the possibility of evading punishment through repeated pregnancies, Zhang Wei's lips curled into a teasing smile. To exploit this loophole in the law, one must satisfy a fundamental prerequisite. Biologically, one must be female. After a brief pause, he continued, of course, should technological advancements arise, or if a certain male student were to possess extraordinary talents and develop the ability for asexual reproduction, there would still be a glimmer of opportunity. Although our nation currently lacks any precedent for such a scenario, should a brave soul dare to attempt it, Zhang Wei flashed a toothy grin at the camera. I, Zhang Wei, would gladly offer free legal assistance to strive for the privilege of alternative sentencing. The moment these words left his mouth, the previously serious atmosphere in the live stream was shattered, and the comments erupted with joy once more. So handsome, no friends. Haha. Host, are you a devil? Tonight, we hunt tigers, a male student capable of asexual reproduction. You made me laugh to tears. Passers-by enjoying melons. Free legal assistance is simply splendid. The host possesses a sense of humor. I am the perfect being. What a marvelous mutation. Beef Brother would probably want to punch someone after hearing that. Chasing rockets on a snail. I declare that lawyer Zhang is not only a lawless rogue, but also a biological genius. Only want to make money. Haha. Speaking absurdly with utmost seriousness, I adore it. Chapter 6. Execution outside prison counts towards the sentence. Zhang Wei gazed at the screen where laughter and various jests scrolled by, his smile growing ever more pronounced. Ahem. He cleared his throat lightly, tempering his playful demeanor. Of course, the preceding remarks were merely jest to lighten the atmosphere. To address the matter seriously, in accordance with the current provisions of our nation's criminal law and criminal procedure law, Zhang Wei's expression shifted to one of gravity. Whether it pertains to the non-application of the death penalty during trials or the clauses permitting applications for execution outside prison, the applicable subjects are clearly delineated. He extended his finger, gesturing in the air to underscore his point. It is specifically for women who are pregnant or breastfeeding their own infants. Please take heed of this keyword, women. The legal text is unequivocally clear, explicitly referring to females. Therefore, for the male students who seek to exploit this loophole through pregnancy, this avenue is utterly futile within the confines of the law. Do not venture to attempt it lightly. Otherwise, the consequences may be far graver. Zhang Wei's explanation was both lucid and direct, laying bare the crux of the legal stipulations. The barrage of comments fell silent for a moment, as if processing this information, only to be followed swiftly by a new wave of inquiries. Handsome with no friends understood. Males cannot do it. Tonight, we hunt tigers. The legal text explicitly excludes males. No doubt about it. Passerby witnessing the drama. So, that raises a question. I'm the bumpy man. So, does that mean women can indeed keep getting pregnant and evade consequences? Riding a snail, chasing a rocket. Exactly. The host only mentioned that males cannot. What about females? Today must be full of vitality. Yes, if a female criminal truly commits to it, can she not simply give birth one after another? Theoretically, is it indeed possible to perpetually execute outside prison and never serve time? Zhang Wei observed the rapidly refreshing questions and urgencies on the screen. A deeper smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He refrained from providing a direct answer. Instead, he gently tapped the table, producing two resonant thuds that captured everyone's attention. Regarding whether female offenders can indefinitely evade actual prison time through continuous pregnancies, he elongated his tone, sweeping his gaze across the camera, as if he could penetrate the screen and perceive the anxious expressions of every viewer. From the perspective of our current legal texts, Zhang Wei articulated each word with deliberate emphasis. Yes, it is possible. These four words struck like heavy hammers, resounding in the hearts of everyone in the live stream. The comments exploded in an uproar. Riding a snail, chasing a rocket. No way. Is that for real? Professional contrarian for 30 years. What the heck? Did I hear that correctly? The host said it is possible. Just wanted to make money. Are you serious? Is this law legitimate? Passerby, my goodness. A real-life scenario of giving birth to avoid prison. My worldview is shattered. Today must be full of vitality. Dumbfounded this. This is simply an ultimate loophole. Zhang Wei disregarded the torrent of comments and continued to explain with unwavering composure. The law clearly stipulates that women who are pregnant or breastfeeding their own infants may be granted temporary release from prison. Moreover, he emphasized, his tone growing more pronounced, that the duration of this release is counted towards their sentence. This implies that if one is pregnant, in labor, or nursing a child outside, all this time is considered as serving their sentence. Not a single day in confinement is required, yet the term continues to diminish. Handsome but friendless, in silence. The information is overwhelming. My CPU is overheating. Tonight, hunting tigers, trembling so. Theoretically, it is indeed possible to keep giving birth and never have to go inside. Passerby in the melon crowd. My goodness. This is essentially an invincible cheat code for female offenders. Zhang Wei shrugged, a subtle smile gracing his face. Let us do some calculations. The typical duration of pregnancy for a woman is around 10 months, followed by a year of breastfeeding. Altogether, this complete cycle of pregnancy and childbirth could allow one to remain legally outside for nearly 2 years. He extended 2 fingers. For a 10-year sentence, theoretically, all she needs to do within her term is successfully conceive and give birth 6 or 7 times. Thus, she could avoid stepping into a prison even once and be released upon serving her full term. Riding a snail, chasing a rocket. 6 or 7 times. 7 children in 10 years. Goodness. Professional contrarian for 30 years. This is treating the womb as a calculator for serving time. How ruthless. Just wanted to make money, sucking a breath. 10 years, 6 or 7 children this. I am a superhero. Suddenly, it seems not so easy after all. Zhang Wei appeared to see through the audience's thoughts, a hint of derision in his smile. Of course, if one were fortunate enough to conceive the legendary Neza, with a gestation period of 3 years and 6 months, it would indeed be possible to reduce the number of births. He made the joke lightly, yet the atmosphere in the live stream did not lighten as a result. Handsome but friendless, bitter smile. Neza, you truly have a knack for humor. Host tonight, hunting tigers. It's not funny, just thinking about it is terrifying. Passerby in the melon crowd. This is not merely exploiting a loophole. It is a matter of trading one's life for another. Zhang Wei's smile faded, and his expression turned grave once more. Have you all considered the hardships of 10 months of pregnancy, the agony of childbirth, the exhaustion of around-the-clock breastfeeding, repeating this cycle over and over for 10 consecutive years, with hardly a moment to breathe, transforming one's body entirely into an instrument of reproduction, a vessel to evade punishment? Is such a life truly preferable to imprisonment? His voice lowered, imbued with a poignant resonance. The law offers this escape, but the cost of traversing this path may be far more brutal and dehumanizing than a life behind bars. Thus, Zhang Wei gazed into the camera, his eyes profound. Theoretically feasible, but in reality, how many individuals are willing or able to pay such a harrowing price? Is this a flaw in the law, or a more clandestine form of punishment? He offered no answers, leaving the question for the audience in the live stream, who had fallen into contemplation. The barrage of comments suddenly thinned, the previous shock and clamor seemingly subdued by the weighty topic. Chasing rockets on a snail? I fell silent. Professional debater for 30 years. Upon deeper reflection, the cost is too great. Just want to make money. Suddenly, I feel that prison might be the easier option. At least one wouldn't have to bear children. Today, I want to be full of energy. This is hardly a shortcut. It resembles a hellish mode. Rich lady, look at me, sighs. The host is right. The law is cold. Yet reality is cruel. Too handsome to have friends. Today's lesson has left me with mixed feelings. Tonight, I will hunt tigers. I've learned something, yet I also feel melancholic. Zhang Wei observed the screen, where the complex emotions of the comments intertwined, nodding in satisfaction. What he sought was not merely shock and curiosity, but to provoke thought. The boundaries of the law and the struggles of humanity. That was the true essence of this live broadcast aimed at educating the public about the law. On the other side of the screen, in a remote village several dozen kilometers away from Jiangcheng, an elderly man, dark-skinned and lined with wrinkles, appeared to be in his 50s. He was awkwardly fiddling with an old smartphone, its screen somewhat scratched. His name was Zhao Shuzhen. He had only recently stumbled upon this live stream. He missed the earlier case about the white snake and the law, failing to comprehend it. However, he listened intently to the subsequent discussion regarding the implications of pregnancy on serving a prison sentence, absorbing every word. The young lawyer's mention of criminal law, criminal procedure law, and execution outside of prison left him bewildered. Limited by his educational background, he felt lost in many aspects. Yet, a simple understanding told him that the young man on the screen possessed considerable knowledge and spoke with reason. He was the capable attorney Zhao sought. Watching the confident and eloquent young lawyer, Zhao finally trembled as he navigated the screen, opening the input box. Lacking proficiency in pinyin, he could only painstakingly select handwritten input. His finger traced the screen, each stroke deliberate. After some time, a crooked line of text appeared in the input box. He checked it several times, confirming he had made no errors before pressing send with determination. Meanwhile, in Zhang Wei's live stream, the discussion surrounding the costs of evading punishment due to pregnancy was unfolding in a heavy and intricate manner. At that moment, a new comment, starkly incongruous with the current atmosphere, abruptly appeared. Zhao Shuzhen, Lawyer Zhang, I have a case I would like to consult regarding a poisoning incident. May I inquire about your consultation fee? Chapter 7, not $9.98, just $99. Zhang Wei's keen eyes caught the moment a particular comment appeared in the barrage. Zhao Shuzhen, Lawyer Zhang, I have a case I wish to consult with you regarding a poisoning incident. May I inquire about your consultation fee? A poisoning case? Consultation fee? Zhang Wei felt a subtle stir within. Here it comes. Such a swift influx of cases. The speed of information dissemination on the internet is indeed terrifying. Langchao Live truly deserves its title as the industry leader. The efficiency of traffic conversion is simply outrageous. It seems that my persona as a lawless renegade has begun to take shape. He maintained an impassive demeanor, not even altering the curve of his lips, continuing to exude an air of nonchalance. Greetings to you, my friend named Zhao Shuzhen. Zhang Wei's voice emanated through the microphone, imbued with an apt blend of professionalism and enthusiasm. Regarding the consultation fee, that is easily addressed. The standard price for my legal consulting services is 3,000 yuan per hour. As soon as his words fell, the barrage erupted with several comments. Riding a snail, chasing a rocket. What the hell? 3,000 an hour? That's highway robbery. Just want to make money. Wow. Lawyers really are in a high-income profession. Professional debater for 30 years. The host is asking for a king's ransom. Zhang Wei appeared oblivious to the comments, continuing to smile as he spoke. However, today marks the day of my broadcast, and I wish to express my gratitude for the support of all the friends in the live chat. He raised a finger. The original price is 3,000 yuan per hour. Today, for just a 99 yuan rocket gift, you can secure half an hour of my priority consultation. Upon hearing this, the live chat fell momentarily silent. One must acknowledge that Zhang Wei played his cards exceptionally well. It is worth noting that the live streaming industry was currently in a phase of rampant growth. Although the traffic was explosive and anyone could come in and make a quick profit, the subsequent era of treating viewers as mere fodder for relentless exploitation through varied marketing tactics had yet to take hold. At this juncture, the online populace had not yet been desensitized by the countless tricks they would later encounter. Thus, when they heard that the exorbitant rate of 3,000 yuan per hour had suddenly plummeted to a mere 99 yuan rocket for half an hour of priority consultation with a lawyer, the impact of such a drastic price disparity was far more authentic and intense than what audiences would later experience. Their immediate reaction was not to question whether there was a catch, but rather, wow, the host is generous. This bargain is too good to pass up. After a brief silence, the barrage erupted into a frenzy, riding a snail, chasing a rocket. Wait a minute. 3,000 turned into 99. Did a gym teacher teach you math? Host? This discount is practically bone deep. Professional debater for 30 years. Damn. Is this how it works? First, you give us a scare, then offer a sweet deal. Host, you've got some wild tactics. Just want to make money. 99 yuan. Half an hour with a well-known lawyer. Wow. Suddenly, it doesn't seem so bad. Much more palatable than 3,000. What a steal. So handsome I have no friends. Impressive, impressive. The host maneuver is grand. Starting to take orders right at the beginning? And it's a poisoning case? Exciting. Tonight, strike the tiger. Fortune seems to favor the brave. It is remarkable that a novice has already attracted business so swiftly. Zhang Wei observed the scrolling comments on the screen. A faint smile playing on his lips, his gaze lingering on a user with the ID Zhao Shuzhen. He maintained his composed demeanor. Dear friend Zhao Shuzhen, should you wish to consult, feel free to send a small rocket, and we can connect for a discussion. Before the screen, Zhao Shuzhen's murky eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope. This had taken notice of him. His hand trembled above the mouse. 99 yuan for a single rocket. Though he could afford 3,000, the uncertainty surrounding this lawyer left him apprehensive. Yet 99 yuan was a loss he could bear. Ever since the day his wife encountered misfortune, his world had crumbled. The cauldron of toxic soup, the deceased colleague, the wife taken away. A simple farmer. He had never before tangled with the police, let alone the courts. The law was foreign to him. Even the lawyer he found was courtesy of a friend's assistance. Yet, none of the lawyers he approached were willing to take on his case. Those well-dressed firms, upon hearing his wife's plight, merely shook their heads. Brother Zhao, this case is too clear-cut, with ample evidence and witnesses. Intentional poisoning resulting in death, 3 lives lost. This is an ironclad case. If we take it on, we will surely lose, which would tarnish our firm's success rate. The implications were unmistakable. Rejection. In desperation, he pleaded, almost in tears, but to no avail. Ultimately, a newly practicing young lawyer, moved by his plight, agreed to represent him. However, the outcome was as anticipated. In court, his wife was sentenced to life imprisonment. At the moment the presiding judge struck the gavel, Zhao Shuzhen felt a deafening hum in his ears, drowning out the world around him. Life imprisonment. How long would that be? Would he ever see his wife again? Following the first trial's verdict, he refused to lose hope. He began searching for lawyers once more, eager to pursue an appeal. Yet, the scenario mirrored that of 6 months prior. The esteemed lawyers continued to shun him, and even the young attorney from the first trial politely declined to take on the appeal. He explained that all necessary procedures had been followed, and the chances of a favorable outcome in the second trial were nearly non-existent. He urged Zhao Shujin to accept reality. Accept reality? How could he? His wife was innocent. She wouldn't even harm a chicken. How could she have poisoned anyone? For the past 6 months, he had floundered aimlessly, like a headless fly. Seeing his distress, friends suggested he try his hand at the burgeoning world of online streaming, where many prominent lawyers broadcast their expertise. With a sense of desperation, he ventured into this live, streaming realm. He stumbled upon the recounting the tales of the legal cases of Fahai and by Nyangzi, left in awe, sensing that this possessed some remarkable skills. Particularly, the host remarked that the White Lady, having caused the drowning of numerous individuals, should have faced the death penalty. Yet, due to her pregnancy, she was instead sentenced to life imprisonment, with the possibility of serving her term outside of prison. Although this seemed preposterous, Zhao Shujin felt a stirring within him. Was it possible that the law harbored intricacies he was entirely unaware of? Might there be aspects of his wife's case that eluded his understanding? Though he struggled with the technical jargon, he discerned that the host was not merely reciting from a script. He appeared to possess genuine knowledge and the audacity to express it. Then, he heard the host announce a consultation fee of 3,000 yuan per hour. 3,000. He hesitated, pondering the possibility of being deceived. However, the host quickly followed up with an enticing offer. For just 99 yuan, one could secure a priority consultation for half an hour. How remarkably affordable. Did it truly matter if this was a scam? Resolving his doubts, Zhao Shujin, with trembling hands, accessed the recharge page and added 100 yuan to his balance. He then located the rocket in the gift list, took a deep breath, and clicked it. Zhao Shujin sent the host, Lawyer Zhang, the outlaw rocket, X1. Whoosh! A golden rocket, trailing a long plume of flame, suddenly shot up from the bottom of the screen, exploding in a dazzling display in the center of the live broadcast. Accompanied by a resounding system notification, the entire chat room fell momentarily silent. All eyes were drawn to this unexpected gift, worth 99 yuan. Zhang Wei's eyes lit up the instant the rocket effect appeared. Success! He could not suppress the upward curve of his lips, a flicker of barely concealed excitement flashing in his gaze. The first case lead had arrived. He quickly cleared his throat, restoring a professional smile to his face. Speaking at a measured pace infused with just the right amount of enthusiasm. Thank you. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our friend, Zhao Shujin, for the rocket. Thank you for your trust and support. As he spoke, he expertly maneuvered the mouse, activating the backend connection request feature. Chapter 8: Connecting with the family of the parties involved. Soon, a voice resonated through the live stream, accompanied by a faint static, clearly belonging to a middle-aged man. The tone was laden with exhaustion and an uncontainable anxiety. Zhang, Lawyer Zhang, hello. Zhang Wei responded gently. Hello, Brother Zhao. Can you hear me clearly? Yes, yes. Zhao Shugin's voice trembled, revealing his nervousness as if this were his first time connecting with the host. The comments in the live stream became lively. On a snail chasing a rocket. They're connected, they're connected. The main person has arrived. I just want to make money. By the sound of it, he is not young, must be tough. Professional contrarian for 30 years. He is here. Poisoning case. Let me see how outrageous it is. Too handsome to have friends. Front row for the gossip. Can a host handle this hot potato? Zhang Wei guided. Brother Zhao, don't be anxious. Just think of me as a friend willing to listen. You mentioned a poisoning case you wish to consult about. Could you elaborate? There was a brief silence on the other end, as if Zhao was organizing his thoughts. Then his voice, tinged with a sob, emerged. Lawyer Zhang. I am here to seek justice for my wife. 6 months ago, I was working at the construction site, utterly exhausted. My wife, concerned for me, prepared a pot of chicken soup and brought it to the site. His voice choked as he recounted the events. That day, I still had a bit of work to finish, so I thought I would drink it later. My co-workers, feeling greedy, clamored to taste it. I figured, with one pot of soup, sharing would warm us all, so I gave it to those three. Who would have known? Who would have known? Zhao Shugin's voice was filled with anguish and regret. The three of them took just a few sips and collapsed right there, frothing at the mouth. Lifeless. I didn't have time to drink, and thus escaped the calamity. As these words escaped his lips, the live stream erupted. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? On a snail chasing a rocket. 3 co-workers died after drinking the chicken soup? You didn't drink and are fine. I just want to make money. Wow. To escape this disaster, you must be a man of destiny. Professional contrarian for 30 years. Wait. This plot, your wife brought the soup, the co-workers died after drinking it, and you survived? This. Too handsome to have friends. This is clearly a solid case. Motive, potentially a crime of passion or an accidental scapegoat. Witnesses, the soup delivery. Physical evidence, the chicken soup. Outcome, 3 dead, 1 alive. All elements present. Tonight we hunt tigers. Hiss. This case sounds surreal. The wife poisoned, targeting her husband, and mistakenly killing co-workers. Law student Xiao Ming. Those above don't jump to conclusions. But from a description, the chain of evidence indeed seems quite complete. Professional contrarian for 30 years. Host. Isn't this case glaringly obvious? Witnesses and physical evidence are present. 3 deceased, 1 survivor. And the soup was delivered by the survivor's wife. Isn't this a death penalty from the start? Just want to make money. Indeed, dear host. Given the clarity of this case, perhaps it would be wise to refrain from taking it on, lest you tarnish your reputation. Chasing a rocket on a snail, it feels profoundly intricate, yet simultaneously transparent. Host. Maybe it's better to let this go? The risks are too great. Before the screen, Zhao Shujin observed the rapidly scrolling comments, particularly those advising the host against proceeding, emphasizing the apparent nature of the case. His already reddened eyes were instantly misted with tears. He yearned to counter, to cry out, "This is not the case. My wife is innocent." Yet his throat felt constricted, rendering him voiceless. Zhang Wei perceptively sensed the intense emotional fluctuations from the other end of the line, as well as the prevailing sentiment in the comments. Ignoring the discouragement from the audience, he adopted a more composed and reassuring tone, asking, "Brother Zhao, please don't be agitated, take your time." After a brief pause, he shifted the conversation, inquiring, "By the sound of your voice, you must be of considerable age?" Zhao Shujin hesitated, puzzled by the host's sudden question, but instinctively replied, I am 53 this year." Zhang Wei exclaimed, "Ah? Then I ought to address you as Uncle Zhao." He swiftly followed up with, "And what of your wife? How old is she?" Zhao Shujin sniffled, his voice still hoarse. She's a year younger than I, 52. Zhang Wei nodded in understanding. In their 50s, likely born around the 1970s. Zhang Wei had dealt with no fewer than 300 cases in his previous life, particularly poisoning cases, especially those resulting in multiple fatalities. Given that the court had already rendered a verdict, the evidence must have been irrefutable. However, judging by Zhao Shujin's unwavering belief in his wife's innocence, it seemed the matter was far from straightforward. The involved party may not have intentionally poisoned anyone. It was quite plausible that there was a fundamental misunderstanding. The individual may have been entirely unaware that a certain action would render that pot of chicken soup lethal. This immediately reminded him of a strikingly similar case he had handled in his past life. That incident also occurred in a rural area where, due to inadequate oversight in earlier years, many pesticide shops resorted to using cheap, non-standard plastic bottles to unlawfully repackage and sell highly toxic pesticides. The individual, after purchasing and using it, did not immediately dispose of the seemingly ordinary plastic bottle, merely rinsing it out and placing it in an inconspicuous corner. One day, her husband returned home after a long day of farm work, parched and unable to find a clean cup. He casually grabbed the plastic bottle, which the farmer believed to be clean, and drank the water within. By the time the farmer returned home, her husband had already succumbed. At that time, all evidence pointed to the farmer's negligence leading to a death, even suggesting intent to kill. Zhang Wei had represented that case. Ultimately, he focused on the farmer's understanding of pesticide residue toxicity as the key breakthrough, coupled with the shop's unlawful sales practices and failure to fulfill their obligation to inform, successfully demonstrating the farmer's lack of subjective wrongdoing, resulting in a not guilty verdict. Thus, upon hearing Zhao Shujin's voice, Zhang Wei instinctively probed further. Indeed, in their 50s, with the wife being of similar age, as long as their level of education is not high, There's a glimmer of hope from a cognitive perspective regarding the second trial. Zhang Wei's thoughts raced, yet his demeanor remained composed as he continued to inquire. Is that so? Uncle Zhao, I presume both you and your wife possess a similar level of education? Zhao Shujin sighed, his tone laced with resignation. My wife and I are quintessential rural folk. Our family was impoverished. Back then, we could barely afford enough food, let alone the means for education. Neither of us completed elementary school before returning home to assist with farming. Excellent. Zhang Wei felt a renewed sense of assurance. Indeed, their educational attainment was lacking. Yet, this alone was insufficient. He required more specific evidential details. He pressed on, Uncle Zhao, the first trial resulted in a life sentence for your wife. What were the primary grounds for this judgment? Or rather, what evidence substantiated the conviction? Zhao Shugen's voice sank once more, filled with a sense of helplessness. The court based its verdict on witness and material evidence. The witnesses were several co-workers at the construction site who saw my wife deliver chicken soup to me. They also observed me distributing that chicken soup among those 3 men. Additionally, the forensic autopsy report confirmed that those 3 individuals had indeed succumbed to poisoning from the chicken soup I possessed. Tests revealed the presence of a pesticide known as dichlorvos in the bottle. Material evidence. Zhao Shugen's voice carried a hint of despair. The material evidence was the very bottle that contained the chicken soup. The court determined that 17 of my wife's fingerprints were found on that bottle. It was solely on this basis that the court concluded it was my wife who had deliberately administered the poison. Chapter 9. The poisoning case, an ironclad case? I plead not guilty. Zhang Wei could distinctly sense the excitement emanating from the other side of the computer. The voice surged through the currents with a soothing power. Uncle Zhao, please remain calm. Recall the bottle that your wife used to store the chicken soup. What was it like? Do you remember? Zhao Shujin strained to recollect, his tone laced with uncertainty. The bottle. It was rather large, with a red cap. Made of plastic. I believe it was, yes, an iced tea bottle. A big iced tea bottle. An iced tea bottle? Zhang Wei's eyes narrowed. Indeed, it aligned perfectly with his suspicions. Once again, it was the despicable merchants who, in their quest to cut costs, had unlawfully repurposed beverage bottles to store pesticides. Such practices were rampant in rural areas years ago, where regulatory oversight was lacking, posing significant dangers. Professional debater for 30 years. Wait a moment. An iced tea bottle used for chicken soup delivery to the construction site? That sounds rather peculiar. Riding a snail to chase a rocket. No, the crux of the matter is the pesticide. The host implies that the bottle might have previously contained pesticides. Just want to make money. No way. Pesticides can be stored in an iced tea bottle? Is that for real? I've never seen that. Are you fabricating a story? Too handsome to have friends. The implications are chilling. If that's the case, then the sister-in-law might truly be unaware of the bottle's toxicity. Upon seeing the barrage of doubts in the comments, Zhao Shugen's emotions surged dramatically, his voice rising sharply. Of course. How could there not be? In our countryside, many shops selling pesticides use large beverage bottles to sell them in bulk. It's much cheaper. Just because you city folks haven't seen it. Doesn't tea mean it doesn't tea exist? He shouted hoarsely, desperate to validate his words. Zhang Wei immediately spoke in a calming tone. Uncle Zhao, please take a breath. I trust what you say is true. Many situations indeed exceed the imagination of those from different living environments. He steadied Zhao Shugen's emotions, then shifted his tone to a serious one. Uncle Zhao, I believe I have a general understanding of your wife's case. If you trust me, Zhang Wei, and are willing to entrust this case to me. Zhang Wei's voice resonated through the microphone, clear and imbued with a confidence that seemed to overlook the world. I cannot guarantee victory, but I am confident, about 70 to 80%, that I can help your sister-in-law win this case and secure her acquittal. These words struck like thunder, instantly igniting the entire live stream. The comments surged like a flood breaking through a dam, racing wildly. Riding a snail to chase a rocket. No way. Acquittal. Host, are you joking? 3 lives at stake. The evidence is irrefutable. Just want to make money. This is madness. The host truly dares to say such things. This boast has soared to the heavens. Professional debater for 30 years. Wait. Host, are you serious? Even if there are hidden circumstances, the best outcome would be a reduced sentence, right? Not acquittal. That's a grand promise. We're talking about 3 lives. Law student Xiao Ming. Theoretically, there exists a space for a not guilty defense, but the difficulty is off the charts. How do you explain 17 fingerprints? How do you eliminate subjective intent? It's far too challenging. The broadcaster's audacity is astonishing. Such a case has lingered for half a year. Surely, others have examined it as well. If there were truly grounds for acquittal, it would have been resolved long ago. Indeed, it sounds quite perplexing. Is this merely a ploy to secure business by misleading the public? The widespread skepticism in the comments section pierced Zhao Shugan's heart like 1,000 needles. He recalled the scenes of the past 6 months, wandering aimlessly like a lost soul, pleading for assistance from anyone who would listen. The phrase "not guilty" uttered by Zhang Wei appeared to be the sole beacon of hope amidst the darkness. Yet the doubts expressed in the comments filled him with trepidation. Overwhelmed by his emotions, he could no longer contain himself and erupted into a desperate outcry over the phone, his voice laden with sorrow. "You do not comprehend. You simply do not understand. I have sought help. How could I not have tried? Through connections with my fellow villagers, I traveled to the capital. I consulted the most renowned firm. What was it called? Junwen Law Firm. They are prestigious attorneys, impeccably dressed. Upon hearing my account and reviewing the first instance judgment I brought, they shook their heads. They claimed the evidence was too damning. My wife's fingerprints were on the bottle. 3 co-workers perished after consuming the soup, and with witnesses and material evidence present, it was a solid case. They refused to take it on, citing concerns for their reputation. I was not willing to accept this. I then journeyed to the bustling city of Shanghai. I heard of a firm called Oriental Mingfa, reputed to be the best. I pleaded tirelessly and finally met with a prominent lawyer surnamed Qian, believed to be a partner. He was even more forthright. He stated that my wife had committed murder, albeit mistakenly targeting the wrong individual. He even suggested that receiving a life sentence would be a leniency from the judge, urging me to resign myself to fate. He said pursuing further legal action would be nothing but a waste of money. They all said there was no hope. They all claimed the case could not be overturned. They all insisted my wife would spend her remaining days behind bars. Zhao Shugan's voice was imbued with anguish and accusation, vividly portraying the chilling rejections he had faced before the audience in the live stream. In that moment, the comments fell silent. Everyone could feel the suffocating despair in the voice of this honest farmer. Junwen Law Firm in the capital, Oriental Mingfa in Shanghai. Anyone familiar with the legal profession would recognize these as top-tier establishments. Which one is not a prestigious firm? If even they deemed the case hopeless, what right did this young broadcaster have to claim otherwise? All eyes turned to Zhang Wei. Upon hearing Zhao Shugan's lament, Zhang Wei displayed no surprise. Instead, a knowing smile graced his face. His tone was calm, yet imbued with a penetrating strength. "Uncle Zhao, please remain composed." Why did those esteemed lawyers declare it impossible? Because they are great lawyers. They are accustomed to viewing cases from a lofty perch, relying on the most conventional and reliable legal perspectives. They examined the case file, noted the 17 fingerprints, acknowledged the loss of 3 lives, and recognized your wife's act of serving soup. In their well-honed legal reasoning, the evidence pointed undeniably to poisoning, with witness and material evidence at hand, presenting a quintessential ironclad case. Zhang Wei paused momentarily, his tone adopting a grave seriousness. There is no denying that. From a purely legal and technical standpoint, their judgment is indeed professional. However, they have overlooked, or perhaps disdainfully disregarded, the fundamental essence that lies at the core of the matter. Chapter 10. Triggering System Tasks, Broadcasting at the Speed of Light. Zhang Wei paused, observing the rapidly scrolling comments before continuing. That is a person, a living, breathing individual shaped by their perceptions within a specific environment. Those seated in opulent office buildings may find it difficult to fathom that in a relatively isolated rural area, a woman who cannot fully recognize characters may believe that the toxicity of pesticide residues can be resolved simply by washing it clean. They have failed to consider why it is common practice locally to use beverage bottles for storing pesticides. This alone illustrates the extreme danger of such actions, which have not been effectively warned against or disseminated in that community. Your beloved, in her understanding, believes that if the bottle is washed, it is clean. When she brings you soup, it is out of concern, out of kindness. She harbors no intent to harm. In fact, she may not even be aware that the washed bottle remains highly toxic, rendering the notion of negligence almost moot. Those esteemed lawyers have witnessed the outcome. 3 workers are dead. They have also identified the cause. The sister-in-law delivered soup in that very bottle. Yet, they have neglected to delve deeper, overlooking the vast cognitive chasm that exists between cause and effect. They are accustomed to applying legal statutes to facts, but have forgotten that the law ultimately exists to protect individuals and to explore the human heart. This is why they believe in the ironclad nature of their case, while I dare assert the key to proving innocence. Zhang Wei's voice rang clear and resolute, each word striking like a hammer, shattering the preconceived notions of the audience in the live stream. The comments erupted once more, but this time, the voices of skepticism diminished, replaced by astonishment and sudden realization. Chasing rockets on a snail? Wow, wow, wow. Is it possible to explain it like this? Just wanted to make money. Cognitive chasm. What a brilliant term. I think I'm beginning to understand. Professional debater for 30 years. Incredible. The hostess thought process is truly unique. Those top lawyers probably never consider this layer. They are far too elite. Law student Xiaoming, exactly. Subjective culpability. If it can be proven that the individual lacked awareness of the potential harmful outcome, it could indeed negate the assertion of intent or even negligence. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Too handsome to have friends. I am impressed. What does the hostess mind work? This is genuinely considering the matter from the perspective of the concerned party. Passerby, wait, don't rush to praise. This is just one side of the story from a host. Look at the host's hairstyle. One glance reveals they are not a strong figure. There is no persuasive power whatsoever. On the other end of the line, Zhao Shujian was already in tears. Cognitive chasm? No intent. Not negligence? He struggled to comprehend those terms. Yet he understood the essence of Zhang Wei's words. The lawyer was saying that his wife was wronged. She is not malicious. She truly did not know how toxic that bottle was. ISNT is precisely what he has longed to shout. Yet no one would believe him. In this moment, all doubts, anxieties, and hesitations transformed into a surging wave of trust and excitement. He clutched his phone tightly, as if it were the last straw that could save his family's lives. His voice trembled as he cried out, "Lawyer Zhang, I believe in you. I truly believe in you. I entrust my wife's life to you. I beg of you. You must save her. I bow to you." Thud, thud, thud. The sound of his head knocking against the floor resonated through the phone. Zhang Wei felt a surge of certainty in his heart. Good. He quickly interjected, "Uncle Zhao, no need for that. Please rise. I appreciate your trust, and I will take your case." His tone was calm, imbued with a reassuring strength. "I will send you my law firm's address and contact information through a private message. If it is convenient for you tomorrow, please bring all the materials related to your case, especially the first instance judgment, and come directly to my office. We can discuss everything in person and sign the formal proxy agreement." Zhao Shujin, choked with emotion, repeatedly affirmed, all right. I will go first thing in the morning. I will set out before dawn. Thank you, Lawyer Zhang. You are our family's great benefactor. A great benefactor indeed." As Zhao Shujin confirmed the engagement, his voice filled with the exhilaration of newfound hope, the cold, mechanical electronic prompt echoed once more in Zhang Wei's mind, clearer than ever before. Ding. Valid legal engagement detected. Provide criminal defense for Zhao Shugin's wife in the second instance. Ding. Task generation in progress. Please hold on. Ding. Task generation complete. Please check promptly. Zhang Wei's expression brightened instantly. The system task had finally been triggered. He suppressed his inner excitement and swiftly scanned the data in the live broadcast backend. Online viewers, 870. Nearly 100-fold increase since the stream began. Such rapid popularity. Truly deserving of being the king of live broadcasting, the wave of live streaming. However, now is not the time to dwell on popularity. The task issued by the Golden Finger system was the most pressing matter at hand. He had to end the stream immediately to check it. Zhang Wei donned a professional smile once more and addressed the camera. Dear viewers, I sincerely thank you for your companionship and support this evening. The live broadcast has been quite lengthy, nearly 2 hours. I also need some time to organize the relevant legal provisions and documents concerning Uncle Zhao's case. His tone was earnest, tinged with just the right amount of apology. Thus, we shall conclude today's broadcast here. Until next time, as soon as he finished speaking, without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Wei clicked the end stream button. Whoosh! The screen of the live broadcast room abruptly went dark, leaving only a line of system notification. The host has ended the stream. The viewers, staring at the darkened screen, momentarily found themselves at a loss. Passerby, riding a snail, chasing a rocket, what? Isn't it just like that? I hadn't even finished my snack. Just want to make money. Instant end stream? Host, you are so heartless. Professional debater for 30 years. Damn. Having just received a significant case, one tantalizingly peaked, then abruptly fled? Oh, dear host, where is your heart? Dashing to the point. You promised to meet again. Pray tell, when shall that be? Tonight we hunt the tiger. In the beginning, you affectionately referred to them as Little Sweetheart, yet upon acquiring a case, you now call them Lady Cow. Is it? What a scoundrel of a host. Law student Xiao Ming. The host must indeed be preparing for the case, as it is undeniably intricate. Zhao Shujin. Thank you, Attorney Zhang. Thank you, everyone. The barrage of comments still trickled through, yet Zhang Wei was entirely oblivious. At this moment, all his focus was concentrated on the newly generated system task in his mind. Chapter 11. The Samsung case? Who do they look down upon? Zhang Wei concluded the live broadcast with remarkable efficiency, releasing a long sigh of relief. He swiftly accessed the back end of the stream, locating the private messaging interface with Zhao Shujin. Meticulously, he typed out the detailed address of his law firm along with his personal mobile number, verifying it with precision before hitting send. After completing this task, he could hardly contain his anticipation, silently urging the system, open the task panel. Ding! A faint blue virtual screen silently unfolded before him, visible only to his eyes. The interface was both minimalist and imbued with a sense of technological sophistication. At the top, a striking line of numbers immediately captured his attention. Legal value, 387 points. This represented the fruits of his labor from nearly 2 hours of live streaming. Moreover, it served as a crucial asset for his future endeavors within the legal realm. The system had previously indicated that every time an audience member gained new insights or recognition of the law due to his explanations, it would coalesce into legal value. This figure of 387 points indicated that at least hundreds of viewers had been influenced by his professional knowledge. More importantly, these legal values were not mere cold digits. They could be redeemed at pivotal moments for case clues capable of turning the tide. Coincidentally, he had just taken on a case that could serve as an excellent trial for this newfound resource. Suppressing his excitement, Zhang Wei's gaze descended, precisely locking onto the newly generated task on the panel. Task name: Innocent Redemption. Defense in the poisoning case of Zhao Shugen's wife. Task difficulty: 3 stars. Task description: Zhao Shujin, hailing from a rural area in Jiangsu, has his wife, Zhao Wang, accused of poisoning after she used a bottle that had previously contained highly toxic pesticides to serve chicken soup to her husband and his co-workers, resulting in the tragic poisoning deaths of 3 workers. In the first trial, the court identified 17 clear fingerprints belonging to Zhao Wang on the bottle, and although she confessed to delivering the soup, her claim of ignorance regarding the bottle's toxicity was not accepted by the court, which convicted her of endangering public safety and sentenced her to life imprisonment. The client, Zhao Shujin, now seeks a retrial for an acquittal. Task requirements: accept the commission, and during the second trial, employ all lawful means to thoroughly demonstrate that the defendant, Zhao Wang, lacked subjective culpability, overturning the first trial's judgment and securing a verdict of not guilty. Task rewards: based on the host's performance in this case and the scoring of the second trial verdict, a variable number of 3-star achievement points will be awarded. Failure penalty: the host's reputation as Jiangqing's ghost blowing lamp will ascend to a higher echelon. Zhang Wei contemplated the 3-star difficulty rating of the task. This case, 3-star difficulty? despite his seemingly breezy demeanor during the live stream, exuding confidence. The attitudes of Junwen Law Firm and Dongfangming Law Firm were telling enough about the case's actual complexity. Both firms were esteemed entities within the industry. Which attorney could easily establish themselves in such prestigious firms? Not to mention, one of them was a partner. Zhang Wei recalled the content from the novice guide. The task difficulty was assessed based on the complexity of the case and its societal impact. He took out his phone and swiftly searched for notable cases from the past 2 years. It bears no relation whatsoever to the poisoning case caused by the farmer's inadvertent misuse of a pesticide bottle. No wonder the social impact is virtually non-existent, drastically diminishing the difficulty of the situation. However, even with a mere 3 stars, it may prove to be a hot potato for others, yet for him. Zhang Wei's lips curled slightly in a smirk. This is hardly different from a novice task. Such accidental cases arising from cognitive dissonance were ones he had triumphed over in his previous life, having encountered a remarkably similar incident. That case also transpired in an information-starved rural area, where the parties involved had purchased bulk pesticides repackaged in beverage bottles by unscrupulous vendors. After usage, believing the bottles to be clean, they carelessly set them aside. Consequently, upon returning home from a day of labor, her husband, parched and desperate, grabbed the bottle for a drink, leading to his immediate poisoning and demise. The first trial resulted in a heavy sentence. Ultimately, he managed to secure an acquittal by analyzing the case from the intricate perspective of the perpetrator's lack of subjective awareness, unraveling the strands of evidence skillfully. The legal reasoning, evidentiary application, and courtroom tactics had long since become second nature, indelibly etched in his soul. In the Zhao Wang case, the evidential chain appeared to be a complete loop, with 17 fingerprints glaringly evident. Yet, to my mind, the very beverage bottle itself, alongside the prevalent illegal repackaging practices in the area, presents the most significant opportunity for breakthrough. Those so-called top-tier law firms and renowned attorneys either confine their vision within the bounds of traditional legal statutes or are overly protective of their reputations, shying away from such cases which offer a slim chance of reversal and could potentially lead to turmoil. For me, this is akin to a novice's welcome gift, complete with a system task. Zhang Wei closed the system panel, his eyes gleaming with an uncontrollable excitement. He had already begun to rapidly devise the defense strategy for the second trial in his mind, each segment, every detail gradually crystallizing into clarity and dimensionality within his thoughts. The night passed without a word. The following morning, as dawn broke and the air retained a hint of coolness, Zhao Shujin hefted a bulging, faded canvas bag onto his back and boarded the first long-distance bus to Jiang City. The bus swayed and jostled, carrying with it his heart full of anxiety and the last flicker of hope. Several hours later, he finally arrived at a street that appeared somewhat aged, following the address provided by Zhang Wei. However, the scene before him rendered him completely frozen. The grand office building he had envisioned was non-existent. There were no spacious, luminous glass doors to be seen. In fact, not even a respectable, formal law firm sign could be found. This was merely an exceedingly ordinary shopfront, perhaps even a bit outdated and shabby, facing the street. The storefront was small, with a half-rolled shutter revealing a cramped interior. The only indication of the establishment's identity was a makeshift sign affixed to the glass door, printed on a white A4 sheet, Rogue Lawyer's Office. The edges of the lettering appeared to bear remnants of smudged stains, exuding an air of casualness. The so-called law firm stood awkwardly nestled between a row of raucous eateries and a clattering hardware store. Its incongruous presence clashed violently with the refined and lofty connotations associated with the term law firm. Zhao Shujin felt his heart sink gradually, plunging into an icy abyss. This was Lawyer Zhang's firm? He muttered to himself, his murky eyes filled with incredulous doubt and profound unease. In an instant, his mind flickered back to the grand law firms he had observed in the capital and Shanghai. Towering modern edifices, gleaming marble floors that reflected light. Elite lawyers clad in impeccably tailored suits, striding with purpose and exuding an air of superiority. Such imagery starkly contrasted with the dilapidated little establishment crammed between greasy fumes and a nondescript hardware store, creating an unbearably harsh and cruel juxtaposition. This place seemed far too unreliable, didn't it? A chilling thought slithered forth uncontrollably, akin to a venomous serpent. Just yesterday, in a live stream, he had spoken with such conviction, such resoluteness, such assurance. Could it be that he was merely deceiving us desperate country folk? Zhao Shugen's heart began to sound the retreat. The flickering flame of hope ignited by Zhang Wei's words the previous day was abruptly extinguished by the icy reality before him, leaving only wisps of smoke in its wake. He instinctively took half a step back, tempted to turn and leave. Yet, his feet stubbornly remained rooted. He recalled the cold, formulaic rejections from the top-tier lawyers. He remembered their pitying yet resolute shakes of the head as they regarded the first-instance judgment. Most poignantly, he recalled Zhang Wei's penetrating analysis from the previous night's livestream, which had struck at the very core of his deepest pain and hope. An unwavering certainty that seemed to pierce through all facades. No, I have no other path left to tread. Zhao Shujin shook his head vigorously, as if to cast off the shadows of doubt and cowardice. I understood his words. I felt they resonated with truth. My wife is innocent. Regardless of the nature of this place or the true capabilities of its people, I must meet them face to face to ascertain the reality. Having journeyed such a distance, I cannot return empty-handed. Zhao Shujin clenched his rough fists tightly. He took a deep breath and retrieved his somewhat scratched old smartphone from his well-worn pocket. His fingers trembled noticeably as he navigated the screen, locating the number that Zhang Wei had sent him via private message yesterday, before decisively pressing the call button. Beep. Beep. Chapter 12. Have I ventured into the wrong place? The sound of the dialing tone resonated distinctly in the quiet street, striking against Zhao Shujin's anxious heart. After only a few rings, the call was answered. Hello, who is this? A youthful, composed voice echoed, unmistakably that of the individual from yesterday's livestream. Is this Attorney Zhang? I am Zhao Shujin, the one who connected with you yesterday. Zhao Shujin stammered. I have arrived at the address you provided. Oh, Uncle Zhao, you are here? Zhang Wei's voice sounded warm and inviting. Please hold on. I will open the door for you right away. No sooner had he spoken than Zhao Shujin heard a clamor, as the half-open rolling door was abruptly raised. A young man clad in a casual t-shirt and jeans appeared at the entrance, sporting a gentle smile. It was indeed Zhang Wei from the livestream. He appeared even younger and more relaxed than on screen. Uncle Zhao, please come in. Zhang Wei enthusiastically beckoned, stepping aside to allow entry. Zhao Shujin hesitated for a moment, but eventually took a heavy step inside the so-called mad lawyeress office. Upon entering, Zhao Shujin instinctively surveyed his surroundings. It was evident that this was a converted storefront. The space was modest, simply divided into two areas. The outer room housed an aging reception desk against the wall, which stood rather bare save for a solitary landline phone. 2 rows of plastic chairs, those ubiquitous waiting chairs found in public spaces, lined the wall. There was no door to the inner room, merely a tattered cloth curtain hanging in its place. Through the curtain's gap, Zhao Shujin could vaguely discern a single bed positioned against the wall, the bedding somewhat neatly arranged. Opposite the bed was a computer desk, adorned with what appeared to be a reasonably well-equipped computer, with a chair on either side. It was evident that this attorney Zhang resided and worked here. This environment, Zhao Shujin's heart sank further. While it was not entirely barren, it was undeniably far removed from his expectations of a law firm, in comparison to the esteemed offices he had visited in major cities. This was akin to the stark contrast between a slum and a central business district. Zhang Wei seemed to perceive the fleeting disappointment in Zhao Shujin's gaze, though he chose not to address it directly. Instead, he continued to greet warmly, Uncle Zhao, please have a seat. You've traveled quite a distance. It must have been tiring. Zhang Wei gestured toward a chair beside the computer desk. This chair appeared somewhat superior to the plastic ones outside, at least featuring a soft cushion. Following his suggestion, Zhao Shujin sat down, awkwardly placing his canvas bag at his feet. He conducted another swift appraisal of this so-called office and sleeping quarters. A bed, a computer desk, 2 chairs. and a pile of file boxes in the corner. This was the entirety of it. The lingering sense of disappointment was difficult to shake off. Zhang Wei turned to the water cooler in the outer room, retrieved a disposable cup, and filled it halfway with bottled water before returning to offer it to Zhao Shujian. "Uncle Zhao, please have some water." Zhao Shujian accepted the cup of water, softly expressing his gratitude. Zhang Wei pulled up another chair, positioning himself opposite Zhao Shujian. He observed the weathered face of Zhao, whose eyes, clouded from days of relentless toil and inner turmoil, held a stubborn glimmer. Zhang Wei spoke with sincere candor, exuding a tranquil understanding of human nature. "Uncle Zhao, I can sense your reservations upon seeing this place. It likely feels unbefitting for a respectable lawyer and certainly not a venue where your significant matter could be resolved. Am I right?" Zhao Shugan's lips stirred, though silence prevailed. A tacit acknowledgement of the truth. With a slight smile, Zhang Wei leaned forward, his gaze sharpening. "But Uncle Zhao, reflect upon your conscience. Did you not seek out other law firms prior? Among them were two of the most prestigious firms in the industry, correct?" Zhao Shujian nodded, his eyes dimming. Indeed, those establishments exuded grandeur, and the lawyers embodied an elite demeanor. Yet what was the outcome? Zhang Wei's voice rose, imbued with confidence, bordering on arrogance. Those top-tier law firms, those impeccably suited lawyers. What happened? Did they not all shake their heads after hearing your situation? Did they not advise you that the case was a lost cause, urging you to accept reality? Was there anyone willing to handle this hot potato? Only I. He emphasized each word, lightly tapping the table. Yesterday, in front of a live audience, I was the only one bold enough to assert that your case is worth fighting for. The only one willing to take it on. Indeed, the only one prepared to offer you a promise, a glimmer of hope for acquittal. Zhao Shujian felt his heart race at Zhang Wei's fervent declaration. It was true. Those esteemed firms, those seemingly reliable lawyers, had all turned him away. They spoke politely, yet their disdain and avoidance were unmistakable to him. Only this young man, practicing in such humble surroundings, had provided him with a flicker of hope. Zhang Wei, noticing the tumult of emotions within Zhao's eyes, continued, "Uncle Zhao, I understand your unease regarding my environment, but can the surroundings truly define everything? Did those opulent law firms deliver results for you? No. What are you currently facing? Your wife has been sentenced to life in prison. That is the harshest penalty imaginable. What more could possibly go wrong?" He spread his hands wide. "Tell me, how much worse could it get? Choosing me might offer a sliver of salvation. Rejecting my assistance means facing the inevitable, life imprisonment." Zhao Shugan's heart raced. Indeed, life imprisonment. How much worse could it possibly become? The prestigious firms had refused to take his case, yet this young man was willing to do so. He spoke truthfully. The environment was inconsequential. What mattered was his audacity. He possessed confidence. Moreover, the insights he shared during yesterday's live broadcast truly resonated with me. Even as a simpleton, and I found them to be quite compelling. Perhaps this seemingly unreliable young man possesses skills that others lack. Desperate times call for desperate measures. No, this is not merely a last-ditch effort. It represents my sole glimmer of hope. The doubts and anxieties in Zhao Shugan's eyes began to be supplanted by a sense of resolute determination. He lifted his gaze toward Zhang Wei, his voice, though still hoarse, bore a newfound conviction. "Lawyer Zhang, I place my trust in you." A satisfied smile graced Zhang Wei's face. He understood that this earnest farmer had finally made up his mind. Rather than uttering more sentimental words, he directly opened a drawer beside the computer desk and retrieved several printed A4 sheets. "Uncle Zhao, these are the attorney-client agreement and the power of attorney. After yesterday's broadcast concluded, I prepared the essential documents based on what you shared. Please review them carefully, and if everything is in order, we shall proceed with the formalities. I shall officially take on this case." Chapter 13, Steadfast and Spicy. As Zhao Shujian departed, the slightly antiquated rolling door slowly descended, sealing off the clamor of the outside world. Zhang Wei exhaled a long, deep breath. The poise and confidence he had maintained moments before were swiftly supplanted by an overwhelming surge of exhilaration. He could hardly contain his eagerness as he mentally recited, "System. Utilize legal points. Ding. Detecting a consumable legal points case. Innocent redemption. Defense in Zhao Shugan's wife's poisoning case. Here comes. Ding. This case is rated 3 stars. Consuming 300 legal points grants a random clue. Note, the system provides the source of the clue, but the host must obtain it independently. Friendly reminder. The consumption of legal points is priced according to the difficulty of the case. 1-star case clues, 50 legal points each. 2-star case clues, 100 legal points each. 3-star case clues, 300 legal points each. 4-star case clues, 1,000 legal points each. 5-star case clues, 5,000 legal points each. 300 points. Zhang Wei gazed at his meager total of 387 legal points, feeling a slight pang in his heart. This represented nearly all the effort he had poured into his nearly 2-hour live stream the previous night. To expend such a significant portion on a single clue was disheartening. Indeed, for a case of 3-star difficulty, the assistance from the system was not freely given. However, one must risk losing a child to catch a wolf. He had to secure this case, not only for Zhao Shugan's family, but also to uphold his own reputation as the audacious Zhang San, to reap the rewards of the system's tasks, and to validate the feasibility of this path he had chosen. Confirmed. Consume 300 legal points to obtain case clues. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Wei issued the command in his mind. Ding. Legal points minus 300. Remaining legal points, 87. Ding. Clue generation complete. Please review it independently. In an instant, a pale blue light curtain unfurled once more. Beneath the 3-star task, a new line of information appeared. Zhang Wei's gaze locked onto it with precision. Case name, Innocent Redemption. Defense in Zhao Shugan's wife's poisoning case. Case difficulty, 3 stars. Clue 1. In Jiangxing City's Dongjiang district at Xingnong Agricultural Supply Store. A surveillance camera, model, HIK, DS7104, in the corner of the back warehouse recorded, over the 3 months preceding the incident, the store clerk repeatedly violating regulations by repackaging and selling bulk pesticide containing bromothalonol, using recycled iced tea bottles. The surveillance footage is stored on a portable hard drive, brand, Seagate, color, black, capacity, 1 terabyte, within an old cardboard box in the store's warehouse loft. Zhang Wei's pupils constricted suddenly. Complete. Surveillance footage? Capturing the clerk's entire process of illegally repackaging pesticides. He felt a surge of warmth rushing from his heart to the top of his head. This was simply a timely gift. No, more than just a gift. It was crucial. The core of his previously conceived defense was centered around the cognitive abilities and subjective guilt of the Zhao family. The argument that her low cultural level and lack of information led to her ignorance of the residual toxicity of washed pesticide bottles, thereby negating any intent to kill and even the possibility of negligence, is indeed valid and serves as the sole breakthrough. However, this line of defense harbors a significant risk: the absence of a cohesive evidence chain. How can he substantiate before the court that the fatal iced tea bottle was contaminated prior to Zhao Wang's possession? How can he prove that it was not Zhao Wang herself who, for convenience or other reasons, filled that bottle with pesticide? Relying solely on inferences regarding Zhao Wang's cognitive abilities offers limited persuasiveness, particularly in light of the 17 clear fingerprints and her own admission of delivering soup. What grounds does the judge have to accept his inferences over the direct evidence at hand, without irrefutable proof of the pesticide bottle's prior existence? His theory regarding the cognitive gap may be dismissed as a mere castle in the air, a stratagem employed by the lawyer to evade culpability. The best outcome would be to latch onto the absence of a murder motive, thus barely achieving a charge of negligent homicide. While this could lead to a reduced sentence, it would certainly not equate to an acquittal. Moreover, the first trial already resulted in a maximum sentence for the crime of endangering public safety, with life imprisonment. The challenge of reclassifying it as negligence in the second trial remains immense. And as for sentence reduction, that seems implausible. Just yesterday, he made a solemn commitment in a live stream, in front of nearly 1,000 viewers, proclaiming a defense of innocence. His intention is a complete exoneration, to ensure Zhao Wang walks out of the courtroom with her dignity intact. If the outcome is merely a reduced sentence, How can he hope to reclaim his reputation? How will the audience perceive him? What mockery will his peers, eagerly awaiting his downfall, unleash? The emergence of this surveillance footage instantaneously fills the most critical and weakest link in his entire defense logic. With this video, he can clearly demonstrate to the court that, first, there indeed exists a violation of regulations regarding the repackaging of highly toxic pesticides in beverage bottles locally. This is not an isolated incident, but rather a common practice at certain agricultural supply stores. Second, the iced tea bottle used by Zhao Wang most likely originated from this channel, and its toxic source does not stem from her. Third, this prevalent misconduct underscores the local failure to adequately publicize the dangers of pesticides, further corroborating the existence of Zhao Wang's cognitive gap. Her ignorance of the bottle's toxicity is not a reflection of her intelligence, but rather a consequence of her environment. Should these 3 points be substantiated, the argument that Zhao Wang lacked intent to kill, or even the capacity for negligence, would be firmly grounded in factual evidence. The likelihood of an acquittal would significantly increase. The names Xingnong Agricultural Supply Business, Li Si, and external hard drive were etched deeply in Zhang Wei's mind. A smile involuntarily crept upon his lips. It settled. For the first time, he felt a genuine sense of assurance. This expenditure of 300 legal knowledge points was indeed worthwhile. Though the clues had been acquired, Zhang Wei was acutely aware that the most pressing matter at hand was to submit the appeal and all relevant documents. Time was of the essence. Should the appeal period lapse, all efforts would be rendered futile. Taking a deep breath, he pulled out a chair and sat before his computer. His fingers began to dance swiftly across the keyboard. He needed to draft the criminal appeal, which was crucial for initiating the second instance proceedings. He had to dissect the issues within the first instance judgment. The cognitive gaps he had discerned at a glance were central to his argument. However, he needed to uncover additional details, such as the judge's acceptance of Zhao Wangshi's testimony during the first instance trial, and the prosecutor's evidence chain constructed around the fingerprint and soup delivery facts. Furthermore, he had to compile a list of evidence to be submitted for the second trial. Most importantly, the critical piece of evidence, the surveillance video, would require his personal retrieval. Yet, the procedural steps must be set in motion first. Additionally, he needed to prepare a power of attorney and proof of his identity as the defense attorney, along with various other legal documents. Every word and punctuation mark demanded the utmost precision. Time slipped away by the second, and the sound of keystrokes echoed within the small room. Zhang Wei's mind raced, transforming the intricate case into rigorous legal language. Several hours later, at the entrance of the People's Court of Dongjiang District, Jiangxing, Zhang Wei held a document bag containing the fruits of his labor over the past few hours, a thick appeal and various application materials. He entered the court and made his way directly to the filing window to submit the documents and process the second instance application. The procedure was methodical, without any turbulence. No one cast a second glance at him due to the sign of his ambitious law firm. Everything felt so formulaic, so cold. As he exited the courthouse, the sun had begun its descent, casting long shadows. In his hand was the first instance file he had just copied, more than a foot thick, standing at the courthouse entrance. He surveyed the scene before him. The process was indeed cumbersome, and he couldn't help but murmur his frustrations. His fingertips throbbed faintly, a lingering consequence of prolonged typing. "These materials have nearly numbed my fingers," he lamented, weighing the copied case file in his hands, a glimmer of resignation in his eyes. "Once I earn some money, the first thing I will do is hire a legal assistant, someone to handle the trivial tasks." Chapter 14. You wouldn't want your family to know, would you? In the ensuing days, Zhang Wei transformed into a patient hunter. He stirred no one's suspicion and refrained from making hasty moves. Each day, he positioned himself near the Xingnong Agricultural Supplies store, varying his location. At times, he would sit at a nearby snack stall, savoring a bowl of noodles, while at other moments, he would stand at the entrance of a hardware store, feigning interest as a mere passerby. His gaze remained fixated on the agricultural supplies store, awaiting an opportunity, a prime moment. To charge indirectly would be fraught with peril. The proprietor of such an establishment, who brazenly repackaged highly toxic pesticides, was certainly no ordinary character. His vigilance would undoubtedly be astute. It was necessary to wait until the owner was absent to confront the clerk named Li Si alone. A lesser individual would be easier to manipulate. At last, the opportunity presented itself that afternoon. Zhang Wei observed a middle-aged man clad in a jacket exiting the store. The man's demeanor exuded shrewdness. He paused at the entrance, calling out a few words within. "Shally, I'm stepping out to attend to some matters. Keep an eye on the store." A youthful voice responded from inside. "Understood, boss." The owner nodded before entering an aging van parked nearby and driving away. Zhang Wei felt a surge of resolve. Now was the moment. He adjusted his coat, grasped the black briefcase he had been carrying, and strolled leisurely toward the Xingnong agricultural supplies store. Pushing open the glass door, he was met with a pungent amalgamation of pesticide and fertilizer. Inside, there was but a single individual, a young clerk in his 20s, engrossed in his phone. This was indeed Li Si, as indicated by the system's clues. Upon hearing the commotion at the entrance, Li Si looked up, instinctively presenting a professional smile. "Hello, how may I assist you?" Zhang Wei remained silent, striding directly to the counter and opening his briefcase. Instead of producing cash, he extracted a dark red identification card. With a crisp motion, he placed the document upon the counter and slid it toward Li Si. It was a lawyer's license. The smile on Li Si's face instantly froze, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes. "A lawyer? Whom were you looking for?" His voice tightened. "I'm looking for you," Zhang Wei replied calmly. "I need to review the surveillance footage from your store's warehouse." Li Si's complexion paled further, and he instinctively took a step back. "Surveillance? But that's not possible." He immediately protested. "It requires our boss's consent." He attempted to deflect. "He just stepped out. I'm aware. He just left." Zhang Wei interrupted. "I am here because I possess sufficient evidence." Leaning slightly forward, he lowered his voice. "I know that your store has been using recycled beverage bottles to repack dichlorvos. Am I correct?" Li Si's pupils suddenly constricted, and his lips began to tremble slightly. Zhang Wei continued to exert pressure. "The surveillance camera in the corner of the warehouse, model HIK DS7104, should have recorded everything clearly. Am I correct?" Cold sweat began to bead on Li Si's forehead. His gaze darted away, unable to meet Zhang Wei's eyes, even refraining from looking in the direction of the warehouse. "I am here in the capacity of a lawyer to gather evidence, which is a necessary part of the legal proceedings. If you cooperate and hand over the materials, you may have a chance at leniency, for this could demonstrate that you were merely following orders. After all, it was your boss who instructed you to act in violation of the rules, was it not?" Zhang Wei's tone softened somewhat. "The sales records likely bear your boss's name as well." He offered a way out. Li Si's breathing became rapid, as if he were trapped. "But should you refuse?" Zhang Wei's tone abruptly turned icy. "The next visitor may not be me, but rather uniformed judicial officers, armed with a search warrant. At that point, the evidence will be in plain sight. Do you believe you can distance yourself from this? Will you choose to become a witness against your own interests to protect yourself? Or will you share the burden of responsibility with your boss? You must consider this carefully." Li Si's psychological defenses crumbled entirely. He was merely a worker and did not wish to bear such a heavy accusation on behalf of his employer. His face turned ashen, his hands trembling slightly, and his voice was tinged with a noticeable sob. "Please don't call the police," he pleaded. "I will take you there." He finally capitulated. A barely perceptible smirk curled at the corners of Zhang Wei's mouth. The matter was settled. Indeed, it was easier to deal with someone of lesser stature. Li Si walked ahead unsteadily, leading Zhang Wei through the aisle cluttered with pesticides and fertilizers to a small compartment deep within the warehouse. Inside, there lay a surveillance host, connected to several cameras. Zhang Wei skillfully retrieved his portable hard drive from his briefcase and connected it to the host. Following the system prompts, he precisely located the video file from the corner camera, selecting a time span of 3 months prior to the incident. He clicked to copy, and the progress bar moved sluggishly. While waiting for the transfer, Zhang Wei's gaze swept across the other surveillance feeds displayed on the screen. One particular feed faced the store entrance and counter, stirring something within him. Almost instinctively, he clicked on the historical records of that camera. He quickly scrolled through the timeline, pinpointing the days when Zhao Shuzhen described his wife, Zhao Wangshi, possibly purchasing pesticides. Suddenly, the footage froze. A middle-aged woman, modestly dressed and slightly plump, appeared at the counter. It was indeed Zhao Wangshi. He recognized her face from the case files. The footage captured the entire exchange clearly, documenting her conversation with the clerk and the payment process. The shop assistant was none other than Li Si. Li Si retrieved a used iced tea bottle from beneath the counter and handed it to her. The entire exchange was captured on surveillance. Zhang Wei's heart raced. This was an unexpected stroke of fortune, a veritable divine intervention. He had merely hoped to uncover evidence of illicit repackaging to demonstrate that the source of the poison did not originate from the Zhao family. Yet, to his astonishment, he had even captured the very moment when Zhao Wang purchased the toxic bottle. Now, the chain of evidence was undeniably complete. He suppressed his inner elation, maintaining an outward composure. He copied the surveillance footage from the counter onto his external hard drive. A few minutes later, all necessary video files were successfully transferred. Zhang Wei unplugged the hard drive, handling it with care. He rose to his feet, casting one last glance at the ashen-faced Li Si. He uttered not a single word more and swiftly departed from the agricultural supply store. The crucial evidence was in hand. Chapter 15. Could he truly transform a life sentence into a death penalty? As Zhang Wei launched a surprise raid on the pesticide shop to procure crucial evidence. A legal document from the court found its way to the Public Prosecution Department of the Dongjiang District People's Procuratorate in Jiangxing. Prosecutor Li Mingyuan sat behind his desk, buried beneath a mountain of files. Rubbing his weary brow, he was suddenly interrupted by a young assistant prosecutor who knocked and entered, clutching a stack of materials. "Prosecutor Li," the young man exclaimed, hastily approaching the desk. "The court just sent over some documents." Li Mingyuan lifted his gaze from the thick pile of files. Adjusting his glasses, perched on his nose. "The court? Which case is it?" he inquired casually. With respect, the young man placed the materials on Li Mingyuan's desk. "It's the Zhao Wangshi poisoning case." "Zhao Wangshi?" Li Mingyuan pausa momentarily. Oh, his interest piqued. This case, as the prosecutor, he had personally appeared in court for the first trial. 3 lives lost. Such a grave case had not been encountered in Jiangxing for many years. Its repercussions were severe, drawing the attention of the entire city. The details of this case were etched in his memory. The chain of evidence was clear. Both testimonial and physical evidence were complete. The suspect, Zhao Wangshi, had already admitted to delivering the tainted soup. High concentrations of lethal toxins had been detected in the pesticide bottle bearing her fingerprints. The cause of death for the victims was unequivocal. This was a solid case. How could any lawyer take on such a case? What purpose would an appeal serve? The likelihood of a retrial was non-existent. Wasn't this blatantly a waste of time and judicial resources? Could it truly be that they were so desperate for fees that they would accept any case? With a mix of confusion and a professional curiosity, Li Mingyuan began to peruse the materials on his desk. The top document boldly declared it to be a criminal appeal. His eyes fell upon the reasons for the appeal. As the lines of text unfolded before him, Li Mingyuan's brow furrowed deeper with each passing word. The shock gradually emerged in his once placid gaze. What line of reasoning is this? The defendant's lack of awareness regarding the potential harmful outcomes? Subjective culpability? A cognitive gap to negate criminal intent based on the defendant's subjective understanding? Even an attempt to deny negligence. The justification being that the suspect, due to low educational attainment and lack of information, was unaware that the pesticide remained toxic after washing. Is it truly possible to argue in such a manner? As a seasoned prosecutor, Li Mingyuan was acutely aware that, from a legal standpoint, this perspective did indeed exist. Criminal law emphasizes the unity of objective and subjective elements. If the perpetrator genuinely lacked the subjective awareness of the specific harmful outcomes, then the corresponding form of culpability, whether intentional or negligent, may indeed fail to establish itself. Theoretically, this could hold. However, a sudden heaviness enveloped Li Mingyuan's heart. This is merely a theoretical possibility. In reality, particularly in this case, how could it be plausible? Over the years, the government has been organizing agricultural training annually, disseminating knowledge on pesticide safety. Television, radio, and bulletin boards. The message is everywhere. As a farmer who has lived in the countryside for an extended period, how could one possibly be entirely oblivious to the toxicity of pesticides? How could there be a complete lack of understanding regarding the dangers of storing food in pesticide bottles? If she had attended even a single training session or merely listened to the promotional efforts, the notion of such ignorance becomes exceedingly difficult to uphold. The defense would struggle to substantiate this profound lack of awareness. To attempt to exonerate based on this point is nearly insurmountable, as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Li Mingyuan continued to peruse the appeal document, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the tabletop. His mind remained tumultuous. The entry point into this cognitive chasm is indeed intricate. However, even if the court were to consider such an extreme possibility, there exists a more critical issue: the bottle. Who can prove that the iced tea bottle was contaminated with pesticide before Zhao Wangshe acquired it? Was it the merchant's doing? Or did Zhao Wangshe purchase a large container of pesticide and, for convenience, transfer it into this smaller bottle? How can one prove that? Nearly half a year has passed since the incident. The time of pesticide purchase would only precede this event. After such a duration, how can one trace the origins of a mere pesticide bottle? Going to that pesticide shop to seek evidence? Li Mingyuan could hardly suppress a laugh. What a joke. Any unscrupulous merchant daring enough to engage in the illegal repackaging and sale of highly toxic pesticides would have surely eradicated all traces of evidence. Would they be foolish enough to leave surveillance footage awaiting scrutiny? That would be akin to courting disaster. Without conclusive evidence to substantiate the bottle's origins, relying solely on a theory of cognitive dissonance is akin to constructing a castle in the air, entirely unfounded. Ultimately, one must return to the existing evidence, clear fingerprints, and Zhao Wangshe's own admission. Indisputable proof. Li Mingyuan shook his head, suppressing the chaotic thoughts. Habitually, he flipped back to the first page of the appeal document, his gaze settling on the section for the appointed representative. Defense attorney, Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei. That name seems somewhat familiar. Li Mingyuan paused slightly, raising his eyes to the assistant Xiao Zhao, who still stood nearby. Xiao Zhao, he inquired, is this defense attorney? Zhang Wei. Xiao Zhao's expression was somewhat peculiar, yet he nodded affirmatively, saying, Prosecutor Li, it is indeed the individual you are thinking of. After a brief pause, he added, he is known as the ghost blower in the legal circles of Jiangcheng. Hiss. Li Mingyuan sharply inhaled, a chill surging down his spine. The ghost blower of Jiangcheng's legal community, Zhang Wei. It is he. This case has indeed fallen into his hands. No wonder. Li Mingyuan suddenly comprende. No wonder someone would take on such a seemingly ironclad case. No wonder such an outlandish yet remarkably cunning appeal would be proposed. Apart from this infamous lawyer, it seems unlikely that one could find another in the entire Jiang city bold enough to undertake such a venture. After all, with Zhang Wei's fearsome reputation in the legal circles of Jiang City, it would be exceedingly challenging for him to secure even a modicum of reasonable, winnable cases. Only the most dreaded and seemingly insurmountable cases could possibly fall into his hands. Yet, Li Mingyuan gazed at the appeal document in his hand, his eyes reflecting a multitude of emotions. The notorious title of this grim reaper was not earned through his ability to resurrect the dead. Rather, it stemmed from the fact that the outcomes of the cases he handled often turned out to be even more disastrous than anticipated. Engaging him as a defense attorney felt akin to inviting a harbinger of misfortune. Now, as he took on the Zhao Wang case, an absurd and chilling thought suddenly flickered through Li Mingyuan's mind. Could he possibly turn a life sentence into a death penalty? Chapter 16. The trial commences. Time flies. Perhaps it is due to the clarity of the case during the first trial, with irrefutable evidence, or perhaps the intricacy of the appeal has garnered some attention. Merely a few days later, the court had organized all the materials required for the second trial and promptly notified both parties of the hearing. The swiftness of the proceedings took Zhang Wei by surprise. On the day of the trial, Zhang Wei, alone and carrying a black briefcase filled with case files and a crucial external hard drive, entered the People's Court of Dongjiang District in Jiangxing. As he stepped through the entrance of the courtroom, he encountered a middle-aged man in a prosecutor's uniform, spectacles perched on his nose. This was the public prosecutor for the second trial, Li Mingyuan. Li Mingyuan evidently spotted Zhang Wei, his footsteps momentarily pausing. His gaze fell upon Zhang Wei, a flicker of complex emotions passing through his eyes, a blend of surprise and scrutiny. He chose to halt and address Zhang. "Lawyer Zhang?" Zhang Wei nodded, a professional smile gracing his face, neither overly humble nor arrogant. "Prosecutor Li, it is an honor to meet you." "Honor is a stretch." Li Mingyuan adjusted his glasses, his tone tinged with the caution of a seasoned legal professional. "However, your name has indeed resonated throughout the legal community in Jiangxing." He paused, his eyes sweeping over the briefcase in Zhang Wei's hand, and remarked with a hint of insinuation, "I have reviewed your appeal regarding the Zhao Wang case. Your reasoning is quite audacious." Yet, Li Mingyuan's tone shifted, adopting a mentor's voice, devoid of malice, as he cautioned. Attempting to completely overturn the first trial's verdict based on cognitive gaps poses immense challenges. In practice, there are hardly any successful precedents. His implication was unmistakable. "Young man, your ideas are commendable, but reality can be harsh. Do not harbor excessive hopes." Zhang Wei maintained a smile, though his eyes betrayed a hint of skepticism. "Thank you for your advice, Prosecutor Li. However, law is fundamentally about justice and human sentiments. I believe that as long as the facts are clear and the evidence is solid, the court will deliver a fair judgment." He neither retreated nor engaged in excessive argumentation. His confidence stemmed from the weighty external hard drive nestled within his briefcase. Li Mingyuan scrutinized Zhang Wei for a moment longer, seemingly attempting to discern something beneath his calm demeanor. Ultimately, he merely nodded slightly. "Let's hope so. See you in court." With that, Li Mingyuan turned and walked towards the prosecution bench. Zhang Wei watched his retreating figure, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. Interesting. This prosecutor, Li, does not appear to be a fool. This only ignited a stronger determination within him. After verifying his identity with the staff, Zhang Wei entered the solemn second courtroom. He made his way directly to the defense table, placing his briefcase upon it. Glancing around, he noted the sparse audience in the gallery, primarily court personnel and a few journalists showing interest in the case. Soon, accompanied by a slight commotion and the clanking of chains, under the escort of two bailiffs, Zhao Wangshi entered through the side door. Clad in the gray prison uniform mandated by the detention center, her hair was streaked with white, her visage haggard, and her eyes brimmed with trepidation and unease. Upon catching sight of her defense attorney, Zhang Wei, seated at the defense table, she appeared as though a drowning person had grasped a lifeline, her lips trembling slightly. Zhao Wangshi was led to the defendant's seat beside Zhang Wei. Her body was tense, and her hands were anxiously entwined. Zhang Wei turned slightly towards her, leaning in to speak in a voice only they could hear. "Do not be afraid. I am here. Trust me, everything will be all right." These simple words carried a reassuring strength. Zhao Wangshi's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and she nodded earnestly, though the fear in her gaze lingered. Just then, at the front of the courtroom, the clerk cleared his throat and began to announce the court's rules of decorum. "Now, I declare the court's regulations. First, all present must obey the presiding judge. Second, no applause, shouting, or noise. Third, no smoking or spitting. Fourth, no entry for spectators during the trial." As each rule was read aloud, the courtroom, which had previously held a murmur of whispers, fell into an immediate hush. The expressions of all present grew solemn. Upon the conclusion of the reading, the clerk raised his voice and proclaimed, "All rise. Please welcome the presiding judge and the panel of judges into the courtroom." The spectators and all participants in the proceedings stood. The side door of the courtroom opened to reveal the presiding judge, flanked by two judges, all robed in judicial attire, entering with a grave demeanor. One by one, they took their seats on the bench. The presiding judge grasped the gavel, casting a sweeping gaze over the assembly. With a resounding thud, the gavel struck, echoing through the silent courtroom. The court is now in session. Meanwhile, in the heart of Jiang City, amidst its bustling CBD, skyscrapers stood in a row, sunlight glinting off the glass facades, reflecting a dazzling brilliance. Among them was the renowned Sanjiang law firm, a prestigious establishment not only in Jiang City, but throughout East China. It was here that Zhang Wei had once poured his efforts, only to depart in obscurity. In the spacious and bright open office area, lawyers in tailored suits moved briskly, the air seemingly infused with the essence of elite professionalism and wealth. At a workstation by the window, a young attorney named Wang Hao had just concluded a consulting call. He picked up his coffee and, as a matter of habit, opened his computer browser. He clicked on the bookmark for the official website of the Jiang City Intermediate People's Court. A few years prior, due to several cases that sparked significant societal controversy, the Supreme Court initiated a crucial judicial reform to further implement the principles of judicial transparency and ensure the citizens' right to information and oversight. The majority of court hearings are now broadcast live on the court's official website. A channel for public oversight and review has even been established. Should the debates within the courtroom live stream of a particular case reach a certain threshold, or if the official commentary section receives a substantial number of well-founded petitions questioning the proceedings, this may trigger a case review process, potentially even leading to a retrial. This phenomenon caused quite a stir at the time and has now become a commonplace occurrence. Wang Hao adeptly navigated the list of today's court hearings, his gaze flitting over various case numbers and subjects. Suddenly, his attention was captured by a particular line. Defendant Zhao Wangshi, accused of the crime of endangering public safety through the use of hazardous substances, second instance hearing. Zhao Wangshi. Wang Hao's brow arched slightly. The name rang a bell. Oh, he recalled. It was the sensational case involving a rural woman who poisoned 3 individuals. While this case may not have been widely known among the general populace, it was certainly infamous within the legal circles of Jiangxing. There was hardly a soul unfamiliar with it. 3 lives lost. The nature of the crime was exceptionally heinous. More critically, the evidence presented in the first instance was nearly irrefutable, with both testimonial and physical evidence firmly established, and the defendant herself had acknowledged the crucial facts. Wang Hao distinctly remembered that months ago, a man named Zhao Shuzhen had traversed nearly every reputable law firm in Jiangxing, including their own Sanjian. The reception was handled by a senior partner at the firm, yet the outcome was uniformly disheartening. No one dared to take the case. It was not a matter of legal fees. Rather, there was simply no discernible avenue for defense. Accepting the case would be tantamount to self-sabotage. The prospect of such a foregone conclusion, and yet someone was willing to take on a second instance? Who was it? Which intrepid novice or desperate soul was it? Wang Hao's curiosity was piqued instantly. With palpable interest, he maneuvered his mouse to click on the link for the live stream of the second instance hearing of the Zhao Wangshi poisoning case. The screen loaded, revealing the solemn and austere atmosphere of the courtroom. He was eager to discover which brave soul dared to tackle this formidable challenge. Chapter 17. Is Zhang Wei serious? The live broadcast was clear and stable, offering a comprehensive view of the courtroom. Wang Hao's gaze immediately fixed upon the defense bench, where sat a young man clad in a suit, his posture impeccably upright. Wait a moment, that profile, that hairstyle. Wang Hao abruptly straightened his back, leaning closer to the screen. Could it be? He rubbed his eyes vigorously, almost convinced that he was hallucinating from an excess of coffee that morning. The person, the more he looked, the more he resembled Zhang Wei, the very Zhang Wei who, after a series of fiascos with supernatural cases, had been ridiculed by the entire office as ghost blower and ultimately dismissed in disgrace. How could he possibly appear in an appellate court for a case of this magnitude, seated at the defense bench nonetheless? Wang Hao seized the attention of Xiao Li, who was nearby organizing documents. Xiao Li, come quickly. Look at this. Startled, Xiao Li exclaimed, Brother Hao, what's wrong? Look at this live stream. Wang Hao pointed vigorously at the defense bench on the screen. Do you recognize this person? Xiao Li leaned in for a closer look and was equally taken aback. Isn't that Brother Zhang? You think so too? Wang Hao's voice trembled with disbelief. Soon, the commotion attracted the attention of 2 other young lawyers, both of whom had joined the firm around the same time as Zhang Wei, or perhaps slightly later. They gathered around as well. Let me see. Wow, it really is Brother Zhang. How did he end up taking on the Zhao Wang case? Has he lost his mind? ISNT, this is a solid case. The first trial resulted in a life sentence. There is no way to defend it. What has driven Brother Zhang to this? Or has he simply given up? These young lawyers had all, to varying degrees, benefited from Zhang Wei's guidance in the past, and they maintained amicable relations with him. Most believed that Zhang Wei's capabilities were not lacking. Rather, he had been plagued by unfortunate circumstances, encountering bizarre incidents. And his dismissal was indeed regrettable. The group huddled around Wang Hao's workstation, gesturing at the screen and engaging in animated discussion. This minor disturbance soon caught the attention of a senior partner passing by. Zhou Ming, one of the senior partners at Sanjiang law firm, around 50 years of age. His hair meticulously styled, approached with a furrowed brow. He lightly tapped on the partition of Wang Hao's desk. What is going on here during work hours? Are you all quite idle? Zhou Ming's voice was low, yet carried an air of authority that commanded respect. The young lawyers were startled, quickly dispersing into silence. Zhou! Lawyer, Wang Hao stammered, standing up awkwardly. Zhou Ming's gaze fell upon the computer screen, where he observed the courtroom live stream and the familiar figure at the defense bench. His frown deepened, a flicker of barely perceptible disdain and astonishment crossing his expression. What? Are we watching the spectacle of this ghost blower? Zhou Ming's tone dripped with mockery. A failure dismissed by us at Sanjiang, taking on a case he is bound to lose. What could possibly be interesting about that? The young lawyers dared not respond. Zhou Ming scoffed, though internally, he was far from as composed as he appeared. During the initial discussions within the firm regarding the promotion of a new partner, the available slots were scarce. His ineffectual nephew, possessing notably inferior capabilities, happened to be in the very department he managed. Among the candidates, Zhang Wei stood out as the most formidable, despite occasionally displaying a lack of focus. His business acumen and tenacity posed the greatest threat. At that time, Zhang Wei encountered a series of peculiar cases, which sparked gossip within the firm. Zhou Ming seized the opportunity to advocate for Zhang Wei's dismissal on the grounds of harming the firm's reputation and insufficient capability, thereby clearing the path for his nephew. He had presumed that Zhang Wei, upon leaving Sanjiang, would lose his platform and resources, fading into obscurity. To his surprise, it had not been long before Zhang dared to take on the formidable Zhao Wang case. Was he truly foolish, or did he possess some hidden support? A flicker of doubt crossed Zhou Ming's mind, but he swiftly suppressed it. What chaos could a mere ghost of a once ambitious man stir? Enough of this. Back to work. Zhou Ming waved dismissively and turned his attention away from the young associates. He strode with a measured pace toward his private office. Upon returning to his spacious and opulent office, Zhou Ming closed the door, isolating himself from the external clamor. He settled into his chair behind the desk, pondering for a moment. Ultimately, he opened his computer and accessed the courtroom livestream he had previously scoffed at. The screen illuminated, revealing the very figure he had once cast aside, now calmly seated at the defense table, awaiting the commencement of the proceedings. Zhou Ming's expression grew increasingly complex. Within the courtroom, the atmosphere was solemn and dignified. The presiding judge struck the gavel once more, the crisp sound resonating through the chamber. The appellant, Zhao Wang, now has their defense counsel present the reasons and requests for the appeal. The judge's voice resonated with authority, directing attention toward the defense table. Instantly, all eyes in the courtroom, along with countless viewers in the live stream, converge upon Zhang Wei. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Wei rose and organized the several pages of documents on the table before him. His movements were deliberate and unhurried, his gaze calm and unwavering, as if he were about to deliver not a statement concerning a case involving 3 lost lives that had shocked Jiang City, but rather a routine business report. Your Honor, esteemed judges and prosecutors, Zhang Wei's voice was clear and steady, reverberating throughout every corner of the courtroom. Regarding the case of the appellant Zhao Wang, accused of the crime of endangering public safety through the use of hazardous substances, I, as the defense counsel for the second trial, hereby present the following grounds for appeal. He paused slightly, surveying the judges and the prosecution. First, the facts established by the original judgment are unclear, and the application of the law is erroneous. The initial ruling relied solely on a pesticide bottle containing the appellant's fingerprints, retrieved from the crime scene. Along with the appellant's admission of delivering soup, to assert his subjective intent of endangering public safety, leading to a sentence of life imprisonment. This constitutes a misinterpretation of the case's facts and legal elements. Second, the appellant Zhao Wang lacks the subjective intent for endangering public safety or intentional homicide, and even fails to demonstrate negligent homicide. As soon as the words were spoken, the prosecutor, Li Mingyuan, subtly furrowed his brow. Did he truly disregard his statement? A slight stir rippled through the audience. To claim a lack of negligence was audacious. Zhang Wei's voice remained unwavering as he continued. The appellant has long resided in an isolated rural area, possessing a minimal level of education, and lacks fundamental awareness regarding the fact that even after cleaning, containers of highly toxic pesticides, such as enemy kills, may still harbor lethal residues. Within his experiential and cognitive confines, utilizing clean, discarded beverage bottles for storage is a commonplace and widely accepted practice. This cognitive chasm, engendered by his environmental and personal limitations, directly precluded him from foreseeing the potentially fatal consequences of placing soup into that iced tea bottle. Therefore, his actions lack the subjective culpability as defined by criminal law. Furthermore, the existing evidence fails to establish a complete chain substantiating a connection between the toxic source of the pesticide bottle in question and the appellant's subjective intent. The first instance judgment did not ascertain the specific circumstances surrounding the iced tea bottle prior to the appellant's acquisition, nor did it eliminate the possibility that the bottle had been contaminated during its circulation. Zhang Wei lifted his head, his gaze resolutely fixed on the presiding judge. In summary, the defense contends that the first instance judgment, which deemed the appellant Zhao Wangshi guilty of endangering public safety, is flawed due to unclear facts, insufficient evidence, an erroneous application of the law. The actions of the appellant do not align with any of the constitutive elements of the crimes of endangering public safety, intentional homicide, or negligent manslaughter. He emphasized his final plea with deliberate weight. I earnestly request the appellate court to ascertain the facts in accordance with the law and overturn the first instance judgment. A verdict of not guilty for the appellant Zhao Wangshi. The last two words struck the hearts of everyone in the courtroom like heavy hammers. Silence. After a brief moment of stillness, a wave of incredulity surged forth. Even the judges at the bench displayed a flicker of astonishment in their eyes. Prosecutor Li Mingyuan adjusted his glasses, his expression turning grave behind the lenses. Meanwhile, within the Sanjiang law firm, those like Wang Hao, who were fixated on the screen, felt their jaws nearly drop to the ground. In Zhou Ming's office, his grip on the mouse instinctively tightened. A defense of not guilty. Is Zhang Wei truly serious? Chapter 18. Senior partner Zhou Ming, Sanjiang law firm, open office area. When the words not guilty resonated clearly from the live broadcast, Wang Hao and his colleagues, including Xiao Li, seemed momentarily paralyzed, collectively inhaling sharply. What? Not guilty? Did I hear that correctly? Brother Zhang is directly requesting a verdict of not guilty. My goodness, this audacity is astounding. Following a brief moment of shock, exhilaration and animated discussion erupted. But, did you catch the reason Brother Zhang just mentioned? Cognitive gap. Wang Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement, his tone animated. This angle of approach was simply brilliant. Xiaoli nodded vigorously. Yes. By directly addressing subjective intent, he argues that the defendant fundamentally lacks the capacity for criminal cognition. This line of reasoning is exceptionally clever. Truly, Brother Zhang is remarkable. His mind operates at lightning speed. Another young lawyer remarked in admiration. In this ironclad case, while everyone else is entangled in the evidence chain, he has transcended that circle, directly attacking the core components of the crime. It's absolutely ingenious. Truly ingenious, they whispered amongst themselves, their voices imbued with admiration for such inventive thinking. In the eyes of these relatively inexperienced young lawyers, Zhang Wei's proposed defense angle seemed nothing short of a stroke of genius, radiating with intellectual brilliance. As for the challenges of having this perspective accepted in judicial practice, or the difficulties in substantiating it, they had yet to contemplate deeply. They simply felt that discovering such an innovative breakthrough in a seemingly desperate situation reaffirmed Zhang Wei's reputation as a talented mentor in their minds. Regrettably, Wang Hao could not suppress a sigh, reflecting, "Brother Zhang is genuinely impressive. Had it not been for those few cases, he would undoubtedly be a partner at our Sanjiang law firm. A partner in a prestigious firm before turning 30. What a pity." Meanwhile, in Zhou Ming's private office, upon hearing the words "not guilty," he merely raised an eyebrow imperceptibly, followed by a subtle, almost imperceptible smirk. Cognitive gap? A subjective lack of culpability? Ah, intriguing. As a senior partner, he was fully capable of comprehending the essence of Zhang Wei's defense logic, negating criminal intent from a subjective cognitive perspective, which was not entirely baseless in legal theory. However, legal theory and judicial practice are two distinct realms. He was acutely aware of the considerable obstacles this line of defense faced in reality, especially in such a significant criminal case where the evidence appeared relatively concrete. To overturn the preliminary conclusions based on objective evidence solely on the theory of a cognitive gap would be akin to chasing shadows. Unless Zhang Wei could present revolutionary, irrefutably strong evidence to substantiate the existence of this cognitive gap, while also providing reasonable explanations for the unfavorable objective evidence. The difficulty of this task was monumental. Zhou Ming could almost envision that the prosecutor, Li Mingyuan, likely harbored similar thoughts at this very moment. While he might find a tinge of novelty in such a fanciful defense strategy, it was overshadowed by disdain and an unwavering confidence in his assured victory. Zhang Wei remains unchanged, still indulging in attention-seeking antics. His approach may appear unconventional, yet it is, in truth, a path to self-destruction. Zhou Ming lifted the teacup from the table and took a gentle sip. Very well, let him witness how this specter, summoned from the depths of Sanjiang, orchestrates a farcical performance destined for failure under the scrutiny of the masses. Leaning back in his chair, he redirected his gaze to the screen, his expression tranquil, tinged with the indifference of an observer in a position of power. The presiding judge turned his attention to the prosecution's bench. "Prosecutor, please present your opinion." At this prompt, Li Mingyuan, his demeanor composed, peered through his glasses with a gaze that was both profound and spirited. The contents of the appeal were already etched in his mind. In the eyes of this seasoned prosecutor, Zhang Wei's notion of a cognitive gap was merely a desperate maneuver in the face of insufficient evidence. He calmly adjusted his gold-rimmed spectacles, picked up the neatly organized documents before him, and stood with assured poise. This calmness stemmed from an absolute command of the case. "Your Honor, esteemed judges," Li Mingyuan began, his voice steady yet distinct. "The defense's argument regarding the so-called cognitive gap lacks both factual foundation and legal rationale." He paused momentarily, his steady gaze sweeping past Zhang Wei before turning towards the bench, methodically beginning his rebuttal. "First, the facts of the first instance verdict are clear, and the evidence is undeniably sufficient." Li Mingyuan succinctly reaffirmed the complete chain of evidence comprising the crime scene investigation, material evidence identification, witness testimonies, and partial confessions of the appellant, directly pointing to the objective truth of the poisoning by the Zhao Wang clan. Second, the cognitive gap does not negate subjective culpability. Li Mingyuan's tone intensified slightly as he directed his gaze at Zhang Wei. The crime of endangering public safety can arise from either intent or negligence. Even if direct intent is not established, the actions at the very least constitute indirect intent or negligence. When he mentioned the crude packaging, a faint smirk graced his lips, a subtle habit formed from his readiness to dissect his opponent's arguments with precision. "Dichlorvos." Li Mingyuan enunciated each syllable deliberately, questioning whether the name itself did not sufficiently convey its peril. He raised a hand slightly, indicating that the packaging issue was not the crux of the matter. Pesticides are substances meant to eliminate life. As an adult who has lived in a rural area for many years, how could one be oblivious to the basic dangers of pesticides? This is illogical. Li Mingyuan leaned forward slightly, locking his gaze onto the defense bench. To carelessly place a substance clearly labeled dichlorvos into a drinking bottle and offer it to another person signifies an awareness of or indifference to its lethal consequences. This transcends mere lack of cognition. It represents a profound irresponsibility towards life. His words cut through the air like a drawn sword, revealing their sharpness. The appellant's reduction of this matter to a cognitive gap is not only a distortion of the law, but also a profound disrespect for the lives lost. Third, the speculation that the bottle may have been contaminated beforehand is entirely unfounded and lacks evidence. Li Mingyuan's tone regained its steadiness. He set down the documents, surveying the courtroom with a calm demeanor, ultimately addressing the bench with gravity. In conclusion, the prosecution asserts that the grounds for appeal are unfounded. We respectfully request the appellate court to dismiss the appeal in accordance with the law and uphold the original verdict. As the words fell, the presiding judge on the bench narrowed his gaze ever so slightly. Li Mingyuan's statement was immaculate, exhibiting rigorous logic that aligned perfectly with their expectations of a seasoned prosecutor. This prosecutor, with his wealth of experience, demonstrated an acute grasp of the case at hand. Although the cognitive gap presented by the young defense attorney was novel, it was unlikely to shake the solid foundation of evidence and legal rationale. The judge's fingers gently tapped the surface of the table, and a preliminary judgment began to form in his mind. The prosecutor's arguments were astute and methodical, effectively closing off all seemingly reasonable defenses posed by the appellant. Unless an unforeseen circumstance arose, the appellate court was poised to uphold the original verdict. The atmosphere in the courtroom grew increasingly tense. In the gallery, the initial intrigue faded, giving way to doubt and uncertainty. The live-streaming chat shifted direction. The prosecutor is exceptional. Flawless logic. Who would believe that enemy kill is not toxic? The cognitive gap argument is untenable. This lawyer is doomed. Inside the Sanjiang law firm, Wang Hao and his colleagues wore grave expressions, their concerns evident. In Zhou Ming's office, he nodded slightly, a barely perceptible smile finally breaking through, revealing an understanding that he had anticipated. This was indeed the caliber expected of a senior prosecutor. Zhang Wei's points in defense appeared flimsy in the face of such meticulous evidence and legal reasoning. What remained to be seen was how Zhang Wei would respond, or rather, how his seemingly doomed defense would continue to unfold. Zhou Ming lifted his teacup, taking a sip, his demeanor relaxed. Zhang Wei sat poised at the defense table, his gaze calmly fixed on Li Mingyuan. This prosecutor truly possessed remarkable skill. His speech was coherent and logically sound, each word meticulously crafted, almost constructing the first instance verdict into an impregnable fortress. An ordinary lawyer would likely be drenched in cold sweat at this juncture, thrown into disarray. Yet Zhang Wei's eyes remained as tranquil as still water, tinged with a hint of admiration. Indeed, admiration. It is through appreciating the strength of one's opponent that one can more fully savor the thrill of overcoming them. Li Mingyuan's argument was nothing short of a textbook example of prosecutorial opinion, perfectly elucidating the logic of the prosecution under the principles of procedural justice and evidentiary advantage. However, Zhang Wei's fingertips gently caressed the familiar case file before him. This logic, as solid as it appeared, was overly reliant on established frameworks and experiential judgments, thereby neglecting certain crucial elements that lay hidden beneath the surface. The cognitive gap was merely a prelude, a pivot to challenge the ingrained perceptions of the case. The true weapon he had prepared was evidently still unnoticed by Li Mingyuan. With this thought, a faint yet confident smile curled at the corners of Zhang Wei's lips. Chapter 19. Presentation and Cross-Examination. The presiding judge's gaze swept over both the prosecution and the defense. Do either party have any supplementary remarks regarding the earlier statements? Li Mingyuan gently shook his head. No additions. Zhang Wei responded calmly. No additions. Bang! The gavel struck once more, its sound resonant and clear. According to courtroom procedure, we now enter the second phase, the court investigation. The judge's tone grew more solemn. First, the appellant and their counsel shall present any new evidence that needs to be supplemented at this appellate stage, or offer new objections regarding the evidence from the first trial. With these words, all eyes in the courtroom, including countless pairs in the live broadcast, once again focused on Zhang Wei. He took a deep breath. The prosecutor's rebuttal had indeed been remarkable, nearly closing off all conventional paths of defense. But did he think this was the end? This was merely the beginning. The cognitive gap was merely an appetizer. The real drama was about to unfold. Maintaining an impassive demeanor, Zhang Wei calmly retrieved several documents and a portable hard drive from his briefcase. He did not rush to speak, but first methodically handed the documents and the hard drive to the court clerk via the bailiff. The clerk received them and promptly presented them to the bench and the prosecution seat. "Your Honor, esteemed judges," Zhang Wei's voice, clear and steady through the microphone, resonated throughout the courtroom. "The defense hereby submits 3 sets of new evidence." He met the gaze of the bench with tranquil composure. The first set of evidence, which was also the crux of this defense, consisted of a portable hard drive containing crucial surveillance footage. Zhang Wei succinctly introduced the content of the recording. First, the agricultural supply store's long-standing illegal practice of repackaging highly toxic pesticides in discarded beverage bottles for sale. Second, the entire process of Zhao Wangshi purchasing pesticide repackaged in an old iced tea bottle without any special notifications or warnings. This set of video evidence directly related to the source of the toxic substance in question and objectively documented the specific circumstances under which the appellant obtained this hazardous material, serving as a vital basis for assessing their subjective state. On the prosecution side, Li Mingyuan clicked on the video on his computer. Upon witnessing the store owner skillfully repackaging pesticides into old beverage bottles and Zhao Wangshi's unguarded expression during the purchase, he subtly furrowed his brow. This footage was indeed a significant flaw, directly pointing to the source of the poison and the negligence in the acquisition process. With this evidence, there was room for a reconsideration of negligence in the appellate court. Zhang Wei continued, his voice unwavering. The second set of evidence, an assessment report on the cognitive abilities of the appellant, Zhao Wangshi, issued by the Jiangxing Judicial Appraisal Center. He raised the report to indicate it, briefly summarizing the assessment's conclusion. Zhao Wangshi's educational level corresponded only to that of a second grader, with limited information access. Their score on a specialized pesticide safety knowledge test was merely 9 points, far below the cognitive level of an average adult. This assessment report served as corroboration, aiming to illustrate the appellant's lack of necessary cognitive foundation concerning the severe consequences their actions could entail. Li Mingyuan's brow furrowed even tighter. An assessment report on cognitive ability? The evidential weight of such matters in court has traditionally been limited, categorized as soft evidence. However, the striking figure of 9 is indeed attention-grabbing. When viewed in conjunction with the video footage, it appears to attempt to construct a context of extenuating circumstances. The third set of evidence consists of a statement from a Zhejiang village committee regarding the daily behaviors and information interactions of villager Zhao Wangshi. Zhang Wei summarized the content of this statement. Zhao Wangshi is largely illiterate, lacks smart communication devices, and primarily relies on verbal communication for information. Furthermore, some elderly villagers in the area have a habit of using discarded containers to hold items. This statement from the village committee, serving as corroborative evidence, further illustrates the objective living conditions and informational isolation faced by the appellant. These 3 sets of evidence, with the first group of surveillance footage at their core and the second and third groups as supporting elements, converge on a singular, pivotal fact: the appellant Zhao Wangshi, due to her own cognitive limitations and the circumstances under which she obtained the hazardous item, lacked the most fundamental awareness and foresight regarding the critical risk that even after cleaning, the implicated iced tea bottle might still harbor lethal pesticide residues. He stood upright, his voice resonant and clear. His actions align more closely with negligence rather than intent, occurring within a cognitive blind spot characteristic of the uninformed. Having concluded his statement, Zhang Wei quietly remained in the defense seat. The courtroom once again fell into a profound silence. This chain of evidence perfectly aligned with his earlier argument regarding the cognitive gap, directly addressing the core contradiction of the case. The presiding judge, seated at the bench, lightly tapped his fingers on the table. At this moment, a ripple of contemplation surged within him, though more so a sense of caution. The video serves as hard evidence, indeed shaking the foundations of subjective intent. The notion of a cognitive gap finds some support. However, Whether it can entirely absolve an adult of basic attentiveness remains a matter of significant legal contention. Is it negligence resulting in death? Perhaps. Acquittal? Almost impossible. He turned his gaze toward the prosecution's seat, where Li Mingyuan's furrowed brow spoke volumes. Li Mingyuan remained fixated on the continuously replaying surveillance footage on his computer screen, rapidly flipping through the digital versions of the assessment report and the village committee statement. An experienced professional, he instantly recognized the weight of these pieces of evidence. The surveillance video is troublesome, directly pointing towards negligence. However, the two pieces of soft evidence, the cognitive report and the village committee statement, carry limited evidential strength. Could a mature individual truly possess no awareness of the risks associated with a pesticide named dichlorvos? Regardless of educational background, is it conceivable for an adult to be entirely oblivious to the fundamental dangers of pesticides? The very name dichlorvos carries a warning connotation. Moreover, the outcome resulted in the deaths of 3 individuals. Such a grave criminal consequence cannot simply be dismissed as ignorance. These pieces of evidence, particularly the surveillance footage, may sway the court during sentencing and could influence the determination of charges, possibly leaning towards a conviction for negligent homicide. However, relying on this alone to overturn a guilty verdict, especially to completely negate subjective culpability, is far from sufficient. The defense has underestimated the complexities involved. He must vigorously refute the evidentiary strength of these pieces of evidence during the cross-examination, particularly the excessive interpretation of those 2 pieces of circumstantial evidence, while emphasizing the fundamental duty of care expected of an adult defendant, asserting that even in the presence of negligence, the degree of such negligence must be stringently ascertained. In the live broadcast chat, the comments are erupting with fervor. Oh my goodness, there's indeed surveillance footage. It even captured the moment of purchasing pesticides. The agricultural supply store is outrageous. Selling pesticides in beverage bottles? Isn't that harmful? What on earth is that cognitive assessment report? A score of 9? Can this even be considered evidence? Surely not. Is this an attempt to evade guilt? Can someone with a primary school education carelessly cause death by poisoning? Is the law merely a fade? Calm down upstairs. Let us hear what the judge has to say. The evidence certainly appears to be novel and intricately connected. It seems somewhat reasonable, yet there's an unsettling feeling. Is ignorance truly a defense? If this door is opened, what will happen in the future? However, it appears that the surveillance and the report genuinely demonstrate that she may not have known the washed bottle still contained poison. My goodness, will those 3 lives be dismissed so easily? This case is becoming increasingly complex. The number of comments is skyrocketing, the screen nearly overwhelmed, and the public sentiment is beginning to sway. At the Sanjiang law firm, in Zhou Ming's office, he leans back in his expansive chair, his expression inscrutable as he gazes at the screen. When Zhang Wei presents the surveillance footage, he merely twitches his fingers. The footage is indeed concrete evidence. It can directly establish the source of the poison and somewhat corroborate the circumstances under which Zhao Wang purchased it. This could indeed challenge the intensity of the subjective intent established in the first trial. Perhaps it may even shift the charge from the intentional release of hazardous substances to involuntary manslaughter. In terms of sentencing, it might transform a life sentence into a finite one. This would be a considerable advancement. Yet, what about those 2 subsequent reports? Cognitive ability assessment? Daily behavior explanation? Zhou Ming slightly furrows his brow. To use such documents to argue the cognitive gap and subsequently claim complete innocence? That is overly presumptuous. In judicial practice, the determination of subjective intent must consider the actor's level of understanding, but it cannot simply absolve responsibility based on low education, ignorance of the law, or unawareness of danger, especially in light of the grave consequence of 3 fatalities. The inherent danger of pesticides, even for an uneducated rural woman, should engender at least a basic awareness of risk. The very name of the pesticide carries a strong warning. The court may take these factors into account when considering sentencing, but to completely negate any form of culpability based on these 2 pieces of circumstantial evidence directly overturning the guilty verdict and ruling for acquittal? Zhou Ming shakes his head internally. It is nearly impossible, even as a senior partner in this prestigious firm. He holds no confidence in the prospect of a not guilty defense based on the evidence presented by Zhang Wei. Can this inexperienced young man truly succeed? Chapter 20. The youth is still immature. The presiding judge turned his gaze towards the prosecution bench. Prosecutor, you may now present your objections regarding the new evidence submitted by the appellant. Li Mingyuan adjusted his glasses and rose to his feet. His eyes were fixed intently on the surveillance footage displayed on the computer screen as he weighed his thoughts swiftly. This recording indeed presented a significant flaw in the case. It directly substantiated the source of the pesticide and the specific circumstances under which Zhao Wangshi made the purchase. Objectively, this provided formidable support for the argument of negligence. It could even potentially lead the court to overturn the first instance charge of endangering public safety, reclassifying it as involuntary manslaughter. This was the stark reality he, as a prosecutor, had to confront. An acquittal? Absolument impossible. Regardless of the circumstances, 3 lives had been lost. An adult using a container that previously held highly toxic pesticides to store drinking water, even after cleaning it, must bear responsibility. This is the fundamental legal baseline that he must defend. His expression was grave, his tone steady, imbued with the caution and sharpness characteristic of a seasoned prosecutor. Your Honor, members of the jury, the prosecution contests the authenticity, relevance, legality, and probative value of the 3 sets of new evidence submitted by the defense. He did not hesitate, directing his focus towards the crux of the matter. Firstly, concerning the first set of evidence, the surveillance footage. The prosecutor acknowledges that this recording objectively documents the illegal repackaging and sale of pesticides by Xingnong Agricultural Supply Company, as well as the process by which the appellant Zhao Wangshi purchased the pesticide bottle in question. We do not dispute its objective existence. However, Li Mingyuan's Dunashifta, his voice rising a notch. This footage can only demonstrate that there were irregularities in the purchase, source, and packaging of the toxic substance. While this may implicate the seller's liability, it does not directly negate the appellant's understanding of the intrinsic hazardous nature of the item. The act of purchasing itself does not establish an inevitable causal link that would entirely absolve the purchaser of subjective culpability in the subsequent act of using the container to hold drinking water, resulting in another's death. The dangers posed by pesticides, particularly highly toxic ones, are common knowledge. The very name dichlorvos carries a strong warning. One cannot presume a purchaser's ignorance of its inherent dangers simply because the seller's packaging was not compliant. Next, he pointed to the second set of evidence, the Cognitive Ability Assessment Report. The prosecutor did not dispute its evaluative qualifications or the processes involved, but expressed serious doubts regarding the legal applicability of its conclusions. The determination of criminal responsibility under our criminal law is based on whether the individual possesses the ability to recognize or control their actions, rather than on their educational level or performance in specific fields of knowledge. If cultural level and lack of specialized knowledge were to serve as grounds for exoneration, it would severely undermine the foundations of our criminal law and create an absurd situation where ignorance is no excuse. This is extremely perilous. The law demands a basic duty of care and risk recognition that any ordinary adult ought to possess, rather than adhering to the standards of a specialist. The appellant, as an adult engaged in agricultural labor for an extended period, should possess at least a fundamental awareness of the inherent dangers of pesticides. This report cannot serve as a valid legal basis to negate his subjective culpability. Ultimately, Li Mingyuan picked up the statement from the village committee regarding the third set of evidence, the situation explanation. The prosecutor opined that this evidence constitutes hearsay and subjective description, possessing very limited probative value. The living habits of certain villagers cannot represent the specific cognitive state of the appellant. Furthermore, they cannot rationalize his use of a clearly contaminated pesticide bottle for storing drinking water. The villagers' subjective descriptions and assessments lack objectivity and fail to meet legal standards of proof. Li Mingyuan set down the document, his gaze sharp as he turned toward the defense bench. In summary, Although the three sets of new evidence submitted by the defense reveal certain background information about the case, such as the specific source of the poison and the appellant's educational level, they are insufficient to fundamentally overturn the factual findings and legal application established in the first instance judgment. The so-called cognitive gap theory lacks adequate legal grounds and factual support, appearing rather as an attempt to obfuscate and evade responsibility. The prosecutor firmly maintained that the actions of the appellant, Zhao Wangshi, constituted the crime of placing dangerous substances, asserting that the first instance judgment was clear in its facts, evidence, and appropriateness of sentencing. He requested the appellate court to dismiss the appeal and uphold the original verdict. Li Mingyuan's voice resonated with strength and conviction. His cross-examination was meticulously logical, leaving no gaps. He systematically and powerfully refuted the new evidence and viewpoints presented by Zhang Wei. On the bench, the presiding judge nodded slightly. This prosecutor, Li Mingyuan, truly lived up to his reputation. His grasp of evidence and application of legal principles were commendable. He astutely identified the weaknesses in the defense's evidence, particularly in questioning the probative value of the cognitive ability assessment report and the village committee explanation, with remarkable precision. A plea of not guilty? It seemed indeed an arduous task. Observing the prosecutor's stance, even a charge of negligence appeared challenging. Zhang Wei sat in the defense seat, his gaze calm as he regarded Li Mingyuan. He had to concede that this prosecutor was indeed formidable. The recent cross-examination was nothing short of textbook quality. Li Mingyuan had perfectly anticipated and closed off all avenues for defense based on the existing evidence, relying solely on surveillance, the assessment report, and the village committee's explanation to argue for acquittal or even a firm shift to negligence seemed almost impossible. Li Mingyuan was right. An adult should indeed have an awareness of the basic dangers of pesticides. The name dichlorvos inherently carries a warning. The current evidence still falls short of entirely negating Zhao Wangshi's subjective culpability, even in terms of negligence. However, Zhang Wei's eyes were profound. This was merely the first step. His true ace had yet to be revealed. In the courtroom live stream, the comment section was nearly inundated with negative remarks. I must say, the prosecutor swiftly countered with just a few remarks. The lawyer's competence is indeed lacking. What is this notion of cognitive divide? It appears to me that there are gaping holes in their understanding. Using ignorance as a shield, my heart aches for the victims' families, who must endure such ludicrous defenses. This lawyer, in pursuit of fame, resorts to unscrupulous means to exonerate a murderer. It's imperative to uphold the original verdict without further ado. Let us not squander anyone's time. The societal implications are far too detrimental. A lenient sentence is simply unacceptable. The chain of evidence is incomplete, and the subjective intent is glaringly apparent. Uphold the original ruling. Doubt, invective, and derision seem to dominate the entire screen. The tide of opinion appears to have shifted dramatically. At the Sanjiang law firm, in Zhou Ming's office, Zhou Ming reclined in his expansive chair, his expression impassive as he observed the screen. As Li Mingyuan concluded his statement, the corners of his mouth twitched imperceptibly. Indeed, Li Mingyuan's reaction mirrored precisely what he had anticipated. Seizing upon the inherent weaknesses in the cognitive assessment report and the village committee's explanation regarding legal evidentiary power, he launched a vigorous attack. He emphasized that the surveillance footage merely establishes provenance and does not negate subjective cognition. This is the most prudent and effective prosecutorial strategy. Zhang Wei, attempting to leverage these few elements to undermine a solid case for an acquittal, seems to be facing an insurmountable challenge. Zhou Ming lifted his teacup and took a delicate sip. Great minds think alike. Youth is marked by naivety. They believe they have found a breakthrough. Yet their argument is riddled with flaws. Chapter 21. Court Debate. After perusing the evidence submission by the prosecutor, the presiding judge turned to both the prosecution and defense. Have both sides completed their presentation of evidence and cross-examination? Li Mingyuan and Zhang Wei nodded in affirmation. Good. The judge lifted the gavel. Bang! The crisp sound echoed once more. Now, we shall enter the stage of court debate. First, I invite the appellant and their counsel to present their arguments regarding the facts of the case, the evidence, and the application of the law. Zhang Wei stood up. He disregarded the surging tide of negative emotions displayed on the screen, as well as the prosecutor's recent vehement rebuttal. His gaze remained calm and resolute. To the judge, the jurors, and the prosecutor, he first offered a slight nod. The defense attorney noted the prosecutor's observations on the new evidence, particularly regarding the appellant's presumed basic understanding of the dangers of pesticides and the assertion that the cognitive assessment report does not equate to legal capacity. In response, the defense attorney provided supplementary explanations. Zhang Wei's voice grew more focused. The prosecutor emphasized the warning inherent in the term enemy kills, as well as the basic understanding of pesticides by an average adult, while the defense did not contest this in a general context. The crux of this case lies not in a standard, clearly labeled pesticide product, but rather in a repurposed, illegally recycled container, a discarded iced tea bottle used to store highly toxic pesticides. It is this deceptively innocuous vessel, coupled with the permeation experiment report submitted by the Lonka Institute of Chemistry, which reveals the plastic bottle's memory effect and ongoing leaching properties, along with the findings from the Jiangxing Judicial Appraisal Center indicating that the pesticide residue was formed long before Zhao Wang's purchase, that formed the basis of the defense's argument. Zhang Wei spoke with measured pace, ensuring that every word was clear and audible. These scientific evidences collectively demonstrate that what Zhao Wang obtained was a source of poison that had been deeply contaminated and was continuously releasing toxins, with a level of concealed danger far exceeding the average person's comprehension. He paused, drawing the audience's attention to the final and most impactful piece of evidence. The defense now wished to highlight a report issued by the Ministry of Civil Affairs titled National Survey on Pesticide Mixing and Container Usage Habits in Rural Areas. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the courtroom, which had momentarily calmed, became subtly charged once again. Even the presiding judge cast a lingering glance at Zhang Wei. The Ministry of Civil Affairs report? The prosecutor contended that villagers' habits cannot represent individual cognition. However, the defense sought to emphasize that this report reveals not merely a matter of personal habits, but rather a grave, pervasive societal issue. Zhang Wei's voice suddenly rose, imbued with an undeniable force. The report indicates that across the nation, as high as 78, 3 of farmers have used beverage bottles and other non-standard containers to store pesticides. This is not an anomaly, nor a coincidence. It reflects a prevalent, high-risk behavioral pattern under specific socioeconomic conditions, the level of safety awareness, and the regulatory environment at the grassroots level. The actions of Zhao Wang are not isolated incidents of irrational folly. Regrettably, her behavioral logic aligns with the cognitive norms and habitual practices prevalent among a significant portion of her surrounding environment. When widespread cognitive errors confront latent dangers that are scientifically challenging to eradicate, the occurrence of tragedy acquires a certain lamentable sense of inevitability. Zhang Wei consolidated all clues, his gaze piercing. An elderly individual with minimal cultural literacy and restricted access to information obtained an object she perceived through informal channels, merely as an old beverage bottle. However, this vessel had been profoundly contaminated by highly toxic pesticides, as scientifically verified, continually leaching its perilous substances, an insidious and hazardous form of pollution far beyond her comprehension. Simultaneously, her rationale for utilizing this bottle regrettably mirrored the prevalent cognitive fallacies and hazardous habits within her societal milieu. Her belief that it could be clean stands as ineffective self-deception in the face of scientific reality. She lacked the capacity to recognize that even after cleansing, the bottle remained lethal, and was utterly oblivious to the potentiality of poisoning someone by using it to store water. Eventually, Zhang Wei's gaze settled upon the presiding judge, his tone gravely serious. Subjectively, she harbored no intent to kill, nor did she perceive any significant risk. Objectively, her actions stem from a profound misunderstanding of an object deceptively contaminated by hazardous substances, influenced doubly by her personal limitations and the societal phenomena at large. Her conduct does not fulfill the criteria for the crime of endangering public safety through dangerous substances or the negligent homicide statute. The defense counsel earnestly implored the appellate court to ascertain the facts, delineate responsibilities, and declare the appellant, Zhao Wang, not guilty. As the words fell, a profound silence enveloped the courtroom. The presiding judge's fingers subtly tapped the table. The report from a Ministry of Civil Affairs. This perspective was indeed unexpected. Considering individual behavior within such an extensive societal context transcends mere legalistic debate. If Zhang Wei's assertions hold true, and this report is authoritative, then Zhao Wang's actions undeniably bear the hue of widespread ignorance. Negligence seems almost a foregone conclusion. Yet, can the loss of 3 lives be absolved solely on account of general ignorance and cognitive gaps? How shall the gravity of the law and the reverence for life be manifested? This undoubtedly presents a formidable dilemma for the adjudicating panel. In the prosecution's seat, Li Mingyuan furrowed his brow, his expression betraying genuine seriousness for the first time. Previously, he could counter the scientific evidence on grounds of legal application and duty of care. However, this national survey report from the Ministry of Civil Affairs struck like a boulder cast into a lake, creating ripples that far exceeded expectations. It shifted the focus of the case from individual subjective fault to deeper societal issues and regulatory deficiencies. If the court accepts this perspective, recognizing that Zhao Wang's actions are a result of such widespread cognitive biases, it will undoubtedly have a profound impact on the assessment of his subjective culpability. The determination of manslaughter may inevitably lead to a significant reduction in his liability. As for acquittal, Li Mingyuan took a deep breath. This remains an insurmountable chasm. The weight of 3 lives is far too heavy. However, Zhang Wei's defense has undoubtedly opened a substantial breach in this ironclad case. In the office of Zhou Ming at Sanjiang Law Firm, his fingers, previously tapping absent-mindedly on the mahogany desk, came to a sudden halt as Zhang Wei presented the national survey on the mixed use of pesticides in rural areas and container usage habits and began to elaborate. Zhou Ming squinted slightly. The title and core data of the report on the screen seemed to magnify exponentially. So that is it, he murmured softly, a hint of surprise and understanding lacing his tone. By situating individual actions within a broad social context, diluting the subjective culpability of solitary actor through prevalent cognitive biases and hazardous habits. This strategy is indeed astute. The previous chemical report and residue time assessment had already deconstructed the danger and concealment of the poisonous bottle from a scientific and physical standpoint, demonstrating that the residue was not recently left by Zhao Wang, which was quite unexpected. This nationwide survey report, however, directly approached the issue from a societal level, providing a collective annotation for Zhao Wang's seemingly incomprehensible behavior. It affirmed that Zhao Wang's ignorance or negligence is not an isolated, extreme case, but rather a phenomenon widely prevalent within specific demographics. This significantly undermines the prosecution's assertion of the elevated duty of care expected of an adult. Countering the particular with the general, Zhou Ming silently evaluated, using social issues to dilute personal responsibility. This survey report, in conjunction with the preceding surveillance footage, chemical report, and residue time assessment, forms a remarkably powerful combination. It effectively shifts the focus of the defense from attempting to entirely negate Zhao Wang's cognitive capacity to arguing that his actions were an unfortunate product of a pervasive societal cognitive deficiency. This Zhang Wei possesses some merit, yet to expect the court to fully embrace the defense of acquittal based solely on this. Zhou Ming remained cautiously reserved as a seasoned attorney. After all, we're speaking of 3 lives. Chapter 22. The prosecutor's retreat at this moment. The gaze of the presiding judge fell upon Zhang Wei, imbued with a complex and profound scrutiny. Within, tumultuous waves surged. This Zhang Wei, he had ingeniously elevated what appeared to be a foregone individual case to a matter of widespread societal significance. The previous pieces of evidence, the chemical report, the residual time assessment, the surveillance from the agricultural supply store, when considered in isolation, might have swayed certain details of the initial verdict. However, to completely overturn the case, especially to achieve an acquittal, seemed utterly fanciful. The presiding judge had even entertained the notion that while Zhang Wei's defense strategy bore a refreshing novelty. It was merely a desperate search for a glimmer of hope in a dire situation, unlikely to shake the very foundations of the case. Yet, when the report from the Ministry of Civil Affairs, titled National Survey on the Mixed Use of Pesticides and Container Practices in Rural Areas, was presented and artfully woven together by Zhang Wei with impeccable logic, everything transformed. This was no longer isolated evidence. It constituted a complete and progressively intricate logical framework. The preceding scientific evidence established the extreme danger and deceptive nature of the bottle itself, as well as indicated that the contamination was not a recent consequence of Zhao Wang's actions. The final nationwide survey report, however, provided a societal context that elucidated the incomprehensible behavior of Zhao Wang, offering a chilling yet unavoidable universal commentary. It elucidated why Zhao Wang might engage in such seemingly foolish actions. This was no longer a matter of ignorance, but rather a profound chasm between the normative understanding within a specific environment and the scientific truth. Having immersed himself in the judicial system for many years, the presiding judge understood that law ultimately revolves around celestial principles and human emotions. Zhang Wei's defense adeptly combined celestial truths, scientific facts, with human sentiments, the prevailing societal cognitions, impacting the cold statutes of law. This perspective was ingenious. This approach was audacious. This argument was compelling. If the earlier evidence had transformed the case from being rock-solid to riddled with doubts, the emergence of this report nearly affixed the label of negligence firmly to Zhao Wang's actions. As for acquittal, that would depend on the subsequent performance of the defense attorney. Yet at this moment, he felt a genuine admiration for the young lawyer Zhang Wei. To revitalize a seemingly hopeless deadlock to such an extent, this young man's future held boundless potential. In the courtroom, the presiding judge turned his attention to the prosecution bench. "Prosecutor, please present your arguments." Li Mingyuan took a deep breath and slowly rose to his feet. He adjusted his prosecutor's uniform and pushed up his glasses, his demeanor now betraying an undeniable gravity. Zhang Wei's recent defense, which intertwined scientific assessments with societal inquiries, had undeniably shaken his preconceived judgments regarding the case. Particularly, the residual time assessment and the national survey report. These two powerful blows struck directly at the case's vulnerabilities. He was acutely aware that maintaining the original verdict of endangering public safety would prove exceedingly challenging. It was highly probable that the case would veer towards the charge of negligent homicide. However, negligence is negligence, and sentencing is sentencing. 3 lives lost, regardless of the circumstances. The actions of Zhao Wang have directly resulted in the demise of 3 individuals. As the guardian of the law, it is imperative to seek the most just resolution for the lives that have been extinguished. Even within the framework of negligence, the defendant must bear the gravest of responsibilities. An acquittal? That is an absolute bottom line he cannot accept. The voice of Li Mingyuan, the prosecutor, remains steady, though upon closer examination, it reveals a slight reduction in the previously unwavering confidence and an increase in unavoidable caution. The defense counsel's recent arguments have indeed provided new perspectives worthy of consideration, grounded in scientific assessment and social context. He has first acknowledged the objectivity of certain evidence presented by the opposing party. Reports from the Lonka Institute, assessments of residual time, and investigations by the Ministry of Civil Affairs have unveiled the particular dangers associated with the iced tea bottle in question, indicating that the source of contamination is not of recent origin and that there exists a widespread misconception regarding the safe use of pesticides in rural areas. The prosecutor partially concedes to the objectivity of this evidence. Nevertheless, Li Mingyuan's tone abruptly shifts, his gaze sharpening with renewed intensity. Do these objective factors and common phenomena sufficiently negate the subjective culpability of the appellant, Zhao Wang, leading to the astonishing conclusion of not guilty? The prosecutor contends that the chain of reasoning presented by the defense is critically lacking and insufficient to fully substantiate the claim of innocence. He begins to counter with precision. Firstly, while scientific examination indeed proves that the bottle was heavily contaminated prior to its purchase, this does not absolve the user of their fundamental duty of care during subsequent usage. The appellant was fully aware that the bottle had previously contained the highly toxic pesticide dichlorvos, a name that inherently carries a strong warning. Even if she believed it to be thoroughly cleaned, using it to hold food intended for direct consumption and offering it to others to drink is inherently fraught with significant foreseeable danger. Can such an obvious risk be disregarded simply because others might do the same, or science proves it cannot be cleaned completely, thus absolving one of all responsibility? Secondly, and crucially at the heart of the defense's argument, the counsel fervently asserts that the appellant lacks the cognitive ability to recognize the dangers of pesticide residues. However, is this lack absolute and irreparable? Li Mingyuan's voice rises sharply, posing two profoundly damaging questions. Has the defense counsel thoroughly and meticulously confirmed whether the appellant, Zhao Wang, throughout her decades of rural life, has ever participated, even once, in any training, seminar, or promotional activity regarding agricultural knowledge or safe pesticide use organized by the village committee, township government, or agricultural extension departments? Even a single instance of exposure to relevant risk warnings would fundamentally undermine the defense's assertion of complete lack of awareness. Furthermore, the surveillance footage presented by the defense merely illustrates a simplistic transaction process. However, according to the prosecutor's understanding, legitimate agricultural supply outlets, when selling highly toxic pesticides, are obliged to provide purchasers with a pesticide purchase and usage notification or a similar risk alert document. Has the defense attorney thoroughly verified whether the Xingnong Agricultural Supply Store has completely failed to fulfill this statutory obligation of notification? If this is the case, the defense's assertion that the appellant was entirely unable to foresee the associated risks would be significantly undermined. The moment these two pointed questions were raised, the atmosphere in the courtroom became taut once more. The livestream's comments were swiftly filled with new inquiries. Indeed, was there any training involved? This is crucial. That notification, if the agricultural store truly provided it, even if the elderly woman was illiterate, it cannot be said that she was entirely unaware of the dangers, can it? The prosecutor is impressive. They've directly identified a flaw in the defense. Now, let us see how lawyer Zhang responds. Li Mingyuan gazed intently at Zhang Wei, his eyes reflecting both inquiry and pressure. He paused slightly, his tone a touch more measured than before, yet his stance remained unmistakably clear and resolute. Your Honor, the prosecutor contends that considering the unique circumstances of this case, as well as the evidence submitted by the defense regarding the characteristics of pollutant residues and the prevalent social habits of specific demographics, his gaze swept across the courtroom once more, ultimately resting gravely on the bench. The prosecutor believes that if the defense can unequivocally address the two pivotal questions previously raised, then, when determining the appellant's subjective culpability, the court ought to exercise greater caution in considering the limitations of individual perception and the profound influence of the specific social environment on behavioral patterns. This marked his first evident concession regarding his accusatory stance in the solemn courtroom. In such an extraordinarily unique circumstance, perhaps, there exists further room for deliberation on the classification of the charge of dispersing hazardous substances as determined by the first instance judgment. Nonetheless, even so, the actions in question should at the very least constitute manslaughter due to negligence. Acquittal is utterly impossible. Chapter 23. Policies are effective only when implemented. Li Mingyuan's concession was both strategic and an inevitable choice under the weight of compelling evidence. Once again, he forcefully returned the ball to Zhang Wei. Prove it. Prove that she had never had any opportunity to come into contact with risk information. Within the courtroom, all eyes once again converged upon Zhang Wei, filled with fervor, scrutiny, and anticipation of the unknown. Among them was Zhou Ming from the Sanjiang Institute, leaning slightly forward, his gaze intently fixed on Zhang Wei displayed on the screen. Li Mingyuan's retreat undoubtedly injected significant uncertainty into what initially appeared to be a foregone conclusion in this trial. Although he held steadfast to the final line of defense against guilt, the door to innocence had already been pried open by Zhang Wei. The dawn of success appeared clearer than ever before. At this moment, the focus of the courtroom and the attention of the multitude rested solely on Zhang Wei. How would he respond to this ultimate challenge? Zhang Wei's demeanor remained as tranquil as still water, his profound eyes betraying no hint of disturbance. It was as if Li Mingyuan's meticulously orchestrated questioning was merely a predictable move, long anticipated within his calculations. Everything remained under control. He keenly discerned every logical node within Li Mingyuan's discourse, as well as the strategic intentions concealed behind them. The prosecutor's adaptability was indeed commendable. In such an unfavorable situation, he was still able to swiftly adjust his strategy, seeking breakthroughs at procedural and cognitive levels. Zhang Wei's mind calmly assessed each move of his opponent. The rebuttal regarding the fundamental duty of care was anticipated. With the primary evidence chain already tilting in our favor, this was an inevitable procedural defense the prosecution would emphasize, attempting to obscure the focal point. However, it was insufficient to undermine the evidence advantage we had established. The extreme danger of the bottle itself and the insidious nature of contamination were the core facts of the case. The true crux lay in his second point, whether Zhao Wang had ever had the opportunity to access pesticide safety information, and whether the agricultural supply store had fulfilled its statutory duty of disclosure. This indeed represented the only potential weak link that the prosecution could exploit under the existing evidentiary framework to pose a substantive challenge to our argument of lack of awareness. The prosecutor certainly had some acumen. If these two doubts could not be thoroughly dispelled, the persuasiveness of the chasm between my constructed cognitive norm and scientific truth would be significantly diminished. The label of negligence might still prove difficult to entirely shed. Yet this was precisely the battlefield I had anticipated. During the formulation of trial strategy, I had considered all possible countermeasures the prosecution might employ. These two so-called critical questions were merely the final two cards I had long prepared to decisively conclude this debate. Next, I merely needed to summon two crucial witnesses to the stand, who would present irrefutable facts, heralding the conclusion of this case. At that time, the truth would shine forth as if clouds had parted, and Zhao Wang's innocence would be laid bare for all to see. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Wei calmly met Li Mingyuan's scrutinizing gaze, then turned gracefully towards the presiding judge. Your Honor, in response to the 2 points of contention raised by the prosecutor, the defense believes it is necessary to further clarify the facts. His voice was clear and confident. To this end, the defense, in accordance with relevant provisions of the criminal procedure law, requested the summons of 2 witnesses to testify. The first witness is Li Si, a clerk from the Xingnong Agricultural Supplies Store in Jiangxing City. He will elucidate whether the store provided a purchase notification when selling pesticides. The second witness is Zhao Changshan, the head of the village committee from Zhao Family Village, where the appellant is registered. He will provide information regarding whether any agricultural safety training has been organized in recent years in Zhao Family Village. After a brief deliberation with the 2 judges, the presiding judge nodded in agreement, granting the defense's request. Summon witness Li Si to the stand. Soon, a young man, dressed modestly and appearing somewhat anxious, approached the witness stand under the guidance of the court officer. He was indeed Li Si, the clerk from the agricultural supplies store. Following the verification of identity and the explanation of rights and obligations, Zhang Wei began his inquiry. Li Si, please inform the court whether your store, Xingnong Agricultural Supplies, provides a purchase notification or similar written risk advisories when selling pesticides such as deviated. Li Si nervously rubbed his hands, glanced at the prosecution, then at Zhang Wei, finally fixing his gaze on the presiding judge. He took a deep breath, his voice trembling yet relatively clear. Your Honor, no. Never. In our store, the boss, seeking convenience, always repackages using old bottles. We never had any notification forms, not to mention a proper label. Sometimes we were even too lazy to stick one on, just write a name with a pen. Li Mingyuan immediately pressed further. Are you certain you have never provided such a thing? At any time? Under the scrutinizing gaze of the prosecutor, Li Si grew even more anxious but nodded vigorously. Indeed not. I swear. We have a surveillance camera above the counter, although it's for theft prevention. It can also capture the area in front of the counter. If you don't believe me, you could check the footage. During transactions, Neither I nor the boss has ever given anyone that kind of paper. His tone carried the earnestness of a minor character eager to dissociate himself from any wrongdoing. The mention of surveillance caused Li Mingyuan's brow to furrow once more. "I have finished my questioning," Zhang Wei declared. "Your Honor, does the prosecution wish to question the witness?" Li Mingyuan paused for a moment before shaking his head. "Not this time." Li Si appeared greatly relieved as he was escorted away by the court officer. "Summon witness Zhao Changshan to the stand." Subsequently, an elderly man with graying hair, dark skin, and a face etched with wrinkles approached the witness stand. He was Zhao Changshan, the village head of Zhao family village. After fulfilling the necessary legal procedures, Zhang Wei inquired, "Village head Zhao, may I ask whether Zhao family village has organized any agricultural training regarding the safe use of pesticides and waste disposal in recent years?" Zhao Changshan appeared more at ease than Li Si, as he was the one in charge of the village. He cleared his throat, his voice imbued with a strong rural accent. "Training? What training is there? In our village, the young folks have all gone out to work. The rest are mostly elderly, many of whom struggle with smartphones. Whenever there's a meeting or an announcement, we have to go door to inform everyone. The government has mentioned something about agricultural technology training, but our village lacks the necessary conditions. No one comes to teach us old-timers how to do it. We only know the farming methods passed down from our ancestors." Li Mingyuan listened to the village chief's response, his brow furrowing increasingly. He stood up, his tone tinged with inquiry. "Village Chief Zhao, the state has policies mandating grassroots organizations to promote agricultural technology and safety education. Why has your village not complied?" Zhao Changshan was taken aback by the prosecutor's imposing demeanor, but mustered the courage to defend himself. "I'm aware of the policies, Prosecutor Li. However, good policies require implementation. Our village has many uneducated elders who cannot comprehend the policy documents. There are no college-educated village officials to assist us. We old folks only know how to toil in the fields. We truly do not understand these new concepts, nor can we teach them." He sighed, a look of helplessness crossing his face. As for Wang, she is a pitiable soul, barely literate. She seldom even ventures to the town. She knows nothing of the outside world. Li Mingyuan gazed at Zhao Changshan's weathered face, seeing the genuine confusion and helplessness in his eyes. And an unnamed anger surged within him. He was incensed by the difficulty of policy implementation where it was most needed, and by the profound issues reflected in this widespread ignorance. Yet, this anger ultimately had to remain suppressed within. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure. The village chief's testimony, combined with the previous social survey report, nearly corroborated the information regarding the information blockade and general lack of awareness surrounding Wang. Coupled with the testimony of the agricultural supply store staff, it was evident that the sellers had also failed to fulfill their obligation to inform. The two key points of contention he had raised were directly contradicted by the witness testimonies, rendering his cognitive defense increasingly feeble. "Prosecutor, do you have any further questions?" the presiding judge inquired. Chapter 24. The final statement, the coup de GRC. Li Mingyuan gazed at the village chief, then turned his attention to the composed Zhang Wei at the defense table. He realized that further entanglement at this juncture would only reveal the prosecution's vulnerability. With a reluctant sigh, he slowly took his seat, conceding, "There are no more questions." Zhao Changshan was escorted out by the court officers. Once again, the atmosphere in the courtroom became palpably delicate. Zhang Wei, the once dismissed attorney, methodically dismantled the foundation of the initial verdict using a series of seemingly unconventional evidence and witnesses. He not only substantiated the inherent dangers of the bottle itself, but also, through witness testimonies and investigative reports, delineated the pervasive cognitive blind spots within the environment surrounding Zhao Wangshi. Li Mingyuan's countenance turned ashen, his distress palpable. He understood that after the emergence of Zhang Wei's two pivotal witnesses, the carefully constructed defenses he had built were now riddled with gaping holes. Merely relying on the charge of negligent homicide might not be sufficient to maintain his standing. He could even sense the mounting pressure emanating from the bench, along with the subtle shifts in the spectators' gazes. Not guilty, the weight of those two words nearly suffocated him. Once, such a notion had seemed utterly preposterous, a fanciful delusion. Yet now, this once distant fantasy appeared to be inching closer to reality. The presiding judge's gaze glided slowly over the positions of both the prosecution and defense. Internally, he too was besieged by tumultuous waves, far from the calm exterior he projected. The prosecutor, Li Mingyuan, had exhausted all options, rendered powerless. The two witnesses were devastatingly effective, one a farm supply clerk, the other the village chief. Seemingly insignificant figures, they functioned like the sharpest of daggers, piercing through the prosecution's last flicker of hope with precision. The farm supply store had neglected its duty to inform. The village had never conducted agricultural safety training. These 2 points severed the connection between Zhao Wangshi and the foreseeable risks, stripping away any reasonable awareness. Coupled with the previous National Survey report and the chemical analysis from Lonka Institute, the defense had unequivocally illuminated the issue of cognitive gaps. Legally speaking, the veil of negligence was likely to be firmly placed upon the case. As for sentencing, the judge quickly calculated in his mind. Should the final ruling confirm negligence resulting in death, taking into account the extreme peculiarity of the case and the numerous mitigating circumstances presented by the defense, the sentence would undoubtedly be significantly reduced. A sentence that could plunge from life imprisonment in the first trial down to 10 years, or even less, was distinctly plausible. The exact term would naturally require the deliberation of the collegial panel to reach a meticulously considered conclusion. However, based on his decades of legal expertise, he surmised that the maximum sentence would likely hover around 10 years. Although it was not the acquittal Zhang Wei had ardently pursued, this represented a monumental shift in circumstances. From an inescapable predicament, this young lawyer had miraculously revitalized the situation to such an extent. This outcome, without a doubt, heralded tremendous news for Zhao Wangshi. The presiding judge inhaled deeply, forcefully suppressing the tumult within, restoring the calmness and authority befitting his role. He turned his gaze towards both the prosecution and defense. Do either parties have new evidence or witnesses to present? Are there any additional issues that require debate? Both Li Mingyuan and Zhang Wei replied in the negative. Very well. The judge lifted his gavel. Bang! His eyes swept across the courtroom, his voice imbued with solemnity. The courtroom debate has concluded. We shall now proceed to the final phase of the proceedings, the closing statements. I invite the appellant and their counsel to present their final remarks. Zhang Wei took a deep breath. Rising to his feet, he instinctively adjusted the slightly wrinkled collar of his lawyer's robe. The gesture was subtle, yet imbued with a sense of ritual. In this moment, he embodied not only the representation of Zhao Wangshi, but also the legal principles he championed in his pursuit of the truth. His calm gaze traversed the judge's bench, met the complex expression of Li Mingyuan at the prosecution table, and ultimately settled upon the defendant's seat, where eyes filled with trepidation and a flicker of hope awaited his words. At the prosecution table, Li Mingyuan's hands, resting beneath the desk, unconsciously clenched, his brow furrowed, his eyes fixed intently on the imminent address by Zhang Wei. The latter's voice resonated clearly and steadily within the hushed courtroom. Your Honor, esteemed judges, following the court's inquiry and debate, the fundamental facts of this case, alongside critical evidence, particularly regarding the intrinsic toxicity and the concealment of the implicated iced tea bottle, as well as the appellant's limited cognitive abilities, have been distinctly laid out before this court. I shall refrain from reiterating the details and instead underscore our core contention. The actions of the appellant, Zhao Wangshi, do not meet the legal criteria for the offenses of endangering public safety or negligent homicide from either a subjective or objective standpoint. He slightly slowed his pace, allowing his gaze to encompass the audience, as if engaging in dialogue with each individual invested in this case. However, Your Honor, esteemed judges, I wish to emphasize that this tragic incident reveals far more than a mere deficiency in individual cognitive capacity. It serves as a mirror, reflecting the grim realities lurking in the forgotten corners of our rapidly evolving society, alongside the structural risks concealed beneath the surface of everyday life. The appellant, Zhao Wangshi, is but one of countless individuals grappling on the margins of survival, with severely limited access to information and a profound lack of safety education. Her logic and assumptions are not isolated instances of ignorance. Rather, they represent a pervasive norm born from her specific living conditions, social strata, and cognitive context. A note of sorrow tinged Zhang Wei's voice as he continued. When urban industrial waste flows cheaply into rural areas under the guise of waste utilization. When the regulatory framework surrounding toxic pesticides falters at a critical juncture. When knowledge of safe production and usage fails to penetrate the information barriers that shield those who most require it. The seeds of tragedy may have already been sown. The law mandates that every citizen exercise a reasonable duty of care, a principle beyond dispute. However, this notion of reasonableness must not be a mere castle in the air, nor should it be an unrealistic and lofty reproach. It must be intertwined with the specific environment of the individual involved, their cognitive level, and the information available, leading to a comprehensive, concrete, and reasonable judgment. Zhang Wei cast a sweeping glance around the courtroom before finally fixing his gaze upon Zhao Wangshi at the defendant's stand. We cannot impose the cognitive standards of modern urban elites upon a rural elder who may not even be familiar with a smartphone, expecting them to identify a discarded plastic bottle that has only been revealed through scientific examination to harbor long-term, covert, and deeply toxic residues. This is not only unjust, but also contravenes the very essence of the law's pursuit of truth and the realization of justice in individual cases. His gaze returned to the bench, his tone growing increasingly earnest. In this case, Zhao Wangshi is not the perpetrator, in a certain sense. She is also a victim, one of the information gap, a victim of regulatory oversights, and a victim of the very toxic bottle that has been contaminated. Her actions lack subjective culpability in the legal sense. The objective harm she caused is rooted in a complex web of circumstances, and responsibility does not rest solely upon her shoulders. Zhang Wei slightly inclined his body, his gaze sincere and resolute. Therefore, the defense humbly requests that the collegial panel, in rendering a final verdict, transcends the cold legal texts and the painful consequences themselves, and profoundly perceives the social realities and individual predicaments reflected behind this tragedy. Please take into full account the subjective state, cognitive limitations, and the unique context in which this case arose, for on the scales of justice, it is imperative not only to measure the harm of the actions, but also to assess the reprehensibility of the actor. A verdict is not merely a resolution of an individual case, but also a guiding light for societal values. We anticipate a judgment that embodies legal precision, highlights judicial compassion, and addresses the suffering of the underprivileged. He took a deep breath, articulating each word with solemnity as he concluded his statement. The defense ultimately pleads to declare the appellant Zhao Wangshi innocent. As his words resonated in the courtroom, a profound silence enveloped the space, with only the heavy and intricate emotions lingering in the air. Chapter 25. Innocence or Negligence. Li Mingyuan pressed his lips tightly together, his gaze complex as it rested upon Zhang Wei. Internally, he was profoundly shaken, yet his position as a prosecutor and his reverence for life prevented him from easily acquiescing to the conclusion of innocence. At this moment, the presiding judge's attention was firmly fixed on Zhang Wei. Initially, he had presumed that with the appearance of two pivotal witnesses, the trajectory of the case was essentially determined: negligent homicide. The crux of deliberation would revolve around the severity of the sentence. He had even begun to mentally rehearse the various arguments and applicable legal statutes for the upcoming deliberation. While he anticipated Zhang Wei's insistence on an innocent defense, after all, it was the prerogative and strategy of the defense. He never fathomed that Zhang Wei's final statement would wield such astonishing power. This was hardly a mere procedural summary. It was a devastating blow that struck directly at the heart of the matter. The presiding judge felt a chill run through him. He had underestimated this young man. If the earlier chain of evidence had pulled the case towards negligence, Zhang Wei's closing statement forcefully juxtaposed the seemingly distinct options of negligence and innocence upon the same scale, compelling the judge to make an excruciating choice. Zhang Wei did not dwell excessively on the minutiae of legal statutes. Instead, He contextualized the entire case within a broader societal framework. What he portrayed was not solely the ignorance and misfortune of a rural elder, but rather a tableau of the marginalized, forgotten by an era of rapid development. Terms like information gap, regulatory oversight, structural risk, and cognitive norm emerge from the lips of a young attorney with profound accuracy, seamlessly integrating with the cold case materials and scientific evaluations. This transcended mere legal advocacy. It was a profound insight into societal realities, a deep compassion for the dilemmas of human existence. The presiding judge even sensed that Zhang Wei's words were not merely a defense for the Zhao Wang family, but rather an interrogation of the entire judicial system, a probing of every individual wielding power. When the law encounters extreme cases, when the cold statutes confront the rawness of human nature and reality, how shall we decide? A verdict is not merely a resolution of a singular case. It serves as a beacon of societal values. This notion struck the presiding judge deeply. He was acutely aware that this judgment would attract unprecedented scrutiny. The message it conveyed would far surpass the confines of the case itself. What was initially perceived as a mere consideration of sentencing range had now transformed into a fundamental judgment of guilt versus innocence. The magnitude of this challenge had escalated beyond measure. A fine sheen of perspiration began to form on the judge's brow. He grasped the gavel, feeling its weight more heavily than before. Bang! All rise. The courtroom rose in unison. Court is now adjourned. The deliberating panel will confer on this case and announce a ruling at a later date. The presiding judge and the jurors exited the courtroom. The bailiff stepped forward, preparing to escort Zhao Wang's family away. The journalists present immediately stirred, eager to capture more information. The live stream's comments exploded in real time. Incredible. They are truly maintaining a plea of not guilty until the end. Lawyer Zhang is remarkable. His logic is clear, and the evidence is impeccable. The combination of scientific reports, social surveys, and witnesses is formidable. I am moved. I hope the elderly lady can truly be acquitted. She is so pitiful. Not guilty? 3 lives lost. How can that be considered not guilty? Don't argue from above. We're discussing the law, the facts. The bottle was inherently toxic, and the elderly lady was unaware. What crime is that? Is ignorance a defense? Will people in the future claim ignorance after committing murder or arson? That segment regarding the social survey sent chills down my spine. I never imagined there were so many latent dangers in rural areas. At the Sanjiang law firm, Zhou Ming stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, holding a now lukewarm cup of coffee. His gaze was vacant as he stared out at the bustling cityscape. Sunlight illuminated his face, casting a complex expression. There was gravity, contemplation, and a hint of ineffable emotion. The agricultural products store clerk and the village chief. These 2 witnesses, seemingly ordinary, effectively severed the logical chain the prosecution attempted to construct, regarding the defendant's potential awareness and duty to be informed. Coupled with the preceding scientific report and social survey, Zhang Wei had indeed penetrated the notion of cognitive disparity. It was not merely a theoretical discussion. He employed tangible evidence to demonstrate the information isolation and widespread cognitive biases the defendant faced within her environment. He revealed the inherent dangers of that bottle itself, alongside the grave negligence in the sales process. He skillfully placed the individual tragedy within the multifaceted contexts of social issues, scientific realities, and commercial violations. Thus, he significantly diluted the defendant's subjective culpability. This was not solely a matter of legal expertise. It was a profound insight into the facts, a keen perception of societal realities, and an ability to simplify complex issues while concretizing abstract concepts. Particularly in his final statement, he was voicing the plight of the underprivileged. Such a declaration could very well sway the judge's verdict. The law is ultimately about humanity. Zhou Ming had to concede that Zhang Wei was indeed far more formidable than he had envisioned. It could even be said that the approach and capability he exhibited in resolving intricate cases had surpassed those of most lawyers at Sanjiang law firm. This realization stirred a conflicting emotion deep within Zhou Ming. The pawn he had personally relinquished was now growing at an astonishing pace. Regardless of the outcome of this trial, Zhang Wei's name would be remembered by many within this circle. As for Zhou Ming, who once advocated for Zhang Wei's expulsion from Sanjiang, his position would become precarious. He tightened his grip on the coffee cup. The cold touch jolted him back to reality. This young man would not be easily dealt with. In the future, they would likely engage in many more encounters, each one destined to be a challenging battle. In the communal workspace of the Sanjiang law firm, Wang Hao, Xiao Li, and Xiao Zhao gathered around a computer screen, their attention fixed on it. The live broadcast of the court session had concluded, the image frozen at the moment the presiding judge declared the court adjourned. However, their discourse was only just beginning. Impressive. Brother Zhang is truly remarkable, Wang Hao exclaimed, his fist thumping against the table with palpable excitement. Unbelievable. When that agricultural supply clerk and the village head appeared, I was covered in goosebumps. Xiao Li exclaimed enthusiastically. I saw Prosecutor Li's expression. It was unmistakably dark. Xiao Zhao added, did you not hear? Prosecutor Li himself admitted it. He said it might only constitute negligent homicide. Wang had declared loudly, although it's not a verdict of not guilty, this is undoubtedly a monumental victory. Indeed, the first trial charged him with the crime of endangering public safety, and now we are arguing for negligent homicide. How many in Jiangcheng possess Brother Zhang's caliber? Xiao Li's eyes sparkled with admiration. This is what a true lawyer embodies, not relying on connections or mere rhetoric, but on evidence, on professionalism. Wang Hao lamented. They had all been colleagues of Zhang Wei, witnessing firsthand how he was belittled and ostracized at the Sanjiang law firm. They had watched him endure in silence, ultimately choosing to depart. Now, witnessing his astounding prowess on a grander stage, their hearts swelled not only with shock and admiration, but also with an ineffable sense of vindication and pride. I bet Zhou Lu must be furious. Xiao Zhao murmured softly. Wang Hao and Xiao Li exchanged glances, remaining silent, yet their expressions betrayed a hint of schadenfreude. Chapter 26. Not guilty. Half an hour later, the side door of the courtroom swung open once more. The presiding judge and the jury re-entered the court, taking their places at the bench. Their expressions were solemn, and their eyes bore the weight of deep contemplation. The atmosphere in the courtroom became palpably tense, as if one could hear a pin drop. All gazes, whether from those present or from the viewers behind screens, were fixed upon the bench. Particularly, the defendant, Zhao Wangshi, clutched the edge of her garment with her frail fingers. Her murky eyes filled with profound trepidation and a flicker of hope she scarcely dared to entertain. In the front row of the spectators section, Zhao Shujin hunched over, gripping the back of the chair in front of him with a white-knuckled grasp, his body trembling slightly from overwhelming anxiety. His lips quivered without uttering a sound, the only audible indication of his distress being his labored breaths, which resonated sharply in the silence. At the prosecution table, Li Mingyuan sat upright, adjusting his glasses, his gaze calmly directed at the bench. Yet internally, he was far from tranquil. Zhang Wei's final statement, addressing the precision, compassion, and societal responsibility of the law, struck him like a hammer, challenging the legal fortifications he had steadfastly upheld. Nevertheless, he remained resolute that the law's boundaries could not be compromised. The gravity of 3 lives weighed heavily upon him, leaving him breathless. He braced himself for the worst, mentally prepared to accept any guilty verdict. The presiding judge picked up the gavel but refrained from striking it immediately. His gaze swept slowly across the courtroom, ultimately landing on Zhao Wangshi at the defendant's stand, his eyes seemingly revealing a complex, ineffable emotion. Then, he turned toward the microphone, his voice resonating through the amplification system, reaching every corner of the courtroom and countless viewers following the live broadcast. Now, this court will announce the verdict in the case of the appellant Zhao Wangshi, accused of the crime of endangering public safety through the use of hazardous substances. His solemn tone reverberated. After deliberation, this court finds, the judge paused, each word imbued with immense gravity. The first instance judgment, which found the appellant Zhao Wangshi guilty of endangering public safety, is deemed unclear in fact and insufficient in evidence. What? Zhao Shujin suddenly lifted his head, disbelief illuminating his eyes. Li Mingyuan's pupils constricted sharply, his clenched fists tightening further. What do the judge's words mean? Could it truly result in an acquittal? The barrage of comments in the live stream abruptly halted, as if time itself had been suspended. The presiding judge continued to read, his voice steady as he stated. In this case, the defense submitted the Lonka Institute's appraisal report, the Ministry of Civil Affairs Social Investigation report, and the testimonies of witnesses Li Si and Zhao Changshan, all confirming the plastic bottle containing the iced tea in question had, prior to being used by the appellant to hold chicken soup, already contained highly toxic pesticide residues that could not be removed through conventional cleaning methods, posing a significant hidden danger. The appellant, Zhao Wangshu, due to her age, educational background, living conditions, and access to information, lacked the necessary awareness and foresight regarding the lethal risks concealed within the plastic bottle she employed. Furthermore, the seller failed to fulfill their legal obligation to inform her of the associated risks during the pesticide purchase. Although the appellant engaged in the act of using the bottle to transport chicken soup to the construction site, resulting in the tragic deaths of 3 victims, it is disheartening to note that there was no intention on their part to endanger public safety through the distribution of hazardous substances. Furthermore, they did not exhibit negligence in the legal sense, as they did not fail to foresee potential dangers. The presiding judge cast a glance at Zhang Wei, nodding slightly as if acknowledging the plea expressed in his final statement. The law is not solely concerned with punishing crimes. It fundamentally aims to discern right from wrong and to achieve fairness and justice. When assessing the reprehensibility of an individual's actions, it is imperative to consider their specific circumstances and level of understanding. As the defense counsel aptly articulated, we must not impose unrealistic standards upon a rural elder who is isolated from information and possesses limited awareness, expecting them to fulfill duties of caution beyond their capabilities. The tragedy of this case is deeply rooted in complex factors, including regulatory failures and the existence of an information gap. To attribute all criminal responsibility to the appellant would be unjust and inconsistent with the principle of congruence between objective and subjective elements of criminal law. The judge's voice became remarkably clear and resolute as the panel embraced the defense counsel's arguments. The court concluded that the actions of the appellant, Zhao Wang, did not constitute a crime. No, it does not constitute a crime. These 5 words echoed like thunder in every ear present. In the defendant's seat, Zhao Wang blinked in confusion, seemingly unable to comprehend. She stared blankly at the presiding judge, instinctively turning to Zhang Wei beside her. He offered her a gentle and reassuring smile. At last, her dulled senses appeared to register the information. Not a crime? She murmured, her murky eyes brimming with 6 months' worth of fear, despair, and grievance, surging forth like a flood unleashed from a broken dam. She did not wail loudly. Instead, her body slumped weakly into the chair, hands covering her face, shoulders heaving violently as she emitted muffled sobs. This was a profound release, shedding all burdens after a brush with death. In the spectators' gallery, Zhao Shujin let out a cry, losing all restraint. This weathered man, akin to a child, broke down into tears. Amidst his sobs, he incoherently chanted, "We won. We won. My wife is safe. She is safe." He recalled the law firm in the capital, where the impeccably dressed lawyers coldly shook their heads. Ironclad case. Impossible to fight. He remembered the disdainful assertion of the partner surnamed Qian at the firm in Shanghai. Intentional homicide. Accept your fate. Those towering authorities, those frigid refusals, those despairing moments that had plunged him into the abyss. But now, this young man, this lawyer Zhang, who appeared somewhat out of place in the live broadcast, he spoke. He expressed unwavering confidence. He truly achieved it. Not guilty. He actually turned this seemingly insurmountable case around. Zhao Shujin trembled with excitement. His gaze towards Zhang Wei's retreating figure filled with immeasurable gratitude and reverence. He felt fortunate. I am immensely grateful that, by some twist of fate, I stumbled into that live broadcast room that day. I am thankful that, with trembling hands, I sent forth that rocket. It was the most prudent decision I have ever made in my life. In the courtroom, Li Mingyuan gradually closed his eyes, exhaling a long, silent breath. Not guilty. This outcome was still beyond his expectations. Yet following Zhang Wei's progressively compelling defense and that poignant final statement, it had begun to seem less entirely unacceptable. As a prosecutor, he held his own stance and responsibilities. The loss of 3 lives was an undeniable fact that weighed heavily on his conscience. Yet, as a legal practitioner, he also respected the court's ruling based on evidence and legal reasoning. Zhang Wei had indeed pinpointed the critical breakthrough recognized by the law, subjective perception. He constructed a comprehensive and persuasive logic of innocence through a solid chain of evidence. Li Mingyuan's emotions were tumultuous. He gazed at the calm young man at the defense table. This opponent was formidable. He not only understood the law, but also grasped the realities of human nature. In this confrontation, he had lost, yet not without merit. Perhaps this verdict truly reflected what the presiding judge referred to as the warmth of the law. He silently organized the case files before him, his fingertips brushing against the cold paper as his heart remained restless. The presiding judge lifted the gavel, his gaze imposing. Bang! The gavel struck down, the sound clear and resolute. The verdict is as follows. First, the criminal judgment no. XX from the Intermediate People's Court of Jiang City, XXXX, is hereby revoked. Second, the appellant Zhao Wang is found not guilty. This judgment is final. Court adjourned. Chapter 27. Zhou Ming's helplessness. The gavel fell, proclaiming a verdict of not guilty. After a brief moment of silence in the live-streaming chat, it erupted like a volcano. What? Not guilty. Truly not guilty. Zhang Lu is incredible. Voice breaking. Did I hear wrong? It has been overturned? Really overturned? This is a case involving 3 lives. How can it possibly be a not guilty verdict? Although, I feel something is amiss. Yet upon hearing the presiding judge's words, it somehow seems quite reasonable. The lawyer's maneuver was divine. Is this the prowess of a top-tier attorney? Finding possibility in the impossible. A remarkable turnaround. I'm a fan now. The principle of the unity of subjective and objective elements. Cognitive abilities. Duty of care. The defense attorney is extraordinary. The collegial bench is remarkable. This judgment possesses depth and warmth. While the deceased are indeed pitiable, listening to the proceedings, it appears that the elderly lady was also somewhat wrong. Alas, the law can be so intricate at times. To the self-righteous upstairs, please leave. 3 lives at stake. How can it result in a not guilty verdict? I cannot comprehend. This lawyer is merely exploiting loopholes. Do you understand the law? If not, refrain from speaking nonsense. Did you not see the evidence and the reasons for the verdict? Support the defense attorney. Support the court. The chat was inundated with fervent debate. Skepticism, yet predominantly. It was filled with awe for Zhang Wei's capabilities and shock at this dramatic reversal. Not guilty. Meanwhile, within the Sanjiang law firm, Zhou Hao and others also witnessed the final judgment on their computer screens. He gaped, unable to close his mouth for an extended period. Did he really manage to pull it off? Someone beside him murmured, their tone laden with incredulity. Oh wow, Brother Zhang is phenomenal. Incredible. Isn't he more impressive than Zhou Wen? A young lawyer was utterly elated. Shoo! A colleague hastily covered his mouth, simultaneously gesturing towards Zhou Ming's office with their eyes. Brother, mind your words. In Zhou Ming's office, behind a lavish mahogany desk, he stared expressionlessly at the live stream on his computer screen. He had been watching since the trial commenced, not out of great interest in the case itself, but because Zhang Wei occupied the defense seat. When Zhang Wei delivered his closing argument, articulating thoughts on the precision of law, its warmth, and the guiding social values, Zhou Ming felt a twitch in his eyelid. It was not due to being swayed, but rather because he acutely recognized that Zhang Wei had seized upon the discretionary space that the collegial bench might possess. Based on his years of experience, Zhou Ming discerned that once Zhang Wei successfully dismantled the subjective intent of endangering public safety, the case was left with only 2 possible outcomes: manslaughter or not guilty. The crux lay in the choice of the collegial bench. Would they strictly adhere to a result-oriented approach, basing their judgment on the severe consequences of 3 lost lives, thus deeming negligence to be present? This aligns with the rigorous logic of traditional criminal law, epitomizing the notion of judicial justice. The defense's perspective should indeed be embraced, giving due consideration to the cognitive limitations of the individual involved in the specific context, while emphasizing the principle of the unity of subjective and objective elements, thus manifesting the warmth and compassion of the judiciary in delivering a judgment of greater societal significance. Regardless of the final verdict, it remains legally compliant within the parameters of jurisprudence. Ultimately, the decision rests with the deliberative panel. Zhou Ming naturally leans towards the former, as it aligns with the legal principles he ardently believes in, compounded by the fact that the defendant's counsel is none other than Zhang Wei, whom he had previously cast aside. Consequently, when the presiding judge ultimately pronounced a verdict of not guilty, Zhou Ming was not particularly taken aback. This outcome fell within the realm of his anticipated possibilities. What rendered his countenance momentarily ashen was not the verdict itself, but rather the realization that this judgment once again affirmed Zhang Wei's formidable capabilities. It validated the tremendous potential harbored by the young man he had once dismissed from Sanjiang. Why had he expelled Zhang Wei in the first place? Not due to any inadequacy on Zhang Wei's part. On the contrary, it was precisely because Zhang Wei was exceedingly competent. Despite his youth, he possessed a solid legal foundation, a sharp intellect, and an unwavering determination akin to a relentless pursuit of success. Zhou Ming had long discerned that, given time, Zhang Wei would undoubtedly emerge as a formidable contender for a partnership position. However, the partner slots at Sanjiang were limited. Each position represented immense profit and power, and Zhou Ming, with singular focus, aspired to elevate his own nephew, Zhou Wen. With Zhang Wei acting as an impediment, Zhou Wen's ascent was fraught with difficulty. Thus, a rationale had to be concocted to eliminate this promising talent. To clear the path for Zhou Wen, Zhou Ming did not hesitate to wield his influence, ultimately pushing Zhang Wei out of Sanjiang. And now, his nephew Zhou Wen, whom he had painstakingly supported, had just taken on his first case at the partner level, a cross-border e-commerce platform liability dispute amounting to nearly 10 million, and had suffered a catastrophic defeat. Zhou Li, armed with the firm's finest resources and an elite team, had found himself utterly bested by opposing counsel, who seized upon a nuanced application of the safe harbor principle, leaving them powerless and failing to achieve even the most basic litigation objectives. It was a veritable disgrace. Now consider Zhang Wei, cast out from Sanjiang, stripped of all possessions, eking out a living through dubious means. He undertook a case that everyone deemed hopeless. And what was the result? Not guilty. He had utterly overturned a seemingly ironclad guilty verdict. One was his carefully nurtured nephew, upon whom he had placed high hopes, yet remained mired in mediocrity. The other was the discarded pawn he viewed as an obstacle, who astonishingly showcased extraordinary talent. This stark contrast served as the most scathing of ironies, striking Zhou Ming squarely across the face. He had extinguished the rising star to pave the way for his unremarkable nephew. Now, this forsaken star shone with a dazzling brilliance in another realm, one that was painfully blinding to him. If only Zhou, when exhibited a modicum of merit, he might have brushed off Zhang Wei's radiance with a smile. Yet the unfortunate reality was that Zhou, when was utterly incapable of rising to the occasion. Just then, a knock echoed through the office door. Zhou Ming inhaled deeply, swiftly adjusting his slightly rigid expression to restore the authoritative demeanor befitting a senior partner at the law firm. "Enter," he intoned gravely. The door swung open, revealing his nephew, Zhou Wen. A hint of appropriate curiosity graced Zhou Wen's countenance. "Uncle, what is happening outside? It's quite noisy." Having just returned, he had noticed colleagues clustered in small groups within the communal workspace, animatedly discussing something. Intrigued, he had approached to listen, only to have them abruptly divert the conversation, insisting it was nothing. This struck him as peculiar. Upon hearing Zhou Wen's inquiry, Zhou Ming's expression darkened further. He cast a cold glance at Zhou Wen. "Address me by my title while at work." Zhou Wen felt a jolt of apprehension and quickly corrected himself. "Yes, Attorney Zhou." Zhou Ming gestured towards the illuminated screen before him, which displayed a still image from a concluded courtroom livestream. "Examine this for yourself." Review the recording thoroughly from beginning to end. Chapter 28. The envy of Zhou when heeding the instructions. Zhou approached the desk, his gaze fixated on the screen. The recorded trial of the Zhao Wang family poisoning case was playing. Initially, he was somewhat perplexed. However, upon spotting the familiar figure at the defense table, he was taken aback. Zhang Wei. What could possibly bring him to a trial of this magnitude? As the recording continued, Zhou Wen's brow furrowed slightly upon hearing the presiding judge articulate the rationale for the verdict, particularly the phrase facts unclear, insufficient evidence. When the final 5 words, not constituting a crime, were pronounced, Zhou Wen's pupils constricted sharply. Not guilty. He could scarcely believe his ears. The case involving the Zhao Wang family, the one with 3 lives lost and seemingly irrefutable evidence, it had been ruled as not guilty. The defense attorney was Zhang Wei. The professional smile on Zhou Wen's face faltered, replaced by a glimmer of incredulity in his eyes. Instinctively, he glanced up at Zhou Ming, who wore an impassive expression, his gaze icy. Now he understood the commotion outside. Zhou Wen's throat constricted as he endeavored to maintain the poise of an elite lawyer. Yet the shock within him was tumultuous. He steadied himself, carefully choosing his words, his tone tinged with an almost imperceptible skepticism. Lawyer Zhou, this verdict is indeed unexpected. A case involving 3 lives could transition from a life sentence in the first trial to an outright acquittal. He paused slightly, seemingly in search of more professional phrasing, yet a shadow flickered in the depths of his eyes. Zhang Wei, by what right? How could a man expelled from Sanjiang, a wretched outcast, possibly succeed in such a case? Could it be he had traversed some dubious path? Bribed the panel? These dark musings flitted through his mind, yet he transformed his doubts into a more professional inquiry. Does this verdict truly stand firm within the framework of legal principles? Has the panel's interpretation of cognitive ability and duty of attention perhaps leaned excessively in favor of the defense? He sought to steer the conversation towards a purely legal discussion, masking his true thoughts. However, Zhou Ming saw through him, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, mingled with an ineffable sense of disappointment and anger. Legal principles standing firm? Zhou Ming slammed his palm against the table, the sound resonating with an unsettling chill. Do you still have the audacity to discuss legal principles with me? He pointed an accusatory finger at Zhou Wen, chastising him with ruthless candor. The cross-border e-commerce case I entrusted to you had a stake of nearly 10 million. How many resources did the firm allocate to you? The top-tier team. And yet, you allowed the opposition to seize upon a detail regarding the safe harbor principle, utterly decimating your case. You couldn't even safeguard the most fundamental of claims. Tell me, where was your legal acumen in all of this? Zhou Wen's complexion turned pale in an instant. His lips moved, yet he found no words for rebuttal. The failure of that case was a stain upon his conscience, an indelible mark of shame. Zhou Ming, witnessing his dismay, felt his anger intensify and turned his finger toward Zhang Wei on the screen. Look at him again. Zhang Wei, for your sake, I expelled him from Sanjiang, leaving him with nothing, relying on that lowly endeavor of live streaming to make a living. What case did he take on? A case that everyone deemed a certain death, a solid ironclad case involving 3 lives. And what was the outcome? Not guilty. He has miraculously overturned the situation. Zhou Ming's voice trembled with emotion, a blend of astonishment at Zhang Wei's capabilities, regret over his previous misjudgment, and fury at his inept nephew before him. Look at you, and then look at him. One is my carefully nurtured successor, cultivated with all my resources. The other was discarded like refuse. And now, Zhou Wen lowered his head, his hands clenching quietly by his sides. Every word from Zhou Ming felt like a whip lashing against his face, stinging painfully. The stark contrast rendered him utterly humiliated. Yet, more than that, an unspeakable jealousy and resentment gnawed at his insides like a venomous serpent. Why? Why is it that Zhang Wei could achieve this? He had been cast aside. Why does he persistently emerge, ruthlessly slapping him in the face in this manner? Wasn't he meant to fade into obscurity, ultimately vanishing into the sea of humanity? Why does he still radiate such blinding brilliance? Zhou Wen's heart roiled with tumultuous emotions: jealousy, discontent, resentment, and even a hint of fear he was reluctant to acknowledge, all intertwining. Yet he maintained a fade of calm and composure befitting an elite lawyer, though the slight tightening of his lips and the rigidity of his jaw betrayed his inner turmoil. He could not afford to lose his composure, especially not in front of his uncle, particularly not due to Zhang Wei's influence. Zhou Ming, observing Zhou Wen's demeanor, saw through him like a transparent glass. Jealousy, discontent, and frustration over his own inadequacies threatened to spill from his eyes. He irritably waved his hand, ultimately suppressing a more severe reprimand. After all, he was still his own nephew, whom he had watched grow up. Zhou Ming opened a drawer, retrieving a document and tossing it onto the table. "This civil compensation case is yours to handle." His tone carried an air of command, laced with a barely perceptible fatigue. "Winning this would only serve your benefit." Zhou Wen picked up the document, the case title emblazoned on the cover. A quick perusal made the situation clear. An employee from an escape room committed suicide at home, with the family attributing the cause to work-related stress, thus suing the employer for compensation. Labor arbitration had already dismissed the family's request, citing a lack of direct causation. Now, the family was unsatisfied and wished to escalate the matter to court. Sanjiang was representing the defendant, the owner of the escape room. Zhou Wen briefly scanned the document. They had won the labor arbitration, and the evidence could not directly implicate their client. Wasn't this labor lawsuit a guaranteed win? Such a case in Sanjiang hardly posed a challenge. Zhou Wen's expression darkened. This case felt like an affront to him. Did his uncle truly believe he could botch even a case devoid of difficulty? He closed the file, striving to maintain a professional demeanor. Well, he deliberately emphasized the title. "This case appears to be rather straightforward. Would it not be more appropriate to assign it to a novice for practice?" The hint of defiance in his tone was unmistakable. "Straightforward?" Zhou Ming erupted in an instant, slamming his palm upon the table and glaring at Zhou Wen. "That cross-border e-commerce case. Do you also perceive it as simple? And what was the outcome? How many resources did the firm invest? We were utterly trounced. How could you still have the audacity to call it simple?" Zhou Wen's face flushed crimson before paling. That defeat was the greatest thorn in his heart. Being so ruthlessly confronted by his uncle left him seething with humiliation. His lips trembled, yet he could not muster a single retort. Zhou Ming observed his state, disappointment nearly spilling from his gaze. "Take it. This is to help you regain your confidence." He pointed to the file on the table, his tone frigid. "If you make any further mistakes on this case..." The unspoken words hung ominously in the air, and Zhou Wen felt a chill run down his spine. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed all feelings of humiliation and resentment, silently reaching for the file. He understood that any words he spoke now would be in vain. "Yes, Joel," he replied softly. "Leave." Zhou Ming waved his hand, unwilling to look at him any longer. Zhou Wen took the file and turned to exit the office. The moment the door closed behind him, his composure crumbled entirely. His hand trembled slightly as it clutched the file, eyes brimming with suppressed resentment. "Zhang Wei. Once again, it's Zhang Wei. If it weren't for his damned acquittal, how could my uncle treat me this way? In this wretched case, is this charity? I, Zhou Wen, a partner at Sanjiang law firm, am reduced to relying on such a case to regain my confidence." A profound sense of humiliation threatened to engulf him. He tightened his grip on the file. "Very well. Not only must I win this case, but I shall do so with elegance and alacrity. I will use this seemingly simple case to silence all dissenting voices. Then I will pursue genuine, significant cases. I will make it known to everyone that I, Zhou Wen, am no failure. I will make Zhang Wei understand that a momentary stroke of luck changes nothing. I am the future." Zhou Wen's eyes turned steely as he quickened his pace, heading toward his office. Chapter 29. Mission accomplished. The sound of the gavel still echoed in the air, with the crowd yet to disperse completely. Zhao Shujin rushed toward Zhang Wei, nearly tumbling over, followed closely by the tear-streaked Zhao Wangshi. With a thud, Zhao Shujin's knees buckled, and he knelt down before Zhang Wei. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Wangshi instinctively followed suit. "No, no." Zhang Wei swiftly intervened, stepping forward and firmly supporting the two elderly individuals, his strength unwavering. "Lawyer Zhang, you are our family's great benefactor," Zhao Shujian exclaimed, tears streaming down his face, his voice hoarse. He looked up at Zhang Wei, his eyes reflecting profound relief and immeasurable gratitude. Earlier you took pity on me and said there would be no legal fees." Zhao Shugan's voice trembled as he abruptly raised his hand and struck his own face. The sharp sound resonated. "At that time, I doubted you. I truly am a wretch. I deserve to be punished." He lifted his hand again. Zhang Wei quickly grasped his wrist, furrowing his brow. "Uncle Zhao, what are you doing? It's natural to have doubts before the case was resolved." Zhang Wei spoke sincerely, infused with a soothing tone. "My small law firm cannot compare to the prestigious firms in the capital in Shanghai. It is normal for you to feel uncertain." Yet, Zhao Shujin strained to free himself. Though he did not succeed, his determination unwavering. "Lawyer Zhang, please don't say that. The legal fees must be paid. It is imperative," he insisted eagerly. "I have over 100,000 at home. I will give it all to you. You must accept it. 100,000 is almost the entirety of their savings for this impoverished family." "Uncle Zhao, really you don't have to." Zhang Wei attempted to decline. This money felt too burdensome to accept. "Absolutely not," Zhao Shujin retorted, his neck stiffening, embodying the stubbornness characteristic of rural folk. "If you refuse, it means you look down on me. It means you think my money is tainted. You saved my wife's life. What is this amount in comparison?" Beside him, Zhao Wangshi, with her heavy accent, kept wiping her tears, mumbling indistinctly, "It must be given. It must be given." Caught in this emotional tug-of-war, Zhang Wei observed the unwavering resolve and earnestness in the elder's eyes, and he sighed softly within. He understood that this was not merely about the legal fee. It was a means for the elderly couple to express their gratitude and seek solace. To forcefully reject their offer would only burden them with a heavy debt of gratitude, leaving them even more distressed. "Very well," Zhang Wei finally relented. "Uncle Zhao, I will charge you according to the standard fees for lawyers in Jiangxing. It won't be that much. No, whatever the amount, it shall be honored," Zhao Shujin stated resolutely. "We cannot take advantage of you." Zhang Wei, feeling helpless, realized that insisting further would be futile. He retrieved his phone and pulled up his bank account number. "Then, let be as you say." Zhao Shujin received the number as if it were a treasure, yet he found himself in a quandary once more. He retrieved his smartphone, which had served him for 7 or 8 years, and clumsily prodded at the numbers displayed on the screen, his expression one of utter bewilderment. How does one accomplish this? It was evident that he had never engaged in mobile banking before. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of Li Mingyuan, who was quietly gathering his belongings in preparation to leave. Zhao Shugan's eyes lit up, and without a second thought, he hurried over, his tone nearly pleading. "Prosecutor, could you assist me with a favor?" Li Mingyuan paused, taken aback. He regarded the agitated elderly man before him, who was struggling to articulate his thoughts, and then glanced to Zhang Wei, who appeared equally at a loss, having just endured a courtroom session that had challenged some of his fundamental beliefs. He found himself now entangled in this scene filled with the rawness of human gratitude, leaving his emotions difficult to articulate. "What is it?" he asked, striving to keep his voice steady. "I wish to transfer a fee to Lawyer Zhang, but I do not know how to do this." Zhao Shujin extended his phone along with a slip of paper bearing the account number, his face alight with hope. Li Mingyuan fell silent for a moment, adjusting his glasses before accepting the phone and the note. There he stood, against the solemn backdrop of the courtroom, head bowed, fingers deftly navigating the keys of the old device. The process of the transfer proved somewhat cumbersome, requiring the input of a password and confirmation of details. Zhao Shujin, anxiously watching from the side, muttered repeatedly, "The password is my birthday." With patience, Li Mingyuan meticulously completed each step. "Done," he announced, returning the phone to Zhao Shujin. Thank you, prosecutor," Zhao Shujin exclaimed, tears of gratitude welling in his eyes as he rushed back to Zhang Wei, eagerly confirming. "Lawyer Zhang, did you receive it?" Zhang Wei's phone vibrated, signaling the successful transaction. He nodded in response. At that moment, Zhao Shujin and his wife felt as though they had accomplished a monumental task, exhaling with relief. They expressed their profound gratitude to Zhang Wei, nearly exhausting every word of thanks in their lexicon before slowly making their way out of the courthouse, supporting one another, observing their unsteady figures retreating into the distance. Zhang Wei felt a surge of emotion. At that instant, Li Mingyuan approached him, standing a few paces away. The courtroom had emptied, leaving only the two of them, the air thick with an unspoken tension. Li Mingyuan gazed at Zhang Wei, his expression deeper and more intricate than before. It seemed he wanted to articulate something. His lips moved slightly, yet ultimately, it culminated in a barely audible sigh. "Lawyer Zhang," he began, his voice somewhat hoarse. "Prosecutor Li," Zhang Wei replied with calm composure. "Prior to the hearing, I mentioned that addressing the cognitive gap was an exceedingly daunting task, with virtually no precedence in practice," Li Mingyuan stated slowly. He paused, his gaze resting on Zhang Wei's youthful yet composed countenance. "Now it appears," Li Mingyuan adjusted his glasses, his tone imbued with a reluctant acknowledgement. "I have relied too heavily on experience." He refrained from expressing admiration or offering congratulations. Yet this admission spoke volumes. This signifies a seasoned prosecutor's revision of his previous judgment and an indirect acknowledgement of Zhang Wei's capabilities. Zhang Wei slightly nodded, his expression still adorned with that professional, composed smile. "You flatter me, Prosecutor Li," he replied humbly. "The essence of law resides in experience, as well as in the continual adaptation to reality. I merely fulfilled my obligations." There was no trace of arrogance in his demeanor, as if triumphing in this highly publicized case was merely a matter of duty. Li Mingyuan regarded him intently. This young man possessed a poise that surpassed his expectations. "Perhaps," Li Mingyuan nodded thoughtfully, choosing to remain silent. "One hopes for another opportunity to encounter him in court." This statement carried profound implications. A rival, yet in some respects an expectation? "I await your call," Zhang Wei responded with unwavering confidence. Li Mingyuan did not linger, turning away with measured steps, departing from the courtroom. His silhouette bore an inexplicable weight, a reflection of contemplation stirred by the encounter. Zhang Wei stood rooted, watching Li Mingyuan's retreat, then glanced down at the bank notification on his phone. Over 100,000. A substantial sum. This was not merely a fee for legal services. It was the most heartfelt gratitude of his client, a significant medal in the tapestry of his professional journey. He tucked away his phone, grasped his briefcase, and a smile involuntarily lifted the corners of his mouth. In his mind, the cold chime of the system notification eagerly resonated. Ding! Host has completed the 3-star task, Innocent Redemption. Evaluating based on the host's performance in this case and the results of the appellate judgment. Chapter 30, S-Rank Evaluation, The Chain of Logic. Upon returning to his modest law office, Zhang Wei casually tossed his briefcase onto the desk. He sank into his second-hand ergonomic chair, closing his eyes as he silently recited. System, settle the task. Ding! A soft blue virtual screen unfolded silently. Task name, Innocent Redemption. Defense in the poisoning case of the wife of Zhao Wang. Task difficulty. 3 stars. Task summary. Zhao Wang's case of mistakenly using a pesticide bottle, seeking an acquittal in the second trial. Task requirements. To secure a not guilty verdict. Task evaluation, S rank. Task reward, 1,500 3-star achievement points. S rank, 1,500 points. Zhang Wei's heart skipped a beat. This evaluation exceeded all his expectations. It seemed that his performance in the trial, along with the societal impact of the eventual acquittal, had garnered the system's utmost recognition. 1,500 3-star achievement points. This was undoubtedly a substantial sum. He suppressed the elation within and concentrated. Open the skill mall. Filter for items redeemable with 3-star achievement points. Ding! The screen refreshed instantly, showcasing a plethora of skill icons and names that rolled before his eyes. Various legal-related professional skills, auxiliary tools, and even some extraordinary abilities to enhance thinking and eloquence dazzled him. Zhang Wei's objective was remarkably clear. As a lawyer, the core competitive edge always lay in the professional capabilities that could turn the tide of any case. Soon, a particular skill captivated his attention. Chain of logic, description, a perfect ability for logical deduction and construction built upon a vast array of legal cases and logical models by the system. Once mastered, the host will possess the extraordinary capacity to identify all logical fallacies, construct impeccable chains of evidence, and anticipate the direction of opponents' arguments. Price: 1,200 3-star achievement points. This was it. This was the very foundation upon which a lawyer's career is built. Redeem. Without hesitation, Zhang Wei proceeded. Ding. Consumed 1,200 3-star achievement points. Successfully redeemed. Chain of logic. The moment the announcement echoed, Zhang Wei felt a profound tremor within his mind. An indescribable sensation of coolness washed over him, as if enlightenment had struck, enveloping his entire cognitive center. Countless legal statutes, classic cases, and logical nodes exploded in his mind like stars, reorganizing and intertwining. His thoughts became unprecedentedly clear and sharp. Each idea sparkled like a precisely honed diamond, radiating the brilliance of reason. Zhang Wei slowly opened his eyes. The world seemed transformed. He instinctively revisited the recently concluded Zhao Wang poisoning case. Every detail of the trial, each confrontation between the parties, replayed in his mind with newfound clarity and depth. He could distinctly perceive every critical juncture in his arguments, as well as the unspoken potential rebuttals from prosecutor Li Mingyuan, and how he could respond even more flawlessly. This sensation was utterly profound, as if the computational speed and logical processing capacity of his entire brain had surged by several magnitudes. Zhang Wei murmured to himself, "Is this the chain of logical divinity?" He could sense that his mind resembled a finely tuned, high-speed instrument, capable of unraveling the most subtle clues and detecting minute inconsistencies in speech. A profound confidence, born from intellectual supremacy, welled up within him. The shadows of his past victimization lingered, and the instinct for self-preservation had never faded. Yet, he understood more clearly than ever that, as an attorney, his most formidable weapons would always be his expertise and intellect. The chain of logical divinity undoubtedly sharpened these tools to an even keener edge. The system, indeed, never failed to impress. Taking a deep breath to calm his slightly agitated spirit, Zhang Wei began to think rationally. The chain of logical divinity addressed the core issues of case analysis and argumentative construction. However, as a top-tier lawyer, he yearned for more. Thoughts flitted through his mind, such as the ability to dramatically enhance persuasive power and courtroom presence with the words become law, or the acute perception to identify key evidence and assist in its retrieval with evidence sniffer. Perhaps even a tool that would allow rapid acquisition and mastery of legal knowledge in a specific field, dubbed legal acumen. These were the very skills that could elevate his achievements as a lawyer and perhaps even instigate significant change. To attain these abilities, he required more accomplishment points, which could be earned by winning cases and completing tasks assigned by the system. Zhang Wei's gaze grew solemn. Despite being a top lawyer in his previous life, brimming with experience, he understood one fundamental truth. There are always greater talents beyond one's own, and even more formidable challenges await. Moreover, the efficacy of a lawyer in court ultimately relies on the foundation of evidence. Without evidence, no matter how potent the chain of logical divinity, constructing a hypothetical case would be a futile endeavor. The acquisition of evidence is often fraught with uncertainty and cannot be solved by experience alone. No matter how skilled he was, he could not conjure surveillance footage from thin air or compel a vanished witness to reappear voluntarily. At this juncture, another function of the system became particularly vital. Live legal education could yield legal value, which could then be exchanged for case clues. The recently concluded poisoning case of the Zhao and Wang family served as the perfect testament. Had it not been for the clues provided by the system, precisely directing him to that pesticide shop and alerting him to the potential concealment by the clerk, he might have entirely missed that crucial surveillance footage. Without that recording, not only would the appeal for acquittal be impossible, but even establishing negligence would be arduous. Though the system merely offered clues, the actual investigation and evidence collection remained his responsibility. Yet that hint often proved decisive. Ultimately, when it came to uncovering those elusive key pieces of evidence. The system was the true ace up his sleeve. He required more legal value. Upon checking his remaining legal value, he noted that he had accrued 387 points from his last live session, expending 300 points to exchange for clues regarding the Zhao and Wang case, leaving him with a mere 87 points. This amount was evidently insufficient to support the clue requirements for his next intricate case. It seemed that live legal education was an urgent necessity. However, there are more pressing matters at hand. The court session has just concluded, and the receipt for the delivery of the second instance judgment requires acknowledgement. It is essential to meticulously study each rationale presented in the judgment to ensure nothing is overlooked. Following this, the entire case file must be organized and archived, accompanied by the preparation of a comprehensive case summary report. This not only reflects a commitment to the client, but also serves as a valuable accumulation of professional experience. Zhang Wei methodically outlines his plans. Once these administrative tasks are completed, he will promptly prepare for the next live broadcast, aiming to earn legal awareness points and seek new case sources. Subsequently, through a series of victories, he will accumulate more achievement points to exchange for enhanced skills. Chapter 31. The emergence of the Slice Master and Luo Sanxiang's commentary in no time. The experts in video editing who had closely followed the live courtroom proceedings sprang into action. They swiftly crafted compelling short clips highlighting the dramatic moments of the trial, particularly Zhang Wei's defense statement and the presiding judge's verdict. Each clip was adorned with striking titles. Poisoning leads to 3 deaths, yet the perpetrator is acquitted in court. A stunning reversal in the second trial. The most powerful defense of innocence in history. Witness how a lawyer uses the theory of cognitive dissonance to overturn a solid case. A bloodshed triggered by an iced tea bottle. The intersection of science and humanity in the courtroom. Ignorance equals innocence? The cost of 3 lives. Where is the humanity in the law? These sensational titles, laden with controversy and discussion, spread like wildfire across various short video platforms and social media. Hashtags related to the case, such as Zhao Wang case acquittal, lawyer Zhang Wei, cognitive dissonance, poisoning case reversal, instantly surged to the trending topics. The online discourse erupted, dividing public opinion sharply into 2 factions. One faction vehemently opposed the verdict, deeming it an injustice to the victims. 3 lives are at stake. How can one be acquitted? Is the law merely a facade? Regardless of her understanding, the end result is that 3 individuals lost their lives. How can there be no responsibility? Ignorance is not a valid excuse. If this is the case, can murderers and arsonists claim ignorance of the law? This lawyer is merely exploiting loopholes, turning black into white. My heart aches for the victims' families. Where's their justice? Conversely, the other faction supported the ruling, asserting that it embodied the spirit of the law. The reasoning behind the verdict is clear. There was no intent, and the situation was exceptional. One cannot simply cast blame. The bottle itself was flawed, and those selling pesticides and overseeing its distribution share the responsibility. Why should a rural, elderly woman bear the brunt of it all? The law must consider both subjective and objective factors. It cannot solely focus on the outcome. The verdict reflects the law's compassion and attention to vulnerable groups. The defense attorney was truly remarkable, adeptly capturing the essence of the case and letting the evidence speak for itself. This case is far too complex to be viewed in black and white. The verdict is a result of comprehensive consideration. The debate between the 2 sides raged on, with a surge in public interest. Numerous self-media outlets and influential figures joined the fray, interpreting the case and analyzing the verdict. Among them was a renowned legal blogger known for his legal insights, Luo Sanxiang, whose livestream attracted a record number of viewers. Seated before the camera, wearing glasses and with his hair meticulously styled, Luo exuded calmness, embodying his characteristic warmth and rationality. Good evening, dear viewers. Tonight, we delve into the much-discussed second trial verdict of the Zhao Wang poisoning case. The outcome has indeed taken many by surprise, leaving some struggling to accept it. The unfortunate demise of the 3 victims is a heavy truth, one that deeply saddens us all. However, the judgment of the law is not solely concerned with the outcome. It must also consider the subjective state of the individual involved and whether their actions align with the elements defined by criminal law. He paused, picked up a book from the table, and gently tapped it. The crux of this case lies in the subjective aspect of the individual's conduct, specifically whether she possessed the intent to release hazardous substances or whether she exhibited negligence by failing to foresee potential dangers. The first instance judgment found her guilty of the crime of releasing hazardous substances, asserting that she acted with intent, or at the very least, recklessly allowed such an outcome to occur. However, in the second instance, the court accepted the defense counsel's argument, concluding that she neither possessed intent nor exhibited negligence in the criminal sense. What accounts for such a significant disparity? Luo Sanxiang adjusted his glasses as relevant pieces of evidence appeared on the screen. Surveillance footage, cognitive assessment reports, and statements from the village committee. The new evidence submitted by the defense was crucial. The surveillance footage established the source and context of the toxic substance, revealing no explicit warnings. The cognitive ability assessment and the village committee's statement systematically demonstrated the objective reality of Zhao Wang's low educational level and information isolation, which hindered her ability to recognize the critical risk that even after washing, a beverage bottle could still harbor lethal pesticides. These pieces of evidence mutually corroborated each other, significantly undermining the first instance finding of intent. Together, they constructed a robust chain of evidence pointing to a fundamental fact. Zhao Wang lacked the most basic awareness and foresight regarding the lethal risk posed by the residue in the bottle. Luo Sanxiang subtly shifted the focus. Objectively speaking, based solely on this evidence, reducing the charge from releasing hazardous substances to negligent homicide was already a substantial achievement for the defense. These pieces of evidence primarily negated intent, yet completely ruling out negligence, particularly in the legal sense of gross negligence, that is, failing to foresee when one ought to have, remains exceedingly challenging. After all, the toxicity of pesticides is common knowledge. So, why did the court ultimately adopt the defense's argument and declare her not guilty? A glimmer of admiration flickered in Luo Sanxiang's eyes. This brings us to the defense attorney's concluding statement, which can be regarded as the true stroke of genius. It transcended mere evidence presentation and legal analysis. The attorney approached the issue from a broader societal perspective, discussing the prevalent cognitive limitations in rural areas, the irregularities in pesticide sales, and the real dilemmas posed by the information gap. More importantly, he touched upon the warmth of the law and the compassion of the judiciary. He portrayed Zhao Wang within a specific social context and cognitive predicament, presenting her not as a villain, but rather as an ignorant individual, a common rural woman who, due to a series of objective factors and her own limitations, tragically committed a fatal error in a particular environment. This statement does not serve as an exculpation for criminal behavior. Rather, it elucidates the reasons behind the tragedy, appealing to the court to consider, beyond the cold statutes, whether the subjective reprehensibility of the individual has reached a level warranting penal intervention. It resonated with the collegiate bench, prompting the judges to contemplate more profoundly the intertwining of emotion and reason beyond rigorous legal logic, acknowledging that the ultimate purpose of punishment transcends mere retribution, encompassing education, warning, and a response to the complexities of societal realities. Thus, the final acquittal was not merely founded on solid evidence, but was propelled by that profoundly impactful and heartfelt concluding statement, which guided the collegiate bench in their decision-making. Luo Sanxiang took a sip of water, paused, and continued. The collegiate bench ultimately deemed it unrealistic to demand that Zhao Wangshi fulfill the ordinary duty of care, given her extraordinarily unique cognitive state and behavioral context. Although her actions resulted in grave consequences in terms of criminal law assessment, her subjective culpability has not reached the threshold necessitating criminal responsibility. It is imperative to emphasize, Luo Sanxiang underscored, that this consideration remains firmly within the framework of the law. It constitutes an exceedingly cautious judgment regarding the determination of culpability within the bounds permitted by law. Therefore, this acquittal is not only reasonable, but also just and lawful. A glimmer of admiration shone in his eyes. Indeed, We must also recognize the prowess of the defense attorney, who managed to uncover such a nuanced breakthrough in a case that appeared, at first glance, to be supported by irrefutable evidence and severe consequences. Through scientific facts, social investigations, and legal principles, he constructed a comprehensive defense system for acquittal, ultimately persuading the court with a powerful statement. This feat is no small achievement. The demonstrated professional competence, logical reasoning, and courtroom skills are nothing short of textbook exemplary. The young attorney Zhang Wei possesses abilities that are truly astonishing, and his future is boundless. The livestream's comments flooded in with excitement. It turns out that the final statement was the key. Attorney Zhang is remarkable, a masterstroke. I understand now. Even teacher Luo has affirmed it as reasonable and lawful. Those detractors can fall silent. Law is ultimately rooted in human sentiment, but the prerequisite is legality. This verdict is sound. Chapter 32. The national team is coming. Luo Sanxiang gazed at the barrage of comments, a wry smile gracing his face. Well, in conclusion, Teacher Luo wishes to remind everyone that the acquittal in this case was largely attributed to the specific cultural background, living conditions, and information deprivation of Zhao Wangshi, combined with the exceptionally skilled defense attorney, which ultimately garnered the court's recognition. These elements formed the basis for her lack of necessary cognitive capacity and subjective culpability. He gestured towards the screen. However, esteemed viewers, what are you currently engaged in? You're wielding smartphones connected to the internet, scrolling through short videos, and watching my live broadcast. Your avenues for information acquisition are entirely dissimilar to those of Zhao Wangshi. You possess the ability to obtain and comprehend fundamental safety knowledge. His tone shifted to a grave seriousness. Therefore, do not be under the illusion that having watched this case, should an incident arise, you can claim ignorance or misunderstanding. The very fact that you're viewing this live stream on your devices signifies that you do not meet the prerequisites of that cognitive gap. The law indeed considers different levels of cognitive ability, yet for ordinary adults capable of acquiring information through modern channels and possessing basic common sense, the law demands a higher duty of care and risk foresight. Do you understand? Thus, while it is permissible to listen to this case, to engage in legal education, do not entertain thoughts of emulation. The law is not a shield, nor is ignorance an all-encompassing excuse. Luo Sanxiang's words, laced with a hint of humor, yet profoundly serious, pierced through the complacency of many. The live stream's comments instantaneously filled with laughter. Teacher Luo struck a chord. I see now. I am unworthy of ignorance. This wave of legal education earns my utmost respect. As I watch the live stream on my phone, I am suddenly awakened. This legal broadcast, led by Luo Sanxiang, propelled the discussion of the Zhao Wangshi case to new heights. The ensuing public outcry, sweeping across the internet, had already transcended the digital realm. Just a day after Luo Sanxiang's live stream concluded, a prominent document co-signed by the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Affairs and the State Administration for Market Regulation was officially released to the public via official websites and major media platforms. The document's title stood out boldly: Urgent Notice on Further Strengthening the Safety Management and Legal Education of Pesticides and Other Hazardous Chemicals. The notice commenced by underscoring, recently, the highly publicized Zhao Wangshi case has sparked extensive discussions regarding pesticide safety management, usage regulations, and applicable legal issues. This case has revealed significant shortcomings and risks in certain regions concerning the sale, labeling warnings, usage guidance, and dissemination of safety knowledge directed at specific populations regarding pesticides and other hazardous chemicals. In order to profoundly learn from past lessons, draw parallels, and effectively safeguard the lives and properties of the populace while maintaining social harmony and stability, a decision has been made after careful consideration to notify the following matters. The notice emphasizes that all localities and relevant departments must attach great importance, swiftly deploy and implement measures, and ensure tangible results. Those who fail to perform their duties adequately, or who shift blame leading to safety incidents, will face serious accountability. Once this joint announcement was released, it immediately sparked a new wave of upheaval online. The national team has intervened. The Ministry of Agriculture and the State Administration for Market Regulation have jointly issued a document. The strength of this initiative is remarkable. The Zhao Wang case has indeed catalyzed policy changes. Lawyer Zhang Wei has indirectly played a significant role. It was high time for this oversight, particularly concerning the sale of agricultural chemicals in rural areas, where many practices lack regulation. The standardization of labels is of utmost importance. Furthermore, safety awareness campaigns are essential, and we hope they will be effectively implemented this time. Witnessing the state take action brings a profound sense of reassurance. The previously intense debates have begun to shift in light of the authoritative stance and practical actions of the national ministries. More individuals are now focusing on deeper social issues, such as the safety regulation of pesticides and legal education in rural areas. Although Zhang Wei's name did not appear in the official announcement, he undoubtedly serves as the pivotal fulcrum driving this transformation. His influence has extended beyond the courtroom to the realm of policy, subtly propelling incremental societal progress. After several days of busyness, Zhang Wei finally extricated himself from the aftershocks of the Zhao Wang case. That astonishing acquittal not only breathed new life into the elderly Zhao couple, but also propelled the moniker of the maverick lawyer Zhang into mainstream recognition, igniting a fervor across the internet. He realized it was time to seize the moment. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Wei adeptly opened his computer and logged onto the Langchao live streaming platform. Familiar with the back end of the live streaming interface, he clicked to start broadcasting. The live room, titled Maverick Lawyer Zhang Wei Online Legal Education, illuminated instantly. Almost simultaneously, the online viewer count skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket. 100, 500, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. Within mere seconds of launching, the viewer count surpassed 3,000. The barrage of comments flooded the screen like a burst dam, chasing rockets on a snail. Wow, the host is back. Has the missing person returned? Professional contradictor for 30 years. You actually remember to come back, host. I thought you had been abducted by a wealthy woman. Just want to make money, oh my host. I miss you so much. These past days without your streaming have been unbearable. So handsome, no friends. Zhang Wei is amazing. The Zhao Wang case was simply incredible. I've watched the trial recording 3 times. It's outstanding. Hunting tigers tonight, host. That poisoning case was executed flawlessly. My grandparents are now your fans. These comments came from familiar longtime viewers, their IDs recognizable and their tones warm. Soon after, more unfamiliar IDs surged in, and the content of the comments began to diversify wildly. Newcomer report. Is this the lawyer who got the poisoning murder case dismissed? I stumbled upon this and decided to take a look. Gossip frontline. I heard the host is quite extraordinary. Is that true? Keyboard warrior. TSK. To acquit someone for taking 3 lives, this lawyer has quite the audacity. Beauty is justice. Here to see the handsome lawyer. However, that hairstyle doesn't seem very formidable, does it? Is the host wearing a wig? The truth is singular. Clickbait brought me here. Let me see what extraordinary abilities this lawyer possesses. As he observed the rapidly scrolling comments and the surging audience numbers, Zhang Wei's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. Success. The overwhelming triumph of the Zhao Wang case had garnered him far more attention than he had anticipated. Over 3,000 viewers online, a feat he had never dared to imagine before. Now, he could be considered a minor internet celebrity, couldn't he? This case was bound to attract significant attention. Fame serves as the finest advertisement. He must work diligently to take on more impressive cases and firmly establish the reputation of being a legal maverick. Just wait. He cleared his throat, a signature warm smile gracing his face, and spoke into the microphone. Ahem. Good evening, dear friends. I apologize for keeping you waiting. I was recently occupied with a rather challenging case and have just concluded my efforts. His voice, transmitted through the airwaves, reached each audience member with clarity. Riding a snail, chasing a rocket. I understand. Big cases are crucial. I just want to make money. Thank you for your hard work, host. Watching your stream is the best way to unwind. Newcomer report. Did the host just finish that poisoning case? The internet is abuzz. Keyboard warrior. Challenging. I think it's more about exploiting legal loopholes than anything else. Zhang Wei glanced at the barrage of comments, directly ignoring those that were skeptical or sarcastic. He briefly addressed a few inquiries regarding the follow-up actions on the Zhao Wang case and his whereabouts over the past few days, satisfying the audience's curiosity. These were merely appetizers. He cheerfully stated, "All right, enough small talk. As is our tradition, friends in the live stream, feel free to pose any legal questions now. I am here to provide answers." Chapter 33. The return of Beef Brother with an ingenious question. As soon as the words were uttered, the seasoned members of the community sprang to life, eagerly contemplating what inquiries to pose. However, the newcomers appeared somewhat bewildered. Newcomer report, "What old rules? This is my first time. I don't understand." Gossip frontline. "Are there rules for asking questions? Can I just ask directly?" Justice and aesthetic. "Is this a free consultation? Or is it one of those paid services?" Keyboard warrior, a rogue broadcaster in a live stream, distorting the truth. "Are the questions in this stream serious?" At that moment, a familiar ID emerged once more on the screen, radiating an unmistakable air of suppressed resentment. Before the screen, I, Fahai, fixated on Zhang Wei's nonchalant visage, my jealousy igniting to the point of reddening my eyes. Why? That last enigmatic snake did not stump him. Instead, it led him to a guaranteed loss in a poisoning case. And what was the outcome? He miraculously overturned that case, acquitted. Now, the internet is flooded with news about this rogue lawyer, Zhang, with sensationalized headlines elevating him to the status of a deity. And what of me? My reputation lies in tatters. I can only hide in the shadows, watching this interloper who dances along the thin line of legality, basking in the attention and fame that should rightfully belong to me. No, I absolutely cannot allow him to glide through this unscathed. Taking a deep breath, I furiously tapped on the keyboard, my gaze darkened. I refuse to believe that this time I cannot challenge you. I don't eat beef. Host, I am back. I don't eat beef. This time, the question is quite simple. Just suppose. I don't eat beef. Suppose I am responsible for dozens of lives, yet I remain silent, concealing it all perfectly. I don't eat beef, and then, each time I'm sentenced to death for one of those lives, just before the execution, I voluntarily confess to another undiscovered case. I don't eat beef. According to the principle of leniency for confession and significant contributions, each confession could delay my death sentence, or even alter it. I don't eat beef. Wouldn't I then be able to prolong my life infinitely by confessing one after another, ensuring I never die? As this exceedingly intricate question was posed, the live stream erupted once more. The veteran members were delighted to see an old friend return, and the barrage of comments became lively once again. Riding a snail to chase a rocket. Here he comes. Beef Brother is late but arrives. This flavor is authentic. Professional contrarian for 30 years. I knew Beef Brother was brewing something sinister. His questions are always so intense. Just want to make money, as expected of you. I don't eat beef. Your question is so uniquely angled, it's giving me chills. So handsome, no friends. Impressive. This question is profound and thoughtful, though might be a bit life-threatening. Tonight we hunt tigers. Every time Beef Brother poses a question, I have to quietly take out my notebook to jot down notes, feeling that understanding it might. Well, never mind. Meanwhile, those newcomers, who had recently been drawn in by the Zhao Wang case, found their worldviews thoroughly shattered by this question. The tone of the comments shifted dramatically. Newcomer report. What on earth is this ridiculous question? Gossip frontline. Dozens of lives? Endless resurrection. Is this truly a question that carbon-based life forms could conceive? Keyboard warrior. Though it sounds absurd, there seems to be a semblance of logic. Can the law truly operate in such a manner? Aesthetic enthusiast. Help. Mommy. I'm terrified. Is it too late to call the police? This live stream is too intense. The truth is singular. Do not screenshot. Do not spread this. I am merely a passerby, and all statements made in this live stream are unrelated to me. Shivering. JPG. I am not a contrarian. Is this the realm of lawless renegades? I'm all in. As Zhang Wei observed the starkly divided comments on his screen, his brow furrowed imperceptibly. Here comes that I don't eat beef character again. This individual is relentless. The last time, The bizarre case of Fahai suppressing by Nyangzi and the issue of pregnancy immunity was peculiar enough. And now we have a scenario of death row inmates achieving infinite life. Is he genuinely curious, or is he merely here to stir trouble? Zhang Wei absent-mindedly tapped his fingers lightly on the table, his gaze subtly drifting over the barrage of comments. Is there something wrong? Why do they keep posing such nonsensical questions, even bordering on dangerously reckless speculation? Are they just eccentric viewers, or could they be competitors sent to disrupt? A flicker of doubt crossed Zhang Wei's mind. This question, seemingly ludicrous, conceals a lethal trap. With his extensive legal experience from 2 lifetimes, and having once stood atop the industry as a premier attorney, he had now spent 5 to 6 years as a practicing lawyer. He could easily discern the pitfalls hidden within this inquiry. From the perspective of statutory logic and judicial practice, the hypothesis put forth by "I don't eat beef" is not entirely implausible. Criminal law stipulates that if an offender exposes another's criminal activities, leading to their verification or provides significant clues that assist in solving other cases, they may receive a lighter sentence or reduced penalties. And those with substantial contributions may even have their sentences mitigated or waived. Moreover, for criminals sentenced to death, if they disclose significant criminal facts before execution or demonstrate other substantial achievements, this may lead to a postponement of their execution or even a commutation. Theoretically, if an individual were indeed responsible for numerous undiscovered homicides and could accurately provide a critical lead just before each execution, then the cycle of postponement, retrial, and commutation could genuinely be established. However, this is undoubtedly a treacherous trap. As a rising legal influencer, if Zhang Wei were to publicly acknowledge such extreme legal loopholes before thousands, or potentially tens of thousands, of viewers, and even elaborate on how to exploit these to prolong life, the consequences would be unimaginable. The live stream would erupt in chaos. Public opinion would spiral uncontrollably. The label of outlaw may transform from a somewhat humorous meme into a genuinely negative tag, potentially igniting perilous consequences. He harbors no doubts that, should he dare to nod in agreement, asserting its theoretical feasibility, an avalanche of screenshots and recordings will emerge, accompanied by sensational headlines, circulating throughout the internet. At that juncture, it would be considered fortunate not only to gain notoriety and secure lucrative cases, but also to avoid being banned by platforms or summoned for a chat by the relevant authorities. His claim of abstaining from beef is undoubtedly intentional. He seeks to dig a deep pit, eagerly awaiting his own plunge into it. Chapter 34. Cease, Azu. The world outside is full of dragons. Before the screen, Zhao Sihai observed the rapidly scrolling comments, a chilling smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This was the reaction he had been anticipating. Let us see how you will respond this time. I don't eat beef. Streamer? Why the silence? I don't eat beef. Is the question too difficult? Or perhaps it touches upon secrets that cannot be disclosed. I don't eat beef. Aren't you the so-called outlaw? Surely, you must comprehend such technical matters? Zhao Sihai's provocations were laced with an unmistakable sharpness, aimed at inciting Zhang Wei's ire. The rhythm of the comments began to shift, with an increasing number of voices questioning and urging. First line of melon eating. Streamer, please respond. Can you do it or not? The truth is singular. Could it be that you are genuinely a loss for words? I am not a contrarian. Waiting for the streamer to stumble. As the atmosphere in the live stream grew increasingly charged, Zhang Wei suddenly chuckled. That smile remained warm, even tinged with a hint of mischief. He let out a soft laugh, which rang clearly through the microphone, instantly quelling the clamor of comments. It seems our friend, I don't eat beef, possesses quite a profound understanding of our nation's death penalty review process. Zhang Wei spoke with a calmness that suggested he was privy to all truths. Your question, indeed, sounds intriguing, perhaps even enticing. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the screen, as if able to penetrate the digital veil and glimpse the person behind that username. However, rather than indulging in idle speculation of what-ifs, why don't we delve into a real case that has transpired? What do you say? Real case? The mere mention of those two words ignited the atmosphere in the live stream afresh. riding a snail, chasing a rocket. Here it comes, here it comes. The streamer's trump card. Real cases are always the pinnacle. ID, just want to make money. Hurry, hurry. I've already set up my little stool. ID, so handsome I have no friends. Using real cases to slap faces? I'm all for it. ID, rookie reporting. Is there still a master at play? Zhang Wei surveyed the comments, his smile deepening. Around the year 2009, he began to speak, his voice clear and steady. There was a criminal by the surname Chun, who was sentenced to death by the court for the crime of intentional homicide. The case had entered the final procedural stage of death penalty review at the Supreme People's Court. Just as the death warrant was about to be issued, this Chun suddenly had a stroke of genius. Before the execution of his sentence, he voluntarily confessed to the judicial authorities about a new murder. He claimed that he had previously killed another woman and buried her body in a specific location. ID, professional contrarian for 30 years. Wow. Is there really such a maneuver? ID, tonight, I'll hunt tigers. This is genuine life extension. Zhang Wei nodded and continued, stating that according to the procedures at that time, during the death penalty review period, if new criminal facts or evidence that could influence the conviction or sentencing were discovered, verification was indeed required. The court, having heard his testimony, in a spirit of accountability towards life and the law, had no choice but to suspend the execution of the death penalty. Subsequently, the police dispatched personnel to investigate and excavate the location he had provided. And what do you suppose happened? Zhang Wei deliberately kept everyone in suspense. Did they really dig it up? Could it be true? That would mean a significant breakthrough. Indeed, they unearthed a female corpse. Zhang Wei revealed the answer with a calm demeanor. The barrage of comments erupted in astonishment. Wow, this guy's incredible. A true survivor. Does that mean he won't face execution? Zhang Wei shook his head. However, a dilemma arises. Although a body was discovered, due to the passage of time, the lack of clues, and the limitations of investigative techniques at that time, there was insufficient evidence to definitively ascertain that this deceased individual was killed by Chun. In other words, his account of this new murder case could not be fully verified. Nevertheless, with the reinvestigation initiated, the process had to continue. Thus, 2 years slipped by in this turmoil. It took 2 years. This can be considered a successful extension of life. Indeed, Zhang Wei affirmed. As the so-called new murder case approached a conclusion, the evidence remained inadequate, prompting the resumption of the death penalty review process, inching closer to the final moment. Chun, employing the same old tricks, provided details of yet another new murder case. Again, is he addicted to this? This is like exploiting a glitch. The death penalty procedure had to be suspended once more. The police were sent again to verify the authenticity of his new clues. From that point onward, this became Chun's life-saving tactic. Whenever he sensed the execution was drawing near, he would narrate a new, yet often unverifiable, so-called old case. Each time he did, the judicial authorities, adhering to their meticulous standards, were compelled to reactivate the investigation and gather additional evidence. This led to repeated interruptions of his death penalty review process. By continuously recounting these so-called murder cases, Chun managed to delay his execution, which was originally slated for around 2009 until 2019, a full decade. Through this method, he prolonged his life by 10 years. As Zhang Wei concluded his narrative, the live stream fell into a brief silence, followed by a more intense explosion of comments. 10 years. He lived an extra decade? This is like a real-life Shawshank Redemption. No, even more absurd. My worldview is shattered. Can the law truly be manipulated like this? Zhang Wei observed the screen, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. At this point, are there any aspiring strategists among you who are beginning to feel a stirring within? Do you find yourself thinking, I understand now. Who would have thought one could exploit bugs to delay time? He mimicked the tone of those who might have just had an epiphany. Chasing rockets on a snail. Ha ha. Host, please refrain from scolding. I genuinely thought that way. Professional contrarian for 30 years. Oh no. The host has heard my innermost thoughts. Only wanted to make money. To be honest, I was just contemplating the feasibility of that operation. Zhang Wei's smile gradually faded, his expression turning serious. However, he emphasized, do not rush to conclusions. The revelation of Chen's case has swiftly garnered the utmost attention from our judicial system. Such behavior of exploiting procedural loopholes to delay the execution of death sentences evidently undermines judicial fairness and the dignity of the law. Therefore, in light of this situation, our Supreme Court and relevant departments have promptly optimized and refined the death penalty review process, particularly concerning the significant contributions or new confessions of death row inmates during the review period. A more expedient and efficient verification mechanism has been established. The objective is to seal this loophole while ensuring procedural justice. We must also prevent any further attempts to maliciously delay death sentence executions through similar tactics. First line of gossip, what? Optimized? So soon? There is only one truth. I knew it. The state would surely patch the bug. Following the process optimization, there remained a few hidden talents attempting to emulate Chun, hoping for a last-minute reprieve. The result? Zhang Wei spread his hands. Their new clues were swiftly verified. Those that needed exclusion were excluded, and those that required confirmation were confirmed, having no impact on the final execution timeline. Ultimately, those individuals departed as scheduled. Too handsome for friends. Ha! What a freebie. Going after the tiger tonight. Want to exploit a bug? The version has been updated, my friend. Zhang Wei gazed at the barrage of comments and concluded. So, to those still clinging to similar thoughts, Azus, it's time to cease your endeavors. Outside, there are only dragons. Chasing rockets on a snail. Haha. I give the host full marks for this quip. Azus, please stop. Professional contrarian for 30 years. Outside, there are only dragons. You've made me laugh to the point of losing my thoughts. Only wanted to make money. I've learned. The flaws in the law are not so easily exploited. Chapter 35 question. If I infringe upon a villain who is assaulting a beautiful girl, does that count as acting in the name of justice? Meanwhile, on the other side of the computer screen, Zhao Sihai fixated intently on the live broadcast, particularly on the face of Zhang Wei, which bore a subtle smile. He was taken aback. Zhang Wei's final remark, "The outside is filled with Jackie Chan's," resonated like a resounding slap, leaving his head buzzing. What did it mean? Had the version been updated? The meticulously crafted question he believed would ensnare Zhang Wei in a dilemma and spark public controversy was, astonishingly, outdated? Impossible. He recalled the case of Chun vividly. It was years ago when he faced expulsion from the law firm due to his indiscretions, teetering on the brink of losing his practicing license. At that time, his peers discussed the matter fervently in hushed tones. Everyone marveled at Chun's audacious manipulation of procedural loopholes to delay the death penalty. Some were astonished, others disdainful, yet unanimously they acknowledged that it had indeed transpired. He remembered distinctly that discussions surrounding the case had revolved around the inherent flaws in the procedure itself. Subsequently, he was entirely ostracized from the industry, wallowing in resentment over his failures and uncertainty regarding the future, hardly having the inclination to follow the lofty Supreme Court's latest judicial interpretations or the optimization of any trivial processes. Did those matters still hold significance for a man cast out like a stray dog? Could it be that during these years of self-pity and disconnection from the world, the loophole had truly been sealed? With a sense of absurd disbelief, Zhao Sihai seized his phone, his fingers turning pale from the pressure as he swiftly typed keywords into the search box. Death penalty review procedures. Optimization. Latest. Chun. Execution of the death penalty. New confessions from death row inmates. Rapid verification mechanism. Search results appeared one after another. The Supreme Court issued regulations on several issues concerning the handling of death penalty review cases. Chun's exploitation of procedural loopholes to delay the death penalty. Under the new mechanism, rapid verification, lawful execution. A profound analysis in a legal journal. The necessity and effectiveness of optimizing death penalty review procedures. The national judicial system had indeed swiftly optimized processes and established a rapid verification mechanism in response to the issues exposed by Chen's case. His once proud, life-sustaining bug had long been rectified. With a resounding crash, Zhao Sihai slammed his phone onto the table, the screen shattering into a spiderweb of cracks. Yet, he paid no heed to it. An indescribable sense of humiliation and fury erupted within his chest, like a volcano. He felt akin to a jester who had meticulously set a trap, only to discover that the prey had long circumvented it, even turning back to mock him. Why? Why was Zhang Wei always so composed? Why could he transform the pitfalls others dug into his own stage for performance? Watching the barrage of comments in the live stream. The host is amazing. Azu, back off. Zhao Sihai's eyes nearly ignited with rage. The accolades that should rightfully belong to him. It was he who conceived this brilliant question. It is he who ought to steer public opinion, rendering that individual, surnamed Zhang, quite uncomfortable. Yet now, all the limelight has been seized by Zhang Wei. Not only has he failed to embarrass Zhang Wei, but he has inadvertently become a stepping stone for the latter to promote legal knowledge, garner followers, and craft an image of a law-defying rogue. Jealousy, a potent, venomous jealousy, gnaws at his very soul. He envies Zhang Wei's youth, envies his eloquence, envies that damned composure that seems to penetrate all facades. He is even more envious of the popularity Zhang Wei commands online, as if he can summon the winds and rains. Zhang Wei, Zhao Sihai's teeth ground together, his face ashen, his chest heaving violently. He suddenly raised his hand and slammed his fist down upon the nearby mouse. Crack! The cheap plastic casing shattered, pieces flying in every direction. Yet, this did little to quell the fury and resentment boiling within him. Damn it! He growled, his gaze sinister. This time, consider yourself fortunate, but do not revel in it. I will surely uncover your flaw. Surely. Zhao Sihai fixed his gaze upon Zhang Wei's detestable smiling face on the screen, as if he wished to devour him whole. Just as Zhao Sihai was on the verge of an explosive outburst, the live chat was ignited by another heavyweight contender. Professional debater for 30 years, lawyer Zhang. Urgent assistance needed. A matter of utmost urgency. Professional debater for 30 years. Here, as the situation, I was strolling on the streets at night when I witnessed a man scheming against a young lady, attempting to commit an offense. Professional debater for 30 years. My anger surged, and I confronted the man. Brother, can I join you? Professional debater for 30 years. You want to believe it? The man, completely enthralled, actually agreed, saying, Sure, brother, let us go. Professional debater for 30 years. And then, here comes the key part. While he was unprepared, I intervened. Professional debater for 30 years. Lawyer Zhang, would you consider my actions as heroic? Can I request a banner or something similar? As these messages flooded in, the entire live stream felt as though it had been hit by a deep-sea bomb. After a brief silence, an avalanche of astonished exclamations and question marks ensued. Riding a snail, chasing a rocket. Only love in this life. Translation in progress. Just want to make money. I can't believe it. I was just on a subway watching an old man-ass phone. Debater brother, you've leveled up again. Keyboard warrior, this line of thought is refreshingly unconventional. It cannot merely be described as criminal. It's a direct invitation to self-incarceration. Too handsome for friends. I shall dub you the mightiest of strategists. Sacrificing oneself to save another, physically. Newbie reporting help. I cannot endure another second in this live stream. Mama, I want to go home. It's too terrifying. Only those not standing in the light are considered heroes, though, still, I respect you as a man. The truth is singular. It is not merely those who stand in the light that can be deemed heroes. Even heroes can stand in the nude. Even Zhang Wei, upon encountering these remarks, found himself momentarily taken aback. His finger hovered in the air, his eyes widened slightly, and the habitual smile at the corners of his mouth stiffened momentarily. Good heavens! This live-streaming room is truly a haven of hidden talents. No, it is a veritable gathering of dragons and phoenixes. Are there truly masters among us? With 30 years of expertise in argumentation, this individual is undoubtedly a heavyweight among heavyweights. He inhaled deeply, swiftly readjusting his expression, and once again donned that signature, slightly mischievous smile. Ahem. Zhang Wei cleared his throat, leaning slightly forward as he scrutinized the question at hand. To this friend who claims to have been a professional debater for 30 years, your inquiry is quite imaginative. Are you, my good sir, intending to immerse yourself in the fray and stage a uniquely captivating tale of heroism and rescue? Zhang Wei's tone was laced with playful mockery, yet his gaze remained earnest. Chapter 36. Are there more experts? This live stream is quite intense. First and foremost, we must clarify a fundamental issue. What was your motivation for infringing upon that man at the time? Zhang Wei extended a finger and gently tapped the table. Hypothetically, if your intention was indeed to intervene against the perpetrator assaulting that lady in order to rescue her, then perhaps your intentions could be brushed with the notion of heroic intervention. However, Zhang Wei shifted his tone, emphasizing his point. The method you chose, my friend, was undeniably excessively harsh. Your actions were absolutely extreme. A grave mistake. First on the scene, haha. The host is being far too diplomatic. It was more than just a bit extreme. There is only one truth. Contrarian brother. As long as I have retaliated against the perpetrator cannot be judged. You must understand that even if that man was indeed a rapist in the act of committing a crime, the law does not grant you the authority to retaliate or punish him using the same means. We cannot repay evil with evil, for even a criminal possesses fundamental human dignity and sexual rights, which are protected by law. The punishment of criminals is a matter for the law, requiring judicial proceedings. None of us have the right to privately, especially through acts of sexual violence, harm or deal with another individual, even if he is a criminal. I did it to save that woman. Wait. Lawyer Zhang, let me interject. I was fighting desperately to save that woman, and it was an accident. Truly just an accident. This should not be considered intentional infringement, right? As soon as this comment appeared, the live stream erupted in commotion, riding a snail to chase a rocket. Dude, this professional contrarian for 30 years, fellow above. You are quite the passionate person. I just want to make money. I find it hard to refute this reasoning. Passerby, I understand now, out of the hospital. Zhang Wei noticed this comment and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Yet he maintained his composure. To my friend, I did it to save that woman. Your assertion of accident. Well, in legal terms, the determination of subjective intent is indeed crucial, but it must also be considered alongside objective evidence. Let us return to the question posed by professional contrarian for 30 years. Zhang Wei swiftly redirected the conversation. More importantly, based on your description, if you were able to infringe upon that perpetrator, does it not imply that prior to the act of infringement, you had subdued him through other means, such as physical force? He gazed into the camera, as if directly questioning the inquirer. If that is the case, then the necessary force you employed to prevent him from committing the crime and protect the victim, such as striking him, may fall within the realm of justifiable defense or heroic intervention. However, Zhang Wei reiterated, the crux lies in what transpired after subduing him. If you have successfully subdued a perpetrator and they have lost their ability to resist, yet you continue to inflict harm upon them, whether driven by a desire for vengeance on behalf of the girl, or perhaps due to some personal proclivities of a rather peculiar nature, Zhang Wei carefully considered his words. This would constitute an independent criminal act. Keyboard warrior, highlighting the point. If you strike after subduing them, the nature of the act changes. Newbie reporter, understood. Rendering someone unconscious is permissible, but not well, chasing rockets on a snail. Got it. No physical intrusion, but one can still manipulate. Professional contrarian for 30 years. Is that how we interpret it? I'm starting to have doubts about my own intellect. According to our nation's current criminal law, Zhang Wei continued to elucidate the act of coercion committed by a male against another male, while not typically classified as rape, may fall under the category of forced indecency. Generally, this is punishable by imprisonment of up to 5 years or detention. Too handsome to have friends. 5 years contrarian brother. Serve your time well and strive for a reduced sentence. Tonight, we hunt tigers, sacrificing oneself for 5 years to save another. What a steep price, Zhang Wei added, his tone softening slightly. Of course, considering that your actions objectively prevented a more serious crime and saved that girl, it does reflect a commendable act of bravery. When the court determines the final sentence, they will take into account various factors, such as your subjective malice, the means employed, the consequences incurred, and whether you voluntarily surrendered or performed meritorious deeds. Typically, they may impose a lighter or reduced sentence. However, a crime is a crime, and that is indisputable. Therefore, my friend, Should you encounter such a situation again, after subduing the perpetrator, please contact the authorities immediately and leave such professional matters to those qualified to handle them. Do not put yourself in harm's way again. The risks are far too great. Professional contrarian for 30 years. Understood. Thank you, Lawyer Zhang. I'm just going to know. I'm merely inquiring. Just asking. To save that girl, Lawyer Zhang, what about my query? I surely cannot be deemed as having subjected her to subjective violation, right? Can I request a commendatory banner? Zhang Wei rubbed his forehead, feeling a slight throb at his temples. This cohort of online friends is truly something else. He redirected his gaze to the screen, spotting the previously outrageous comment. Well then, let us revisit the inquiry posed by To Save That Girl. Zhang Wei's voice carried a hint of barely concealed fatigue, mingled with an exasperated amusement. Your predicament sounds even more convoluted than that of the professional contrarian for 30 years. He paused, gathering his thoughts, beginning with the heroic struggle, confronting the enemy head-on, then amidst the opponent's thrashing him? Is this something a person could even conceive? Zhang Wei's expression grew serious as he lightly tapped his fingers on the table. My friend, you are questioning whether this constitutes subjective violation, seeking to emphasize your lack of intent. Am I correct? The crux of the matter lies in the fact that this carelessness is not easily established within the confines of the law. Riding a snail in pursuit of a rocket. Here it comes, here it comes. The host is about to begin. Just wanted to make money. This question exceeds the syllabus. It truly exceeds the syllabus. Keyboard warrior. I simply wish to know, how careless must one be? What angle and force are required? Doghead for self-preservation. Chapter 37. Another case arises. Zhang Wei disregarded the banter in the comments and continued. In legal terms, determining whether an action constitutes a crime heavily relies on subjective intent, commonly referred to as intention versus negligence. However, he emphasized, this intent is not merely a matter of one's own declaration. Claiming it was an accident does not inherently make it so. It necessitates a comprehensive assessment, taking into account all objective evidence, the course of actions, and the general common sense and reasoning of ordinary individuals. Consider this. Zhang Wei leaned slightly forward. In such a specific context, you are naked and the other party is pinned down, largely incapable of resistance. And then occurs, such an incident. Do you believe that the police officers responsible for investigating the matter, or the judges sitting in court in the future, would readily accept that this was entirely an accident? The truth is singular, indeed. The imagery is too vivid. Who would believe it was an accident? No, friends. Just looks. Unless you can prove that a magnitude 9 earthquake occurred at that moment, it's quite difficult to explain, isn't it? Just like our earlier analysis of the scenario involving professional debate for 30 years, Zhang Wei connected the two cases, emphasizing that the core issue lies in the actions taken after subduing the perpetrator. Once you have effectively neutralized the threat to the girl, the subsequent actions must be evaluated independently. Even if your initial intention was to save someone, if non-consensual, coercive behavior occurs after the other party has lost the ability to resist, even if you argue it was an accident, resulting from struggle. It is quite possible that you could be implicated in sexual assault. The notion of accident carries a hint of Zhang Wei's resigned warning. In judicial practice, it is often deemed a weak and unconvincing defense. This particular action typically requires specific conditions and movements to occur, and attributing it solely to an accident and the other party's struggle is logically and experientially untenable. Newcomer report, I've learned that accidents are not an all-encompassing shield on the front lines, so the conclusion remains. Criminal charges? Zhang Wei nodded. Precisely. Your earlier struggle to save a life is commendable, an act of valor without question. If you were injured in the process, you might even apply for relevant rewards and protections. This could become a significant factor for the court to consider in mitigating potential penalties should you face charges later. However, this does not directly negate or exempt you from the potential criminal actions that may follow. The law assesses each phase of action independently. Therefore, dear friend claiming I acted to save that woman, Zhang Wei's tone became earnest. Your bravery deserves commendation, but the subsequent actions carry an exorbitant risk. Moreover, The argument of accident is highly unlikely to hold water. Next time, or rather, I hope there will never be a next time. But in the event of encountering a similar situation, please remember, after subduing wrongdoers, the paramount concern is to maintain a safe distance and immediately notify the authorities. Absolutely. Under no circumstances should you embellish the scenario with any peculiar theatrics, particularly after such a raw confrontation. It is all too easy to transition from being a valiant hero to a suspect of forcible molestation. Zhang Wei exhaled deeply, leaning back against his chair. Well, today's two cases contain quite a substantial amount of information. They are indeed quite severe, he half-jokingly summarized, reiterating to the audience of aspiring heroes in the live stream that while acts of bravery should be encouraged, they must always be conducted within the parameters of the law. Act within one's capabilities. Let wisdom prevail, and after subduing crime, please, without hesitation, hand it over to the police. Do not add any drama, and certainly do not attempt any extreme measures that seek to combat violence with violence or end crime with crime. Chasing rockets on a snail. In summary, as long as I do not lay a hand, I shall forever remain a hero. Professional contrarian for 30 years. Understood. Next time, I'll just knock them out and call the police. I did it to save that woman. Got it, Lawyer Zhang. Thank you, silently lurking, just want to make money. This legal education live stream is exhilarating. It feels like I'm constantly on the brink of criminality. No wonder I follow this streamer. Suddenly, a dazzling dragon soaring across the seas effect erupted in the center of the screen, with a golden dragon swirling majestically. User seeking justice sent dragon soaring across the seas X1. Immediately, a barrage of comments began to roll in. Seeking justice, Lawyer Zhang. I particularly admire your handling of the Zhao Wang's poisoning case. Seeking justice, I have a case I would like to consult with you about. I wonder if you could represent me? Before Zhang Wei could thoroughly read the comments, they began to scroll rapidly. Chasing rockets on a snail. Wow. Dragons soaring across the seas. The wealthy lady has appeared. Just want to make money. Streamer, quickly thank the gift. The benefactor has arrived. Too handsome for friends. Here it comes. The streamer is attracting genuine clients with skill. The dragon soaring across the seas is a gift valued at 1,000 yuan. It appears this time it is either a benefactor or a significant opportunity. Zhang Wei, smiling gently into the microphone, expressed his sincere gratitude to the friend seeking justice for the dragon soaring across the seas gift. He paused, glancing at the consultation comment. Of course, you can consult. If convenient, we could arrange to connect and discuss in detail, as it would be more efficient. Meanwhile, in a luxurious apartment in Jiangcheng, Zhou Wenzheng sat before his computer, his countenance dark as he watched Zhang Wei's live stream. Ever since that day when his uncle Zhou Ming had severely reprimanded him and ordered him to watch Zhang Wei's trial recordings, he had inexplicably started following Zhang Wei's live stream account. Upon discovering that Zhang Wei was still engaging in such cyberbegging antics, he felt a profound sense of disdain and contempt, a stray dog cast out by the Sanjiang. Yet, his uncle's words echoed in his ears. Zhang Wei's damned not guilty verdict was like a thorn deeply embedded in his heart. Knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in every battle. Zhou compelled himself to suppress his disdain as he fixated on the screen. Upon witnessing a request for fairness accompanied by a gift, along with expressions of admiration for the Zhao Wang case, even a desire to seek consultation, his countenance darkened significantly. How could this be? That case had merely been a stroke of luck. Now there were individuals approaching him due to that very case. A potent mixture of jealousy and resentment threatened to overflow from his eyes. No, he absolutely could not allow Zhang Wei to continue his unimpeded success. Zhou's fingers flew across the keyboard as he switched to a different alias. In the next moment, a bold, highlighted message, laden with malice and mockery, abruptly sprang forth. Strikingly conspicuous. Chapter 38. Scandal exposed? The origins of Ghost blowing the lantern. Brother, you smell wonderful. My friend, don't be fooled by that streamer appearing to be formidable with the Zhao Wang case. Brother, you smell wonderful. In truth, this streamer is notorious in our Jiangcheng. known only by the infamous moniker Jiangqing, ghost blowing the lantern. Brother, you smell wonderful. He specializes in dubious practices, swindling and deceiving. Long ago, he was disavowed by our city's top Sanjian law firm. Anyone who believes him is a fool. Jiangqing, ghost blowing the lantern. Disavowed by Sanjian law firm? These phrases instantly dampened the previously vibrant atmosphere of the live stream. The barrage of comments momentarily paused. Riding a snail, chasing a rocket. What is happening? Jiangqing, ghost blowing the lantern? Disavowed by Sanjian? Is there a scandal? Professional contradiction for 30 years. Goodness. Is something big about to unfold? Please elaborate. Brother, you smell wonderful. I just want to make money. Is this true? Defamation carries legal consequences. Zhang Wei's brow furrowed. He realized he was facing a rival attempting to stir trouble. Before the screen, a young girl named Li Shui, who had just sent a gift, felt her heart sink upon reading the comment. Jiangqing, ghost blowing the lantern? Swindling and deceiving? Disavowed by a top law firm? Her flickering hope was extinguished in an instant. Her sister's death was inextricably linked to that mysterious room's owner. She yearned for justice, yet the reality was grim. Under the owner's honeyed words and manipulation, she first sought labor arbitration, only to lose due to alleged insufficient evidence and a lack of direct causal connection. Unwilling to accept defeat, she sought to file a lawsuit. However, after consulting several lawyers, they all shook their heads upon hearing she wished to pursue a labor lawsuit post-arbitration defeat, especially when they learned the case stemmed from her sister's suicide due to work pressure rather than typical wage disputes. They deemed her case almost hopeless from a labor dispute perspective and refused to take it on. Could it be that this seemingly formidable streamer was merely an illusion, akin to those others? Yet, what of the overturned Zhao Wang case? Confusion filled Li Shui's heart. Zhou observed the barrage of comments, a smug smile curling at his lips. Yes, just like that. Hesitate. Doubt. It would be best if they simply fled in fear. His fingers danced once more, ready to stoke the flames further. Brother, you smell wonderful. Seeking justice, listen my advice. This kind of person has no moral boundaries when it comes to money. Don't be deceived. Zhang Wei noted the silence of a user seeking justice while observing the comments. He raised his cup, took a leisurely sip, and smiled. It seemed everyone was quite intrigued by my streamer nickname. He gazed calmly into the camera. The title Jiangqing, ghost blowing the lantern, and the news of being disavowed by Sanjian law firm are indeed true. Zhang Wei stated calmly, I am meticulous in handling cases, striving to unearth every detail. The result? Often, I uncover elements that even the client desperately wishes to bury. For instance, a seemingly trivial lawsuit concerning noise disturbances led to the revelation that the client was the principal suspect in a P2P fraud case, resulting in their immediate detention in court. Another instance involved representing a wealthy heir in a civil compensation lawsuit, only to uncover evidence of drug-impaired driving and intentional pedestrian collisions, which escalated the matter from a civil to a criminal case, culminating in a 20-year sentence. In yet another case, an appeal for a reduced sentence in a severe injury case unveiled clues related to drug trafficking, ultimately transforming a 15-year sentence into an immediate death penalty. Zhang Wei recounted these astonishing accomplishments with nonchalance, shedding light on the origin of his moniker, not as a con man, but as one who delves deep, unearthing the hidden crimes of his clients. The Sanjian law firm deemed him unlucky, perpetually attracting trouble, and thus sought to optimize his presence. The discussion in the live stream ignited once more, not with skepticism, but with awe. Chasing rockets on a snail. Wow. So this is what ghost blows out the light means. It's not about deception. It's about exceptional skill that targets the wicked. Passerby, a goodness. This is practically a nemesis to criminals, a natural purifying force. Father, is Sanjian law firm blind? How could they dismiss a lawyer capable of uncovering the truth? I am the king of kings. So, it seems only those with guilty consciences fear the host, right? Zhang Wei's expression turned ashen with anger as he read the comments. Damn it. Instead of tarnishing his reputation, they had inadvertently crafted an image of him as a paragon of righteousness. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Shui felt her breath quicken. The earlier fear and doubt dissipated like smoke. She understood. This lawyer was not a fraud. He genuinely possessed the prowess to unearth the truths hidden in darkness. Why had previous lawyers turned her away? Because they only saw the defeat in labor arbitration, fixated on finding evidence within that dead end of labor disputes, leading them to believe there was no hope. But Zhang Wei was different. His ability to dig deep and unearth incriminating evidence was precisely what she needed. She did not wish to be ensnared in the confines of labor law. She sought to prove that the employer's actions had directly led to her sister's tragedy. This required deeper, more comprehensive investigative skills. Other lawyers were either incapable or unwilling to pursue such avenues. But this ghost blows out the light, and Jiangxing might truly be able to help. If her sister was an innocent victim, then Zhang Wei's unconventional and thorough investigative approach was her last glimmer of hope. Tears shimmered in Li Shui's eyes, yet determination shone brighter. She grasped the mouse, her fingers trembling as she typed. Seeking justice, Lawyer Zhang, I believe in you. Seeking justice, may I connect with you now? I wish to discuss my sister's case in detail. I want to enlist your help in suing that employer. Zhang Wei nodded, signaling for seeking justice to begin the connection. Soon, the live broadcast split into two, revealing a video window on the right featuring a young girl, none other than Li Shui. She appeared to be in her early 20s, her complexion wan and haggard, dark circles accentuating her eyes, which were veined with crimson. Yet, within her gaze lay an almost obsessive fervor and anticipation. Mr. Zhang. Hello. Li Shui's voice trembled, as if she had summoned immense courage. Zhang Wei replied gently. Greetings, Ms. Li. There is no need to be anxious. Please take your time. Li Shui inhaled deeply, striving to compose herself, and succinctly recounted her situation. Mr. Zhang. It is as follows. My sister was studying at university in Jiangxing. After graduating, she worked at a popular escape room in Jiangxing. However, due to the pressures of her job, she succumbed to depression and took her own life 7 months ago. Her voice quivered with emotion. I confronted her employer, but he denied any responsibility and even suggested I file a lawsuit against him. I subsequently applied for labor arbitration, hoping to hold him accountable, but I lost the case. I watched the recorded trial of your victory in the Zhao Wang case and was truly impressed by your prowess. Therefore, I wish to inquire if I might engage your services to help me sue that employer. Chapter 39, Another Ironclad Case. Am I truly being treated as a fool? Li Shui succinctly concluded her statement, and immediately, the barrage of comments in the live stream began to surge. Yet this time, the majority of voices were steeped in skepticism and confusion. Chasing rockets on a snail. Huh? Your sister suffered from depression and committed suicide, and now you're suing the boss? This seems rather difficult to connect, doesn't it? Only wanting to make money. The causes of depression are intricate and multifaceted. Familial and personal experiences can significantly influence it. How can one directly blame the employer? Professional contrarian for 30 years. Since the labor arbitration resulted in a loss, it indicates that official institutions do not recognize the employer's liability, right? This lawsuit appears challenging. Too handsome for friends. While I empathize with this sister, legally speaking, holding the employer accountable for an employee's suicide is exceedingly difficult to prove. Passerby, it sounds like a tragedy, but seems largely unrelated to the employer, unless there was abusive behavior involved. Zhang Wei observed the comments and then glanced at Li Shui, whose eyes sparkled with both hope and trepidation. He revealed no inclination on his face. He calmly inquired, Ms. Li, could you elaborate on the specifics of your sister's employment? What precisely does work pressure entail? What were the main reasons for the labor arbitration's unfavorable outcome? Upon hearing Zhang Wei's willingness to listen rather than outright refusal, a flicker of hope reignited in Li Shui's eyes. She hastily began to elaborate. My sister, Li Ming, joined a popular escape room called Nightmare Theater over a year ago, where she worked as an NPC actor. The owner of that establishment, in pursuit of a so-called unique feature, crafted a script specifically for my sister titled The Redeemer. This script was profoundly oppressive, laden with themes of guilt and self-punishment. What was even more outrageous was that the owner mandated my sister to wholly immerse herself in the role of this Redeemer for 24 hours a day. It wasn't just during work hours. Even after clocking out and in her daily life, she was required to maintain the character. Initially, my sister found it refreshing, but over time, she began to exhibit troubling changes. She became taciturn and mentally disoriented, ultimately leading to a diagnosis of severe depression after a hospital examination. I confronted the owner, questioning why he imposed such perverse demands. To my shock, he was incredibly arrogant, mocking us and declaring that this is for the sake of art and that it is your own psychological resilience that is lacking. He brazenly told me, "If you have the guts, go ahead and sue me. Take it to labor arbitration and see who listens to you." Li Shui's voice quivered with emotion. I was infuriated at that moment, and I was indeed coerced into applying for labor arbitration. However, the arbitration committee stated that we could not provide sufficient evidence to establish a direct, legally recognized causal relationship between work pressure and depression, resulting in our defeat. Attorney Zhang, I watched the recordings of your trial in the Zhao Wang poisoning case, and I was immensely impressed. You can find breakthroughs in seemingly impossible situations. Therefore, I wish to inquire if there is any hope left for my sister's case. I want to sue that owner and ensure he faces consequences. Could you possibly represent us? As the details emerged, the tone of the comments in the live broadcast underwent a dramatic shift, with voices of anger and sympathy overshadowing previous skepticism. Riding a snail, chasing a rocket. What the hell? A 24-hour role immersion? Is this some kind of macabre script? Is a boss a devil? This is not mere work pressure. It's mental abuse. Just want to make money. The Nightmare Theater? I think I've heard of it. It's quite popular. I never imagined such darkness lurked behind. Utterly repulsive. Professional contrarian for 30 years. Although proving causality legally is challenging, such demands are inherently inhumane. I support the sister in suing him. Wealthy sister, look at me. My heart aches for this young woman. Streamer, take action. Such a boss must be held accountable. Too handsome to have friends. While it's tragic, the demands of this boss are exceedingly perverse. However, legally proving that the boss caused a suicide seems quite difficult. Doesn't it? Suing boss 007? But this is far worse than 007. Bystander, and no wonder the arbitration failed. Merely discussing work pressure is insufficient. This boss clearly has issues. Zhang Wei furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing Li Shui's detailed account. If this case were merely viewed through the lens of labor disputes and work pressure, it indeed mirrored the sentiments of the previous lawyers and the arbitration committee. Its prospects for success appeared bleak. The difficulty in proving causality stood as the greatest obstacle. However, the notion of a 24-hour role immersion and the script of a redeemer. These details transcended the boundaries of normal labor management. With his years of professional experience, it resembled a form of psychological manipulation disguised as work. He turned to Li Shui and inquired, "Before you approach me, after the labor arbitration defeat, did you consult other lawyers about filing a lawsuit in court?" Li Shui's eyes brightened suddenly, and she nodded eagerly. "Yes. I consulted several." Zhang Wei pressed further. "What did they say? Did they all tell you that since you lost the labor arbitration, your only recourse is to file a labor lawsuit, continuing to pursue the labor dispute?" Yes. Exactly. Li Shui's excitement intensified, as if she had found a kindred spirit. "You guessed it right, Lawyer Zhang. They all said that this case could only be pursued as a labor lawsuit, but they also mentioned that from the perspective of labor disputes, the evidence is insufficient. The causality difficult to prove, and the chances of winning are minimal. None of them were willing to take it." Zhang Wei understood. You had already gone through the labor arbitration process. After losing, it was natural to file a labor lawsuit as the next step, a legal procedure that any lawyer would recommend. Yet these lawyers only saw the standard procedural answer and failed to recognize the case's extraordinary elements. Although he had begun to grasp some unusual key points, the information remained too scant, and many hypotheses could not be substantiated. Without a thorough understanding of the dossier and evidence, he could not easily make any promises. Zhang Wei adjusted his posture, adopting a serious and professional tone. "Ms. Li, your case is indeed quite complex and differs from some of the cases I've handled previously. If you genuinely trust me and wish to entrust me with this case, mere live streaming and communication will not suffice. I shall send you the address of my law firm through the back end shortly. It is imperative that you make time to visit me at your earliest convenience. as we need to discuss matters in person. Additionally, please gather all pertinent materials related to this case, including, but not limited to, your sister's employment contract, work records, chat logs, hospital diagnosis certificates, labor arbitration rulings, and any evidence you believe may be relevant, and bring them for my review. Upon hearing this, Li Shui's face lit up with excitement and anticipation. She nodded vigorously, her eyes glistening with tears. Thank you, Attorney Zhang. I am immensely grateful for this opportunity. She took a deep breath and added, however, Attorney Zhang, I am currently not in Jiangsheng, as I have some matters to attend back home. I may need a couple of days before I can come see you. Would that be acceptable? Zhang Wei nodded. That is perfectly fine. Take care of your matters and come as soon as you can. Please travel safely. Yes. Thank you. Attorney Zhang. Li Shui expressed her gratitude profusely before ending the call. Chapter 40. Jiangxing University of Political Science and Law as Li Shui elaborated on the case details, particularly mentioning the name Nightmare Theater and the specifics of the labor arbitration loss. On the other side, Zhou Wen, who had been secretly observing, was suddenly overtaken by an unbelievable ecstasy that replaced the gloom and disdain etched on his face. Could it truly be the case concerning Nightmare Theater? A surge of joy coursed through Zhou Wen's heart. This was precisely the case entrusted to him by his uncle, intended to restore his confidence. A case so straightforward that its success rate could be deemed 100%. He could not fathom any reason for defeat. To his astonishment, the employee's family had sought out Zhang Wei, and Zhang Wei, the individual who had fortuitously won a criminal case, dared to tackle such a clearly defined labor arbitration case? Had he lost his mind? A cold smirk crept upon Zhou Wen's lips. The crux of this case lay in a labor dispute, with the evidence chain favoring his client unequivocally. The arbitration outcome was irrefutable. What could Zhang Wei possibly counter with? His so-called skills in digging pits through ghost stories? Such tactics would be utterly ineffectual against this solid case. It was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. He had been yearning for a chance to publicly crush Zhang Wei in court, to redeem himself from past humiliations, and now the opportunity had presented itself. This time, he would personally represent the case, employing impeccable evidence and logic to utterly dismantle Zhang Wei. He would ensure that everyone witnessed who the true elite lawyer was. Above all, he needed to demonstrate to his uncle that the Zhang Wei he favored was, in his presence, utterly unworthy of consideration. After disconnecting from the live stream, Zhang Wei privately messaged Li Shui the address of his law firm through the back end. He gently reassured her not to be overly anxious, advising her to first handle her family matters and to exercise caution when coming to Jiangxing. Subsequently, he engaged enthusiastically with the viewers in the live chat, providing clear and insightful answers to several representative legal questions. Unbeknownst to him, the time in the lower right corner of the screen quietly slipped towards 10 o'clock at night. Zhang Wei glanced at the viewer count, which had astonishingly surpassed 7,000 at its peak. The enthusiasm remained high. If he were a professional streamer, this would be the golden hour to capitalize on momentum and reach new heights. Yet, Zhang Wei was evidently not among them. The routine he had cultivated over years in his past life was deeply ingrained. Even in this rebirth, it had not changed. Thank you all for your companionship. This concludes today's live stream. Zhang Wei succinctly announced. I will notify everyone in advance regarding any new case analyses. Good night. Before his words had fully settled, he decisively shut down the live stream. Instantly, the chat was flooded with a barrage of questions and pleas for him not to leave. Yet Zhang Wei could no longer see them. Leaning back in his comfortable gaming chair, Zhang Wei exhaled a long, deep breath, finally relaxing the tension that had gripped him throughout the night. He closed his eyes, his thoughts stirring. System, open the task panel. Ding, a cerulean glow, reminiscent of a holographic projection from a science fiction film, silently unfurled before him, visible only to his eyes. The interface of the light screen was designed with striking simplicity, yet imbued with an aura of futuristic technology. At the pinnacle, a line of dazzling digits strikingly captured his attention. Legal value, 6,728 points. Zhang Wei's gaze fell upon the legal value, and a subtle smile involuntarily graced his lips. Over 7,000 individuals online, and within a mere 2 hours, he had amassed more than 6,000 points in legal value. This efficiency surpassed the initial phase of his live broadcast by more than tenfold. It seemed evident that fame and influence were indeed the true traffic codes of the legal system. In this age of the internet, the swift dissemination of notoriety was undoubtedly best achieved through live-streaming snippets and short video promotions. This thought briefly flickered through his mind. It appeared that video editing and promotion should be prioritized. He pondered. While personally undertaking the editing allowed for precise control over the content, it was labor-intensive and inefficient. Moreover, as cases increased, the intricate organization of legal documents, case research, and even the preliminary drafting of appeals and defenses urgently necessitated a capable assistant to share the burden. Perhaps it was time to recruit an assistant, Zhang Wei mused. Coincidentally, it was graduation season. Tomorrow he would return to his alma mater to see if he could entice a naive and earnest law student to join him. As his thoughts flowed, he casually clicked into the back end of the Langchao live streaming platform. The private message icon was aglow, displaying a staggering 99. Zhang Wei opened it and was immediately inundated with a barrage of inquiries and greetings that flooded the screen. He shook his head in exasperation. If he were to respond to each one individually, he would be up all night. Better to wait until he found an assistant before tackling this overwhelming task. He resolutely abandoned this impractical notion. After a brief refresh, Zhang Wei lay in bed. Yet his mind continued to replay the events of the evening's live broadcast and the case of Li Shui. The nightmare theater, immersing in roles for 24 hours. Losing the labor arbitration. These keywords swirled endlessly in his mind. Tomorrow, in addition to recruiting at his alma mater, he ought to commence preparations for Li Shui's case as well. As the night deepened, Zhang Wei, filled with visions of the future, slowly drifted into slumber. The following morning, sunlight filtered through the mist, illuminating Jiangxing. After a quick freshen up, Zhang Wei drove back to his alma mater, Jiangxing University of Political Science and Law, a place both familiar and somewhat foreign. The grand entrance remained, as he remembered, on the spacious, tree-lined avenue. Groups of young scholars rode bicycles or strolled with books in hand, chatting and laughing. The vibrant faces exuded a fearless and fervent spirit unique to youth. Zhang Wei stood at the entrance, momentarily entranced by the sight. It had been over a decade. He had transitioned from a weary middle-aged man back to this age brimming with limitless possibilities. How wonderful it was to be young. Just as he was lost in thought, a uniformed security guard approached him. "Sir, may I ask what brings you here?" The guard's gaze bore a hint of scrutiny. For nearly a decade, he has served as a security guard at Jiangxing University of Political Science and Law, adeptly attending to the comings and goings of individuals. His discerning gaze immediately recognizing that the person before him resembled neither a naive student nor a member of the faculty. Zhang Wei regained his composure and retrieved 2 items from his briefcase. A somewhat worn student ID adorned with a photograph of his youthful visage, and a pristine lawyer's practice certificate. "Greetings. I am an alumnus of Jiangxing University of Political Science and Law, and I currently practice as an attorney." With a gentle smile, Zhang Wei expressed his desire to return to his alma mater to recruit a recent graduate from the law program as his legal assistant. Jiangxing University of Political Science and Law enforces stringent regulations, making it challenging for outsiders to gain entry. Typically, students and faculty access the campus through facial recognition or swipe cards. Chapter 41. Becoming an Internet Celebrity? What a delight! The security guard received the identification documents and meticulously verified them, especially scrutinizing the embossed seal and number on the lawyer's practicing certificate. Once he confirmed their authenticity, he returned the documents to Zhang Wei, whose status as an esteemed lawyer softened the guard's demeanor considerably. "Ah, it is you, Attorney Zhang. My apologies for the oversight." After a brief pause, a smile graced the guard's face. "Your timing is impeccable. The university is hosting a recruitment fair for recent graduates in the lobby of the library today, and numerous companies are in attendance, creating quite a lively atmosphere." "A recruitment fair?" Zhang Wei raised an eyebrow, finding this unexpected news to be a delightful stroke of fortune. Under ordinary circumstances, it would be quite challenging to recruit individuals. But a fair like this presented a plethora of eager candidates. What serendipity! The guard adeptly operated the access control system and opened the pedestrian gate for Zhang Wei. "Attorney Zhang, please proceed." "Thank you," Zhang Wei replied gratefully as he stepped into the campus he had long been away from. Everything felt so familiar. He navigated through a few pathways with ease, arriving at the office building that housed the Career Guidance Center, a place etched in his memory. In the office of the Career Guidance Center, a teacher responsible for the recruitment fair welcomed him. After briefly explaining his purpose and presenting the necessary documents, Zhang Wei completed his registration without a hitch. The teacher handed him a number tag. "Attorney Zhang, here is your booth number, A37, located in the left section of the library's first-floor lobby." "Thank you, teacher," Zhang Wei said as he accepted the number tag and made his way directly to the library. Upon entering the first-floor lobby of the library, he was greeted by a vibrant transformation. Recruitment booths from various companies lined the area, with students dressed in formal attire, clutching their resumes, weaving through the crowd, pausing to inquire, or engaging in hushed conversations. The atmosphere was lively, tinged with the unique tension of graduation season. Following the guidance of his number tag, Zhang Wei swiftly located his modest booth, consisting of a simple table and 2 chairs. He placed his briefcase on the table and took a seat in one of the chairs. After a moment's thought, he retrieved a sheet of A4 paper and a marker from his bag. With a few swift strokes, he crafted a succinct recruitment notice that read, "Seeking a legal assistant. Requirements: recent law graduate. Salary to be discussed." He secured this impromptu advertisement in the center of the table with an empty water bottle. After completing these arrangements, Zhang Wei leaned back comfortably in his chair, his gaze sweeping over the youthful faces in the lobby, which, though somewhat inexperienced, brimmed with hope. His objective was clear: to entice no, to recruit a sufficiently naive and earnest, oh no, rather a diligent and promising law student. Perhaps due to the stark simplicity of his booth, lacking even a proper pull-up banner, Zhang Wei found himself seated for over half an hour without a single student approaching to inquire. During this time, a few students did wander by, drawn by the throng, but none stopped at his booth. However, as their gazes traversed the handwritten A4 recruitment notice weighed down by a plastic water bottle, a peculiar expression simultaneously graced their faces. Without uttering a single inquiry, they promptly turned to the adjacent booths, adorned with vibrant decorations and an abundance of promotional materials. Zhang Wei observed this with a sense of helplessness. How could he have known that Jiangxing University of Political Science and Law would fortuitously host a recruitment fair for recent graduates today? He had come entirely unprepared, his hands empty. According to his initial plan, he intended to first locate a student council officer from the law school and request their assistance in disseminating the information within the student group. Subsequently, he would find a vacant classroom and, armed with his eloquence, charm a few aspiring youths. Thus, he had made no preparations for items such as roll-up banners or brochures. Now, amidst the throng of people and the dazzling displays of competing enterprises, his modest booth appeared starkly out of place. Just as Zhang Wei pondered whether to stand up and draw attention like a vendor at a market, a middle-aged man in a tailored suit, his hair slicked back, approached with a thermos in hand. He casually plopped down onto the empty chair beside Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei furrowed his brow, regarding this uninvited guest. The man placed his thermos on the table and glanced at the recruitment notice, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Young man, a lawyer? Is your recruitment so casual?" Zhang Wei maintained a composed demeanor. It was a spur-of-the-moment decision, poorly prepared. "May I ask who you are?" The middle-aged man retrieved a business card from his suit pocket and handed it over. "Wang Chuyang, Operations Director of Xingmang Media." He scrutinized Zhang Wei, a glimmer of shrewdness in his eyes. "Lawyer Zhang, you were the defense counsel for the Zhaowang poisoning case, were you not? Your recent legal live streams have garnered quite a following." Wang Chuyang leaned forward slightly, lowering his voice while brimming with enthusiasm. "Lawyer Zhang, forgive my candor, but being a lawyer is arduous. Late nights and overwork are the norm. If you win a case, it's well and good, but should you lose, not only is your reputation at stake, but your income may also waver. The risks are high, and offending people is a daily occurrence." He paused, a glimmer of opportunity flickering in his eyes. But you are different. You have momentum, the sensational Zhao Wang case as a talking point, and your image and eloquence are top-notch. Join us at Xingmong Media, and we will provide you with a professional team for branding, content planning, and promotional services all in one. Wang Chaoyang grew increasingly animated, as if envisioning Zhang Wei's future as a prominent online influencer. Just think, 1 million followers is merely the beginning. In due time, endorsements and commercial collaborations will flow in abundantly. The income from a single live stream could surpass what you earn after a year of laboring over legal cases. Luxurious cars and homes, financial freedom. That is the lifestyle young people should aspire to. What do you say, Lawyer Zhang? This opportunity is far superior to manning this modest booth in search of an assistant. Zhang Wei listened quietly, his face still bearing a professional smile. An influencer? Live streaming? What he is currently engaged in is starkly different from the transformation described by Wang Xiaoyang. Zhang Wei, in his previous life, was a man standing at the pinnacle of the legal profession domestically. His endeavor in legal education through live streaming is merely the beginning of his journey to reclaim glory and uphold his legal convictions. The notion of becoming a mere tool for others to garner traffic is met with disdain. I appreciate Director Wang's good intentions, yet Zhang Wei's tone remains gentle, yet distant. He expresses contentment with his current role and has no immediate plans for transformation. Wang Xiaoyang's enthusiasm instantly froze, his smile becoming rigid at the corners of his mouth. He had not anticipated such a decisive and unhesitant rejection from Zhang Wei. He gazed deeply at Zhang Wei, his expression a complex mix of regret and a hint of condescension, as if he were an elder reflecting on the follies of youth. After a moment, Wang Xiaoyang shook his head, pocketed his business card, and spoke with a barely perceptible air of disdain. Young man, while ambition is commendable, it often clouds one's perception of reality. Rising, he picked up the thermos from the table and, as he prepared to leave, added with significant undertones, "The path is yours to choose. In time, you will understand what you relinquished today." With that, Wang Xiaoyang departed without a backward glance. Zhang Wei watched him leave, his heart untouched by the encounter. This minor episode was insufficient to disrupt his plans. His gaze returned to the stream of young scholars passing by, as he continued to await his destined companion. After Wang Xiaoyang's departure, the atmosphere at Zhang Wei's booth returned to its previous desolation. Just as he began to contemplate whether to rise and draw attention to himself, a voice, tinged with hesitation and nervousness, broke through the silence. "Excuse me. Hello. Are you looking to hire a legal assistant?" Zhang Wei looked up at the sound. Before him stood a young woman, clutching a stack of resumes, her demeanor slightly awkward as she regarded him. Chapter 42. Su Wanru. Zhang Wei was momentarily taken aback. At long last, someone had arrived. He swiftly composed himself and lifted his gaze to the young woman before him. Sunlight streamed through the glass windows of the library hall, casting a gentle halo around her. Clutching a stack of resumes, her fair cheeks flushed slightly with nervousness, and her eyes reflected a blend of trepidation and uncertainty. "Are you here to apply for the position of legal assistant?" he inquired, an enthusiastic smile instantly brightening his face. He gestured toward an empty chair beside him. "Please, have a seat. This marks the beginning of our first endeavor. It must be secured." Upon hearing his words, the young woman seemed to exhale a sigh of relief. She complied and settled into the chair, maintaining an upright posture. Gently placing her resume on her lap, her fingers curled unconsciously, betraying her inner turmoil. At that moment, Su Wanru's heart raced with anxiety. Since her junior year, she had plunged into the torrent of internships, leaving her mark in the legal departments of prestigious firms and reputable law offices within the industry. The experiences listed on her resume gleamed like resplendent metals, appearing dazzling and impressive. Yet, only she understood the bitter struggles and humiliations concealed beneath that polished facade. Perhaps it was sheer misfortune, or perhaps her appearance attracted undue complications. In every company she had interned with, those seemingly respectable superiors had, without exception, attempted to impose their inappropriate advances upon her. Fortunately, having learned a few self-defense techniques from her grandfather, she was not one to passively endure. In the face of their sordid intentions, she had invariably retaliated without hesitation, ensuring they grasped the reason behind the bloom of a flower. However, such actions had dire consequences. Her reputation was irrevocably tarnished within that small circle. In a clash between her vehement resistance and the slanderous fabrications spun by those former supervisors, the so-called prestigious companies and law firms naturally favored the latter, placing their trust in those wielding authority. The ongoing recruitment fair had once again made her acutely aware of these invisible barriers. Whenever HR personnel encountered her name on the resume, alongside those seemingly glorious yet tumultuous internship experiences, their expressions shifted to one of profound significance, swiftly followed by polite yet resolute rejections. Before her stood a modest law firm booth, unassuming and somewhat shabby, yet a flicker of hope ignited within Su Wanru. Perhaps here she might be granted an opportunity? It was so inconspicuous. Surely, it would not be plagued by the same nauseating undercurrents of unspoken rules. Taking a deep breath to steady her voice, she endeavored to sound composed. "Hello, esteemed teacher. Here is my resume." With that, she extended the topmost document with both hands. "My name is Su Wanru, a recent law graduate from Jiangxing University of Political Science and Law." She paused, seemingly fearful of being misunderstood, and hastily added, "I am an undergraduate. However, rest assured, dear teacher, I have successfully passed the legal examination. I am now officially qualified to practice." Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei felt a surge of joy within. A fresh graduate, yet having passed the legal examination, this truly felt like a stroke of fortune. One must understand that the difficulty of the legal examination is akin to the Everest of the legal realm. The vast majority of law students devote themselves entirely to preparing for 1 or 2 years post-graduation, often enduring multiple setbacks before they can finally attain success. To pass the examination during undergraduate studies, particularly before graduation, is indeed a rarity, a gem among scholars, an elite among the elite. Such exceptional talent, not only would he, with his modest one-person law firm, be eager to recruit, but even the most prestigious law firms in the industry would vie for such an intern. After all, the political and legal department of Jiangxing University is firmly positioned among the top 5 in the nation. How could she possibly lower herself to join my humble stand, which lacks even a proper promotional poster? Zhang Wei's thoughts raced, yet his demeanor remained composed as he accepted the resume. Su Wanru, Jiangxing University, major in law. Recent graduate, academic performance, GPA 4.65, top 3 in major, honors, national scholarship, outstanding student leader at the university. Best debater in the National University Mock Court Competition. Professional qualification, passed the National Unified Legal Profession Qualification Examination, Certificate A. Internship experience. The more Zhang Wei read, the higher his eyebrows involuntarily arched, his astonishment swelling like a tide. This resume shone with brilliance, dazzling his eyes. Jiangxing University, among numerous higher institutions of political and legal studies nationwide, firmly holds its place in the top 5. The value of its law program is self-evident. Attaining a GPA within the top 3 at such a prestigious institution is a testament to Su Wanru's extraordinary learning capabilities and solid professional foundation. Not to mention the weighty achievement of having already secured the Certificate A of the legal examination. Furthermore, her impressive array of internship experiences includes exposure to the legal operations within large corporate legal departments, as well as practical experience in renowned law firms, dealing with real case processes. This is the epitome of a top-tier newcomer template. With such an impressive background, why would she condescend to apply for a position at my fledgling law firm, which is still in the conceptual stage of establishing a formal office? Could it be that she is part of an ambience-enhancing initiative sent by the organizers of the job fair? Zhang Wei suppressed the myriad of questions swirling in his mind and raised his gaze to meet Su Wanru's, his eyes harboring a subtle scrutiny. During the brief moments Zhang Wei devoted to meticulously reviewing the resume, Su Wanru felt her heart leap to her throat. She could distinctly sense his gaze sweeping over her resume line by line, each slight pause resonating against her taut nerves. She was apprehensive, fearing the reflection of a familiar disdain in the eyes of the other recruiters. She found herself yearning for an opportunity, one that would allow her to apply her hard-earned knowledge in a stable environment, rather than living in constant trepidation of her superiors' repugnant advances. Even if this law firm appeared modest, perhaps even shabby, she would accept it, provided it offered her a serene workspace. Nearby, Wang Xiaoyang's gaze was magnetically drawn to Su Wanru as she approached Zhang Wei's humble stall. He narrowed his eyes, observing her with a seasoned scrutiny, thoroughly appraising her from head to toe. Ah, this girl is truly exquisite. Her skin is fair and delicate, akin to the finest mutton fat jade. Her features are exquisitely crafted, resembling a meticulously sculpted masterpiece, devoid of any flaw. She possesses a tall and well-proportioned figure, radiating youthful vitality. Particularly captivating is the unique blend of a student's innocent aura and the subtle hint of stubbornness that graces her brows, creating an enchanting charm. Truly, she is a rare gem among mortals. Chapter 43. In a world of social mingling, the most crucial skill is the ability to fight. Wang Xiaoyang has navigated the vibrant and bizarre realm of media for many years. He has encountered all varieties of beautiful women, those with voluptuous curves and those with delicate frames. Enchanting and charming, innocent and appealing, a kaleidoscope of femininity. Yet, it is rare to find someone like Su Wanru, who possesses not only stunning beauty and an alluring physique, but also exudes a profound scholarly aura. Her demeanor, both pristine and unique. Particularly striking are her eyes, clear and bright, imbued with a hint of naivete and innocence, while subtly concealing a tenacious vigilance and resilience deep within. Wang Xiaoyang contemplated privately, recognizing that with such beauty and grace, if she were to join our Xinguang media, with a little guidance and marketing, she would undoubtedly soar to fame, becoming the new key to attracting attention. At that time, he mused, this young girl, fresh from her studies and inexperienced in the world, would be the easiest to manage. A few sweet words of flattery, some elusive promises of resources, would she not willingly comply? This path certainly holds more promise than toiling as a beleaguered legal assistant in a law firm. Holding his signature thermos, he pretended to sip tea, yet his peripheral vision remained fixed on Su Wanru. Zhang Wei laid down her resume, mustering a smile that he believed was just right, gentle yet tinged with an undeniable curiosity. Ms. Su, he began, I must say your resume is exceptionally impressive, even outstanding. Upon hearing the first part, Su Wanru felt a slight relief. However, the turning point in his tone, coupled with the subtle probing undertone, made her nervously clench her fingers resting on her lap. Forgive my boldness, but may I ask, Zhang Wei continued calmly, with your remarkable GPA, pre-approved legal exam scores, and what can only be described as extensive internship experience, applying to those prestigious law firms renowned in the domestic legal circle should pose no significant challenge. Why then would you consider a firm like ours, which appears to be in its nascent stages? Instinctively, Su Wanru tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her movements slightly awkward as she sought to mask her embarrassment. Those large companies, she hesitated, her voice barely above a whisper. I'm not quite accustomed to them. Zhang Wei paused, momentarily taken aback. Are today's youth truly this forthright? He gazed into Su Wanru's eyes, noting their clarity and innocence. However, he did not press further. With an opportunity at hand, why concern himself with the reasons? This was indeed a stroke of good fortune. Regardless of her motivations, the priority was to bring her on board first. Subsequently, Zhang Wei casually posed several questions regarding specific professional issues on the resume, as well as practical operations that a legal assistant might encounter in their daily duties. Although Su Wanru appeared somewhat anxious, her responses were coherent and fluent, which increasingly pleased Zhang Wei. The foundation of her knowledge is indeed solid. The information on her resume seems entirely genuine. This opportunity is substantial. So, he expressed with a satisfied smile, your professional prowess has exceeded my expectations. Remarkable. With that, he unabashedly gave her a thumbs up. Upon observing Zhang Wei's gesture and appreciative gaze, Su Wanru felt an exhilarating rush of joy. Success. There's potential. She subtly relaxed her tightly clenched fists. However, just as she was basking in her triumph, Zhang Wei's tone shifted. But Su Wanru's heart dropped, instantly rising to her throat. The relief she had just felt was abruptly replaced with tension. She gazed anxiously at Zhang Wei, awaiting the content that would follow the butt. Zhang Wei's smile faded, and his expression turned serious. To become a competent legal assistant, or even an outstanding lawyer in the future, mere proficiency in professional skills is far from sufficient. Su Wanru bit her lip and quickly inquired, What? What else do you think is necessary, teacher? Zhang Wei leaned back slightly in his chair, gazing deeply at her, and slowly posed the question, What is the most important thing in this world? Su Wanru instinctively replied without hesitation. This answer seemed etched in her very being. The most vital thing in this world is to possess power, to have connections. Bang! Zhang Wei slammed the table forcefully. Incorrect. Su Wanru was momentarily taken aback, not comprehending where she had gone wrong. Wasn't he that right? Wasn't this a famous line from a movie? Was the teacher merely engaging her in a playful test of her adaptability? How could it be wrong? Seeing her bewildered expression, Zhang Wei's lips curved into an enigmatic smile. In this world, what ultimately matters is knowing how to fight. To fight? Su Wanru was utterly confounded. What does fighting have to do with applying for a legal assistant position? Does this teacher intend to recruit a bodyguard? Observing her adorably perplexed demeanor, Zhang Wei continued, Indeed, the law is a weapon. However, by the time you wield this legal weapon, you will likely have already endured some blows. To avoid being struck, or rather, to minimize the blows you take, you must first learn how to fight. This fight does not imply physically confronting others. Rather, it equips you with the confidence to stand your ground and the capability to make those who might consider bullying you contemplate the consequences. Each word from Zhang Wei resonated within Su Wanru like a hammer, striking her heart. She gasped, her eyes wide with astonishment. Power? Connections? Fighting? What do these concepts even have in common? This teacher, why does he speak so unconventionally? She felt she needed to expand her understanding. Su Wanru stammered, Well, actually I have a slight understanding of martial arts. Zhang Wei couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Martial arts? He gazed at Su Wanru's fair, delicate, and seemingly innocent visage, then shifted his attention to her slender arms and legs. Surely, this girl must be mistaking calisthenics for martial arts. Or perhaps her interpretation of fighting was merely the playful tussles typical among young girls. With her naive and innocent demeanor, her claim of being able to fight sounded more like a poor attempt at humor. Just as Zhang Wei was about to utter something to break the rather peculiar atmosphere, the neighboring stall's Wang Chaoyang could no longer contain himself. He observed Zhang Wei conducting interviews for what felt like an eternity, with a charming beauty seated before him, who seemed hardly inclined to sign with an obscure little law firm. Opportunity knocks but once. Wang Chaoyang cleared his throat, holding his thermos, and gracefully arose from behind his stall. Wearing what he believed to be his warmest and most approachable smile, he strolled leisurely towards Zhang Wei's booth. Hello, fellow student. Are you seeking employment? Chapter 44. No, you truly know how to fight. Zhang Wei furrowed his brow, yet his good upbringing prevented him from interrupting Wang Chaoyang's words immediately. Su Wanru glanced at Zhang Wei and, seeing no sign of protest from him, promptly stood up, her tone laced with polite inquiry. May I ask who you are? Wang Chaoyang, noticing Su Wanru's engagement, beamed with delight. Greetings, I am Wang Chaoyang, the operations director of Xingmang Media. He began his self-introduction, his tone imbued with an air of superiority. I see that you possess a remarkable demeanor and striking appearance. In our media industry, your prospects far surpass those of any legal assistant. He commenced painting a bright future for Su Wanru. Join our company, and you will be expertly packaged by a professional team. You will stand in the limelight, becoming a star adored by many. This is far more thrilling than sitting in an office poring over documents, and the financial rewards are considerably greater. As he spoke, Wang Chaoyang's right hand instinctively rose, as if to pat Su Wanru on the shoulder in a presumptuous display of familiarity, or perhaps to grasp her arm more intimately. In an instant, Su Wanru's gaze sharpened, her pupils narrowing. Another one. Another man attempting to take advantage of her. Flames of indignation surged within her. A glimmer of icy resolve flickered in her clear eyes. Her right hand shot out with lightning speed, swiftly seizing Wang Chaoyang's outstretched arm with precision. Wang Chaoyang, feeling the soft touch of her hand, experienced a sudden jolt of surprise. This young lady appeared as innocent as a little bunny, yet unexpectedly, so fiery, so forward. Just as he prepared to savor the delightful sensation, an overwhelming force surged through his arm. Suddenly, a dizzying sensation enveloped him. Bang! Darkness clouded his vision, and he lost his balance. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself sprawled awkwardly on the cold ground, a sharp pain radiating from his arm and lower back. A chorus of gasps erupted from the surrounding crowd. Oh no! What has happened? Did he fall? The once bustling job fair grew momentarily silent. Countless eyes, bewildered students and recruiters from neighboring booths, swiftly turned towards the scene. Zhang Wei, startled by the unexpected turn of events, instinctively sprang to his feet. He looked at Wang Chaoyang lying on the ground, and then at Su Wanru, who stood calmly, her expression serene yet laced with a hint of anger. A tempest of emotions churned within him. No way. Could it be? This girl, she truly knows how to fight. And this move was executed with such finesse, far beyond his initial assumption that she merely had a passing acquaintance with martial arts. This was clearly a hidden expert. Her skills were outrageously impressive, and she could fight. Wasn't this precisely the quality talent he had been seeking? At this very moment, Zhang Wei's heart had definitively made a decision. He must recruit her. This Su Wanru was to be his choice. Wang Chaoyang struggled to rise from the ground, his face flushed with embarrassment. He had made a fool of himself in front of so many people, a disgrace akin to being humiliated in front of his grandmother. He glared fiercely at Su Wanru, his eyes ablaze with indignation and fury. Observing this, Zhang Wei immediately stepped forward and positioned himself in front of Su Wanru. His expression returned to calm, yet his tone carried an undercurrent of warning. Director Wang, we're in the library's main hall, surrounded by surveillance cameras, he remarked, gesturing towards the cameras overhead. Your earlier actions, along with your current fall, have been recorded in their entirety. He paused, lowering his voice a notch, but loud enough for those nearby to hear. Should you persist in your harassment or attempt to retaliate, I would be more than willing to represent this student as her legal counsel and engage you in a court battle. I am certain the judge would be quite intrigued to observe how you, as a director, have so enthusiastically interacted with candidates at a recruitment event. Upon hearing the word surveillance and lawsuit, Wang Chaoyang's complexion drained of color. He was acutely aware of the severe implications of physically confronting a woman in public. If this escalated to a courtroom, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Moreover, the opposing party was a lawyer. He opened his mouth to utter a few curses but hesitated, wary of Zhang Wei's status and the preceding warning. Ultimately, he could only shoot a menacing glare at Zhang Wei and Su Wanru before turning away, retreating from the scene in disgrace. As the crowd of onlookers realized there was no longer any spectacle to behold, they began to murmur among themselves and gradually dispersed. Su Wanru watched Wang Chaoyang's disheveled departure, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. Turning to Zhang Wei, she expressed a mix of gratitude and apprehension. Thank you. Teacher, she whispered, did I cause you trouble? A twinge of regret surfaced within her. After all, this was an interview, and such a violent display would surely leave a poor impression. Zhang Wei, observing her cautious demeanor, could not help but smile. He shook his head, revealing an unprecedentedly sincere smile. No trouble at all, he replied, gazing into Su Wanru's eyes. My dear student, you have been accepted. Before long, Zhang Wei escorted Su Wanru back to his modest law firm on the street. As he surveyed the somewhat shabby office, a hint of embarrassment crept onto his face. Ahem. Well, Su, the initial stages of entrepreneurship can be somewhat challenging, he admitted, scratching his head in mild discomfort. However, Su Wanru appeared unfazed by these external conditions. Her gaze swept across the small law office, her expression composed. Lawyer Zhang, she directly addressed him, exuding professionalism. Where shall I sit? Moreover, what are my primary responsibilities? Zhang Wei, pleased by her forthrightness, quickly gestured towards the sole decent desk in the room. It was modest in size, but tidily arranged. "Please take a seat opposite me," he indicated towards the other side of the desk. "I'll arrange for a new computer for you in the next couple of days," he added, eager not to neglect such a rare talent. "As for your duties," he paused for a moment, then a deeper embarrassment flickered across his face. "You see, student Sue, I conduct live streams on a platform to promote legal knowledge, and I also take on various cases. Currently, the majority of our firm's clientele stems from my streaming sessions. Thus, in addition to the typical responsibilities of a legal assistant, such as organizing case files, conducting legal research, and assisting in trial preparation, you may also need to help manage the back end of the live streams. This includes responding to fans' private messages, managing fan groups, and maintaining relationships with followers. Furthermore, during my live streams, you might be required to assist with editing and publishing some exciting clips." Listening to Zhang Wei's words, Sue Wanru's expression gradually became somewhat nuanced. Live streaming? Fan groups? Clip editing? This seemed rather divergent from her preconceived notions of a legal assistant's duties. She had assumed that, even in a smaller firm, the work would predominantly center around legal matters. Yet, it appeared she was expected not only to fulfill the core responsibilities of a legal assistant, but also to engage in new media operations, customer service, and even video editing. This felt akin to being treated as a powerhouse, single-handedly shouldering the workload of an entire team. A tinge of regret quietly surged within Sue Wanru. Had she known it would be like this, perhaps she should have explored more options at the job fair. Even those larger firms with potential risks might have offered a more respectable scope of work. Zhang Wei keenly noticed the subtle change in Sue Wanru's demeanor. A pang of anxiety struck him. Oh no, he must not scare away this precious find. He quickly spoke up in an attempt to salvage the situation. "But rest assured, estoy Sue." His tone was earnest, his gaze sincere. "Although the workload is substantial, the compensation is equally generous. During the internship, I can offer you a monthly salary of $8,000. After your transition to a full-time position, depending on your performance, it will increase further. You'll receive all the benefits: social insurance, housing fund, weekends off, and statutory holidays will not be overlooked." 8,000. Sue Wanru's eyes sparkled at this figure. The flicker of regret in her heart was swiftly diminished. It is well known that in Jiangcheng, the typical internship salary for a freshly graduated law student hovers around 3,000 to 4,000. A firm offering 5,000 would be considered quite commendable. The top-tier firms might even require candidates to pay to gain entry. Yet here, Zhang Wei was offering a staggering 8,000. This is nearly double the industry average. Although the job description may seem a bit chaotic and exhausting, the remuneration is substantial. When the compensation is adequate, even the most arduous tasks can be accomplished. This was a profound saying that Sue Wanru stumbled upon in a job-seeking forum, and at that moment, she found it profoundly resonant. Taking a deep breath, the hesitation that had clouded her countenance swiftly dissipated. "All right, Zhang Lu," she decisively agreed. "I understand. I will strive to fulfill these duties diligently." Upon hearing her affirmation, the weight that had burdened Zhang Wei's heart finally lifted, and a relaxed smile graced his face. "Excellent. Splendid." He rubbed his hands together, exhibiting a touch of excitement. "Very well, Sue. Tomorrow a client will arrive for a consultation. This afternoon, take some time to familiarize yourself with the environment and prepare the necessary reception documents and consultation record forms. I will send you some commonly used templates shortly. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask me at any time." Chapter 45. The Arrival of the Second Client. On the following morning, as the faint light of dawn struggled to dispel the lingering shadows of Jiangcheng's night, Li Shui emerged from the high-speed railway station, her weary form dragging along. She had scarcely slept, with the vivid images of Zhang Wei's live stream echoing in her mind, alongside the astonishing feats of the Jiangcheng ghost blowing lamps case. She hailed a rideshare vehicle by the roadside, and, following the address provided by Zhang Wei, the car meandered through the streets before finally halting beside a somewhat antiquated alley. After paying the fare, Li Shui stepped out of the vehicle. The sight before her caused a slight heaviness in her heart. The so-called outlaw attorney's office was modest in size, even somewhat shabby, nestled among a row of breakfast stalls and miscellaneous shops, its sign appearing rather weathered. Was this the law firm that had turned the Zhao Wang poisoning case on its head? A frown instinctively creased her brow. Prior to her arrival, she had envisioned numerous possibilities, yet she had never anticipated such a scene. This place seemed even more down-to-earth than the legal services office in her hometown. A flicker of doubt and unease crept into her heart. Had she acted too impulsively? After all, the information on the internet was ultimately shrouded in a veil of uncertainty. What if? But she quickly shook her head, dispelling these negative thoughts. The tragic death of her sister, the defeat in labor arbitration, the indifferent refusals of other lawyers. Images flashed through her mind. In comparison to these cold realities, Zhang Wei's unorthodox approach and relentless pursuit in the Zhao Wang case were the only lifeline she could cling to at this moment. What did it matter if the environment was lacking, as long as the person possessed true skill? Taking a deep breath, Li Shui's gaze regained its resolve. She took out her phone and dialed Zhang Wei's number. "Hello, is this Attorney Zhang? I am Li Shui, the seeker of justice from the live stream. I have arrived outside your law firm." On the other end, Zhang Wei's gentle voice soon responded, "All right, Ms. Li, please hold on a moment. I will come out to greet you shortly." Before long, the somewhat antiquated glass door of the law firm swung open, and Zhang Wei stepped out, maintaining the courteous demeanor he had displayed during the live stream, a professional smile gracing his face. "Ms. Li, I appreciate your efforts in coming here." "Hello, Attorney Zhang." Li Shui nodded slightly. "Please come in." Zhang Wei gestured for Li Shui to enter the office. The interior of the law firm was indeed modest, even slightly cramped. A single desk served as the main piece of furniture, with Zhang Wei and Su Wanru each seated on opposite sides. A row of old filing cabinets stood against the wall, and in the corner of the room lay a single bed. That was Zhang Wei's. At that moment, a young girl was seated at the desk designated for her, curiously observing Li Shui. It was Su Wanru. Zhang Wei indicated Su Wanru's desk to Li Shui and said, "Ms. Li, I apologize for the lack of space. We do not have a dedicated meeting area at the moment. Please take a seat at Xiao Su's desk." Feeling somewhat awkward, Li Shui complied and sat down at Su Wanru's desk. Su Wanru promptly stood up, appearing somewhat flustered. "Fang Wei Yintli adrest Su Wanru, saying, Xiao Su, could you please pour a cup of hot tea for Ms. Li?" Upon hearing this, Su Wanru promptly replied, "Of course, Zhang lawyer." She turned to Li Shui, her face radiating warmth. "Ms. Li, please hold on for a moment. Although our facilities are rather modest, I know that a trendy milk tea shop has recently opened nearby, famous for its signature taro bubble tea, which has received outstanding reviews. I shall fetch you the most delightful cup." Without waiting for Zhang Wei to voice his objections, Su Wanru dashed out of the law firm like a whirlwind. Her figure bounced along, humming an off-key popular tune, quickly disappearing around the corner of the old street. Zhang Wei observed her exuberance, a barely perceptible vein twitching at his temple. "Buing milk tea. I asked you to serve tea, and you go by milk tea instead? This child, well, she's new. He shook his head in resignation, yet a faint, almost imperceptible smile tugged at the corners of his lips. Then, he turned to Li Shui, swiftly donning a professional apologetic smile. "I apologize, Ms. Li," Zhang Wei explained. "Xiao Su has just graduated and lacks sufficient social experience. She's a bit overly enthusiastic. I intended for her to pour you a cup of hot tea. When she returns, I will have her prepared correctly." Seeing this, Li Shui quickly waved her hand, revealing a gentle smile that eased some of the earlier tension. "It's quite all right, Lawyer Zhang," she softly replied. "There's no need to trouble yourself. Milk tea is just fine. We young people all enjoy it." Zhang Wei nodded, choosing not to dwell on this minor incident. He pulled over his chair and sat down across from Li Shui, and the atmosphere in the office settled into a calm silence. "Ms. Li, let us return to the matter at hand and discuss your situation." He skipped the pleasantries and delved directly into the topic. "Regarding your sister Li Meng, you have already provided some general information during the live broadcast. Now, I require more detailed and precise information." Li Shui nodded, gripping the straps of her bag tightly on her lap, striving to steady her breath. "Lawyer Zhang, my sister Li Meng joined Nightmare Theater over a year ago as an NPC actor. She began her voice still tinged with a hint of hoarseness. Zhang Wei maintained a calm demeanor, pen in hand, ready to take notes. Is a labor contract still in existence? What does it stipulate regarding her job nature and responsibilities? Yes, I have it right here. Li Shui quickly rummaged through her bag, producing a stack of documents which she handed to Zhang Wei. The contract states that she is an NPC actor responsible for participating in the performance of escape room scripts. Zhang Wei accepted the contract, swiftly scanning its contents while inquiring, Ms. Li, you previously mentioned that the owner of Nightmare Theater required your sister Li Meng to embody her character 24 hours a day. Does the contract contain explicit clauses regarding this requirement? Li Shui nodded vigorously, her voice trembling slightly as emotions surged once more. Yes, Lawyer Zhang, it is clearly stated it's written in the additional clauses of the contract. She seemed to recall something and eagerly added, they refer to it as the Holistic Immersive Performance Agreement, or something akin to that. It explicitly states that to achieve the utmost artistic effect and customer experience, the actors must maintain the core cognition and behavioral patterns of the roles they portray, both during and outside their contractual obligations. Moreover, the manager, Chun, who was present during my onboarding, repeatedly and sternly emphasized this point, asserting that it constitutes the core competitive advantage of our theater and guarantees what is termed the ultimate artistic effect. Furthermore, many of my sister's colleagues have also been subjected to this requirement, and they can all attest to it. Li Shui's voice trembled slightly, a blend of indignation and long-suppressed grievance. Zhang Wei's gaze remained unwavering, his pen swiftly gliding across the notebook. The tip of his pen inscribed clear characters upon the paper. Additional clause of the contract, Holistic Immersive Performance Agreement. It explicitly stipulates, maintain role cognition and behavioral patterns, both during and outside work. Verbal emphasis, Manager Chun, citing ultimate artistic effect as justification. Witnesses, numerous colleagues can corroborate the same demands. He meticulously recorded each critical piece of information, organized and thorough, leaving no detail that might serve as a breakthrough unexamined. Chapter 46 Case Analysis. After recording the details, Zhang Wei continued to inquire, is a script the Redeemer exclusively for your sister? What is its specific content? What kind of role does she portray? His tone was calm, yet each question pierced directly to the heart of the matter. Li Shui's complexion paled slightly, her voice trembling. Yes, the store manager, Chun, specifically designed it for my sister. The script is exceedingly oppressive. She paused, recalling the unbearable details. In the script, my sister plays a character burdened with profound sins, who must continually seek so-called redemption through self-torture and the completion of various atonement tasks. Atonement tasks? Zhang Wei's brow raised imperceptibly. What kind of tasks are we talking about? Li Shui's body began to tremble, her eyes reddening. That Chun, you made my sister wear a GPS ankle bracelet, claiming it was to ensure she could complete her tasks on time and to enhance the realism of her role. A GPS ankle bracelet? Zhang Wei's fingers momentarily halted on the pen, a flicker of astonishment crossing his gaze. This had already transcended the bounds of normal work. He required my sister to go alone to an abandoned hospital in the suburbs at 3 in the morning every day to perform the so-called atonement ritual. Li Shui's voice quivered with a mix of anger and anguish. An abandoned hospital? At 3 in the morning? Zhang Wei's expression darkened. How long did this task persist? From the moment she received that script until the incident occurred, it lasted nearly 6 months. Your sister was diagnosed with severe depression as a result. Is there a medical report? Zhang Wei pressed on, the gravity of his tone barely perceptible. Yes, it's all here. Li Shui produced a diagnostic report from the documents and handed it over, stating that her mental state was dire, with a severe tendency towards self-harm. Zhang Wei accepted the report, his gaze fixed upon it, his pupils constricting slightly. He noted a particular detail mentioned within. The report states that on your sister's wrists, 17 varying ages of self-harm scars were discovered. Zhang Wei lifted his gaze to meet Li Shui's, his eyes deepening in intensity. What did these scars appear? Are they related to the so-called plot tasks? Tears finally spilled from Li Shui's eyes, and she nodded through her sobs. Yes, yes. Upon further reflection, And after reviewing some fragmented records she left behind, those scars almost all appeared after she went to that abandoned hospital to complete the atonement tasks. Each instance of so-called redemption was a dual torment of both spirit and flesh for her. That Chun, he is a devil. He systematically drove my sister to the brink. Li Shue's emotions spiraled out of control, her cries rendering her speechless. Zhang Wei's expression had also darkened profoundly. He set down the pen, leaning back slightly in his chair. This case was far more complex and sinister than he had initially anticipated. The so-called labor dispute merely obscures the sinister iceberg lurking beneath. The relentless role-playing for 24 hours. The guilt-laden script, the monitoring of GPS ankle bracelets, the atonement tasks in the abandoned hospital at dawn, and those 17 harrowing scars. These fragmented pieces of information swiftly coalesce in his mind, gradually revealing a chilling silhouette. This is no mere case of improper employment. It resembles a meticulously orchestrated scheme of psychological manipulation and personal humiliation masquerading as work. The store manager, Chun, along with a nightmarish theater behind him, undoubtedly harbors dark secrets. At that moment, the door of the law firm creaked open. Su Wanru entered, carrying 2 exquisitely packaged cups of milk tea, humming a tune, her demeanor light and cheerful. Zhang lawyer, Ms. Li, I've brought back the milk tea. This place is incredibly popular. I stood in line for ages. Here, Ms. Li, this cup is the signature mango pomelo sago. Less sugar and no ice, just what girls adore. She eagerly handed 1 cup to Li Shue, her smile radiant as the sun. However, upon seeing Li Shue's tear-streaked face, her silent sobs, and Zhang Wei's countenance dark enough to rain, her smile froze instantly. The air seemed to solidify. Su Wanru blinked, bewildered, glancing from one to the other, her hands still suspended in the air. Am I interrupting something? She inquired cautiously, her voice diminishing in volume. Zhang Wei, upon hearing this, slowly raised his head, his gaze resting on Su Wanru's slightly flushed cheeks. His expression bore no harsh reproach. Rather, the incongruity of her cheer against the somber atmosphere caused him to furrow his brow ever so slightly. Xiao Su, Zhang Wei remarked, this is not the time for sharing milk tea. After a brief pause, he continued, do you not see that Ms. Li is not in a good emotional state? Su Wanru's smile instantly faded. She glanced at the tear-stained face and the slightly trembling shoulders of Li Shue, then at Zhang Wei's calm, yet serious expression, gradually realizing that she had perhaps overstepped her bounds. Right, I'm sorry, Lawyer Zhang, Ms. Li, she stammered, her hand awkwardly halting in midair, her cheeks flushing crimson. Zhang Wei chose not to say more, simply taking the cup of mango pomelo sago from her hands with ease. He gently placed the milk tea at the corner of the table in front of Li Shue. Ms. Li, please have a sip to soothe your throat and calm your spirits. Zhang Wei's voice bore a soothing quality, emphasizing the necessity of addressing matters step by step. Excessive emotional agitation could cloud our judgment. Li Shue, her eyes reddened, gazed at the milk tea before her, then at Zhang Wei. Her voice still hoarse but laced with gratitude. Thank you, Lawyer Zhang. She did not immediately reach for the cup, but her taut shoulders seemed to relax slightly. Zhang Wei nodded, indicating that she need not be formal. He turned towards the flustered Su Wanru, his tone softening somewhat. Xiao Su, please bring me those blank commission documents from my desk. Su Wanru felt as if a great weight had been lifted from her shoulders and hurriedly nodded. All right, Zhang Lu. She practically sprinted to Zhang Wei's desk, gathered a neat stack of documents, and swiftly returned, extending her hands to offer them to Zhang Wei. He took the papers, extracted a few, and laid them directly before Li Shue with decisive efficiency, devoid of any hesitation. Madam Li, here the Legal Service Entrustment Agency contract, the power of attorney, the party's information registration form, the statement of basic case information, and the evidence material receipt list. Zhang Wei articulated steadily, enumerating each document. Please take a moment to review them, and once you have confirmed their accuracy, kindly sign where indicated. He extended a pen towards her, his gaze calm and steady upon Li Shue. There were no excessive explanations. Everything was implicitly understood. Li Shue took a deep breath, striving to suppress the tumult of emotions within her, picked up the pen, and began to meticulously review each document. Chapter 47. Sweet-scented osmanthus. A delightful drink, Li Shui inhaled deeply, her fingertips trembling slightly as she poised to let the pen touch the paper. Yet, in that fleeting moment, she abruptly halted. The pen hovered above the page, untouched by ink. Zhang Wei regarded her with calm curiosity. "What troubles you, Ms. Li? Is there something amiss?" Li Shui's lips moved hesitantly. "Lawyer Zhang, I had previously consulted with other attorneys." Her gaze flickered uncertainly. "One of them has also signed a power of attorney." Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei's brow twitched ever so slightly, yet his demeanor remained gentle. "You sought another representative and still came to me? Was it merely for consultation, or—" A thought flitted through his mind. Li Shui seemed to sense the subtle shift in Zhang Wei's expression and hurriedly clarified, "Please, don't misunderstand. Lawyer Zhang." That attorney accepted the case and submitted an appeal to the court. However, Mystery Nightmare Theater has engaged a local firm, Sanjiang Law Firm. The mere mention of Sanjiang Law Firm caused Zhang Wei's gaze to momentarily chill, a fleeting reaction almost too swift to perceive. Li Shui's voice trembled with despair and indignation. Upon discovering that the opposing counsel was from Sanjiang, that attorney contacted me immediately, stating that this case was essentially a suicide with scant chances of success. Now that they have enlisted Sanjiang, he advised me to seek counsel elsewhere. He even mentioned that if I insisted on having him continue, he would proceed. But if we lost, it would be beyond his control. Thus, I sought your assistance. Li Shui's tone was earnest and imploring. Zhang Wei lightly tapped his fingers on the table. Sanjiang Law Firm, his former employer. Indeed, fate has a curious way of intertwining paths. He was all too familiar with Sanjiang's modus operandi, known for their vengeful nature, relentlessly suppressing any lawyer daring to challenge their authority. In Jiangcheng, few attorneys would dare to confront Sanjiang head-on. It was only natural for the previous lawyer to retreat, feeling inadequate. But would Zhang Wei cower? In his past life, he had navigated the legal realm with prowess, and in this life he possessed a system by his side. A mere Sanjiang would not deter him. Nonetheless, the fact that the previous attorney had already initiated an appeal was indeed a detail worth noting. Gathering his thoughts, Zhang Wei inquired, "What grounds did your previous attorney cite in the appeal?" Li Shui prumli raplia, civil compensation. At this, Zhang Wei's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. This lawyer was not entirely devoid of merit. Recognizing the need to step beyond labor disputes and pursue civil tort for compensation indicated a degree of insight. If it were merely a labor lawsuit, the chances of overturning a defeat in labor arbitration would be exceedingly slim. However, civil compensation offered room for maneuver. He could leverage the same facts to add criminal claims, transforming this case from a simple monetary pursuit into a matter of life and death for their employer. "Very well," Zhang Wei said calmly. "Please sign, Ms. Li. I shall take on this case." His tone was nonchalant. "When the time comes, I will file an additional petition with the court to hold the responsible parties of Nightmare Theater criminally accountable." Criminal accountability? Li Shui abruptly lifted her head, her eyes ablaze with disbelief. Beside her, Su Wanru was momentarily taken aback, her mouth agape. Additional criminal charges? Zhang Lu was poised to treat the opposing party as if they were mere adversaries. She glanced at the composed Zhang Wei and then at the excited Li Shui, her admiration for him deepening. This lawyer, typically so genteel, was indeed ruthless and precise when handling cases. Li Shui, unfamiliar with the intricate legal procedures, grasped only the phrase "pursue criminal accountability." That was sufficient. Her eyes brimmed with tears, the pent-up frustration within her finally finding an outlet. Without further hesitation, she picked up a pen and solemnly inscribed her name on several documents. Li Shui. After bidding farewell to Li Shui, whose eyes were red yet rekindled with hope, the law office fell into a momentary silence. Zhang Wei turned around, his gaze landing on the somewhat anxious Su Wanru. The 2 cups of milk tea, yet to be served, remained quietly at the corner of the table, one of which, a dessert-like mango sago, untouched by Li Shui. "Xiao Su," Zhang Wei's voice was calm, devoid of any discernible emotion. Su Wanru jolted like a student caught in wrongdoing, her head bowed. "Zhang Lu, I Do you understand where you went wrong? Zhang Wei pulled out a chair and sat down, his fingers lightly tapping on the table. Su Wanrui's cheeks flashed crimson, extending all the way to her ears. I should not have bought milk tea at that moment. Her voice was scarcely audible, miss. Li was in such a poor mood, and The deeper she spoke, the lower her head sank, wishing to vanish into the floor. Indeed, reading the room is a fundamental skill in the workplace, especially for us as lawyers. We must be keenly perceptive. Zhang Wei's tone remained steady. When a client is emotionally distraught, presenting a sweet milk tea is quite ill-timed. Furthermore, he paused. Even if one intends to buy refreshments, the context must be considered. We are a law firm, not a CAF or milk tea shop. In future gatherings, a cup of plain tea or purified water would be more appropriate and professional. Suano nodded nasally. I understand, Zhang Wei. I apologize. I was too presumptuous. I will certainly be more mindful next time. She lifted her head, her eyes filled with remorse and sincerity. Observing her earnest demeanor, Zhang Wei softened slightly. Recognizing one's mistakes is a step toward improvement. Experience is accumulated gradually. He shifted the conversation. All right, let us address the matter at hand. Zhang Wei pushed the notebook he had just recorded in towards Su Wanru. Please organize this content and draft a criminal complaint. A criminal complaint? Su Wanru blinked in surprise. She recalled Li Shuim mentioning that the previous lawyer had already filed an appeal. Zhang Wei, noticing her confusion, clarified. The previous lawyer filed an appeal for civil compensation, which pertains to civil matters and concerns economic liability. What we must do is hold those associated with the Nightmare Theater accountable for their criminal actions, ensuring they pay the price of their freedom. Zhang Wei's tone was gentle, yet Su Wanru detected an undercurrent of frigid resolve. She gazed at the harrowing records in her notebook. GPS ankle monitors, an abandoned hospital at dawn, 17 self-inflicted scars. Behind these chilling words lies a tragic tale of a young girl driven to her demise. A surge of intense anger and a sense of justice welled up within Su Wanru. The focal points of the indictment, Zhang Wei lightly tapped the notebook. Centering around these elements, unlawful detention, intentional harm, abuse, list every conceivable charge that aligns with the case. Particularly, we cannot spare that store manager Chun, nor the Nightmare Theater as an entity. Furthermore, we must meticulously organize and archive all evidence provided by Li Shui, including employment contracts, supplementary agreements, medical diagnoses, and fragments of Li Meng's diary, forming a comprehensive chain of evidence. Do you understand? Zhang Wei looked at Su Wanru. She took a deep breath and nodded vigorously. I understand, Lawyer Zhang. I'll get to work immediately. I promise to draft an indictment that they cannot refute. Zhang Wei slightly nodded. Observing Su Wanru as she immediately immersed herself in her computer, fingers dancing across the keys, her expression focused, resembling a warrior preparing for battle. Under the light, her youthful profile was soft, yet emanated a tenacious spirit of defiance. A subtle smile crept upon Zhang Wei's lips, reminiscent of his own early days in the profession. Before the harshness of society had taken its toll, her capacity for learning, her execution, her fervor for work, simply exceptional. He mused inwardly, a hint of unnoticeable satisfaction flickering in his gaze. At last, he could legitimately delegate the tedious tasks of organizing materials and drafting documents. Liberating productivity would allow for a better focus on the core battle. How splendid! Zhang Wei contentedly lifted the cup of mango sago that Li Shui had untouched, taking a gentle sip. Meanwhile, Su Wanru remained oblivious, deeply immersed in her solemn mission to unveil those heinous acts to the world. The rhythmic clatter of the keyboard resonating with purpose. Chapter 48. The Emergence of New Skills. Within the law firm, Su Wanru was deeply engrossed at her computer, her fingers dancing swiftly across the keyboard. She was meticulously transcribing the case details narrated by Li Shui and the preliminary analysis points provided by Zhang Wei, preparing to draft the astonishing criminal complaint. Zhang Wei, reclining in his second-hand ergonomic chair, appeared to be resting with his eyes partially closed, yet in reality, his consciousness had already delved into the system. System, activate the task panel. Ding. A soft azure virtual screen unfurled silently. Task name: The Ghost's Grasp. The death of NPC actor Li Meng at the Nightmare Theater. Task difficulty: 3 stars. Task description: NPC actor Li Meng, after signing a fully immersive performance agreement, was compelled to embody a repressive character, tasked with penance missions including a midnight visit to an abandoned hospital, ultimately leading to severe depression and suicide. Her sister, Li Shui, seeks legal assistance to vindicate her sister and bring the perpetrator to justice. Task requirements: accept the commission, thoroughly investigate the truth behind Li Meng's death, expose the illegal actions of the Nightmare Theater and its overseer, Chun, hold them criminally accountable, and secure maximal civil compensation for the client. Task rewards: based on the host's performance in this case and the rating in the second trial, a variable number of 3-star achievement points will be awarded. Failure penalty: the host's reputation as Jiangcheng's ghost blower will rise to new heights. Zhang Wei's brow furrowed slightly, barely perceptible. Another 3-star task. Beneath his calm exterior, his mind was anything but tranquil. The last case, involving the Zhao Wang clan, was also rated 3 stars. And now this one was 2. Was he destined to only contend with cases of such middling difficulty? The complexity of this ghost-themed murder mystery and the heinous acts entangled within it, in his view, warranted a 4-star rating, if not the potential for 5 stars. The initial rating was likely constrained by the case's limited impact, confined to Jiangcheng and failing to garner broader societal attention, thus affecting the initial difficulty assessment. Cursed be it, when would he receive a case that could resonate nationwide, one that might even alter the course of legal proceedings? He had long coveted the allure of 5-star skills. However, lamentation bore no fruit. Zhang Wei swiftly recalibrated his mindset. One must take life one bite at a time, and progress step by step. The live stream of legal education must not cease. The courtroom footage from the Zhao Wang case and the new live stream clips required Su to expedite their editing, thereby continuously amplifying their online influence. By tackling more challenging cases with societal discourse value, he could build his reputation and brand, and the truly significant cases would naturally seek him out. With this thought, Zhang Wei's tumultuous emotions settled significantly. His attention returned to the case at hand. The logic divine chain quietly commenced its operation. All the information provided by Li Shui, including the labor contract, supplementary agreements, and hospital diagnosis certificates, along with the fragmented diary entries of Li Meng, collided, analyzed, and restructured rapidly within Zhang Wei's mind. Soon, several clear breakthroughs emerged. The first and most challenging and disruptive point of entry concerned whether mental abuse in the workplace could constitute the crime of abuse as stipulated in Article 260 of the criminal law. Typically, the subject of abuse is confined to familial relationships, although the psychological oppression experienced in the workplace may possess a subjective malevolence comparable to domestic abuse. It often proves difficult to hold individuals criminally accountable due to the absence of explicit legal provisions directly addressing such matters. However, under the formidable reasoning and constructivist capabilities of the logical chain, 2 seemingly independent judicial interpretations and legal provisions were precisely captured and cleverly interconnected, forming a remarkably innovative path for prosecution. Firstly, the Supreme Court's judicial interpretation regarding the handling of abuse criminal cases, Article 2, clarifies that cohabiting relationships encompass workplaces with personal dependency. The logical chain adeptly seized upon this point. The immersive interpretative agreement of the Nightmare Theater subjected Li Meng to a level of control far exceeding the normal bounds of labor management, which fully aligns with the definition of a workplace characterized by personal dependency. A de facto, highly unequal cohabiting relationship had already developed between Li Meng and the theater, particularly with the manager, Chun. Chun maliciously manipulated Li Meng's mental state and behavioral patterns. Secondly, Article 1010 of the Civil Code, along with its judicial interpretation in 2024, highlights the critical notion that persistent psychological oppression in the workplace resulting in severe harm is subject to liability in accordance with the anti-workplace violence regulations. The strength of the logical chain lies in its ability to distill universally applicable legal principles from seemingly unrelated legal texts. This interpretation directly addresses the accountability for severe harm caused by ongoing psychological oppression in the workplace. The provision for liability under anti-workplace violence regulations provides robust legal support for extending the interpretation of such egregious behavior into the realm of stricter legal responsibilities, including potential criminal liability, should the court be persuaded to adopt this series of arguments. Recognizing the sustained psychological torment inflicted by manager Chen on Li Meng as constituting the elements of abuse, it would mark the first case in the nation to genuinely incorporate workplace mental abuse into the traditional category of abuse crimes and seek criminal conviction. Chapter 49. 3 Major Entry Points. Await your demise. The nation's first case. The precedential nature and societal impact of this ruling shall be unprecedented. At that time, he will undoubtedly achieve renown within the legal community. Of course, to support such audacious accusations, the chain of evidence must be complete and irrefutable. The penance journal that Li Meng is compelled to write daily will serve as the cornerstone of the evidence. It is imperative to locate the original manuscript. If supplemented by modern technological means, such as blockchain timestamps, to verify its authenticity in the time of creation, the evidentiary power will be significantly enhanced. Simultaneously, testimonies from other NPC colleagues regarding whether they too were required to sign similar immersive agreements, whether they were indoctrinated with comparable oppressive role perceptions, and whether they were assigned unreasonable tasks will constitute crucial corroborative evidence, demonstrating that this form of psychological control is not an isolated incident, but rather a systematic management tactic of the nightmare theater. Following this, the logical divine chain constructs a second clear entry point for Zhang Wei: violations of safety production management, potentially constituting a serious responsibility accident under Article 134 of the criminal law. This entry point may seem tangentially related to the emerging entertainment industry of script killing. Yet the logical divine chain always identifies the most precise connection. Likewise, under the influence of the logical divine chain, Zhang Wei swiftly identifies 2 relevant legal provisions. The first supporting statute is Article 57 of the Production Safety Law, 2024 Revision. Production and operation units must not, in any form, compel employees to engage in behaviors that endanger their physical and mental health. The interpretation from the logical divine chain directly targets the essence: script killing establishments, as production and operation units, must adhere to the regulations of the production safety law regarding the entertainment products and services they provide. Li Meng's assignment to go alone to an abandoned hospital at 3 in the morning to execute a so-called penance task, a place inherently fraught with potential danger and strong psychological implications. Is this not compelling employees to engage in actions that jeopardize their health? Such conduct directly places employees at risk of potential injury and severe psychological disturbance. The second legal provision is even more specific and direct, derived from the Ministry of Culture and Tourism's regulations on the management of script entertainment activities. Article 15. Operators must cease script activities involving elements of fear and violence from midnight to 6 a.m. The logical divine chain perfectly intertwines this regulation with the case details. The timing of Li Meng's penance task coincides precisely with 3 in the morning, within the prohibited time frame. Furthermore, the nature of the so-called penance task is replete with elements of fear, an externalization and extension of the oppressive and distorted psychology of the script's characters. The Nightmare Theater not only failed to halt activities involving fear elements within the stipulated time, but instead intensified them, using them as a means of psychological control and punishment for employees. This is a blatant disregard for the law, an act committed in defiance. To substantiate this accusation, evidence remains paramount. Firstly, it is essential to retrieve the GPS trajectory records from Li Meng's mobile phone, particularly the location data from when she traveled to the abandoned hospital to execute the task at 3 in the morning. This necessitates the legal process of requesting relevant base station data from the operator, thereby establishing an irrefutable chain of action trajectories. Furthermore, the store's scheduling records and associated work directives must be examined. Should written or electronic copies of the scheduling records be found, indicating that the store manager or management explicitly assigned Li Meng to execute the task during that time period, the management of the theater would bear undeniable responsibility. These two focal points, one addressing criminal accountability for mental abuse and the other targeting violations of safety production management, together form a dual-pronged approach that could significantly trouble the nightmarish theater and its manager, Chun. However, the analysis of the logical chain does not cease here. Zhang Wei's analytical reach has extended to a more insidious, yet equally consequential third breakthrough. The unauthorized acquisition of citizens' personal information potentially constitutes a crime under Article 253 to 1 of the criminal law. This accusation directly implicates the nightmarish theater in compelling Li Meng to wear a GPS ankle bracelet. The logical chain swiftly retrieves and correlates relevant legal provisions and judicial interpretations. The first legal provision is Article 29 of the Personal Information Protection Law. The processing of sensitive personal information requires separate consent and must not be bundled with labor contracts or other authorizations. The logical chain interprets this precisely. Li Meng's real-time location data undoubtedly qualifies as sensitive personal information. The nightmarish theater's imposition of the GPS ankle bracelet and data collection without obtaining Li Meng's separate consent contravenes the law. Such bundling of sensitive information collection authorization with the labor contract is unequivocally illegal. The second legal provision derives from the Supreme Prosecutor's Guidelines on the application of facial recognition technology. Article 8, the compulsory wearing of smart devices to collect biological data, is considered an infringement of citizens' personal information. Once again, the strength of the logical chain is revealed as it distills broader legal principles from seemingly specific technical guidelines. Although this guideline primarily targets facial recognition and biological data, its essence lies in opposing the compulsory collection of data through smart devices. A GPS ankle bracelet constitutes a smart device. While location data may not be biological data, its sensitivity and privacy are exceedingly high, and compulsory collection similarly constitutes a grave infringement of citizens' personal information rights. This guideline from the Supreme Prosecutor reflects the judicial authority's opposition to the compulsory collection of personal information through smart devices, providing significant reference and support for interpreting the mandatory wearing of GPS ankle bracelets for location data collection as an infringement of citizens' personal information in a criminal law context. When these two legal provisions are combined, the chain of accusation is clear and compelling. The theater's coercion of Li Meng to wear a GPS ankle bracelet to collect her sensitive location information, without obtaining the legally required separate consent, aligns closely with the infringing behaviors opposed by the Supreme Prosecutor's Guidelines and fully embodies the characteristics of the illegal acquisition of citizens' personal information. To substantiate this matter, two categories of crucial evidence are required. Firstly, copies of the employment contract signed between Li Meng and the Nightmare Theater, along with all supplementary agreements. A meticulous review of the clauses pertaining to the use of GPS ankle bracelets or the collection of location information is necessary to ascertain the existence of a separate consent form or whether the relevant provisions are directly integrated into the employment contract. Secondly, data records from the Nightmare Theater's corporate backend are imperative. It must be demonstrated that the theater's system indeed received, stored, or processed the location data uploaded by Li Meng via the GPS ankle bracelet. This necessitates the acquisition of server logs and data storage record from the theater's side through technical means or judicial procedures. These three focal points address the issues of psychological abuse, workplace safety, and personal information protection, directly targeting the vulnerabilities of the Nightmare Theater and its responsible parties. The establishment of any single accusation would suffice to expose Chun to severe criminal liability. A smirk of inevitable triumph curved upon Zhang Wei's lips. Nightmare Theater. Chun, your days of fortune are over. Chapter 50. Nourishing the mind with delicacies, Zhang Wei slowly opened his eyes, gently massaging his throbbing temples. The logic neural network was indeed impressive. 3 incisive and astute points of entry had been constructed almost instantaneously, each targeting the crux of the matter. However, it was somewhat taxing on the mind. At that moment, Zhang Wei felt as though his head were stuffed with a damp ball of cotton, heavy and slightly dizzy, reminiscent of the lingering weakness one experiences after recovering from a severe cold. Even a 3-star skill bore its side effects, he mused. He couldn't help but wonder about the ramifications of a 5-star skill. Cough, never mind. First, he needed to resolve the case at hand. Struggling against his fatigue, Zhang Wei picked up a pen and succinctly noted down the 3 core accusations he had just deduced in his mind, along with the necessary legal basis and preliminary evidence requirements, onto a sticky note. Xiao Su, he said, handing the note to Su Wanru. Here are 3 other directions for the accusations I've organized. Have a look first. We can refine the indictment together this afternoon. Su Wanru took the note and quickly scanned it, her eyes widening with disbelief as they sparkled with astonishment. Zhang's intellect was nothing short of extraordinary. The innovative application of abuse charges, the pursuit of accountability for safety production, and now the addition of unlawfully obtaining personal information. Each point was so precise and so revolutionary. Excellent, Zhang, she affirmed, nodding emphatically, her tone brimming with admiration. Zhang Wei waved his hand dismissively, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible weakness. It's nearly noon. Let's not write any more for now. We'll tackle the mental work this afternoon. By the way, could you order me some takeout? I'd like, pig brain, with extra spice to nourish the mind. Huh? Oh, sure, Zhang. Su Wanru momentarily paused, then quickly recovered, stifling a laugh as she took out her phone to place the order. Zhang's taste was indeed unique. Once he had sent Su Wanru on her way, Zhang Wei redirected his focus to the thin stack of evidence materials left by Li Shui. He picked up the so-called immersive performance agreement and the labor contract signed between Li Meng and the theater, meticulously comparing them word for word, while also reviewing the scattered diary photographs and the hospital diagnosis reports. His brow gradually furrowed. Compared to the 3 crucial evidence requirements he had just deduced through the logic neural network, the materials provided by Li Shui were woefully insufficient. The first point of entry regarding abuse hinged on the original manuscript of the contrition journal that Li Meng had been coerced into writing. The photographs were scant and taken with a mobile phone, limiting their evidential strength. The second point regarding violations of safety production management required GPS tracking records of Li Meng's tasks executed at 3 in the morning, along with the store's scheduling records, both of which Li Shui had failed to provide. The third point about the unlawful acquisition of personal information, while the contract annex did mention the use of GPS ankle bracelets, lacked a separately signed consent form, as Li Shui had indicated. Moreover, the more critical issue was the inability to directly prove that the backstage system of the Nightmare Theater had indeed stored Li Meng's personal location data. Zhang Wei felt a weight settle in his heart. He was acutely aware that if Li Meng possessed the original manuscript of the Redemption Journal or could easily obtain the duty roster, Li Shui, as her sister, would undoubtedly go to great lengths to acquire it, especially given the unjust circumstances surrounding her sister's death. The absence of such evidence suggested only one possibility. The crucial evidence was not among Li Meng's belongings and was likely still within the confines of the Nightmare Theater. Would it be wise to confront them directly? Zhang Wei shook his head. That would be akin to courting disaster. The opposing party would be unlikely to destroy evidence. Yet it was improbable they would willingly surrender it. It appeared that reliance on the system was the only recourse. Zhang Wei took a deep breath and reopened the soft blue system interface. His gaze fell upon the section detailing the legal knowledge points. Current legal knowledge points, 6728, system. I seek the following clues regarding the NPC Li Meng's death case at the Nightmare Theater, Zhang Wei mentally intoned while marking selections on the virtual screen. Firstly, the whereabouts and means of obtaining the original manuscript of Li Meng's Redemption Journal. Secondly, any scheduling records or related directives concerning NPC Li Meng's assignments during the early hours on specific dates, particularly in the week preceding her death, and the means to procure such information. Thirdly, direct evidence from the Nightmare Theater's backend server storing Li Meng's GPS bracelet location data, or an indirect evidence chain demonstrating the unlawful collection and storage of such data, along with the means to obtain it. Beep. Clue search in progress. Detected host request. Each key clue's location and acquisition suggestion will require a deduction of 300 legal knowledge points. Total deduction for this request, 900 points. Do you confirm? Confirmed. Zhang Wei responded without hesitation. There was no point in hoarding legal knowledge points. They were not meant to be saved for a rainy day. As long as he could resolve the case and bring the criminals to justice, this expenditure was worthwhile. As the points were deducted, a brilliant light flashed across the system panel, and 3 clear pieces of clue information materialized before Zhang Wei's eyes. Clue 1. Original manuscript of Li Meng's Redemption Journal. Target location: 2nd floor of the Nightmare Theater, the easternmost employee lounge, within an abandoned storage locker, number 07. Specifically in the inner compartment of the locker. Key individual: part-time NPC Xiao Yun, the custodian of the locker key. Clue 2. NPC Li Meng's early morning task scheduling records. Target location: the theater's front desk computer, not the manager Chen's office computer. Either in the recycle bin or along the backup path in C. User's public documents. Data recovery required. Key individual: front desk supervisor Lu Jie, who previously operated and deleted the files. Clue 3. Evidence of the Nightmare Theater's backend storing Li Meng's GPS bracelet data. Target location: the theater surveillance room. On a specific partition of an old server hard drive, not the main monitoring server, label unclear. Acquisition key: the old hard drive has not been wiped and is stored in a corner of the surveillance room. Specific decryption tools are required. Gazing at these 3 meticulously detailed clues, a faint smile crept upon Zhang Wei's lips. The system's offerings were indeed impressive. Each clue pointed towards a clear direction, even highlighting potential obstacles and avenues for breakthrough. Although acquiring this evidence still presents certain difficulties and risks, it is undeniably a moment of clarity compared to the previous state of despair. With such detailed clues at hand, even a lawyer might feel out of their depth. A forensic expert could certainly take a shot at it. Xiaoyan, Sister Lu, the old hard drive from the surveillance room. Zhang Wei murmured to himself, already beginning to outline his subsequent plan of action in his mind. It appears that a visit to the Nightmare Theater is absolutely imperative. Moreover, it must be done discreetly, without the ostentation of a lawyer's identity. P.S. Today should mark the debut, shouldn't it? It ought to have been showcased. Give it a boost. The author is losing their mind. Dear readers, if you enjoy this, please add it to your bookshelf. It is critical to seek continuous readership during this new release period. Writing legal fiction is no easy feat. Every case leaves me dizzy from research. I kindly ask for your support, gifts, and 5-star reviews. Those with wealth, please contribute financially. Those without, please lend your support with reviews. Remember, 5-star reviews. I implore you. I'm on my knees before you. Bang, bang, bang. The author bows in reverence. Chapter 51. How much is your monthly salary that you wish to take the fall for your boss? The following day, Zhang Wei, accompanied by Su Wanru and the meticulously prepared documents they had crafted overnight, made his way directly to the Dongjiang District People's Court. It was quite fortuitous that the registered and operational addresses of the Nightmare Theater coincided with the Dongjiang District of Jiangqing. Thus, the jurisdiction of this case naturally fell under the purview of the Dongjiang District People's Court. After filing the case, submitting the application, and awaiting approval, 2 hours had elapsed. Zhang Wei instructed Su Wanru to take the recently approved investigation order from the court and promptly head to the mobile service provider to obtain the GPS tracking data of Li Meng's phone during the critical time frame. This official document served as the essential credential for retrieving sensitive information pertaining to the citizen. Meanwhile, he took a taxi alone, heading straight for the Nightmare Theater. The taxi came to a halt at the end of a bustling commercial street. The facade of the theater was designed to create a striking visual impact, featuring a dark Gothic style. A massive, terrifying sculpture of a demonic head loomed at the entrance, exuding a sinister and eerie atmosphere, even in daylight, starkly contrasting with the fashionable shops surrounding it. It was opulent, bordering on ostentatious. Zhang Wei surveyed the scene with a cynical smile. Beneath the glamorous exterior lay a den that devoured youthful lives. Pushing open the heavy, intricately carved wooden door, he stepped inside. The interior of the theater was deliberately dim, fostering an air of mystery and oppression. A faint scent of incense lingered in the air, unable to mask the subtle whiff of decay, as if something was gradually deteriorating. The reception area resembled an altar from an ancient castle. A young woman, clad in a black uniform and adorned with heavy makeup, languidly scrolled through her phone, only raising her head lazily upon hearing his approach. Zhang Wei approached her directly. "Hello, I'm looking for your front desk supervisor, Lu Jie." His gaze remained calm as he regarded the woman. She glanced up, a flicker of wariness crossing her features as she appraised him from head to toe. "What business do you have with Lu Jie? Do you have an appointment?" Her tone was professionally polite, yet laced with a hint of detachment. It was evident that she recognized he was not a mere patron and seemed to sense an underlying tension. "My surname is Zhang. I am Li Ming's attorney," Zhang Wei stated, revealing his identity with a placid demeanor. Upon hearing Li Ming's name, the woman's expression shifted slightly, her eyes betraying a fleeting hint of panic. "Li Ming, are you here regarding that matter?" She feigned composure. "Lu Jie is not here today." A barely perceptible smirk curled at the corners of Zhang Wei's lips. His smile tinged with mockery. "Is that so? I was informed that Lu Jie is indeed on duty today." He locked his gaze onto hers, his eyes seemingly capable of piercing through to her very soul. "Moreover, I have also heard that Lu Jie personally operated the front desk computer to delete certain files. Is that correct? For instance, Li Ming's work schedule and some crucial handover documents." Zhang Wei's voice remained calm, but each word struck the woman's heart like a heavy toll. Lu Fang felt a jolt of anxiety within her. How could he know that I deleted something? Has someone betrayed me? Did Mr. Chen not assure us that everything was foolproof? The woman's complexion instantly turned a shade pale, her lips trembled, and her gaze darted about. You're talking nonsense. I do not comprehend what you are saying." Her reaction spoke volumes. "Not aware." Zhang Wei stepped forward, his body slightly leaning in, an invisible pressure enveloping the space. His piercing gaze penetrated the depths of her soul. "Sister Lu, or should I address you as Lu Fang?" The woman's pupils constricted sharply. Lu Fang's mind buzzed. How could he know her full name? This is disastrous. He came prepared. Damn it, didn't Team Mr. Chun say that heaven knows, earth knows, and I know? Didn't he assert that once the records were deleted, no one would be the wiser? How could he know so much? Zhang Wei lowered his voice further, intensifying the pressure. Destroying evidence that is crucial to the investigation is an obstruction of judicial fairness. And in serious cases, it bears criminal responsibility. How much is your monthly salary? 3,000? 5,000? Or 8,000? Is it worth it to take such a monumental risk for your boss, Sean, over such a trifling sum? Can Chen guarantee your security for a lifetime? Or will he sit in prison in your stead? Fine beads of sweat formed on Lu Fang's forehead, her hands unconsciously twisting together, her body trembling slightly. Her heart raced. Criminal responsibility? Prison? I am merely responsible for scheduling. At worst, I would merely be guilty of withholding information. How could that lead to imprisonment? Her mental defenses were crumbling little by little. Did you think that by deleting the files and emptying the recycle bin, everything would be well? Zhang Wei's tone dripped with disdain. Let me inform you. We have obtained irrefutable technical means to recover those files you thought you had thoroughly deleted from the depths of your front desk computer's hard drive sectors. Those scheduling records, those work directives, every byte is crystal clear. This statement was half-truth, based both on clues provided by the system and a psychological tactic of intimidation. Lu Fang's heart plummeted. Recovering hard drive sectors? What does that mean? Could they really be retrieved? Was Mr. Chun lying to me? For a few thousand yuan? I cannot take the fall for him. I have children to care for. A myriad of thoughts flooded her mind. Right now, I am merely offering you an opportunity. Zhang Wei's tone softened somewhat. You can choose to actively cooperate with the investigation, provide relevant evidence, and strive for leniency as a witness against corruption. Or, you can opt to resist until the end and share the consequences with Mr. Chun. The choice is yours. Lu Fang's face turned as pale as parchment, her breath quickening. A witness against corruption, or facing the consequences with Mr. Chun. She dared not ponder further. She was well aware of Mr. Chen's methods. Yet the attorney before her seemed even more formidable. She was just a worker. She had never encountered such a scenario. At that moment, laughter echoed from the doorway. Hello? May I reserve a table for tomorrow night's Crimson Castle? A group of fashionably dressed young individuals entered, curiously surveying the shop's eerie yet stylish decor. Lu Fang felt as if she had clutched a lifeline, her heart racing with the exhilaration of a reprieve. In a flurry, she turned away, mustering a smile that was more grotesque than weeping. Of course. Please, this way. Let me assist you with the booking. Internally, she fervently hoped, thank heavens. Someone has arrived. I wish they would linger a while longer, allowing this tormentor to depart swiftly. Yet, the dread gnawed at her. What if he inquired further? She endeavored to evade Zhang Wei's suffocating interrogation by attending to the customers. However, her quivering voice and wandering gaze betrayed the tumult of anxiety and fear that churned within her. Zhang Wei refrained from pressing her further, merely standing quietly to the side, his gaze fixed upon her silhouette. He was acutely aware that the bait had been cast, and soon enough, the fish would be ensnared. Before long, the group of young patrons exuberantly secured their reservations, snapping photographs of the theater's eclectic decor before departing with satisfied smiles. The front desk was once more enveloped in stifling silence. Lu Fang stood frozen in place, her back slick with cold sweat. She dare not glance back at Zhang Wei. He remained. He had no intention of letting her off the hook. What should I do? What on earth am I to do? Lu Fang felt as though she were on the brink of suffocation. Chapter 52. My dear lady, you wouldn't want your family to find out, would you? Zhang Wei stepped forward, his voice low yet distinctly audible to her ears. Sister Lu, may we now engage in a serious conversation? Lu Fang shivered almost imperceptibly. She abruptly turned around, her complexion ashen, her voice tinged with a hint of sobbing. Lawyer Zhang, I truly do not know. President Chun instructed you to delete it, did he not? Zhang Wei interjected, cutting through her futile defense. After Li Meng's incident, Chun ordered you to purge all scheduling records related to her from the front desk computer, including any work directives, especially those pertaining to special tasks. Am I correct? Sister Lu, you would not wish to abandon your family for a perilous fate, would you? Lu Fang's lips trembled. Yes, yes. At this point, further concealment was meaningless. He knew everything. Lu Fang's heart plummeted. She had finally conceded. Once her psychological defenses were breached, her subsequent confessions flowed forth like a torrential flood. He threatened me, stating that if I did not comply, I would meet the same fate as Li Meng. I have children to care for. I cannot afford to. Lu Fang's voice quivered with fear and despair. The thought of Li Meng's tragic demise sent chills through her. She could not afford to become another victim, not with her children so young. Zhang Wei's gaze remained unwavering. He commanded you to delete, and you complied without hesitation? Did you not retain a single record? Lu Fang momentarily froze, then recalled something, a flicker of hope igniting in her eyes. The external hard drive, yes. In my panic, I hastily dragged it in, thinking that in case President Chun had a change of heart or something went awry, I might have some means of self-preservation. I never imagined it could indeed save my life now. I was so frightened that after emptying the recycle bin, I believe I inadvertently transferred an automatically backed up folder to an infrequently used external hard drive. I stashed that hard drive in a private locker in the changing room. I haven't touched it in ages. Though uncertain, this was the only thread she could grasp at this moment. Zhang Wei nodded, recognizing that this aligned closely with the system's clue. Clue 2, Nightmare Theater and PC Li Meng's early morning task scheduling records. The external hard drive can wait. We shall retrieve it together later. Now, lead me to the surveillance room. Upon hearing this, Lu Fang's body stiffened, her face drained of color. Lawyer Zhang, the surveillance room. Old Wang, the surveillance room? That is a location strictly off-limits to outsiders per President Chen's orders. If he were to find out, a shiver ran down Lu Fang's spine. Old Wang should not be there today, right? Zhang Wei replied nonchalantly, as if he had everything under control. The 300 legal knowledge points were not to be squandered. The system had provided the movement trajectories of relevant personnel. Lu Fang opened her mouth, gazing at Zhang Wei in terror. How does he know Old Wang is absent? This man was utterly terrifying. It seemed he possessed knowledge of everything. Lu Fang felt as if she were transparent before him. How could this youth be so well informed? Did he possess some supernatural ability to see and hear everything? Fear had stripped her of the courage to resist. Yes, Old One usually takes a stroll of the afternoon. Lu Fang's voice was faint, barely audible. Very well. Zhang Wei's tone remained calm. Now, I require another item from you. Lu Fang looked at him nervously. What more could he want? Her heart raced. Was there a colleague with whom Li Meng shared a close relationship? A part-time NPC named Xiao Yun? Zhang Wei's gaze fixed intently on Lu Fang. At his words, Lu Fang paused, then nodded slightly. Yes, Xiao Yun is a university student with a pleasant demeanor. She indeed had a closer rapport with Li Meng. They often switched shifts and shared meals together. Xiao Yun. Li Meng was certainly fond of her. Did Li Meng confide in her? Did Li Meng leave behind any personal belongings, such as a diary, at the theater? Zhang Wei pressed on, his eyes piercing. Lu Fang furrowed her brow, straining to remember. A diary, she murmured. It seems Li Meng had a habit of writing. She used a very old leather-bound notebook. As for the storage location, Lu Fang's eyes lit up, of course. The employee lounge at the far east end of the second floor, which contained a row of long-abandoned lockers that were rarely used. When Li Meng first arrived, lacking a proper locker, Xiao Yun had given her a key to the seldom-used locker number 07, allowing her to temporarily store some items. That locker, after the incident involving Li Meng, remained untouched. Hopefully, this information would assist him, and in turn, herself. Lu Fang silently prayed. Zhang Wei's eyes brightened. Clue 1. The original manuscript of Li Meng's atonement diary. The target location and key individuals matched perfectly. You have Xiao Yun's contact information and address, correct? Zhang Wei's tone left no room for doubt. Lu Fang instinctively nodded, then rummaged through her phone contacts to retrieve a number and address, trembling as she wrote them on a sticky note and handed it to Zhang Wei. This is Xiao Yun's phone number and her school dormitory address. Zhang Wei took the note, glanced at it briefly, and tucked it into his pocket. Now, take me to the surveillance room. His voice was devoid of emotion. I must personally copy the data from that old server. Lu Fang's heart sank. The old server. President Chun had repeatedly cautioned against anyone touching it. What if? Lu Fang dared not contemplate the consequences. Leading an outsider into the surveillance room and tampering with the old server that President Chun had specifically warned against, if discovered. Zhang lawyer. She sought to make one last stand. Lu Jia. Zhang Wei interrupted her, his voice growing colder. Do you think you have any choices left? Assisting me is also an act of self-preservation. Consider Li Meng's fate, and then think of your own child. How long can Shin protect you? Once the truth comes to light, do you believe he will shoulder the blame himself? Zhang Wei's words struck Lu Fang's heart like a heavy hammer. Indeed, was I not aware of what kind of person President Chun truly was? When trouble arises, the first unfortunate soul to face the consequences is often someone like me. A mere pawn. Li Meng, the fate that awaits her. I cannot allow myself to descend into such despair. For the sake of my child, I must take a gamble. Rather than passively awaiting death, I shall proactively strive for a glimmer of hope. Indeed, I am acutely aware of the nature of General Manager Chun. Should calamity strike, I would undoubtedly be the first thrown under the bus to take the blame. Rather than sit idly by, I must take a risk. Lu Fang inhaled deeply, her voice trembling as she spoke. All right, Lawyer Zhang, I will lead you. With newfound determination, she hesitated no longer. Under Lu Fang's guidance and cooperation, Zhang Wei acted with remarkable swiftness. The dusty old server in the surveillance room posed little challenge for him. He deftly copied the encrypted special track data compressed file. The entire operation was fraught with tension, yet ultimately uneventful. Subsequently, using the information provided by Lu Fang, he successfully located Li Meng's leather-bound diary and the mobile hard drive containing the backup of the scheduling records in the abandoned locker 07 of the employee changing room on the second floor. Clue 1. The original manuscript of Li Meng's redemption log. Acquired. Clue 2. Nightmare Theater NPC Li Meng's early morning task scheduling records. Mobile hard drive backup. Acquired. Clue 3. Evidence of Li Meng's GPS bracelet data stored in the Nightmare Theater backend. USB copy. Acquired. With the 3 pivotal pieces of evidence now in hand, Zhang Wei wasted not a moment and swiftly departed from the Nightmare Theater. Upon returning to his modest law office, He carefully secured the USB containing the GPS data, the mobile hard drive with the scheduling records from Lu Feng, and the original manuscript of Li Meng's diary within his safe. These would serve as explosive ammunition to bring Chun to the judgment seat. Only then did he retrieve his phone and dial Su Wanru's number. Wanru, please help me investigate the precise location of this address, as well as gather detailed information about a girl named Xiaoyan. As he spoke, he photographed the note containing Xiaoyan's information and sent it to Su Wanru via chat. On the other end of the line, Su Wanru's voice brimmed with enthusiasm. No problem. Lawyer Zhang, you can count on me. Chapter 53. A civil compensation matter entangles him in criminal charges. Meanwhile, at the Dongjiang District People's Court, a criminal complaint, stamped with a vivid red seal and accompanied by a catalog of pertinent evidence, was officially delivered through the court's internal processes to the law firm representing the defendant. Sanjiang Law Firm. Within the office of partner Zhou Wan at Sanjiang Law Firm, Zhou reclined in an opulent leather executive chair, savoring a cup of hand-brewed Blue Mountain coffee while gazing at the bustling urban panorama outside his window. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of a knock echoed. Guomin, Zhou replied without turning, his tone laced with a subtle air of arrogance. An intern clad in a sharply tailored suit, adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles, entered the room. In his hand, he held a document. Approaching Zhou's expansive desk. Zhou, this has just been delivered by the court. The intern spoke in a calm and even tone, yet his eyes, hidden behind the lenses, flickered with an oddity. He quickly glanced at Zhou and continued. It pertains to the Nightmare Theater case. With the new attorney Zhang Wei submitting a criminal complaint, and he has added some new demands. The intern's voice grew slightly more emphatic upon mentioning Zhang Wei. Everyone in the firm knew how Zhou had come to hold his partner position. Were it not for Zhou Wen's uncle, Zhou Ming, a senior partner at the firm, who had maneuvered to oust the ambitious Zhang Wei from Sanjiang, this partner position would likely not have been Zhou's to claim. At this moment, both were representing the same case, marking them as rivals in a most inconvenient circumstance. A criminal complaint? Zhou set down his coffee cup, his brow arching slightly, a smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his lips. What nonsense is this? To drag a civil compensation issue into the realm of criminality? Zhou took the criminal complaint, scoffing softly as he flipped through the pages. Charges of abuse? Illegal detention? Intentional injury? Forced labor? Illegal acquisition of personal information? Responsibility for major safety incidents? As his brow furrowed deeper, Zhou found himself nearly laughing aloud by the end, though his mirth was cold, steeped in contempt and mockery. Ah, Zhang Wei, since leaving Sanjiang, have you truly regressed? Zhou tossed the complaint onto the desk, as if it were a piece of filth. Abuse? He exclaimed, lifting his coffee for a slow sip, a mocking smile on his face. Has Zhang Wei lost his mind? Abuse refers to actions occurring between family members within a shared living context. Li Meng and my client, General Chun, are in an employer-employee relationship. He doesn't even grasp the most basic elements of criminal composition, and yet he dares to submit this? Truly laughable. The intern stood by, head bowed, hesitant to speak, though his ears were perked up attentively. And this illegal detention? Zhou's fingers drummed lightly on the desk. How can performing contractual duties in the workplace be construed as illegal detention? Will employees soon sue their employers for illegal detention every time they are asked to work overtime? Preposterous. His voice was steeped in disdain. Zhang Wei must be desperate for attention, doesn't he? Intentional harm? How ludicrous. Zhou Wen scoffed, stating that the police's preliminary assessment of Li Meng's cause of death was accidental. What concrete evidence does Zhang Wei possess to assert it was intentional harm? Can he truly define the case merely with his words? It's nothing but chasing shadows and making unfounded assumptions. Forced labor? Zhou Wen's tone grew increasingly scornful. Which young person today does not toil in their work? Signing a labor contract that stipulates job duties and hours does not equate to forced labor. How many entrepreneurs across the nation would Zhang Wei have imprisoned for such trivialities? This is utter nonsense. He paused, a glint of severity flashing in his eyes. I see he is not seeking justice, but rather sowing discord, attempting to exert pressure on the court through these antics. As for the illegal acquisition of personal information, Zhou Wen laughed derisively. Our theater records essential employee information for management and safety purposes. Is this not a standard practice? Does he believe that employee registration constitutes illegal information acquisition? Has Zhang Wei transformed all companies with standardized management into dens of thieves? Lastly, the charge of major safety incident liability. Zhou Wen shook his head, his expression conveying a sense of futility. While Li Meng's accident is indeed tragic, does it necessarily equate to major safety incident liability? The severity of the incident and the specific consequences, do they meet the prosecutorial standards of criminal law? Has Zhang Wei conducted rigorous legal analysis and factual investigation? Or does he believe that any death, in his eyes, amounts to a major safety incident? Truly, a legal novice blinded by emotion. Each of Zhou Wen's words dripped with contempt for Zhang Wei's professional capabilities. It was as if the indictment Zhang Wei submitted was merely a heap of flawed paper. Humph, such trivial skills, and he dares to present them. Zhou Wen lifted his coffee cup, a flash of ruthlessness in his gaze. He was eager to see what wave Zhang Wei could possibly stir. Time flew by, and soon the day of the formal hearing for the Li Meng case arrived. Early that morning, Zhang Wei hailed a taxi, accompanied by Su Wanru, heading straight for the Dongjiang District People's Court. As dawn broke, a throng of figures was already gathered at the courthouse entrance. The moment they stepped through the door, they collided with a familiar figure, Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen was also accompanied by a young assistant, impeccably dressed in a suit, hair meticulously styled, wearing a professional smile that faltered momentarily upon seeing Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei intended to ignore him, pretending not to notice, and continued toward the courtroom with Su Wanru. However, Zhou Wen, akin to a fly drawn to blood, quickly approached and blocked their path. He first scrutinized Su Wanru openly, a glimmer of astonishment flickering in his eyes, before turning to Zhang Wei, a smirk lacing his lips with a hint of mockery. "Oh, is this not the esteemed lawyer Zhang?" Zhou Wen's tone dripped with sarcasm. "I didn't expect that after leaving Sanjiang. You've been faring quite well." He paused momentarily, alluding to the sensational Zhao Wang poisoning case, and remarked, "I heard you handled that case, didn't you? TSK, truly impressive. Now you even have such a beautiful assistant by your side." Zhang Wei maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly oblivious to the sarcasm in Zhou Wen's words. He merely gazed at him indifferently and inquired, "Is there something you need?" This utter disregard instantly provoked Zhou Wen's ire. He felt as if he had struck a blow against cotton, with all his superiority and prepared mockery rendered futile. Taking a deep breath to suppress his anger, Zhou Wen turned to Su Wanru. Forcing a smile he deemed genteel, "My dear, Zhang Wei's newly established law firm is rather modest. What is there to linger over?" As he spoke, he retrieved a gold-embossed business card from his suit pocket and presented it to Su Wanru. "This is my card from Sanjiang Law Firm, a prestigious name. You must have heard of it. Should you wish to explore opportunities elsewhere, feel free to reach out." The reputation of Sanjiang Law Firm resonated both in Jiangxing and nationwide. Su Wanru's brow writhed instantly. She detested the way Zhou Wen scrutinized her, his gaze imbued with a mixture of appraisal and frivolity. As though she were an object for sale, her fists clenched instinctively. Had Zhang Wei not been present, she might have already retaliated against this audacious man. Zhang Wei, perceptive to Su Wanru's shift in emotions, discreetly placed his hand on her tightly held fist, signaling her to remain calm. He then lifted his gaze to Zhou Wen, his tone still composed. "Lawyer Zhou, instead of wasting time digging into my affairs, perhaps you should focus on how to win your case. A seemingly simple civil dispute should not lead to your client's incarceration. That would indeed be a source of ridicule." Zhou Wen erupted into exaggerated laughter, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. "Ha ha! Zhang Wei, are you jesting?" He reined in his mirth, his eyes brimming with disdain. "With that flawed criminal complaint of yours? You can't even grasp the applicable legal provisions and dare to file a lawsuit. It's simply a bid for attention." Stepping closer, he lowered his voice to a conspiratorial whisper that only Zhang Wei could hear. "Zhang Wei, listen carefully. Your previous quiet exit from Sanjiang was due to your inadequacies. This time, I will, in broad daylight, once again trample you underfoot in court. I will prove to everyone that my ascendance to partner at Sanjiang is based on merit, not on anything else." With that, He shot Zhang Wei a triumphant glance, as if already envisioning his rival's humiliating defeat. Subsequently, Zhou adjusted his tie, accompanied by his assistant, and strode haughtily toward the court. Chapter 54. It seems you truly have run out of talent. After undergoing a series of rigorous security checks, Zhang Wei escorted Su Wanru into the solemn and imposing courtroom. The two took their seats at the plaintiff's bench. Opposite them, in the defendant's seat, Zhou Wen had already settled in. Upon seeing Zhang Wei, he cast a blatant and provocative gaze, his lips curling into a slight smirk tinged with disdain. Zhang Wei sensed that piercing look, yet did not so much as raise an eyelid, treating his adversary as if he were merely a wisp of air, completely disregarding him. Meanwhile, in the official live-streaming room of the trial, comments began to flood in. Brothers, take a look at that lawyer at the plaintiff's bench. Doesn't he look a bit familiar? Wow, he does seem familiar. Isn't he the formidable figure from the Zhao Wang poisoning case who managed a brilliant defense for acquittal? Really? Is it that esteemed individual? My goodness. The defendant and their lawyer might as well start mourning in advance. Amen. You upstairs must not have read the trial summary, right? This time, our esteemed figure is starting off against the wind. What do you mean against the wind? Let me check. Wow, it really is. An employee committed suicide at home, and the family is suing the employer for criminal liability and compensation. This, our esteemed figure, truly walks an unconventional path. Each case is more bizarre than the last. I feel a chill for our esteemed figure. Can't he take on some more conventional cases? How is he going to handle this? Everyone stop spamming. The judge is here. It's about to begin. Let us wait and see how our esteemed figure performs. The comments momentarily thinned out. The side door of the courtroom swung open. The presiding judge entered, flanked by two associate judges, all walking with measured steps toward the judgment seat. The gavel struck, its crisp sound echoing through the courtroom. Court is now in session. The presiding judge surveyed the courtroom, his voice authoritative and clear, announcing the court's regulations and other procedural matters. Following a series of procedural declarations, the judge turned his gaze toward the plaintiff's bench. Now, the plaintiff's attorney shall present the claims, facts, and reasoning. Su Wanru swiftly organized the documents before her, gently handing over the criminal complaint she had tirelessly penned through the night to Zhang Wei. Adjusting the collar of his impeccably tailored suit, he accepted the complaint. Rising slowly, he cast a calm glance across the courtroom, ultimately fixing his gaze on the defendant's bench occupied by Chun and Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen maintained his proud demeanor, a cold smile lingering on his lips as he leisurely adjusted his posture, arms crossed, exuding an air of superiority, his eyes brimming with disdain. Zhang Wei paid no heed to the scrutinizing stares and the silent contest around him. Clearing his throat, his steady and clear voice began to resonate within the courtroom. Presiding judge, esteemed judges, I am honored to represent Ms. Li Shui, the plaintiff in this case, in her dispute regarding the right to life against the defendant Nightmare Theater and its legal representative, Mr. Chun, and I hereby submit a criminal complaint. Our litigation claims primarily encompass the following points. First, we request the court to lawfully mandate the defendant, Nightmare Theater, and its principal, Chun, to bear civil compensation liabilities for the unlawful actions that resulted in the death of the victim, Li Meng, including but not limited to death compensation, funeral expenses, and emotional distress damages, amounting to a total of 2 million yuan. Upon hearing the civil aspect, a more pronounced smirk of derision appeared at the corners of Zhou Wen's mouth. Second, we hereby bring forth a criminal accusation against Chun, the head of Nightmare Theater, imploring the court to pursue his alleged multiple criminal responsibilities. As the phrase criminal accusation resonated, Zhou Wen momentarily paused his crossed-arm stance, raising his brow slightly. Yet the disdain etched on his face remained unaltered, almost as if he had heard an amusing jest. Gulme, let me see what extravagant claims you can present. Zhang Wei's voice faltered slightly, intensifying his tone as he began to articulate the charges and their justifications. Specifically, they include, first, the allegation of abuse. The defendant, Chun, exploited his superior position to systematically and persistently inflict psychological and physical torment upon the victim, Li Meng, employing heinous methods and exhibiting severe circumstances. Second, the allegation of illegal detention. The defendant, under the guise of work, forcibly mandated the victim to wear a GPS ankle monitor, surveilling her whereabouts 24 hours a day, and through atonement tasks and other means, covertly restricted her personal freedom. Upon hearing the mention of the GPS ankle monitor, a fleeting, almost imperceptible flicker of abnormality flashed across Zhou Wen's gaze. Yet it was swiftly masked by deeper ridicule. This is indeed rather unreasonable, but from a legal standpoint, it bears no substantial relation to illegal detention. Jump. Continue jumping. Zhang Wei took a breath and continued. Third, the allegation of intentional injury. The so-called atonement task devised by the defendant directly led the victim, Li Meng, to engage in severe self-harm, demonstrating a subjective indifference towards the resulting harm, which objectively caused significant bodily injury to the victim, ultimately establishing a causal relationship with her death in the eyes of the law. Fourth, the allegation of forced labor. The defendant, under the pretense of immersive performance, coerced the victim into engaging in role-playing that far exceeded normal work boundaries, grossly insulting her dignity and endangering her physical and mental health, thereby severely infringing upon the legitimate rights and interests of the worker. Fifth, the allegation of illegally obtaining personal information of citizens. The defendant, without the effective consent of the victim, utilized technological means, such as GPS ankle monitors, to unlawfully acquire and store vast amounts of sensitive personal tracking information about the victim. At this point, Zhou Wen had completely reverted to his lofty and disdainful demeanor, even idly tapping his fingers on the armrest with boredom. Is this it? Mere attention-seeking antics. I truly thought you could present something more compelling. Sixth, the allegation of a major responsibility accident. The defendant, Nightmare Theater, exhibited significant lapses in safety management, failing to fulfill their safety obligations, and bears undeniable responsibility for the accidental death of the victim, Li Meng, during the performance of her duties. Zhang Wei's voice resonated powerfully. Marked by clear logic, each accusation was accompanied by succinct reasoning. Although he did not elaborate on the evidence, he had undeniably constructed a shocking framework of allegations. In an instant, the entire courtroom, including the gallery and the live stream, fell into a brief silence, stunned by this series of explosive revelations. Once Zhang Wei concluded his statement and returned to his seat, the presiding judge cast a glance at him before surveying the visibly perturbed Chun on the defendant's bench, alongside the ever-arrogant lawyer Zhou Wen, whose expression now bore a hint of seriousness. In his mind, the judge contemplated 6 criminal charges, each supported by preliminary justifications: abuse, illegal detention, intentional injury, forced labor, unlawful acquisition of personal information, and major liability accidents. Each accusation stood on its own as formidable, particularly when intertwined within a case that appeared to stem from a labor dispute leading to a death. Zhang Wei, indeed, lived up to his reputation, striking with an exceptionally sharp and incisive approach. Although these accusations harbored numerous points of contention and challenges in terms of legal applicability, especially in the absence of clear precedents, the sheer volume presented with such conviction indicated his resolve and the depth of the materials at his disposal. This case was far more intricate and troublesome than initially anticipated. It was evident that utmost vigilance was required. Meanwhile, Zhou Wen, after Zhang Wei sat down, wore an even more pronounced expression of disdain and mockery. He gazed at Zhang Wei across the room, inwardly scoffing. I had thought you might possess some hidden prowess, yet you merely reiterated the fanciful notions from your complaint. Zhang Wei, it seems your well of creativity has run dry. How utterly tedious, truly tedious. You are unworthy to be my adversary. Chapter 55, Behold. Let's see how you will maneuver this time. After Zhang Wei concluded his statement, the brief silence in the courtroom was abruptly shattered by a barrage of comments flooding the live stream. It sounds like the boss is truly despicable. With the GPS ankle monitor and the so-called redemption tasks, how absurd is that? Calm down up there. While it sounds frightening, aren't the charges the big shot is facing a bit far-fetched? Charges of abuse and illegal detention. The applicable demographic seems off. This is clearly a labor relationship. Indeed, It feels like an unjust application of charges. Claiming intentional harm is even more ludicrous. How can self-harm be considered intentional harm by the boss? Hey, are you questioning the big shot? Sit down. If he dares to say this, he surely has a backup plan. Exactly. Let us not forget the last case involving the Zhao family. Who foresaw that? What was the outcome? Does it hurt to be wrong? Let's watch the big shot perform. Even if he is fabricating, he can spin it into something believable. Waiting to see the defendant's lawyer refute this. I bet he'll be exasperated. Ha ha ha. In the courtroom, the presiding judge shifted his gaze from Zhang Wei to the defense table, speaking in a steady voice. Defense attorney for the defendant. You may now present your counterarguments regarding the plaintiff's claims and criminal accusations. When Zhou, upon hearing this, slowly rose to his feet, he first adjusted his expensive tie, then cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Wei opposite him, a smirk of unabashed mockery gracing his lips. Zhang Wei, behold, let us see how you will maneuver this time. Clearing his throat, he regained an air of professional arrogance, addressing the court in a condescending tone. Your Honor, esteemed judges, after listening to the plaintiff's attorney deliver an impassioned, yet fundamentally flawed presentation, we cannot, in good conscience, concur. Firstly, regarding the so-called 6 criminal accusations. They are nothing but nonsensical fabrications, a gross distortion and misuse of the law. Firstly, the charge of abuse? Preposterous. The offense of abuse has specific subjects and behavioral characteristics. The relationship between the defendant and the victim is one of equal labor contractual obligation. Where lies the abuse? The rigorous demands of the workplace cannot be equated with familial abuse. Secondly, the charge of illegal detention. This is even more unfounded. The use of the GPS ankle monitor was explicitly agreed upon and confirmed by the victim in the contract, necessitated by work conditions, aimed at ensuring a seamless immersive experience and the safety of employees. The so-called redemption tasks are merely part of the scripted narrative, and the victim had the right to refuse. How can one speak of restrictions on personal freedom? Thirdly, the charge of intentional harm. This is merely a baseless accusation. The victim's self-harm is indeed tragic, yet it was a personal choice, devoid of any incitement or coercion from the defendant, and certainly devoid of any intention to harm. To attribute this to the defendant is a gross severance of legal causation. Fourthly, the charge of forced labor. We have provided substantial remuneration and benefits. The victim voluntarily signed a contract, accepting a high-intensity, high-reward position. The rights and obligations of both parties are equal. Where is the coercion? Fifthly, the charge of illegally obtaining personal information. As previously stated, the acquisition of GPS information was carried out with the victim's written consent and solely for the agreed-upon work scope, rendering it entirely lawful and compliant. The sixth point concerns the alleged crime of serious responsibility accidents, which seems rather far-fetched. The Nightmare Theater has a comprehensive safety management system and emergency response plan in place. The unfortunate death of the victim was a regrettable accident, potentially resulting from personal operational errors or sudden health issues, and bears no direct legal connection to the so-called safety lapses. We have fulfilled our reasonable obligations regarding safety. Zhou paused, surveying the courtroom, his tone resolute. In summary, all criminal accusations presented by the plaintiff are unfounded. The facts they rely on are unclear, and the application of law is erroneous. Since the basis for criminal liability does not exist, the so-called civil compensation, particularly the exorbitant claim of $2 million, lacks any foundation. The victim's death was indeed an accident, and we express our deepest sympathies, willing to offer appropriate consolation and compensation to the family from a humanitarian perspective. However, this does not imply any acknowledgement of legal liability on our part. Therefore, we request the court to dismiss all of the plaintiff's litigation demands and criminal accusations. The defense's statement concluded. Zhou returned to his seat with palpable confidence, even defiantly lifting his chin toward Zhang Wei, his gaze suffused with the demeanor of a victor. Zhang Wei observed Zhou's demeanor, maintaining an expression of serene composure, though the corners of his mouth subtly curved upwards for a fleeting moment before returning to their original state. Is this all? Zhang Wei scoffed internally. It appears that after receiving the criminal accusation, you have entirely dismissed my presence. Your formal tone and rigid approach lack any flexibility. Is this the caliber of the newly promoted partner from Sanjiang? Umph. Zhou Ming must have exerted considerable effort to elevate such a mediocrity like you. In the courtroom, the presiding judge, after Zhou Wen's presentation, scanned the parties involved, lightly tapping his finger on the table. The defendant's lawyer's rebuttal was quite conventional. They countered the 6 criminal accusations made by the plaintiff from the perspectives of legal constitutive elements, subjective intent, causality, and contract stipulations, as well as mutual consent. Logically, it seemed sound, adhering to standard defense strategies, denying the existence of criminal elements, and attributing everything to the execution of a legitimate labor contract and unfortunate circumstances. Consequently, the civil compensation claims were dismissed in a similarly straightforward manner. Indeed, based solely on the text of the accusation, this line of defense could hold water. However, the presiding judge's gaze shifted back to the composed plaintiff's side. Since Zhang Wei dared to present such astonishing criminal accusations at the outset, he surely had a backup plan. This textbook defense might merely be the calm before the storm. Next, it would be crucial to observe how both parties present their evidence and cross-examine. The presiding judge noted that both sides had completed their preliminary statements and gently struck the gavel. We now enter the court investigation phase. First, I invite the plaintiff's attorney to present evidence regarding your litigation requests and criminal accusations to the court. Zhang Wei nodded and stood once more, as Su Wanru promptly handed him the prepared stack of materials. Zhang Wei took the materials and turned towards the bench, his voice resonating clearly. Presiding judge, esteemed members of the court, regarding the first criminal accusation of abuse. He presented a document to the clerk's desk. We assert that the actions of the defendant, Chun, fulfill the criteria for abuse as delineated in Article 260 of the criminal law. According to the Supreme People's Court's opinions on the legal handling of criminal cases of abuse, Article 2, the term cohabitation relationship can extend to workplaces characterized by personal dependency. Furthermore, in accordance with Article 1183 of the Civil Code and the spirit of relevant judicial interpretations, persistent psychological oppression in the workplace resulting in severe harm should incur liability. Chapter 56. Witnesses take the stand. As Zhang Wei succinctly presented his legal basis, Zhou Wen's expression shifted for the first time, his brows furrowing tightly as a flicker of astonishment crossed his gaze. How could he possibly cite this judicial interpretation? The Supreme Court had indeed extended its interpretation of cohabitation relationships in such a manner. A chill ran through Zhou Wen's heart. Damn it! After receiving the complaint, I hastily searched for the elements constituting the crime of abuse, but my focus was solely on traditional familial relationships, assuming workplace relations were entirely irrelevant. On the surface, this case appeared to be merely an employee's accidental death, with the family causing an uproar, compounded by the fact that my opponent was Zhang Wei, the very person I had longed to crush. So intent was I on effortlessly overpowering him in court to demonstrate my prowess that I overlooked the necessity to delve into these relatively obscure yet potentially pivotal judicial interpretations and guiding opinions. Such carelessness. I should have anticipated that Zhang Wei would not adhere to conventional tactics. Zhang Wei continued, I hereby submit the first set of evidence. Evidence 1 is a photocopy of the victim Li Meng's manuscript notes, detailing her daily experiences of mental torment. Evidence 2 is our request for witnesses Lu Fong and Xiao Yun to testify. Lu Fong is the front desk supervisor of the Nightmare Theater, and Xiao Yun is a colleague of the victim. Their testimonies will substantiate the defendant's actions' continuity and prevalence. As his words fell, Chun, seated in the defendant's chair, turned ashen, his expression darkening as he shot a venomous glare towards the courtroom's entrance, his jaw clenched tightly. Lu Fong, you wretched ingrate. Chen's inner fury surged. What have I done to you? I have provided you with countless benefits, promoted you to supervisor, and yet you dare betray me and come to testify against me. And Xiao Yun, very well. Once this is over, just wait and see how I will alter your script. I will not rest until I have brought you down. The presiding judge's gaze flickered between Zhang Wei and the sullen Chun, before stating, witnesses Lu Fong and Xiao Yun are permitted to take the stand. Bring the witnesses into the courtroom. The bailiff promptly opened the side door of the courtroom and called out, please have witnesses Lu Fong and Xiao Yun enter. Moments later, two young women entered, one after the other. Leading the way was Lu Fong, dressed modestly, her demeanor slightly anxious yet composed. Following closely behind was Xiao Yun, who appeared even more frail and unsettled, her head bowed, hands tightly clutching the hem of her clothing. As the two women reached the center of the courtroom, their eyes inevitably met Chen's in the defendant's chair, where they were met with unmasked malice and intimidation. Lu Fong's body trembled almost imperceptibly as she instinctively averted her gaze from Chen, but soon took a deep breath, striving to steady herself. Xiao Yun's reaction was far more intense. Upon encountering Chen's fierce stare, her face drained of color, her body swaying dangerously as if she might collapse. Had it not been for the timely support of the nearby bailiff, she might have crumpled to the ground. She trembled uncontrollably, her lips quivering, her eyes filled with sheer terror, as if she had beheld something exceedingly dreadful. Daring not to glance at Chen again, her head lowered even further. The presiding judge observed everything with a furrowed brow. It appeared that the defendant, Chen, exerted considerable intimidation over the two witnesses, particularly the one named Xiaoyan, whose reaction was so intense that it suggested she had likely endured significant fright in the past. The lawyer Zhang Wei's references to psychological torment and personal dependence seemed to hold merit. The Supreme Court's broad interpretation of cohabitation relationships and the Civil Code's attention to workplace mental oppression indeed provided a substantial legal discourse for the allegations of abuse in this case. Should the testimonies of the witnesses validate the authenticity of the victim's manuscript and unveil a pervasive, oppressive management style, the accusations of abuse would transcend mere triviality. The defense counsel's arguments were likely to face formidable challenges. Inside the courtroom, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense due to Xiaoyan's vehement response. After the court clerk verified and recorded the identities of the two witnesses, the presiding judge signaled for Zhang Wei to commence his inquiries. Zhang Wei first addressed the relatively composed Lu Fong. Ms. Lu Fong, may I inquire about your previous position at the Nightmare Theater? What were your primary responsibilities? Zhang Wei's tone was calm, attempting to alleviate the witness's anxiety. Lu Fong took a deep breath, deliberately avoiding the defendant's gaze, and replied, I was the front desk supervisor, responsible for daily operations, scheduling NPC actors, attendance, and conveying certain directives from General Manager Chen. Are you aware if the theater assigned NPC actors, such as Li Meng, so-called exclusive scripts or atonement tasks? Yes, I am aware. Lu Fong hesitated briefly before nodding. General Manager Chen would design some specific, rather unique plot lines and tasks for certain NPCs, requiring them to execute them stringently. Who devised and issued these special plot lines and tasks? What were they generally about? Primarily designed by General Manager Chen. The content, I am not entirely certain, but I have heard the actors mention privately that some tasks are very challenging, with considerable pressure, and at times lacking in respect. Lu Fong's voice grew softer. Upon hearing this, the defendant Chen emitted a derisive snort, casting a frigid glare at Lu Fong. Traitor, I'll have your supervisor dismissed, and you can become an NPC as well. Zhang Wei nodded and turned to the now somewhat calmer, albeit still trembling, Xiaoyan. Miss Xiaoyan, you and Li Meng are colleagues, correct? You also serve as an NPC actor? Xiaoyan lowered her head, her voice barely audible. Yes. Do you also have similar exclusive scripts or tasks? Xiaoyan suddenly lifted her head. Her eyes filled with fear as she cast a quick glance at Chen, then swiftly lowered her gaze again, trembling even more intensely. Yes, I also have. Many of us do. A cruel smile crept across Chen's lips as he whispered in a tone only he could hear, just as I thought. Can you share with the court what it feels like to execute these scripts and tasks? Do you believe you have the right to refuse? Zhang Wei's tone softened. Xiaoyun's tears surged forth in an instant, her voice quivering with emotion as she stammered. It's truly terrifying. Those tasks require us to do some humiliating and distressing things. They say if we do not complete them, there will be punishment. It will affect our scores, and even we might be optimized. We dare not refuse. Sister Li Meng, her script is even worse. She choked on her words, her shoulders shaking violently. What more must we endure? Zhang Wei pressed. It's even more excessive. It's even more degrading. Xiaoyan suddenly erupted, her voice laced with tears as she cried, Manager Chun. He deliberately torments us, treats us like dogs. Sister Li Ming was driven to her death by him. Silence. The presiding judge struck the gavel, halting Xiaoyun's impassioned outburst. Yet his gaze swiftly darted towards Chun. At that moment of Xiaoyun's eruption, Chen's expression darkened ominously, his clenched fist beneath the table cracking audibly. He glared at Xiaoyan, his eyes seemingly intent on devouring her whole. Wretched girl, just wait. You shall see how I deal with you. Lu Fong, witnessing Xiaoyan's breakdown, could not suppress her own tears, her lips quivering as if to utter something. Yet ultimately she remained silent, her trembling frame betraying her distress. Zhang Wei judiciously ceased his inquiries into Xiaoyan and turned to the presiding judge. Your Honor, we will temporarily conclude our presentation regarding the first charge. The judge's fingers lightly tapped the surface of the table, acknowledging the profound impact of Xiaoyan's response and testimony, which, despite its emotional undertones, effectively corroborated the oppressive and fearful atmosphere. Lu Fong's testimony further provided corroborative evidence from a managerial perspective, together with Li Meng's manuscript. The foundation for the charge of abuse was gradually becoming apparent. Chen's reactions in court also indirectly revealed his controlling nature and potential threat. This case is indeed complex. Chapter 57. The heavens did not give birth to me, Zhou 1. Punishment comes. Zhang Wei's voice was calm and unwavering, as if merely stating an established fact. He continued, addressing the second criminal charge of unlawful detention. Our party asserts that the actions of the defendant, Chun, fully align with Article 238 of the criminal law concerning unlawful detention. Zhang Wei slightly leaned to the side, his gaze piercing like a spear, directly aimed at Zhou 1. Furthermore, I implore the court to note that guiding case No. 146 issued by the Supreme People's Court this year has explicitly stated the use of electronic tracking devices combined with psychological coercion that substantially restricts another's freedom of movement constitutes unlawful detention. Upon hearing this, the color drained from Zhou Wen's face in an instant. Guiding case number 146. Such a thing exists? Heaven have mercy. I am merely a lawyer with a background in commercial cases, wholly unversed in criminal law. And now you present me with the latest judicial interpretations and guiding cases. He had clearly reviewed the elements of unlawful detention. Traditionally, it was difficult to ascertain that GPS ankle monitors deprived or restricted personal freedom as long as there was a contractual agreement. How fortuitous that this guiding case emerged this year. Could there be a hidden master at play? Has heaven truly not given birth to me, Zhou Wen? Punishment comes. Yet Zhang Wei offered Zhou Wen no respite, his voice suddenly rising. There are two pieces of evidence. First, the back-end data from the GPS ankle monitor worn by the victim, Li Meng. We have restored it through technical means and conducted dual verification with a mobile carrier's base station records. It recorded Li Meng's precise location at every moment. Second, the schedule of the Nightmare Theater, along with our witness, Ms. Lu Fong, the front desk supervisor, who can further confirm that the victim, Li Meng, was forcibly required to go to designated locations during multiple late-night hours to perform so-called atonement tasks. I ask, where is the personal freedom of an employee who is monitored 24 hours a day and compelled to perform tasks in the dead of night? Sweat beads had already formed on Zhou Wen's forehead. He opened his mouth to retort, only to realize that Zhang Wei's chain of logic was so tight, and the cited cases so precise, that he momentarily found himself at a loss for a counterargument. Chen's face had turned ashen, his malevolent gaze continually sweeping towards Lu Fong and the others. When I get back, I will make sure to take care of you too. He still believed he could return. After all, Li Meng had committed suicide. At most, he would merely pay a small sum, a trifling amount. Zhang Wei took a deep breath, his tone shifting once more to a sharper edge. The third criminal charge, intentional injury. The latest version of the standard for assessing human injury for 2025 has explicitly added a supplementary clause, with Standard Code 6.3.2b stating, due to prolonged psychological oppression and mental abuse resulting in the victim experiencing organic brain damage or severe mental disorders, such as major depression and post-traumatic stress disorder. This shall be regarded as second-degree serious injury. At the same time, the Supreme People's Procurator's guiding principles on handling new types of injury cases, Article 8, clearly states, if an individual employs systematic psychological manipulation and mental coercion, resulting in self-harming behavior by the victim or exacerbating their organic ailments, and maintains a negligent attitude towards the resulting harm, they may be prosecuted in accordance with the crime of intentional injury. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei's body involuntarily swayed slightly. Standards for assessing human injury? The guiding principles from the Supreme Procuratorate? Zhang Wei, from which obscure corner did you unearth such a dubious document? How could this even be connected? Zhang Wei's forehead began to perspire. Evidence. Zhang Wei casually surveyed Zhang Wei and Chun before continuing. The complete medical records of the victim, Li Meng, from the city's top-tier psychiatric hospital, as well as the supplementary assessment report issued by the Judicial Appraisal Center, clearly diagnosing him with severe depression accompanied by significant anxiety attacks, with certain areas of his brain showing signs of organic changes due to prolonged stress. Are these not injuries? The defendant, Chun, suddenly began to breathe heavily, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes. This is outrageous. The crime of intentional injury is certainly a conviction that leads to imprisonment. He shifted his gaze to Zhang Wei, who sensed Chen's unease and softly reassured him. How about this? You need not worry. What else can we do? Should I say, I am powerless. Prepare yourself for a stint in state custody? Zhang Wei continued. Fourthly, the crime of forced labor. The latest judicial interpretation of Article 244 of the Criminal Law, document F.A. Sure, 2025, number 3, explicitly states, if an individual exploits the psychological dependency of the victim in a specific context, characterized by information asymmetry or a submissive relationship formed through role-playing, and employs mental control, threats, or punitive measures to compel a laborer to engage in work that exceeds the contractual agreement, severely contradicts their will, or is demeaning in nature, it can still be classified as forced labor, even if compensation has been provided. Moreover, Article 33 of the Implementation Regulations of the Labor Law clearly stipulates that, barring special approvals from the cultural and tourism departments for certain performance industries, ensuring adequate rest periods, no entity may compel or indirectly compel laborers to work continuously between midnight and 6 a.m. Chun scoffed disdainfully. Such trivialities. The partner at Sanjiang law firm, Zhou, has assured me that there is nothing to worry about. Do you truly believe you can send me to prison? In stark contrast, Zhang Wei's hands began to tremble. He found himself powerless against the 4 criminal accusations Zhang Wei was currently articulating. Stealing a glance at the smirking Chun, he silently lamented, "Buddy, be cautious in your next life." Zhang Wei raised a document. Evidence. The chat records between victim Li Meng and defendant Chun, filled with extensive audio and text messages where the defendant, under the guise of script upgrades, character fates, and punishment mechanisms, coercively required the victim to undertake various tasks. It explicitly mentioned that non-compliance would lead to threats of script resets, point resets, and even industry blacklisting. Isn't this coercion? In the live broadcast room, the barrage of comments has already erupted. Astonishing, astonishing, astonishing. Attorney Zhang is truly remarkable. The legal provisions he has unearthed are astonishingly profound. The defendant's lawyer has turned pale. The atmosphere is electric. Today, the expert seems intent on mercilessly overwhelming the defendant's counsel. Attorney Zhang's voice flows without interruption. The 5th item. The crime of illegally obtaining personal information of citizens. Article 253 of the Criminal Law. Article 29 of the Personal Information Protection Law explicitly states that the processing of sensitive personal information, such as tracking data and biometric information, must secure the individual's explicit consent, and such consent cannot be bundled with other authorizations, such as employment contracts. The latest guidance from the Supreme People's Procuratorate, titled Guidelines for Strengthening Prosecutorial Supervision of the Application of Facial Recognition and Other Biometric Data Collection Technologies, has been in effect since January of this year, clearly stating in Article 8, forcing or indirectly coercing employees to wear smart devices with personal information collection capabilities, without individual, explicit, and revocable authorization, and exceeding what is reasonably necessary for management, shall be regarded as illegal acquisition of personal information of citizens. Chapter 58. Zhang Wei, you truly deserve to be damned. Zhou felt a wave of dizziness. Sur le consent. Prosecutorial guidance. Those contractual provisions he believed to be impeccable were rendered utterly vulnerable in the face of the updated and more intricate legal clauses cited by Zhang Wei. Had it not been for these latest judicial interpretations, he might have successfully dismissed one accusation while clinging to the contract, thereby preserving some semblance of dignity. Indeed, he no longer possessed the spirited confidence he had before the trial. He no longer harbored the hope of vanquishing the specter of Zhang Wei in court. Zhang Wei remained unwaveringly himself. Why must there be a one if there is a way? Zhang Wei, you ought to be cursed. Unaware of Zhou Wen's turbulent thoughts, Zhang Wei continued, evidence. First, the employee contract annex signed by the victim, Li Ming. The clauses regarding the use of GPS ankle bracelets were intermingled with numerous other provisions, lacking any significant indication or signing process for sole consent. Second, extracted from the Nightmare Theater backend server, a wealth of GPS trajectory data from numerous employees, including the victim Li Ming, as well as physiological data, such as heart rates and sleep patterns recorded by smart wristbands worn by some employees. The relevant data for Li Ming alone amounted to a staggering 28 gigabytes. Can such precise, second-by-second tracking of movements and such intimate physiological data be accessed and stored merely under the pretext of work requirements? Chen remained disdainful. A trivial skill. Wait until Zhou retaliates, and you shall understand how foolish you truly are. Zhang Wei met his gaze, his voice resonating even louder. The sixth charge, serious liability in an accident. Article 57 of the Safety Production Law, as revised in 2024, clearly states, production and business units must ensure the life, safety, and physical and mental health of employees, and must not, under any form or any pretext, organize, coerce, or tacitly permit employees to engage in actions that may endanger their life, safety, or physical and mental health. The latest regulations issued by the Ministry of Culture and Tourism regarding the management of script-based entertainment activities, implemented this March, explicitly require script entertainment venues must strictly control elements of horror, thriller, and violence in scripts, and must suspend all activities involving intense emotional impact, which may provoke psychological discomfort or physiological stress responses, from midnight to 6 a.m. daily. At this moment, Zhou felt his mind go blank. It was all over. He could not find a single angle for counterattack. Zhang Wei was intent on treating him like a mere pawn. For heaven's sake, could you not spare me a little dignity? A day as husband and wife merits 100 days of kindness. After 5 years of camaraderie, you truly intend to show me no mercy? You heartless wretch. Evidence. Ignoring the plea in Zhou Wen's eyes, Zhang Wei continued. The evidence previously submitted includes the GPS trajectory record of the victim, Li Ming, who is still engaged in the so-called atonement task at 3 o'clock in the morning, as well as the NPC schedule from the Nightmare Theater. It is evident that prior to the unfortunate incident involving the victim, Li Ming, she had been subjected to a continuous series of special script tasks for 37 consecutive days during the early hours. Defendant Chun, along with the defendant Nightmare Theater, can you dare to claim that this does not constitute a grave responsibility incident? The atmosphere in the courtroom was so tense that one could hear a pin drop. The presiding judge's gaze swept back and forth between Zhang Wei and the pallid Zhou Wen, as well as Chun. The arguments and legal precedents presented by Zhang Wei were nothing short of a masterclass, each point struck with pinpoint accuracy. Now, it remains to be seen how the defense counsel will respond. The presiding judge cast a deep, approving glance at Zhang Wei before striking the gavel with authority. Now, let the defense counsel present their cross-examination opinions. The words echoed through the solemn courtroom. At this pronouncement, Chen's body shifted imperceptibly in the defendant's seat. He slowly straightened his posture, a smirk of arrogance playing at the corners of his mouth. Finally, the moment for Zhou to retaliate had arrived. He shot a glance at the still composed Zhang Wei, a cold smile forming within him. "You little fool, after letting you prance around for so long, your time is up. Observe closely and learn what it means to be a true top-tier lawyer. Once Zhou dismantles your so-called evidence to shreds, let us see how audacious you remain. At that moment, do not weep and plead for mercy." Chen's gaze darkened as it swept over the witness stand, landing on Lu Feng and Xiao Yun, his murderous intent palpable. "You two wretched traitors! How dare you betray me? Just wait. Once I am free, I shall ensure you meet the same fate as Li Ming. No, it shall be far worse. I will make you understand that the price of betraying me is a never-ending nightmare you shall never endure." Chen's eyes brimmed with anticipation for Zhou Wen. He could almost envision how Zhou would eloquently dismantle Zhang Wei's accusations, turning the tide and crushing this naive young man beneath his feet. Meanwhile, Zhou Wen inhaled deeply, striving to maintain a calm facade. After all, as a partner at Sanjiang Law Firm, he possessed a measure of composure in such situations. He discreetly raised his hand to wipe a fine sheen of cold sweat from his brow, which had inexplicably appeared. Damn it! Where on earth did Zhang Wei uncover such an abundance of obscure judicial interpretations and guiding cases? Guiding case number 146 on illegal detention. The latest version of the standards for assessing human injury, 2025. The Supreme Procurator's guidelines for handling new types of injury cases. And that document on forced labor, legal interpretation, 2025, number 3. These references, let alone for someone focused on commercial cases like him, even a seasoned criminal defense attorney might not grasp them all at once. Zhang Wei's preparation had transcended his comprehension. This was not a contest of equals. This was an overwhelming assault. Zhou Wen felt an overwhelming void in his mind. The legal knowledge and courtroom skills he once took pride in appeared utterly feeble in the face of Zhang Wei's incessantly emerging arsenal of arguments. He struggled to find a single viable angle from which to counter. Every accusation was met with precise legal foundations and seemingly irrefutable chains of evidence presented by Zhang Wei. How could he refute them? To claim that those judicial interpretations and guiding cases were non-existent? The judge could verify them on the spot. To assert that the evidence was fabricated, without substantial counter-evidence, it would merely be a feeble excuse. Zhou Wen's heart sank deeper into despair. For the first time, he experienced an intense sense of helplessness and fear within the courtroom. He realized that this lawsuit was likely to result in a devastating defeat. Henceforth, he would probably bear the stigma of being a mere pawn of connections. No, after this case concludes, the other senior partners of the firm would undoubtedly prevent him from continuing as a partner. His uncle might not be able to protect him any longer. Zhang Wei, you truly deserve condemnation. Chapter 59. Zhou Wen's moment of breaking down time ticked away, and the expectation on Chen's face gradually gave way to impatience. What was Zhou Wen dawdling about? Why had he not spoken up and delivered a decisive blow to the face of that young man opposite him? Sweat began to bead increasingly on Zhou Wen's forehead. He understood that he could no longer remain silent. If he did, even the presiding judge might question his professional competence. Yet what could he possibly say? Suddenly, he raised his head, his gaze sweeping sharply towards the witness stand where Lu Feng and Xiao Yun sat. If he could not find a loophole in the legal texts, then he would attack from the witness's perspective. If he could prove that these two witnesses were committing perjury, all of Zhang Wei's accusations would collapse like a house of cards. "Ms. Lu Feng, Ms. Xiao Yun," Zhou Wen inquired with a barely perceptible rasp and a deliberately cultivated authority. "Are you both certain that your testimonies presented in court are entirely truthful? Are you aware of the legal repercussions of providing false testimonies in this courtroom?" His words were measured, yet each syllable struck with palpable force upon Lu Feng and Xiao Yun's hearts. According to Article 305 of the criminal law, a witness who deliberately provides false testimony with the intent to frame another or conceal evidence shall face imprisonment of not more than 3 years or criminal detention. In severe cases, the punishment shall be imprisonment of not less than 3 years, but not more than 7 years. Zhou Wen's voice surged suddenly. his eyes brimming with an overwhelming pressure. "You must think carefully. Once discovered for perjury, you will face a catastrophic fate. Your lives will bear an indelible stain. Are you truly willing to gamble your future and freedom for some unspeakable purpose, or merely out of personal grievances against Mr. Chun?" This statement was a blatant threat. Lu Fang's complexion turned ashen, her body involuntarily trembling. Despite having summoned courage to testify, the stark legal intimidation from Zhou Wen stirred an unavoidable dread within her. Xiaoyun's reaction was even more pronounced. Already on high alert, Zhou Wen's words startled her as if she were a startled bird. I did not. Everything I said is true." Her voice quavered with a hint of tears, her body shaking uncontrollably, nearly slipping from her chair. "We did not lie. It was him. He forced us." Xiaoyun's emotions reached a breaking point, tears spilling forth. On the defendant's stand, Chen observed as Zhou Wen finally began to exert his influence. Though his approach was somewhat aggressive, the effect appeared to be favorable, and a smug smile crept upon his lips. "Well done, Lawyer Zhou. Just like that. Scare these two wretches. Let's see if they dare to speak nonsense again." At that moment, the presiding judge's voice resonated with calm and authority. "I object," Zhang Wei exclaimed, rising abruptly, his gaze fixed squarely upon Zhou Wen, whose expression had shifted slightly. The defendant's lawyer, Zhou Wen, is using legal jargon as a pretext for openly intimidating and coercing our witnesses. The defense attorney not only failed to substantively challenge the evidence presented by our side, but also attempted to intimidate the witnesses through threats, an act that constitutes a grave violation of legal ethics and courtroom decorum. Zhang Wei's voice resonated powerfully throughout the courtroom. "We assert that the defense attorney, Zhou Wen, in the absence of a coherent rebuttal to our accusations, has resorted to such despicable tactics, revealing his utter lack of ability and the fundamental qualities expected of a lawyer." He paused momentarily, his tone growing more severe. "I formally request the court to immediately put a stop to the misconduct of the defense attorney and to order his removal from the courtroom. Furthermore, we reserve the right to pursue accountability for his obstruction of witness testimony." As Zhang Wei's words echoed, a smirk of smug satisfaction on Chen's face in the defendant's seat abruptly froze. He then emitted a barely audible scoff. "Humph. Nervous, are we?" This brat Zhang managed to frighten those two wretches to the point of nearly soiling themselves with just a few words from Lawyer Zhou. They must be terrified. Hence, the rush to urge the court to silence Zhou, even attempting to have him removed. One absurd fantasy. Zhou is a partner at Sanjiang Law Firm, a top-tier attorney I have hired at considerable expense. You think your baseless accusations can simply force him out? That is the height of delusion. Chen leisurely adjusted his posture, his gaze filled with disdain and contempt for Zhang Wei. In his eyes, Zhang Wei's actions were merely a desperate struggle of a cornered animal. Meanwhile, on the defense attorney's side, Zhou Wen, upon hearing Zhang Wei's passionate accusations, felt his facial muscles twitch uncontrollably. He abruptly turned his head, glaring at Zhang Wei, his eyes brimming with rage and a hint of panic at being exposed. "How dare you, Zhang Wei? Are you out of your mind? I was merely adhering to standard procedures, reminding the witnesses of the legal consequences of perjury. How does that equate to intimidation or coercion? Which attorney does not pose such questions during cross-examination? Can you not handle the pressure? You even wish for me to leave the courtroom?" Zhou's chest heaved violently, a surge of anger coursing through him. He suppressed his fury, striving to make his voice sound calm and professional. "Your Honor, I object to the plaintiff's attorney's accusations. My previous inquiries were entirely grounded in the legitimate rights granted to defense attorneys by the criminal procedure law, aimed at uncovering the facts of the case and verifying the authenticity of the witness's testimony. Reminding witnesses of the legal consequences of perjury is an obligation of every responsible attorney during the trial. This bears a fundamental difference from intimidation or coercion." Zhou's voice sharpened with agitation. The plaintiff's attorney's exaggerated claims and malicious misinterpretation of my standard cross-examination were the true disruptions to courtroom order. Their sole intention is to obscure the falsehood of their witness's testimony and to hinder the court from discovering the truth. He took a deep breath, attempting to regain his composure, Yet the frustration and anger within him surged uncontrollably like wild weeds. Damn it! After years of dedication to my profession, I have never encountered such insufferable indignation. This Zhang Wei, upon our first encounter, unleashed a barrage of unprecedented legal maneuvers that left me utterly unprepared. Just as I managed to identify a point of counterattack and sought to exploit a breakthrough through a witness, he immediately intervened, attempting to disqualify me entirely. This is an outrageous affront. Zhou Wen felt as though his very lungs might burst from frustration. He fixed his gaze upon Zhang Wei, his eyes brimming with resentment. Just wait, Zhang Wei. Today, we have forged an unbreakable enmity. Indeed, I may not be your equal. However, Sanjiang Law Firm boasts a cadre of elite attorneys. Cross us, and be prepared for the consequences. In the future, you shall find navigating the legal realm of Jiangcheng an arduous endeavor. P.S. A thrilling update awaits. I ask, do you not find it exhilarating? Speak up. The subsequent update has been revised. A heartfelt contribution will be reciprocated with a 5-star review. As per tradition, a distinguished figure's endorsement will lead to an additional chapter. Anticipating the patron's engagement, let us not be excessive. I only possess 5 or 6 chapters in reserve. Chapter 60. Speak up. Damn it, as Zhang Wei petitioned for Zhou Wen to leave the courtroom, the live stream chat erupted once more. Incredible. Are they really allowing the opposition to exit? The master certainly knows how to manipulate emotions. Huh. The defense attorney's face turned pale. This is madness. Is the master intent on rubbing the defense attorney into the ground today? Defense attorney, please be gentle. It hurts. I can hardly contain my laughter. Is the defense attorney truly on the verge of tears? Even a screenwriter wouldn't dare pen such a scene. Master, he threatened my witness. Defense attorney, I was merely inquiring. The presiding judge furrowed his brow, silently sighing. Is this the caliber of the defense attorney? Wasn't he supposed to be a partner at Sanjiang Law Firm? This is unexpected. While questioning the authenticity of the witness is valid, Zhou Wen's earlier remarks were undeniably laced with overt threats and coercive undertones. Moreover, this desperate choice came after the opposing evidence had completely subdued him. This aligns perfectly with Zhang Wei's assessment. He is out of options. It is hard to believe this is the level of a partner from a prestigious firm. However, Zhang Wei's counterattack was equally incisive. In court, one must seize every opportunity. Although the defense attorney would not be dismissed on this account, this tactic indeed plays with the psyche. A seasoned courtroom veteran, the presiding judge raised his gavel. Given that the defense attorney Zhou Wen exhibited inappropriate language during the questioning process, imposing significant psychological pressure on the witness, this court hereby issues a warning. He struck the gavel. The request from the plaintiff's attorney for the defense attorney to leave the courtroom is denied. However, the defense attorney's questioning must strictly adhere to legal provisions and court decorum, without any threats or inducements. The judge's stern gaze swept over Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen shot Zhang Wei a fierce glare. Yet, within the courtroom, he dared not act or speak, instead sitting down stiffly. Zhang Wei, however, disregarded his glare entirely, calmly returning to the plaintiff's seat. This indifference irked Zhou Wen to no end. Chen approached and patted Zhou Wen on the shoulder. It's all right, Lawyer Zhou, he whispered, a hint of malice in his eyes. Let that little brat dance a bit longer. Does he think this will lead him to victory? We shall strike decisively later. Once he has reveled enough, we will deliver a fatal blow. Zhou Wen's mouth twitched slightly. What a fool. Can he not perceive the current situation? Do you really think my few words will sway him? Would you eat dung if I told you to? He suppressed his inner fury, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than tears. Yes, his voice was hoarse. Let him dance a bit more. We shall strike decisively later. The presiding judge turned to both attorneys, his voice steady as he inquired. Do either the plaintiff or the defendant have any additional evidence to submit or wish to comment on the submitted evidence? Zhang Wei promptly replied, none. Zhou Wen, seated at the defense table, appeared ashen. He opened his mouth, intending to speak, but found the words difficult to swallow. Ultimately, he reluctantly uttered 2 words, none. The presiding judge instinctively furrowed his brow. What? This cannot be. A wave of astonishment coursed through him. The plaintiff's attorney had leveled 6 criminal accusations, charges of abuse, unlawful detention, and intentional harm. As the defense attorney, you possess no substantive objections? What on earth are you doing? Do you harbor a grudge against your client? Is this some sort of vendetta against him? He glanced at Chun, who appeared utterly bewildered in the defendant's seat. The judge silently mourned for him for a brief moment. It seemed he was destined for incarceration. A barely perceptible smirk crept onto Zhang Wei's lips. Not so tough now, are we? He scoffed silently to himself. So audacious in court, yet now utterly speechless. Does your uncle know how inept you are? Beside the plaintiff, Su Wanru's eyes sparkled with excitement. Zhang is formidable. She clenched her fists tightly, her heart racing with exhilaration. One day, I too shall be as strong a lawyer as Zhang. The judge once again struck the gavel, signaling the end of the court investigation phase. He announced, "We shall now proceed to the court debate phase. I invite both attorneys to present their arguments regarding the focal points of this case. First, I call upon the plaintiff's attorney to speak." The subsequent debate phase became almost entirely a showcase of Zhang Wei's prowess. His reasoning was crystal clear, and he cited precedents, seamlessly weaving together the evidence and legal statutes, dissecting the defendant's actions with surgical precision. Meanwhile, Zhou Wen, having already been demoralized during the evidence examination stage, now appeared increasingly disorganized and incoherent, utterly incapable of effectively countering Zhang Wei's arguments. He was utterly defeated. Initially, Chun had leaned back in his chair, wearing a smirk of disdain, anticipating a spectacle as he waited for Zhou Wen to effortlessly dismantle Zhang Wei's case. He firmly believed that Zhou Wen, a partner at Sanjiang law firm, was a high-priced ace lawyer. Surely, dealing with a mere junior attorney like Zhang would be a walk in the park. However, as Zhang Wei relentlessly pressed on, Zhou Wen's arguments grew increasingly feeble. Chen's smile slowly faded, replaced by confusion. What is happening? Why is Zhou struggling to counter? Did he not assert that Zhang's accusations were mere fabrications? Why does it seem as though he cannot find the words to refute them? Confusion morphed into unease. Unease transformed into anger. Chun abruptly straightened in his seat, his gaze fixed intently on Zhou Wen, filled with disbelief and anger at feeling deceived. This cannot be. Wasn't it said that everything was under control? Did you not claim that this Zhang fellow was merely a nobody, easily crushed? What is happening now? Why is it that he appears utterly lost against the opposing counsel? Chun felt an overwhelming surge of indignation as he stared at his lawyer, who seemed utterly ineffective. He had spent a considerable sum hiring this attorney, only to find himself in such a dire predicament. Observing the disheveled demeanor of his representative contrasted sharply with the composed and confident appearance of Zhang Wei across the room, evoking a deep sense of humiliation within him. How could it be that he was on the brink of imprisonment, all due to the incompetence of this so-called lawyer? Chen's eyes burned with fury. Are you even capable? Speak up. For heaven's sake, say something. Look into my eyes. Chapter 61 within the courtroom. Following a brief yet intense phase of debate, a heavy silence descended once more. The presiding judge cast a sweeping gaze across both parties and inquired solemnly, "Do the plaintiff and defendant have any further remarks to add?" Zhang Wei maintained his tranquil demeanor, responding succinctly, "None." On the defense side, Zhou Wen's complexion had turned ashen. He opened his mouth, struggling to utter 2 words, "None." Observing Zhou Wen's despondent expression, the judge inwardly sighed. The partner from Sanjiang law firm had been utterly subdued throughout the examination and debate, rendered powerless against Zhang Wei's formidable array of evidence and legal statutes. It was evident that he had exhausted all avenues of argument. In stark contrast, Zhang Wei appeared composed, well-prepared, and exhibited a level of courtroom advocacy that belied his youth. His understanding and application of the law were nothing short of astonishing. To have cornered a partner from a prestigious law firm to such an extent during this trial, even if that partner possessed a modicum of fallibility, was a testament to Zhang Wei's remarkable potential, a young man with an auspicious future ahead. The judge refocused his thoughts, turning his attention to the defense. He raised his gavel and struck it once more. "The court investigation and debate have concluded," he announced. "Now, I invite the defendant's counsel to present their final statement." Zhou took a deep breath and rose to his feet. His pallor remained, and his eyes lacked their usual luster. He recognized that he had lost this case irrevocably. The evidence and legal arguments presented by Zhang Wei stood before him like insurmountable mountains, sealing off any possible retreat. He truly found himself at a loss. Let it be, he thought. Mr. Chun, this is not my fault. I have encountered insurmountable obstacles. Please make the most of your time inside. Zhou commenced his final statement. Your Honor, esteemed judges, in response to the accusations put forth by the plaintiff, his voice was hoarse, tinged with exhaustion. We maintain that the defendant, Chun, and the victim, Li Ming, were engaged in a consensual employment relationship. There were no acts of illegal detention or abuse. As for the alleged injuries cited by the plaintiff, these were merely accidents arising from a dispute and do not constitute intentional harm. The legal provisions and guiding cases referenced by the plaintiff, we believe, are inconsistent with the facts of this case. Regarding the civil compensation claim, Zhou paused, casting a glance at the plaintiff's side, particularly at the first claim regarding compensation for emotional distress. We find the amount requested to be excessive and lacking factual basis. The victim did not suffer such severe emotional harm. He refuted each point, yet his tone conveyed a sense of frailty. His final statement echoed the defendant's initial response at the beginning of the trial, as if all of Zhang Wei's prior efforts, evidence, and arguments had never transpired. He had indeed exhausted all options, resorting to reciting the initial arguments that Zhang Wei had already shattered into pieces, akin to a mere echo. At this moment, the barrage of comments in the courtroom's live stream erupted as Zhou commenced his uninspired closing statement. Am I mistaken? Has the defendant's lawyer merely repeated the opening remarks? Control-C, Control-V. The defendant's closing argument is complete. What a farce. He has utterly surrendered. For those above, this is called a strategic retreat. Do you understand? Doge, I could do it too. No, if I took the stage, I might even weave in a few more lines. The defendant's lawyer. As long as I repeat quickly enough, failure cannot catch me. The defendant. I'm losing my mind here. The esteemed figure maintained composure throughout, even appearing slightly amused. The figure remarked, I shall quietly observe your performance, curious as to what you will conjure. The contrast was stark. One eloquent, the other a mere repeater. It was already over. The defendant's lawyer had given up. Surely, the legal fees were wasted. Not even echoing in the court. Who knows who the defendant's lawyer is, the annual best at surrendering. My heart aches for the defendant for just a moment. Well, they deserve it. In the plaintiff's seat, Zhang Wei listened intently to Zhou's statement. A barely perceptible cold smile graced his lips. Just as expected. Out of tricks, reduced to reiterating the initial defense? How lamentable. He found it somewhat tedious. This crushing defeat concluded even more swiftly and thoroughly than he had anticipated. Zhou's incompetence surpassed his expectations. Initially, he believed Zhou could be elevated to partnership by his uncle, even if only marginally competent, but now it appeared utterly worthless. The presiding judge sat at the center, expressionless as he listened to Zhou's statement. However, his thoughts were another matter. Indeed, it was as he suspected. There was no new content, no fresh evidence, no novel angles of rebuttal, merely a repetition of the initial arguments during the closing phase. This transcended mere incompetence. Was it a case of giving up entirely? As an experienced judge, he had witnessed a myriad of lawyers and trials, but it was rare to encounter someone like Zhou, so thoroughly subdued that even his final statement was delivered with such perfunctory weakness. This only solidified the judge's conviction. The facts of this case were exceedingly clear. Zhou's statement continued, yet the judge began contemplating the subsequent procedures. Eventually, Zhou's voice fell silent. The courtroom descended into quiet once more. The judge turned to both parties and solemnly inquired, do the plaintiff and defendant have any supplementary comments? Zhang Wei, none. Zhou, none. The judge nodded, his gaze sternly directed at the defendant, Mr. Chun, seated in the dock. At this moment, Chen's face was ashen, his gaze hollow, completely devoid of the previous arrogance he once exuded. He realized that his fate was sealed. Now it merely remained to see how the judge would rule. 3 years, 5 years, or perhaps 10. Damn Zhou. Damn the Sanjiang law firm. How could I have been so blind to trust you? The presiding judge withdrew his gaze and grasped the gavel. In accordance with the criminal procedure law and relevant legal provisions, the courtroom investigation and debate in this case have concluded. He announced that the panel would deliberate on this case and render a judgment in accordance with the law. He raised the gavel and brought it down with force. Court is now adjourned. Chapter 62. The three sticks scatter the gang soul before long. In less than half an hour, the presiding judge emerged from the deliberation room, accompanied by two jurors. The trio wore solemn expressions as they took their seats once more at the bench. The spectators and those in the live streaming room fell into an instantaneous silence, with even the sound of breathing becoming distinctly audible. The judge's gaze swept across the courtroom, lingering momentarily on the defendant Chun and the plaintiff Zhang Wei. Clearing his throat, he lifted the verdict, announcing in a voice that resonated with authority and gravity, "All rise." With a swish, everyone in the courtroom, including the defendants Chun and Zhou Wan, instinctively stood up. The judge began to read the verdict. Upon deliberation, this court finds that the 6 criminal charges brought forth by the plaintiff's attorney Zhang Wei, which include charges of abuse, illegal detention, intentional injury, forced labor, insult, and perjury, are clear in fact, supported by solid and ample evidence. All charges are hereby confirmed. Upon hearing this, Chen's body jolted noticeably, while Zhou Wen's complexion drained to a ghastly gray. The judge's voice remained unwavering as he continued with a grave tone. For the multiple offenses, this court sentences the defendant Chun for crimes of abuse, illegal detention, intentional injury, forced labor, unlawful acquisition of personal information, and responsibility for a major safety incident, to life imprisonment, with a lifelong deprivation of political rights. Life imprisonment. These 4 words struck Chun like a thunderclap from the heavens, leaving him feeling utterly drained, nearly collapsing to the ground. The judge proceeded. Regarding the civil suit, the compensation sought by the plaintiff, including medical expenses, lost wages, and damages for emotional distress, is hereby supported by this court. The defendant Chun is ordered to compensate the plaintiff for a total of 2 million yuan within 10 days of this verdict taking effect. 2 million. If the life sentence was the last straw that broke the camel's back, then this 2 million in compensation was the spark that ignited the powder keg. Chun's eyes instantly filled with bloodshot fury, his mind buzzing as all rational thought disintegrated in that moment. Chun let out a primal roar, suddenly leaping from the defendant's seat. He did not charge at the bailiffs, nor at the bench, nor towards the plaintiff. Instead, like a frenzied bull, he lunged directly at Zhou Wan, who was beside him. "Zhou Wan, you useless fool. You've doomed me. I will kill you." In a fit of madness, Chen's massive hand swung with tremendous force, landing a thunderous punch squarely on Zhou Wen's face. Bang! A dull thud resounded. Zhou, already in a daze, failed to react in time, taking the brunt of the blow to his left eye socket. Instantly, darkness enveloped his vision, stars danced before him, and with a scream, he toppled backward. But Chun had succumbed entirely to his madness. He pounced on Zhou Wan, raining down blows like a torrential downpour. "I told you there was nothing wrong. I told you not to deceive me. 2 million. Life sentence. It's all your fault. Useless. Useless." Zhou Wan was utterly defenseless, reduced to cradling his head and wailing in agony. The defendant's stand erupted into chaos, with tables and chairs askew from the commotion. This unforeseen turn of events left everyone in stunned silence. The courtroom live stream's comments exploded in frenzy. "Oh my goodness. It's happening. The defendant is assaulting the lawyer in court. A real-life showdown. More thrilling than a movie." The defendant roared. "Even if I end up inside, I'll make sure to take this useless lawyer down first." The lawyer's fee for this ordeal seemed to come at a perilous cost. Ha ha ha. This is destined to be the best courtroom scene of the year. Dogs fighting dogs. What a satisfying spectacle. Life imprisonment. 2 million. If it were me, I'd be driven mad too. Lawyer Zhang Wei is incredible. Now that's what I call a true dimensional strike. Where are the court officers? What on earth are they doing? Hurry and intervene. This defendant is far too audacious, daring to resort to violence in the courtroom. The presiding judge's face shifted dramatically. He never anticipated that Chun would erupt violently in court. He slammed his gavel and commanded, "Bailiffs, Quick! Restrain him. Several bailiffs, previously on high alert, sprang into action, attempting to pry the frenzied Chun away from Zhou. However, Chun, utterly deranged, exhibited immense strength, making it difficult to subdue him. One bailiff, recognizing the urgency, drew his baton and struck Chun's flailing arm with force. With a howl of pain, Chun ceased his assault. Seizing the opportunity, the bailiffs worked together to finally drag him away from Zhou and restrained his hands with cuffs. Zhou collapsed to the ground, cradling his swollen eye and cheek, groaning in distress, looking utterly disheveled. Under the persuasive pressure of the bailiff's baton, the madness in Chun's eyes gradually faded, replaced by a despondent grayness. He gasped for breath, sweat-soaked, and appearing as if he had just emerged from a river. After the tumultuous scene, the courtroom regained its semblance of order. The comments in the live stream reflected a new atmosphere, finally quiet. That was terrifying. The bailiffs are formidable. One strike to subdue the foe. Ha! I witnessed the 3 strikes that scattered the gang's spirit. The defendant was like a rabid dog, truly frightening. Is the lawyer okay? He seems seriously injured. His eyes are bruised. One cannot escape the consequences of their actions. It's easy to invite trouble, but hard to dismiss it, especially with a client like this. Surely, Chun has compounded his crimes now, assaulting police, obstructing justice, or intentional harm. And let us not forget, he assaulted his defender, which is enough to land him in serious trouble. The senior lawyer remained steady throughout, truly admirable. Now, that is the caliber of a professional lawyer. Look at the expertise. The judge was equally shaken, his voice nearly faltering. Finally, it has concluded. This case had me on edge, yet brought immense satisfaction. Justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent. Kudos to the court. The presiding judge took a deep breath to steady his somewhat rapid respiration. He cast a glance at the disheveled Zhou and the defendant Chun, who was being escorted by the court bailiffs, his gaze imbued with a hint of severity. He struck the gavel once more, restoring the previous gravity and authority of his voice. The verdict in this case has been pronounced. In accordance with Article 227 of the Criminal Procedure Law of China, the defendant, the plaintiffs and defendants in the civil suit, as well as their legal representatives, have the right to appeal this judgment within 10 days from the day following the receipt of the judgment, either through this court or directly to the Jiangxing Intermediate People's Court. This judgment shall take effect upon its legal enforcement. The presiding judge paused, his gaze sweeping across the courtroom before delivering his final decree. Court is now adjourned. P.S. Some readers have reported difficulties locating case numbers. Upon reviewing, I found indeed that certain cases are not accessible, primarily due to factors such as public health risks, minor privacy concerns, or applications from administrative bodies, rendering them unavailable on the China Judgments Online. Such cases may require special requests for access and can be indirectly referenced through white papers, academic literature, or local administrative documents. For instance, the case cited regarding the poisonous chicken soup in Jiangxi remains unpublished but can be reviewed in the Jiangxi High Court's 2021 criminal trial white paper. Additionally, there are internal simulation cases, such as the Shenzhen case referenced herein, which is a simulated case from the Shenzhen Intermediate Court and cannot be found on the judgment website. Having been cited from the Supreme Court's Judicial Case Research Institute's 2025 annual report on simulated cases and the Shenzhen Intermediate Court's 2025 Digital Labor Relations Judicial White Paper. As for other sources, I lack the time to seek them out. I take full responsibility for that and will ensure to reference publicly available cases in the future. Chapter 63. Practice makes perfect. The echoes of the gavel resounded in the courtroom, still reverberating as the session concluded. The journalists in the spectator seats erupted into a frenzy, armed with their cameras and microphones, surging towards the plaintiff, Zhang Wei, like a tide. Lawyer Zhang. Lawyer Zhang. A bespectacled male reporter led the charge, his microphone almost touching Zhang Wei's face. In the previous Zhao Wang case, you heroically turned the tides and achieved an acquittal that shook the industry. In this case concerning Li Meng, you have made groundbreaking strides, establishing the first national precedent to classify workplace psychological PUA behaviors as a form of abuse. What are your thoughts at this moment? Flashes from cameras erupted like fireworks, blindingly bright. Another determined female reporter, with short hair, squeezed her way in. Lawyer Zhang. The defense attorney Zhou Wan, a partner at Sanjiang law firm, seemed utterly overwhelmed by your arguments throughout the trial. Do you have any remarks for the defense attorney? The questions came relentlessly, like a barrage of cannon fire. A loud voice from another reporter called out, Lawyer Zhang, what is your perspective on the defendant Chen's emotional outburst and violent assault on his defense attorney Zhou when during the trial? Will this impact the execution of the verdict? Lawyer Zhang, having won 2 high-profile cases in succession, does this herald the rapid rise of your law firm as a challenger to Sanjiang's position in Jiangxin? Could you elaborate on the challenges faced in gathering evidence regarding the abhorrent details, such as GPS, ankle bracelets, and atonement tasks? Zhang Wei wore a perfectly measured professional smile, exuding calmness. Yet, in a subtle, unnoticed motion, he gently nudged his elbow against Su Wanru beside him. Xiao Su, aren't you skilled at handling such matters? It's your turn. Su Wanru, sharp as a tack, immediately grasped his hint. Taking a deep breath, she stepped forward, deftly positioning herself in front of Zhang Wei. Her voice rang clear, tinged with a polite distance. Dear journalists, I sincerely appreciate your interest. Lawyer Zhang has just concluded an intense trial, and he requires some time to recuperate. The reporters were not easily deterred. Assistant Su, could we persuade Lawyer Zhang to say a few words? Indeed, the nation is watching. Zhang Wei displayed a hint of apologetic expression, his tone gentle. I apologize, everyone, but I do have some urgent matters that need my immediate attention. He paused, casting a glance at Su Wanru with a flicker of approval. For more details regarding this case and the questions you have, my assistant, Lawyer Su Wanru, has been involved in the entire process and can provide answers akin to mine. With that, Zhang Wei ceased further discourse and began to move towards the courtroom exit. Su Wanru instantly transformed into an unyielding barrier, using her petite yet remarkably resilient frame to shield Zhang Wei from the surging crowd. Dear esteemed journalists, I kindly ask for your understanding and cooperation. Thank you. Regarding the legal implications of the case, we can arrange a unified interview at a later time. Please refrain from crowding and ensure your safety. Su Wanru handled the situation with remarkable composure, neither offending the reporters nor failing to carve a path for Zhang Wei. Just as Zhang Wei was about to step out of the courtroom and head towards his prearranged taxi, his footsteps faltered slightly. His gaze, unwavering, locked on his Zhou Wen, who, escorted by court police, bore a bruised eye and a bleeding lip, yet still feigned calmness. Most reporters were captivated by Su Wanru, yet a few keen-eyed individuals noted this fleeting exchange. The atmosphere seemed to freeze momentarily. A faint smile curled at the corners of Zhang Wei's mouth. Without uttering a word, he silently conveyed 3 characters, train more. Zhou Wen's pupils constricted sharply. Those 3 words struck him like 3 invisible slaps, inflicting humiliation and pain far greater than the wrathful punch from Chen. An uncontrollable rage erupted from within him like a volcanic eruption. His fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms, veins bulging on the back of his hands, and muscles twitching at his temples. He yearned to charge forward and obliterate Zhang Wei's detestable visage. However, the reporters, those damned reporters, were still present. Countless cameras were scanning the scene. He, Zhou Wen, a partner at Sanjiang law firm, could not afford to be embroiled in any scandal. He inhaled deeply, nearly grinding his teeth to dust. That overwhelming fury was forcibly suppressed, leaving his complexion an even more ghastly shade, a stark contrast to the darkness around his eyes. He forced a smile more grotesque than a cry, maintaining his last semblance of dignity as he hastened his steps, almost fleeing under the escort of the court police. Zhang Wei, as if nothing had transpired, calmly withdrew his gaze, opened the taxi door, and settled inside. Su Wanru adeptly deflected the final few reporters attempting to ask questions, and as she watched the taxi disappear from sight, she exhaled softly in relief. The taxi's taillights vanished around the corner, stirring up a cloud of dust. The reporters gazed at the empty street, collectively sighing in regret, as if they had missed out on a fortune. Yet their professional instincts quickly redirected their focus. In the next moment, all cameras, recording devices, and mobile phones swiftly turned towards Su Wanru, who had just successfully shielded Zhang Wei's retreat. Assistansu. Assistansu. The bespectacled male reporter was the quickest to respond, his tone considerably more courteous than before. Attorney Zhang mentioned that you were involved throughout the handling of the Li Meng case. Regarding this verdict, particularly the historic inclusion of workplace PUA behavior within the scope of abuse, what is your personal perspective on its profound implications? Su Wanru blinked her bright eyes, a subtle smile gracing her lips, revealing a charm that radiated youthful exuberance. Tilting her head slightly, she replied in a teasing tone, "How do I see it? Well, I can see quite clearly whether I'm standing, sitting, or lying down." The reporters momentarily paused, but soon, one could not help but burst into laughter. This young lady certainly possessed a certain wit. The short-haired female reporter promptly pressed on, "Assistant Sue, given that lawyer Zhou Wan, as a partner at Sanjiang law firm, performed poorly in court and was even assaulted by his own client. Do you believe this indicates some underlying issues within Sanjiang? Or could it be that lawyer Zhang's capabilities have far surpassed those of an ordinary partner at a prestigious firm?" Chapter 64. New Skill, Word Spirit Debate. Su Wanru straightened her petite chest, her voice brimming with boundless admiration and trust for Zhang Wei. "As for Sanjiang law firm, it is indeed a colossal establishment. I am not privy to the intricate details and thus cannot pass judgment. However, I can assert with utmost certainty that lawyer Zhang's professional prowess is undeniably top-notch. Whether it surpasses others well, hasn't the courtroom already rendered its verdict?" Her response was impeccably crafted, laced with a hint of pride. Another journalist leaned in, microphone at the ready. "Assistant Sue, lawyer Zhang has recently triumphed in the formidable Zhao Wang case and the Li Meng case, gaining significant momentum. There are speculations that his firm may potentially challenge or even supplant Sanjiang's leading position in Jiangxing. What are your thoughts on this prospect?" Upon hearing this, excitement flickered in Su Wanru's eyes as she replied without hesitation, "Supplant Sanjiang?" She lifted her chin, her voice clear and resonant, infused with the vigor and tenacity of youth. "That is undoubtedly the case. With lawyer Zhang at the helm, nothing is impossible." Her words rang with unwavering conviction, exuding a blind no, a resolute confidence. The journalists were captivated by her fearless spirit, prompting a flurry of follow-up questions. "Assistant Sue, given your high regard for lawyer Zhang, what do you believe is the secret to his success?" Su Wanru pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. "The secret, perhaps, lies in being a tad more diligent, a touch more meticulous, and, a bit more handsome." The last three words were imbued with a playful innocence, eliciting a wave of good-natured laughter from the audience. "Assistant Sue, regarding the GPS ankle bracelet and the atonement mission, the evidence-gathering process must have been exceedingly challenging. Could you share some insights with us?" Well, Su Wanru replied, feigning mystery as she winked. "That's a commercial secret, which must remain confidential for now. However, I can assure you that lawyer Zhang has invested an effort beyond what most could fathom for this case." Though the journalists did not glean much substantive information, Su Wanru's vibrant, confident, and slightly clever manner of responding left them feeling their time was well spent. At the very least, the image of this young female lawyer had made a lasting impression on them. "Thank you, Assistant Sue. We look forward to more opportunities to interview you and lawyer Zhang in the future. Goodbye, Assistant Sue." With a smile, Su Wanru nodded in acknowledgement until the journalists gradually dispersed. Only then did she exhale deeply, realizing her back was slightly damp. Facing so many reporters alone for the first time had indeed made her a tad nervous. Yet, the thought of Zhang Wei's approving gaze as he departed brought a sweet warmth to her heart. "Lawyer Zhang, I hope I did not bring you shame. One day, I too shall become an outstanding lawyer, capable of standing on my own." Later, upon returning to his modest street-side law firm, Zhang Wei sensed the lingering scent of victory from the courtroom still hung in the air. He casually tossed his briefcase onto the desk, producing a dull thud. He sank into the familiar second-hand ergonomic chair, the soft creak of the seat accompanying his long exhale. With his eyes closed, he silently intoned, "System, finalize the task for the Li Meng case." Ding. Task name: The Phantom's Call. The death of NPC actor Li Meng in the Nightmare Theater. Task difficulty: 3 stars task synopsis. Unveil the truth behind the dual psychological and physical torment inflicted upon employee Li Meng by the Nightmare Theater and its director, Chun, ultimately leading to her tragic suicide. And seek justice for the victim. Task requirements. Successfully ensure that the principal perpetrator, Chun, faces legal repercussions. And secure just civil compensation for the victim's family. Task rating, S-Class. Task reward, 2,003 star achievement points. 2,000 points. A substantial 2,000 points. This exceeds the S-Class rating and 1,500 points awarded for the previous Zhao Wang poisoning case by a significant margin. He was acutely aware that the system's evaluations were no trifling matter. The complexity of the Li Meng case, its extensive social ramifications, and his nearly flawless courtroom performance and verdict collectively contributed to this unexpectedly generous reward. Each time he uprooted the evils lurking in the shadows. Each time justice pierced through the darkness, the feedback from the system became increasingly astonishing. This was not merely a cold tally of points and skills, but a silent affirmation, a driving force propelling him forward. Suppressing the tumult of his emotions, Zhang Wei began to assess his assets. After redeeming the logic chain last time, he had 303 star achievement points remaining. Now, with the addition of this 2,000 points, his total reached 2,300 points. This indicated that his prowess was poised for another significant leap. He opened the skill shop, filtering for advanced lawyer skills redeemable with 3-star achievement points. His intent was resolute. Ding! The display transformed, a dazzling array of skill icons cascading like a river of stars. The power of the logic chain had only revealed the tip of the iceberg in his hands, and the thrill of perceiving everything and controlling the entire situation captivated him. However, to be a truly top-tier lawyer, one not only needed impeccable logic, but also a commanding presence and the ability to wield words that could daunt any adversary. His gaze swiftly scoured the skill list, searching for the key piece that would complement the logic chain and induce a qualitative transformation. Eagle Eye, 1,600 points. Enhances perception of evidence details, swiftly identifying forgeries and crucial clues. Unhindered Eloquence advanced, 1,900 points. Significantly boosts eloquence, linguistic organization, and on-the-spot reaction speed. These skills were undoubtedly enticing. Yet, Zhang Wei's attention ultimately fixated on a skill radiating profound brilliance. Word spirit debate, synopsis, founded on law, structured by reason. This skill imbues spoken words with a unique spiritual resonance, greatly enhancing their persuasive power and emotional impact. In the realm of debate, the host's words are more readily embraced and acknowledged by the listeners, incisively exposing the opponent's logical fallacies, thereby unsettling their composure and creating an overwhelming momentum. The price, 2,003 star achievement points. This is it. A fervent light ignited in Zhang Wei's eyes. The logical divine chain was akin to the sharpest sword in his grasp, capable of precisely cleaving through all illusions. Meanwhile, the argument of words imbued this sword with an unparalleled sharpness, endowing him with an indomitable presence that positioned him for victory. With logic as his foundation and the power of words as his enhancement, he would be invincible in the courtroom. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Wei made his decision. Exchange for argument of words. The instant he uttered these words, an ineffable and profound force, akin to the gentle caress of spring rain, nourished his throat and vocal cords, while an invisible aura began to rise from within him. His mental acuity seemed to resonate harmoniously with his voice. Instinctively, Zhang Wei cleared his throat and emitted a low hum. This simple sound reverberated through the empty office, imbued with an air of authority and trust. He felt an extraordinary sensation, as though every word he spoke could plant the seed of conviction in the hearts of his listeners. Certainly, this was not a distortion of truth. The essence of argument of words lay in the amplification of the legal principles and righteousness embedded within his discourse, achieving a resonant clarity that struck at the very core of the audience's hearts. In the battleground of rhetoric within the courtroom, such power undoubtedly served as the ultimate weapon to determine victory or defeat. Oftentimes, the law is not merely black and white. Take the Zhao Wang poisoning case, for instance. Even under his argumentation, the case wavers between innocence and negligence. Considering the stakes, the likelihood of negligence looms larger. However, with the aid of argument of words, cases that teeter on the brink of judgment will find the deliberation panel more inclined to heed his perspectives. A confident smile unconsciously curved the corners of Zhang Wei's lips. From the emergence of the Zhao Wang case to the sensational Li Meng trial, the intricate deductions of the logical divine chain, complemented by the sharpness of argument of words, ignited his desire to embrace even more formidable challenges and confront stronger adversaries. The dust of the Li Meng trial had yet to settle, yet the astute courtroom analysts online had already caught wind of the potential for viral attention, moving with astonishing swiftness. Overnight, the trending lists across major platforms were swiftly occupied by a series of eye-catching headlines. Zhao Wang poisoning case. Innocent defense attorney strikes again. 6 major criminal accusations emerge. Theater of mysteries trial live. A bombshell from the start. Defendant's lawyer left stunned. Details abound. GPS ankle monitor as damning evidence. Red Circle's lawyer accused of legal ignorance. High-stakes twist. Plaintiff's lawyer requests defendant's lawyer to leave. Courtroom drama unfolds. Trial scene spirals out of control. Defendant furious. Destroys million-dollar lawyer fee. Punches incompetent ally. Chapter 65. The spectacular courtroom showdowns that captivated the internet. Beneath these sensational headlines crafted by clickbait creators, the scenes rapidly gained immense popularity online, with some enthusiastic netizens even producing their own highlight videos. Highlight 1. A stunning 6 consecutive strikes. Lawyer Zhang delivers a shocking enumeration of 6 major charges. The video opens with the calm and articulate voice of Zhang Wei. First, the charge of abuse. Second, the charge of illegal detention. Sixth, the charge of major responsibility in an accident. Each accusation lands like a thunderous blow, piercing the hearts of the audience. The comment section erupts. Wow, a thunderous opening. Who can withstand such momentum? Incredible. The expert has come out swinging, leaving the opposing lawyer visibly shaken. This is what a professional lawyer looks like. Clear logic. Every word hits home. I'm getting goosebumps. Especially that GPS ankle monitor. It's like modern-day shackles. The owner of a nightmare theater exclaimed. I was terrified at that moment. In the front row, snacks and water were sold, witnessing the return of a legend. Highlight 2. The fatal question. The shadows cast by the GPS ankle monitor. Lawyer Zhou's disdain and panic. This segment captures the fleeting moment of unease that crossed Zhou Wen's face upon hearing about the GPS ankle monitor, followed by his forced, mocking composure. Immediately, Zhang Wei's cross-examination ensues, tightening the screws and targeting the core of the illegal detention charge. The comment section transforms into a sea of laughter. Ha! Zhou Wen's expression is a classic transformation. One moment. Is that all? The next. Oh no, something seems off. Lawyer Zhang, what are you staring at? Lawyer Zhou, what is it to you? Only to be swiftly put in his place. The segment about the GPS ankle monitor showcases Zhang's formidable logic. It's a dimensional strike. Legally, it's irrelevant. Lawyer Zhou, does it hurt? My heart aches for Boss Chun, who hired an actor as his lawyer. Highlight 3. High energy alert. Zhang Wei requests the opposing lawyer to leave the court. The judge's seriousness and Zhou Wen's stupefaction. When Zhang Wei sternly accused Zhou Wen of threatening a witness and requested his removal from the courtroom, the atmosphere of the video reached a peak of tension. Though the request was denied, the judge's admonition and Zhou Wen's expression, as if he had just swallowed a fly, created a stark contrast. What? You can play it like that? Directly requesting the opposing party to exit? Impressive. This move cuts to the quick, targeting the heart. Zhou Wen, I never. Stop talking nonsense. Zhang Wei, you have, say it again. Judge, little Zhou, your skills are lacking. You need more practice. Although unsuccessful, the momentum was palpable. Zhou Wen's spirit must have been shattered. Highlight 4. A complete collapse. Zhou Wen's incoherence and Boss Chen's despairing gaze. During the courtroom debate, Zhou Wen found himself utterly flustered in the face of Zhang Wei's overwhelming evidence and incisive rebuttals. The video deliberately provided several close-up shots of the defendant, Chun, capturing his evolving emotions, from initial disdain to confusion, then to rage, culminating in a desperate gaze that seemed almost to erupt with flames. A truly iconic moment within an iconic scene. Zhou was rendered speechless by the beating he received. Boss Chen exclaimed, "Did I pay you to come here and daydream? Is this the caliber of the partners, a Honchuan? Surely, this must be purchased?" Zhang's argument was nothing short of a masterpiece. His reasoning was crystal clear, impeccable in its logic. Even through the screen, one could sense Boss Chen's suffocation, eliciting laughter. Zhou remarked, "Big boss, I was wrong. I won't dare to sacrifice another next time." Each of these clipped videos precisely captured the most dramatic and emotionally charged moments of the trial. However, what truly ignited the internet, even causing several video platforms to experience server crashes, was the astonishing scene that unfolded immediately after the verdict was announced. When the presiding judge struck the gavel and declared Chun guilty of multiple charges, including abuse, illegal detention, and causing a major accident, sentencing him to life imprisonment and ordering him to compensate Li Shui a total of 2 million yuan, Chen's face, once twisted with anger, froze in an instant. It was as if he could neither comprehend nor accept the verdict. Life imprisonment. Plus, he had to pay 2 million. He abruptly turned his head, his bloodshot eyes fixated on Zhou when beside him. At that moment, Zhou Wen's face was ashen, his body cold, oblivious to Chen's predatory glare. "Useless," Chun growled, a beastly roar escaping his throat. "Did you not say everything was fine? Huh, I paid you tens of thousands, and this is the outcome you deliver." His rage erupted like a volcano. Chun leaped from a defendant's seat, recklessly lunging at Zhou, delivering a fierce punch to Zhou's face, contorted in shock and humiliation. With a dull thud, accompanied by Zhou's agonized scream, "Ah!" Zhou's golden-rimmed glasses flew off. Blood gushed from his nose like a burst dam, and he collapsed backward in utter disarray. The courtroom was plunged into an immediate silence, swiftly followed by chaos. Silence. Silence. The presiding judge rose abruptly, striking the gavel with thunderous authority. Several court officers reacted with remarkable speed, pouncing like wolves to subdue the now irrational Chun, who was thrashing and swinging wildly. "Let me go. I will kill this son of a dog trickster." Chun continued to struggle and roar, his voice jarring against the solemnity of the courtroom. Su Wanru gasped, covering her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief. Zhang Wei raised an eyebrow, clearly taken aback by Chen's loss of control. This scene was captured in its entirety by the courtroom's live broadcast, and it was swiftly transformed into a sensational highlight by adept video editors. Highlight 5, a masterpiece of the century. Defendant assaults his own lawyer in court. Zhou bleeds in the tribunal. The impact of this video far surpassed all previous ones. The visceral authenticity of the punches, Chen's madness, Zhou Wen's disarray, the law enforcement's decisiveness, and the presiding judge's furious admonition. All these elements intertwined to create a scene of remarkable tension. The barrage of comments erupted fervently. "What on earth am I witnessing? A real-life showdown. Who understands this? The defendant just assaulted his lawyer. This is the drama of the year." Zhou declared, "I shed blood for Sanjiang." Chun, the proprietor, retorted, "You thought you could deceive me." Chun continued, "This punch embodies 30 years of mastery. Zhou, can you withstand it?" The laughter was relentless. Zhou not only lost the case but also suffered a beating, losing both his dignity and resources. Kudos to the law enforcement officer for their hard work. The defendant was excessively volatile. The presiding judge exclaimed, "In my 30 years of practice, I have never encountered such absurdity." Consequently, Chen's offenses compounded, earning him a delightful contempt of court and intentional injury package. Lawyer Zhang Wei maintained an unwavering composure throughout, a testament to the exceptional caliber of a true professional. "I declare this the most riveting courtroom trial of the year." Without exception, the video of Chun assaulting the lawyer spread like wildfire, its virality eclipsing the case itself. Countless netizens flooded the comment section, mercilessly mocking Zhou, dubbing him the most ineffectual partner in history and a lawyer prone to being beaten. The official account of Sanjiang law firm was besieged by enraged internet users. inundated with inquiries and insults. In contrast, Zhang Wei, due to his unwavering calmness and professionalism, coupled with an air of detached observation amidst the chaos, was elevated to an even higher pedestal by netizens. Look at lawyer Zhang, who managed the situation from start to finish. His opponent not only lost the case, but also suffered internal collapse. This is true strategic prowess. Chen's punch, albeit misguided, could be seen as a form of enacting justice, providing a cathartic release. In no time, keywords such as Zhang Wei, the Nightmare Theater case, 6 major charges, GPS ankle bracelet, stellar courtroom debate, and the defendant assaulting the lawyer-dominated trending topics across various social media platforms. The name Zhang Wei, once again, etched itself indelibly in the hearts of countless netizens. His modest law firm now resonating with renown. Those who had previously underestimated or questioned him were compelled to reassess the formidable strength and immense potential exhibited by this young lawyer, as well as the peculiar aura that rendered his adversaries utterly discomfited, akin to a guiding light in the industry. Chapter 66. The Guiding Case of the Supreme Court. The Triumph of the Oppressed. The courtroom drama surrounding the case of Li Meng at the Jiangxing Nightmare Theater did not dissipate with the gavel's final strike. Rather, it ignited a wildfire across every corner of the internet, intensifying with fervor. The fervor surrounding the Li Meng case surged to unprecedented heights. Notably, attorney Zhang Wei's emphatic accusation of Chen's workplace psychological manipulation, referred to as PUA, struck like a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, creating tumultuous waves. Originally a somewhat niche term, psychological PUA burst into the public consciousness due to this sensational case. Countless individuals who have endured similar oppression and mental subjugation in the workplace felt as though they had found a conduit for their pent-up emotions. The concept of a redemption task at the Nightmare Theater resonated with many, as it mirrored the experiences of employees who had faced similar exploitative practices in their own companies. Cloaked in the euphemism of a striver agreement, failure to meet KPIs resulted in public admonishment and penalties against one's growth points. Moreover, the oppressive GPS tracking bracelets were suffocating. Although our boss may not wield such severity, he mandates 24-hour mobile location tracking under the guise of efficiently responding to client needs, which in reality serves as a form of covert surveillance. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Our foolish director holds daily meetings, painting grand visions while claiming we are family, only to demand unpaid overtime until the late hours. Failing to comply is equated with a lack of collective honor and a betrayal of the company's nurturing. Li Meng's tragedy is not an isolated incident. It is merely more harrowing. In a flash, discussions surrounding workplace PUA and psychological abuse erupted across major social media platforms and news comment sections, akin to a volcanic eruption. Countless netizens spontaneously emerged to share their own suffocating experiences or those of people close to them. Anger, oppression, and a sense of resonance swiftly coalesced into an undeniable torrent online. A multitude of eyes turned towards the lofty official accounts, as people fervently commented on the social media pages of major state media and judicial bodies, urging them to pay heed to the Jiangxing case. They demanded a thorough investigation into such workplace atrocities. Support for attorney Zhang Wei. Support for the verdict in the Li Meng case. Workplace PUA is a ferocious beast. Grant the cattle and horses a chance to breathe. The tide of public opinion surged ever higher. Finally, just 3 days after the verdict in the Li Meng case, a momentous announcement emanated from the Capitol, instantly capturing everyone's attention. The Supreme People's Court's official website, prominently displaying a notice on its homepage, proclaimed, decision to classify the Li Meng abuse case at Jiangxing Nightmare Theater as the XX guiding case of the year. The announcement was succinct yet impactful. However, every word carries immense weight. Following deliberation by the Judicial Committee of this court, the Jiangxing Intermediate People's Court has adjudicated the case against the defendant Chen, who stands accused of abuse, illegal detention, and causing a significant workplace accident, the Nightmare Theater case concerning the tragic death of Li Meng. Given the case's typical nature and extensive social repercussions, it holds considerable instructive significance in clarifying the legal nature of prolonged and continuous psychological oppression, personality degradation, and willful manipulation of workers by those in positions of power within the workplace. This ruling, for the first time in judicial practice, categorically includes severe workplace psychological oppression behaviors within the ambit of Article 260 of the criminal law concerning the crime of abuse, thereby positively impacting the maintenance of workers' dignity, fostering harmonious labor relations, and promoting social equity and justice. It has been decided to publish this case as a guiding precedent for reference by courts at all levels when adjudicating similar cases. Signed, Supreme People's Court. Date, Year X. Month X, Day X. These few lines resonate like a thunderclap in the hearts of all who have been following this matter. The official stance is now clear. The dust is settled. This heralds a new era, wherein workplace psychological abuse is no longer a legal gray area. Those abhorrent PUA behaviors will be unequivocally severed by the sword of the law. Upon the announcement, major news media outlets swiftly disseminated the information. Milestone. The Supreme Court designates the Jiangcheng Nightmare Theater case as a guiding precedent. Workplace psychological abuse is officially criminalized. A triumph for the rule of law. The dawn for individuals like Li Ming. Lawyer Zhang Wei makes history again. A case that propels legislative refinement. The internet erupted in fervor. Countless individuals spread the word, celebrating with tears of joy. Can you believe it? Is this for real? We won. We have triumphed. The working class has risen. Thank you, Lawyer Zhang Wei. Thank you, Jiangxing Court. Thank you, Supreme Court. This is truly a victory for the people. No longer shall any employer dare to engage in PUA. I will confront them with this guiding precedent. In the comments section, a plethora of humorous tags directed at employers emerged. Mr. X, did you see this? If you ever make me voluntarily work until 3 in the morning, claiming it's a blessing from the company, I will invite you to join me for tea in court. Dear boss, a friendly reminder, actions such as insults, degradation, threats, false promises, and psychological control are now included in the luxurious package of abuse crimes. Please choose your words wisely. To the manager who insists we chant slogans and enforce a wolf culture, be cautious. Do not let yourself become a wolf in this situation. Mr. Wong, you previously called me a dog raised by the company. I recorded that. Shall we take a moment to explore the spirit of the Supreme Court's latest guiding case together? With a sly smile, some daring netizens boldly shared screenshots of the Supreme Court's announcement, accompanied by memes depicting expressions of trouble in the company's work group. In an instant, the bosses and executives of various companies found themselves in a state of unease. Meanwhile, those who had previously suffered from workplace psychological manipulation reveled online, celebrating this hard-won victory as if it were a festive occasion. The name Zhang Wei resonated once more throughout the land. Although he did not personally appear amidst this whirlwind of public opinion, his presence was felt everywhere. Beneath this nationwide celebration of triumph, some local follow-up actions, though being conducted with great urgency, appeared less conspicuous. Due to the immense societal discourse ignited by the Li Meng case, the Dongjiang branch of Jiangcheng had already announced, under pressure, the formal initiation of an investigation into the Mystique Theater and its related responsible parties for suspected other illegal activities. Simultaneously, the Cultural Tourism Department of Jiangcheng, in conjunction with the Market Supervision Administration, issued a comprehensive investigation notice regarding the operational qualifications of the Mystique Theater and its parent company, specifically addressing potential violations. However, overshadowed by the brilliance of the Supreme Court's guiding case, the focus of the masses remained primarily on the joyous victory of criminalizing workplace psychological manipulation. These local-level investigation announcements were akin to pebbles cast into a mighty river. They stirred ripples but failed to create a tidal wave. The number of those paying attention was exceedingly few. This allowed the staff of the relevant enforcement agencies in Jiangcheng to breathe a sigh of relief amidst their rigorous investigations. The pressure had, at last, diminished somewhat. Chapter 67. The Position of the Partner. Do not sit there. Zhou Ming, with a grim expression and a briefcase in hand, trudged through the office of Sanjiang Law Firm. Colleagues he encountered along the way greeted him with respectful nods. Lawyer Zhou. He paid no heed, his gaze dark enough to drip with despair. No one dared to inquire further. They all understood the source of his ire. The flames of anger within Zhou Ming threatened to consume him entirely. How could he not be furious? Zhou Ming had immersed himself in the legal realm of Jiangshang for decades, and under his stewardship, Sanjiang had remained firmly at the pinnacle. Yet today he faced a humiliation of unparalleled proportions. The catalyst of his fury was none other than his underachieving nephew, Zhou Wen. Previously, Zhou Wen had led a nearly 10 million yuan cross-border e-commerce case, equipped with the firm's top resources, only to suffer a crushing defeat, leaving him utterly humiliated at the hands of opposing counsel. Zhou Ming suppressed his rage, reasoning that Zhou Wen was still young and should not be so easily discouraged. Thus, he personally intervened, assigning Zhou Wen a civil compensation case that he deemed exceedingly straightforward. The case of Li Meng, an employee of the Nightmare Theater who had committed suicide, with the family seeking compensation. The labor arbitration had already dismissed the family's claims, citing a lack of direct causation. In court, Sanjiang represented the defendant, Chun, the owner of the Nightmare Theater. In Zhou Ming's eyes, this case was a guaranteed victory, even with his eyes closed. He merely wished for Zhou Wen to regain some confidence through an effortless triumph, thereby solidifying his standing within the firm. However, he later learned that the plaintiff had retained Zhang Wei as counsel, who audaciously filed a criminal complaint. Rather than feeling daunted, Zhou Ming felt a flicker of anticipation. Zhang Wei, the young man he had expelled from Sanjiang, had always been a thorn in Zhou Wen's side. If Zhou Wen could triumph over Zhang Wei in this legal battle, it would undoubtedly shatter his psychological barriers, greatly benefiting his future career in law. Thus, when an old friend from Modu invited him to discuss a rather complex financial case, he pondered briefly and decided to attend without concern. In his view, even with Zhang Wei's interference, Zhou Wen possessed the advantageous evidence as the defendant, coupled with Sanjiang's resource support, ensuring at the very least a stalemate. He had even envisioned how, after Zhou Wen's victory, he would casually mention it in the partner meeting to silence those who questioned Zhou Wen's capabilities. However, reality delivered a resounding slap to his face, leaving him in a state of shock. While still in Modu, news of the defeat reached him. Initially, he refused to believe it, assuming some minor oversight had occurred. It was not until he glimpsed the summary of the judgment that he was struck by disbelief. Defendant Chun had been sentenced to life imprisonment. Life imprisonment, a case that had originally pertained only to civil compensation, had culminated in the defendant receiving a life sentence. His once promising nephew, the supposed heir he had carefully nurtured, had transformed a case with a favorable start into an undeniable ironclad conviction. This was undoubtedly the most ludicrous farce in the annals of Sanjiang law firm's history. Zhou Ming was so enraged that he nearly smashed the hotel room's phone. Useless. Truly a pitiful mass of mud that cannot be propped up. What suffocated and infuriated him even more was the subsequent news. The Supreme People's Court had astonishingly designated the case of Li Meng's abuse leading to death at the Jiangxing Nightmare Theater as an annual guiding case. The announcement, with each word affirming the landmark significance of the verdict, commended its pioneering inclusion of severe workplace psychological oppression into the purview of Article 260 of the criminal law regarding the crime of abuse. Each word of this announcement felt like a searing iron, branding his face and tarnishing the esteemed reputation of his Sanjiang law firm. Zhang Wei. Once again, it was Zhang Wei, the young man he had cast aside like refuse, not only triumphed in court, but did so with such complete and resounding victory. This case had become a divine revelation, propelling legislative change. What an honor. And what of his nephew, Zhou Wen? He had become the most foolish, laughable, and utterly overreaching stepping stone on Zhang Wei's path to glory. The stark contrast made Zhou Ming feel as though his insides were churning. In his attempt to pave the way for Zhou Wen, he had expelled the immensely promising Zhang Wei. Now, that discarded star was shining with a brilliance that he could scarcely bear to behold. Meanwhile, his carefully nurtured Zhou Wen had devolved into a complete wastrel, a mere joke within the industry. Zhou Ming clenched his fists. He strode swiftly to the door of Zhou Wen's partner's office. What once symbolized status and honor now appeared painfully glaring to him. He did not knock. With a resounding bang, Zhou Ming flung open the office door. Zhou Wen, who was sorting through documents at his desk, was startled by the sudden commotion, jolting upright with a lingering trace of confusion and fatigue on his face. Upon realizing the visitor was Zhou Ming, especially with the stormy countenance that mirrored a night before a tempest, his heart sank, and he instinctively stood up, his lips parting as if to call out uncle or lawyer Zhou. However, he had not the chance to utter a single word. Zhou Ming had already approached him with rapid strides. Without any warning, a sharp, resounding slap struck Zhou Wen's face. The force was so great that it caused him to stagger, blood instantly spilling from the corner of his mouth, his face ablaze with pain. He covered his face, gazing at Zhou Ming in disbelief, his eyes brimming with shock, humiliation, and a profound sense of fear. Zhou Ming's gaze was icy, his voice laced with repressed fury and disappointment. Useless. This furious rebuke erupted in the quiet office area, accompanied by the echo of the slap. The once normal sounds of keyboard clattering and document shuffling vanished without a trace, as if everyone had been pressed to pause. In the next moment, countless gazes, some astonished, some curious, and others reveling in schadenfreude, converged upon Zhou Wen's office, which stood with its door ajar, akin to a spotlight illuminating the scene. Some individuals instinctively leaned forward in their seats, craning their necks in anticipation, while others feigned interest in their documents, their ears perked up like those of rabbits. A few even casually picked up their water cups, ambling toward the water cooler, their eyes inadvertently darting toward that door. The atmosphere within the office grew increasingly tense and nuanced. Zhou Wen, his cheeks aflame, felt the prying, almost palpable gazes from outside, as if the very blood in his veins were rushing to his face. Embarrassment, indignation, and a hint of resentment swirled tumultuously within him. Uncle. Zhou Lu. He struggled to suppress his humiliation, his voice trembling as he attempted to explain this case. It is not what we initially envisioned. Zhang Wei. He does not play by the rules. He has forcibly transformed a civil case into a criminal one. This is entirely. Silence. Zhou Ming abruptly interrupted, disappointment etched deeply in his eyes. Are you still making excuses at this point? Not playing by the rules. Zhou Ming's voice escalated, each word striking Zhou Wen's heart like a hammer. Is the law meant for you to adhere rigidly to conventions? Zhang Wei is exercising the rights bestowed by the law. He has identified the crux of the case and delivered a precise blow. And you possess the finest resources from the firm, yet you allowed your client, initially facing a civil claim, to be sentenced to life imprisonment. You have even made Sanjiang law firm a cautionary tale in the Supreme Court's guiding cases. As Zhou Ming's ire intensified, his finger trembled as it pointed at Zhou Wen. Tell me, where is your professional competence? Where is your adaptability? Where is the legal foundation you take pride in? I did not anticipate he would approach it from the angle of abuse. Zhou Wen's voice dwindled, his conviction waning, and the evidence regarding the GPS ankle monitor and Atoma task was utterly unexpected. Unexpected? Zhou Ming laughed bitterly, his laughter laced with icy mockery. As the defendant's attorney, you could not even foresee the evidence the opposing side might gather. You were completely unprepared for their potential points of attack. What purpose do you serve as a lawyer? I provided you with an opportunity. I assigned you to handle that cross-border e-commerce case, and you lost. I said you lacked experience and needed practice. I offered you another chance. This case with Li Ming. We won the labor arbitration. The evidence is in our favor. I wanted you to fight to regain your confidence, to face Zhang Wei and triumph. And what was the result? Zhou Ming took a deep breath, the disappointment in his gaze gradually giving way to profound exhaustion. He looked at Zhou Wen, whose face was pale and flustered, and spoke slowly. I once believed that you had merely experienced a momentary lapse due to inexperience. It appears now that I was mistaken. You simply do not possess the requisite talent for this field. Zhou Wen felt as though struck by lightning, his body swaying unsteadily. Uncle, he instinctively cried out, his voice laden with desperation and dread. Zhou Ming's gaze was frigid, unyielding to his plea. He spoke each word with clarity and a chilling indifference. You shall no longer occupy the position of partner. Chapter 68. Depart at once. Do not presume to occupy the position of partner. These words, akin to a final judgment, utterly shattered all of Zhou Wen's psychological defenses. After Zhou Ming delivered his statement, he did not spare Zhou Wen another glance. His face darkened with displeasure as he turned and departed. He did not even bother to close the open office door. Striding through the communal workspace, indifferent to the myriad of inquisitive gazes cast in his direction, and made his way to his prestigious partner's office. Bang! The door of his office was slammed shut, sealing off all that lay beyond. Zhou Wen stood frozen in place, his complexion as pale as parchment, his eyes devoid of focus. The phrase, "Do not presume to occupy the position of partner," echoed incessantly in his mind, like a dark incantation. He was finished. He was utterly finished. At that moment, the muffled whispers from outside seemed to amplify exponentially, piercing his ears with clarity. The sympathetic mocking and curious gazes felt like countless fine needles mercilessly pricking at him. Zhou Wen abruptly lifted his head, his reddened eyes fixated on the indistinct figures at the doorway. The long-suppressed humiliation, resentment, and fury erupted within him like a volcano. His cheek, swollen from a slap, contorted as he unleashed a hoarse, shrill cry that shattered the facade of the elite lawyer he usually displayed. "What are you staring at? Get out of my sight." This desperate roar sent the onlookers scattering like startled birds, retreating to their workstations, plunging the office back into an eerie silence. Only Zhou Wen's ragged breaths echoed in the emptiness of the office. Zhang Keng, Boai, Hospital. The scent of disinfectant pervaded the cold corridor. An elderly woman, her hair streaked with gray, leaned against the frigid wall, her body trembling slightly from uncontrollable sobs. Her face bore the marks of tears, her gaze hollow. Beside her stood a man in his 30s, his eyes rimmed with red, fists clenched tightly, veins prominently bulging on the backs of his hands. He struggled against overwhelming grief, gently supporting his mother with one hand, while the other pressed firmly against his chest. His sister had just undergone what was said to be a successful surgery at this very hospital, yet the following day, without warning, she had passed away. A vibrant life had been abruptly extinguished. "Doctor, you must provide us with an explanation." The man's raspy voice resonated through the corridor, imbued with suppressed anger. "My sister entered in good health. The surgery was supposed to be a success. Why has she suddenly vanished?" A doctor, clad in a white coat and adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, approached with his hands in his pockets, his demeanor one of impatience. He cast a cursory glance at the grieving mother and son, his tone cold and haughty. "Please, calm down. The surgical procedure was indeed very smooth. I can assure you of that. Post-operative vital signs were stable." The doctor paused for a moment, a barely perceptible smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. "According to our hospital's protocol, following such a surgery, it is advisable for patients to be admitted to a VIP care unit for round-the-clock. Meticulous observation and exceptional nursing care to ensure absolute safety. At that time, we mentioned this to you, but you insisted on a standard ward, unwilling to spend the extra money." He shrugged dismissively, his tone dripping with scorn. "Now that an unfortunate event has occurred, you dare to blame our hospital? What kind of logic is that?" Upon hearing this, the elderly woman's cries intensified as she pounded her chest in despair. "My daughter, it is I who have wronged you. I should not have saved that money." The man, trembling with fury, veins bulging on his forehead, pointed an accusatory finger at the doctor and shouted, "You are speaking nonsense. You never made it sound this serious. You only said the observation conditions would be slightly better. If we had known there was a risk to her life, we would have certainly opted for the VIP." The doctor sneered, nonchalantly adjusting his white coat. "It is too late to discuss that now. Our hospital's procedures are compliant, and everything is documented in the medical records. If you have any objections, you may pursue them through the proper channels." With that, he turned his back on the agitated family, striding away without a backward glance. That indifferent silhouette extinguished the last flicker of trust the man had harbored for the hospital. In the corridor, several passing patients, family members, and a few nurses and scrubs halted at a distance, whispering and pointing in their direction. "TSK, another medical dispute. I heard the patient didn't survive post-surgery, and the family wouldn't spend on VIP care. In these times, it is truly difficult to seek medical attention without sufficient funds. Their sympathetic, curious, and even somewhat gleeful gazes pierced the hearts of the mother and son. The elderly woman was on the verge of fainting from her sobs, while the man, with reddened eyes, supported his mother, feeling engulfed by an overwhelming sense of helplessness and despair. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a hospital gown, appearing to be in his 50s, approached slowly. A hint of sympathy graced his features as he hesitated before speaking. "My dear brother, sister, please accept my condolences." The man looked up, bewildered. The middle-aged man sighed and fished out his phone from his pocket, swiping the screen a few times. He soon held the phone out to the man. Displayed on the screen was a screenshot of a news article, the headline strikingly prominent. "The Nightmare Theater case concludes. Defense attorney Zhang Wei achieves a new breakthrough in judicial recognition of abuse." The image featured Zhang passionately delivering his arguments in court. The middle-aged man pointed to the headline, his tone imbued with respect and gravity. "If you genuinely believe that this matter lies at the hospital's feet, that they bear undeniable fault. I have been hospitalized for days, and I have been following the news. A remarkable young lawyer named Zhang Wei has emerged in Jiangxing. It is indeed him, the lawyer behind the Nightmare Theater case." He paused, lowering his voice, yet failing to conceal the excitement in his tone. "I have heard that initially, many were skeptical about that case, perceiving it merely as a typical employee suicide compensation claim. However, he remarkably transformed it from a civil matter into a criminal one, ultimately leading to the conviction of that unscrupulous employer who received a life sentence. The Supreme Court even commended him, declaring the case a milestone." The middle-aged man, observing the aggrieved man, offered a glimmer of encouragement in his gaze. If he could turn such a complex case into an ironclad conviction and gain the recognition of the Supreme Court, his capabilities must be substantial. Given your situation, if there truly is a grievance and no other avenues available. He leaned forward, earnestly stating, "Then perhaps you should consult this lawyer, Zhang Wei. There is a chance he can indeed help you seek justice." Chapter 69. Have I become a victim of absurdity? Within the confines of the law firm, Zhang Wei and Su Wanru exchanged silent glances, each hesitating to break the tense atmosphere that enveloped them. After days of grappling with the myriad of trivialities following the court hearings, Zhang Wei finally found a moment to breathe, feeling utterly drained both mentally and physically. Rubbing his temples, he resolved to treat himself by reviewing the remarkable achievements of his livestream account. He pondered whether Su Wanru, in her role as a new media operator, had kept up with her responsibilities. Had she created the livestream highlights, attended to the private messages in the back end? Most crucially, following the viral success of their previous streams, had their follower count soared to new heights? With a hint of anticipation, he opened the back end. Indeed, the follower count had surged significantly. The comment section was a cacophony of laughter and expressions of bewilderment. Just as a satisfied smile began to form on his lips, his gaze was drawn to the titles of the latest submissions. Extrajudicial Madman S. Online Tutorial. How to Avoid Illegal Hunting. Guaranteed to teach you the light of justice. When a beautiful girl encounters a rogue, a well-meaning citizen intervenes. Zhang Wei felt a foreboding sense wash over him. Taking a deep breath, he clicked on the first video, the one concerning the lawsuit. The video commenced with a serious analysis of SC Char, Dinger's snake, from his livestream. However, in an instant, the tone shifted dramatically. The screen jolted, and an electrifying bass drop erupted. His handsome visage was transformed into a myriad of exaggerated memes, rapidly bouncing, flashing, and spinning across the screen. Is by Nyangzi considered wildlife? This line was rhythmically edited, with each word punctuated by a jarring beat that made the visuals pulsate. Almost immediately, an unexpected appearance of the great deity, Dawei Tianlong, and the earthly bodhisattva, K. Itagarba, accompanied by dazzling special effects, engulfed Zhang Wei's face. As he emphasized SC Char, Dinger's snake with a pointed finger, it was digitally altered into a sparkling sword, splitting the screen with a radiant golden law character. Interspersed throughout were various iconic film clips, such as Su Xian's terrified expression and a close-up of Fahai's furious glare. even including a heroic shot of Ultraman battling a small monster. The entire video was a whirlwind of dazzling effects, inscrutable symbols, and an array of internet memes. You are merely coveting her body. You are despicable. I have never encountered such shamelessness. This was undoubtedly a textbook example of absurdity. Zhang Wei's expression darkened with each passing moment. This was no legal education video. It was a public spectacle of humiliation. Despite his disbelief, he clicked on the second video. This one addressed the weighty question of whether intervening against a perpetrator assaulting a beautiful girl constituted a noble act. The video opened with astonishing comments rolling across the screen, followed by a clip of Zhang Wei during the live stream, desperately suppressing laughter as his expression began to unravel. As Zhang Wei cleared his throat, preparing to enlighten this water friend on legal matters, a crisp and melodious female voice unexpectedly interjected, laced with intentional playfulness and a hint of schadenfreude. That won't do. Dear student, your thoughts are rather perilous. It was none other than Su Wanru's voice. She had personally stepped in to provide commentary. In the footage, Zhang Wei's lips moved, yet his voice was entirely supplanted by Su Wanru's legal tutorial. Firstly, it's commendable to act heroically, but your methods must remain lawful. Approaching crime with crime will only lead you to self-incrimination, which is decidedly counterproductive. Su Wanru's voice, sweet yet incisive, struck at the heart of the matter. Even more remarkable, whenever Zhang Wei displayed a look of exasperation at the current water friend's antics, a classic meme would seamlessly appear in the video. It was that iconic moment. We are all professionally trained and generally do not laugh, unless we cannot help it, and in high definition, no less. Moreover, as Zhang Wei elucidated the pivotal point that the nature of an act changes once restraint is abandoned, Su Wanru thoughtfully accompanied her commentary with the sound of a police siren wailing by, along with a prominent danger graphic that boldly flashed across Zhang Wei's face. Zhang Wei stared intently at the screen, the veins at his temples throbbing. He felt his blood pressure surging to unprecedented heights. If the first video merely left him frowning, the second one plunged him into a state of utter despondency. He could almost foresee his infamous reputation as Zhang the outlaw racing towards an indefinable fate in the vast ocean of absurd internet users, never to return. Enough is enough. Zhang Wei lacked the courage to click on the third video. He feared that continuing would prompt him to perform CPR on an attorney's psyche. Just as he endeavored to calm his breathing, trying to appear less like a volatile ticking bomb, Su Wanru broke the silence. With her innocent big eyes blinking, her tone effused with a gleeful sense of accomplishment, she chirped, "Zhang, what do you think? Isn't my edited video fantastic? Doesn't it have a great online vibe?" Zhang Wei's face turned several shades darker in an instant. He slowly turned his head and, enunciating each word, asked, "You call this fantastic? We are here to promote legal understanding, legal education, professionalism. Do you comprehend?" Zhang Wei's voice escalated an octave, his finger trembling as he pointed at the screen. "You present me with these flashy gimmicks, with the great dragoning cannot help but laugh. Tell me, which serious clients would dare to trust our firm as professionalism after witnessing this?" He could scarcely fathom how potential high-profile clients would regard him, viewing their outlaw attorney firm through the lens of condescension. Yet, Su Wanru remained unfazed, puffing out her small chest and confidently asserting, "They will believe. Absolutely. Zhang Lu, you must keep pace with the times. Consider this. Who constitutes the primary audience of contemporary short video platforms? Young people. Am I correct? What captivates their interest? They gravitate towards lighthearted, amusing content that embraces humor and trends. Our videos precisely resonate with their enjoyment." Su Wanru seized Zhang Wei's phone, opened the comments section of the video, and presented it to him. "Zhang Lu, look at the bustling comments. Haha, I've learned so much. The host is too entertaining. I've already liked and subscribed, eagerly awaiting the next update. These are all potential clients. They are currently seeking amusement, but when they encounter legal issues in the future, we will undoubtedly be their first thought." Zhang Wei cast a glance at the comment section, which indeed overflowed with praise, akin to a delightful culinary experience. Nevertheless, he remained obstinate, Which reputable peer produces legal education videos like this? Tell me. Tell me. Chapter 70. In my childhood, I lent my light to Diga. Can I now sue to reclaim it? So we are truly unique. Su Wanru's eyes sparkled with excitement, her tone brimming with pride. What do we call this? This is the essence of differentiated competition. While others recite legal texts with stern faces, how dull that is. We are different. We educate the public joyfully and learn amidst absurdity. This is the correct approach to legal education in a new era. Zhang Wei opened his mouth to retort, yet found himself momentarily at a loss for compelling arguments. This girl speaks as if she possesses a modicum of reason. He rubbed his temples, feeling that his worldview was being ruthlessly overturned by this intern assistant. Are you certain this style will truly work? Zhang Wei's tone softened slightly. Absolutely. Su Wanru patted her chest in assurance. Zhang, you need not worry. I've already grasped the secret to gaining traction. In the future, our account's million followers will not be a mere dream. 10 million is just around the corner. Within a year, we will be leading streamers at the forefront of the wave. At that time, endorsements, live commerce, and offline events will come pouring in, observing Su Wanru's unwavering confidence. As if she could already envision herself being promoted and earning more, becoming a partner at the law firm, and reaching the pinnacle of life. Zhang Wei's lips twitched. Fine. What's done is done. The die is cast. The video has already been released. I cannot possibly ask her to delete it, can I? That would only make it seem as though I cannot handle it. Moreover, to be fair, the video's impact is indeed far superior to what I had anticipated from those earnest legal clips. All right. Zhang Wei waved his hand somewhat helplessly, conceding for the time being. Let these videos remain as they are. For now. However, could you perhaps tone it down a bit before the next edit? Understood. Su Wanru immediately offered a somewhat awkward salute, vowing to accomplish the task. Zhang Wei took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm the turbulent emotions stirred by the absurd video. Enough of that. He glanced at the time, preparing himself for tonight's broadcast at 8 o'clock sharp. Please go and enliven the atmosphere in the fan group and give a preview of tonight's live stream. Zhang Wei added, and also, see if there is any feedback from previous streams or any legal questions they wish to pose, so I can gather them in advance. Though he held reservations about the video's style, Zhang Wei was very much in favor of the tangible benefits brought by the live streams. All right, Subandro cheerfully responded, immediately pulling out her phone and stirring up excitement in the fan group. Zhang Wei watched her bustling figure and shook his head in resignation. Let be. The youth have their own ideas. As long as she doesn't completely ruin the reputation of the infamous Zhang San, he is content. He now only hopes that tonight's live stream will be somewhat normal, without any outrageous questions being posed. Otherwise, he genuinely fears that the content Su Wanru edits could thrust him into trending topics of the social news variety. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Zhang Wei took a deep breath and clicked the button to start the live broadcast. The familiar opening music played, illuminating the live stream room. Almost simultaneously, the number of online viewers surged upward, as if propelled by a rocket. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. Within mere minutes, the viewer count surpassed 10,000 and continued to fluctuate, generating remarkable excitement. The barrage of comments filled the screen like wild stallions, utterly chaotic and overwhelming. Handsome to the point of no friends, a lawless rogue, Zhang San has finally arrived. Tonight, we hunt tigers. The host has finally made it. My electronic pickled vegetables are replenished. My brother is the handsomest in the universe. I just finished watching a hilarious video. How are you, host? Passerby in the audience. Great deity Tian Long. Earthly venerable Dizong. Lawyer Zhang. Which lucky soul are you planning to exorcise today? I'm the alien man. Host. I usually don't smile, unless I can't help it. Dog face, little blackie, don't leave. You up front, do not persecute Lawyer Zhang, unless you take me with you. Keyboard warrior here. Host, your SC Char Dinger snake theory is now a case study in our law class. They say you're a genius. Zhang Wei watched the enthusiastic comments, his eyelids twitching involuntarily. That girl, Su Wanru, has truly done a fine job. He cleared his throat, striving to maintain a professional smile. Ahem. Good evening, dear viewers. I'm your old friend, the lawless rogue, Lawyer Zhang. As soon as he finished speaking, the comments erupted once more. Village Information Bureau, old friend, your audacity is remarkable, host. Clearly, you are a newly minted internet celebrity. Uncle Wong next door, lawyer Zhang. Your assistant's video editing is exceptional. I recommend adding a chicken leg. Law student practicing for 2.5 years, host. Do you owe your assistant a lot of money? Otherwise, why would she be so diligent in promoting you? Manual fun. I just want to watch in peace. I heard your law firm only has 2 people. Is that true? With such a heavy workload, can 2 people manage? Zhang Wei helplessly rubbed his forehead, sensing a dull ache beginning to throb at his temples. With patience, he explained, regarding the video, well, my assistant indeed has a plethora of ideas and is quite creative. As for the staffing situation at the firm, it is true that it is currently just my assistant Sue and myself, so updates may sometimes be a bit slow. I ask for your understanding. He paused briefly, forcibly redirecting the conversation. All right, without further ado, let us officially commence today's legal education segment. As per usual, if anyone has legal inquiries, feel free to post them on the screen, and Lawyer Zhang will do his utmost to provide answers. With this proclamation, the comments came to life once more, an array of peculiar questions flooding in. Passerby, hey, host, my neighbor's dog barks every night, disturbing my rest. Can I sue him for noise disturbances? Justice partner, Lawyer Zhang, my ex-boyfriend owes me money and has blocked me. What should I do? I have chat logs and transaction records. Eager learner, may I ask? Lawyer Zhang, I purchased a second-hand mobile phone online, only to discover it was a refurbished device. The seller refuses to offer a refund. How can I assert my rights? Professional debater for 30 years. Teacher, when I was a child, I lent my light to Ultraman Digga to fight monsters, and he has yet to return it, leaving my life shrouded in darkness. Can I sue Digga to reclaim my light? If so, has the statute of limitations expired? How much can I claim for mental distress? As this question emerged, the barrage of comments in the live stream momentarily paused before erupting into a more intense flurry. Charming yet friendless. Tonight we hunt tigers. Wow, this person is truly significant. My brother is the handsomest in the universe. Digga. I was utterly terrified at that moment. Bystander witnessing the drama. Light, please do not disturb. I am currently drifting in the universe, and the signal is poor. I am the hero. This commenter truly understands how to pose a question, far more outrageous than that previous one about Fahai. Little critic on the run. Host, I feel my keyboard stirring once again. Keyboard warrior present, awaiting the host to deliver another masterclass in legal education. Village Intelligence Bureau, professional debater for 30 years. I acknowledge this ID. You are indeed an expert. Zhang Wei gazed at this comment, unable to suppress a familiar smile. Goodness, another one. This is solidifying his reputation as a legendary legal advisor in the cosmic realm. Chapter 71. Is the sun the property of an individual? Indeed. When a question posed by the user known as professional debater for 30 years emerged, the live chat erupted into a frenzy, inundated with discussions about Digga, light, and nostalgic childhood memories. The previously earnest inquiries from a few viewers were swiftly drowned in the vast ocean of the Digga Legion, leaving no trace behind. Too handsome to have friends. Is Digga in debt and refusing to pay? This warrants a formal investigation. Tonight, we hunt tigers. I support the lawsuit. Return my childhood light. Otherwise, my youth will remain shrouded in darkness, and I demand compensation for emotional damages. My brother is the most handsome in the universe. I'm dying of laughter. Is the host about to transcend dimensions to educate us on the law? Casual bystander passing by. Digga, just sitting at home, and trouble comes falling from the sky. I'm Ultraman. So, can we actually file a lawsuit? I'm waiting online. It's quite urgent. I went out too. Little black hat, please leave. Host, please analyze this case. It has potential. I want to see a celestial showdown. Keyboard warrior present. If we can win a lawsuit, could I also reclaim the seeds I lent to the Calabash brothers? Village Information Bureau. To the one above, broaden your horizons. Just sue the 7 fairies directly and demand my bathwater back. Law student with 2.5 years of practice. From the perspective of legal elements, this lawsuit request is rather unconventional. Zhang Wei, observing the rolling declarations of debt collection on the screen, felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. With a resigned tone, he remarked, "This inquiry from professional debater for 30 years has indeed jogged my memory. Upon reflection, I too seem to have lent light to Diga during my childhood to combat monsters. How about we form a team and jointly file a lawsuit against Diga in the M78 Nebula? What do you think?" Upon hearing this, the chat erupted anew with laughter and praise for the host's wit. "Professional debater for 30 years. Good brother. You have honor. Let me contact my planetary attorney. Too handsome to have friends. Host, you're amazing. Take the lead in the lawsuit. Tonight, we hunt tigers. Count me in. Let us crowdfund the legal fees." All right. Just a jest." Zhang Wei waved his hand, signaling everyone to calm down and return to the main topic. "You may not realize that the sunlight we often bask in a certain legal sense, might not belong to us as individuals, nor to nature in the traditional sense." He paused dramatically, dropping a bombshell. It was, or theoretically could be, the property of a Spanish woman named Angeles Duran. The live chat fell silent for a brief moment before erupting into even more fervent commentary. "Vidage information bureau. What is this? The sun is private property? Passerby, host, are you awake? Or is my internet lagging? I am Ultraman, a Spanish woman? How did she manage that? Did she register a property certificate for the sun? Law student with 2.5 years of practice. Wait a minute. This knowledge is beyond the syllabus. Did I study law for nothing? Keyboard warrior present. Is this for real? Can the sun be sold? By the pound or by radiation? Little Black. Host, please don't scare me. I rely on the sun to dry my blankets." The eager learner. Could it be a recent scientific discovery? Is the sun actually a pet raised by aliens? Zhang Wei observed the barrage of comments with a knowing smile. "Haha, I understand your eagerness, but please hold on. Allow me to explain gradually." He cleared his throat and continued. The story unfolds in 2010, when a Spanish woman named Angela Duran discovered an intriguing loophole in the law. She found that the United Nations Outer Space Treaty stipulates that no nation may claim ownership of outer space, including the moon and other celestial bodies, through sovereignty or any other means. Pay attention, Zhang Wei emphasized. This treaty focuses on the national level, meaning it does not explicitly prohibit individuals from declaring ownership of celestial bodies. Furthermore, there exists a fundamental legal principle that states, what is not prohibited by law is permitted. Since international treaties do not forbid individuals from doing so, theoretically, an individual's claim to ownership of a celestial body could, under certain specific circumstances, be recognized by local legal systems to some extent. Thus, Ms. Duran exploited this loophole and submitted an application to the local notary in Spain, registering the sun as her private property. As soon as he finished speaking, the comment section erupted, a torrent of astonishment and skepticism flooding in. "Too handsome to have friends. No way. Can't really be played like this. I've learned something new. Hunting tigers tonight. This maneuver is too audacious. She is truly a lawless renegade. Onlookers. Did the notary actually register it for her? Are Spanish notaries that bold? Bystander. So is she now the sun goddess? Collecting solar taxes daily? I'm Ultraman, my heavens. Does that mean we are illegally using her private property every day? Could she sue us? Little Black. Wait a moment. If the sun belongs to her, does she have to maintain it daily? Like refueling and such? Keyboard warrior here. Goodness. I'm going to register the moon tomorrow. No one can compete with me. Village Information Bureau. Don't bother. The moon has already been registered. There is also a claim on Martian land. Law student with 2.5 years of practice. This case challenges my understanding. What is permitted by law is valid, but the actual exercise of such rights and their legal validity is likely to be quite controversial, isn't it? The eager learner. Host, what happened to Ms. Duran afterward? Did she truly profit from the sun? Professional contrarian for 30 years. So, if I were to sue Diga, it might not be entirely impossible, right? After all, Diga is also an extraterrestrial, unbound by Earth's laws. Winking face, Uncle Wong next door. Host, this knowledge is truly profound. I must swiftly jot this down in my notebook for future bragging rights. I merely wish to quietly enjoy the live stream. I feel as though my CPU is about to overheat. The influx of information is overwhelming. Zhang Wei chuckled at the deluge of comments, saying, "Do not rush, my friends. There are still experts to come. Chapter 72. Can we sue her for breach of contract due to insufficient winter sunshine? No friends because of handsomeness. Are there any experts left? Host, please enlighten us. Is there something even more astonishing than this? Tonight, we hunt tigers. Goodness. This lady is a commercial genius. My brother is the handsomest in the universe. If the sun belongs to her, we have to pay by the second to bask in its rays? In fear, onlookers passing by this maneuver, I can only say I've learned something, but it's utterly impractical. I am a hero. Host, hurry up. My gossip spirit is ablaze. Little Blackie, no more. Are there truly experts remaining? Has someone managed to register air? Keyboard warrior here, wow. This line of thought is brilliant. I'm off to investigate what other natural phenomena remain unregistered. Village Intelligence Bureau. Host, stop keeping us in suspense. You're driving me mad. Law student with 2.5 years of practice. Where exactly lies the boundary of this law that states what is not forbidden is permissible? I feel my worldview has been shaken. Zhang Wei leisurely sipped his drink, a hint of a mocking smile gracing his lips. He gazed at the scrolling comments on the screen and said slowly, "You see, you're all anxious again. Let me finish." The application submitted by Ms. Duran was indeed confirmed by the local notary office. This means that from a legal standpoint, since that moment, anyone globally who wishes to bask in the sun is theoretically required to pay her a fee for the use of sunlight. Upon hearing this, the comments section erupted like a depth charge, sending waves of astonishment through the audience. No friends because of handsomeness. Tonight we hunt tigers. No way. Did she really get this approved? Are the notary office officials that bold? My brother is the handsomest in the universe. My goodness. Does that mean we're all in debt every day? Onlookers passing by. Does this mean there will be a business for sunshine loans in the future? I am a hero. Oh no. I feel like I'm going bankrupt. I adore sunbathing. Little Blackie, no more. Is she really collecting money from the entire world? How much would that be? I can't even imagine. Keyboard warrior here. This lady must be the true world's wealthiest individual. Bill Gates pales in comparison. Village Intelligence Bureau. I declare that Zhang Lawyer's live stream is my source of joy for today. Law student with 2.5 years of practice. Although it sounds absurd, procedurally speaking, if the notary office really recognizes it. Wow. Zhang Wei chuckled lightly and continued. Moreover, she has already devised a plan for the reasonable use of this sunshine tax. Firstly, she intends to allocate 50% of the revenue to the Spanish government. 20% will be directed towards the pensions of local elderly citizens. 10% will fund scientific research, and another 10% will be dedicated to ending global hunger. The remaining final 10% will be kept for herself. With this declaration, the tone of the comments shifted once more. No friends because of handsomeness. Now I understand. She knows how to play the game. Tonight, we hunt tigers. Goodness. Such perspective. This lady has vision. My brother is the most handsome in the universe. She's quite nice, isn't she? Suddenly feeling a bit embarrassed about taking advantage of the sun. Although I never paid for it anyway. Onlooker. Host, can we sue her for breach of contract due to insufficient sunlight in winter? After all, she owns the sun and must ensure a steady supply of sunlight, right? I am E.A. Oatman. Teacher, can I sue her for trespassing if the sun shines into my house without my permission? Or for light pollution? Little Black's rest. If a solar flare damages my satellite dish, will she compensate me? Keyboard warrior here. You lot are devilish, aren't you? But I love it. Village Intelligence Bureau. I give this line of thought full marks. I suggest Lawyer Zhang start a series titled How to Claim Compensation from the Sun Goddess. Law student with 2.5 years of practice. This distribution plan sounds quite socially responsible. Zhang Wei smiled brightly at the flood of imaginative comments, saying, hee, don't rush to ask. Do you think this is the end? The experts, here they come. He deliberately paused, tantalizing everyone's curiosity. Although Ms. Duran and the local government envisioned a beautiful scenario, even planning how to divide the money, a heavyweight figure has stepped in, the former Vice President of the United States. Environmental warrior, Mr. Al Gore. He chose to combat magic with magic, directly suing Ms. Duran in the international court. The reason being, her son has melted the Antarctic glaciers. He demanded she take full responsibility for global warming and compensate for all damages. At that moment, the comments in the live stream went utterly wild. So handsome he has no friends. Wow. Tonight's tiger hunt. My brother's the most handsome in the universe. What? What kind of divine plot is this? The environmental warrior battles the sun goddess. Onlooker, I'm cracking up. Really, in a physical sense. I am the Oatman. Magic defeating magic. Go gore. This is true magical combat. Little Black's Rest. Antarctic glaciers. I was terrified at that moment, almost melted away. Keyboard warrior here. So, does this mean Ms. Duran has to take the blame for global warming? That is quite a hefty blame to carry. Village Intelligence Bureau. I declare that today's legal live stream has surpassed my cognitive limits. Law student with 2.5 years of practice, legally speaking, proving this causal relationship. Might be quite difficult, right? But it's incredibly thrilling. Uncle Wong next door, I feel like my CPU is going to burn out. The information overload is too much. I just want to watch the live stream quietly. Host, are you sure this ISNT is story you made up? This is too outrageous. Zhang Wei looked at the screen, filled with exclamations and question marks, his smile growing ever brighter. He raised his cup, took a sip, and leisurely remarked, the clash of two magical forces. The United Nations can no longer remain idle. Imagine, today a solar entity is registered, and tomorrow a lawsuit is filed against it. If this continues, who knows what other extraordinary actions might ensue? At that point, the moon could be registered, and Mars might be divided. What chaos would that create? Consequently, the United Nations hastily intervened to facilitate an urgent mediation between the parties involved. Chapter 73. Spring Breeze, What Cup? Ultimately, Zhang Wei elongated his tone, building suspense. The hearts of the viewers in the live stream were in their throats. Ultimately, the United Nations compensated Ms. Duran with 500,000 U.S. dollars, allowing her to relinquish her claim to the sun. As soon as Zhang Wei's words fell, the barrage section erupted into an even more fervent flurry of comments. So handsome, no friends. Oh, tonight, hunting tigers. What the hell? My brother is the most handsome in the universe. 500,000 U.S. dollars? Just like that? What a scam. I'm bystander. I'm dumbfounded. Is the United Nations really that wealthy? Are they so easy to negotiate with? I am a Ottoman. So she truly earned 500,000 U.S. dollars from the United Nations merely with a wild idea? Little Blackie, take a walk. This is what I call true monetization of knowledge. What use is my law degree? I should learn how to register natural phenomena. Keyboard warrior present. I'm going to draft a statement titled, Regarding my ownership of the Earth's atmosphere. United Nations. Pay up. Village Intelligence Bureau. This maneuver, I shall deem the best of the year. No, the best of the century. Personal law student with 2.5 years of practice. United Nations mediation payment, I recognize each word. Yet together, I cannot comprehend them. Uncle Wong next door. Host, say that again. How much? 500,000 U.S. dollars. My blood pressure is rising. I just want to quietly watch the live stream. This is simply a lucrative deal. No, it's a no-cost profit. Professional debater for 30 years. So, the ownership of the sun ultimately reverted to the United Nations? Does D.J.S. light count as property of the United Nations? Lost in thought, studious child. I feel as though my worldview has been reshaped. Once again, no, it's been shattered and reassembled, and then shattered again. Zhang Wei observed the tumultuous barrage of astonished comments and exclamations urging to engage with the United Nations, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Pleased with his cunning, he did not rush to speak, allowing the fervor in the live stream to simmer due to the astonishing transaction of 500,000 U.S. dollars. Once the frenzied barrage calmed slightly, he cleared his throat and leisurely stated, Therefore, dear viewers, knowledge transforms destiny, and imagination creates miracles. This 500,000 U.S. dollars is a purchase of peace from the United Nations, effectively compensating Ms. Duran for her creativity. As for the ownership of the sun, it now rests in a state of resolution, theoretically returning to a masterless status, or rather, belonging to all of humanity. The barrage stirred once more. So handsome. No friends. I've gained enlightenment. Lawyer Zhang, I'm off to investigate whether air can be registered. I shall dedicate my life to the struggle for the right to breathe for all humanity. Tonight, we confront the tiger. You're late. I just checked. And someone has already attempted to register ownership of flatulence, claiming it's for the research of new energy sources. My brother is the most handsome in the universe. Host, please refrain from discussing these get-rich-quick schemes. I fear I may be compelled to resign and engage in such antics. Onlooker passing by. $500,000. I could never earn such a sum in my lifetime. Had I known, I would have also sought notarization for the stars and moon back then. I am Aodum thus. The tale of the sun goddess teaches us that with enough audacity, even the United Nations can be taken for a ride. Zhang Wei, observing these comments, could not contain his laughter. He shifted the conversation back to the initial, astonishing question. Now, let us return to the monumental dilemma posed by our friend, the professional debater for 30 years, suing Ultraman Tiga to reclaim the light you lent him. This case, Zhang Wei pretended to ponder deeply, stroking his chin. The audience in the live stream felt their hearts race. Could it be that this too could succeed? Well, according to our earthly laws, the complexity of this case is indeed rather high. After all, Ultraman, the esteemed one, does not reside among us, and he likely lacks even a form of identification. To sue him, one must first ascertain the appropriate jurisdiction. The court of the M78 Nebula may not be familiar to our earthly lawyers. Furthermore, one must possess evidence proving that light was lent to him and that it has not been returned. I wonder if the King of Ultra recognizes such a receipt or promissory note for light. Zhang Wei continued his playful banter. Perhaps, in the land of light, there exists their own Ultraman code, which contains specific regulations regarding light lending. Therefore, dear friend, I suggest you first study the universal language of the M78 Nebula, and then consult the highest council of the land of light to see if there is any interstellar legal assistance available. Upon hearing this, the comment section erupted in laughter. Professional debater for 30 years. Host, you are my long-lost brother. Is there a link to the M78 Nebula Universal Language tutorial? I'm in urgent need. Too handsome for friends. Ha ha. The Ultraman Code. Host, you understand both law and Ultraman. Tonight, we confront the tiger, highest council of the land of light. We are busy and do not handle light lending disputes from earthlings. I am Aodman. Tiga, do not cue me. I am currently handling a light lending contract dispute in the M78 Nebula. Quite busy. By the way, does the light harvesting right in the M78 Nebula enjoy protection under Earth law? Keyboard warrior present. It's over. I feel like the host is about to unravel the entire legal system of the universe. Law student with 2.5 years of practice. Lawyer Zhang, your scope of practice has transcended the solar system and ventured into the galaxy. Zhang Wei waved his hand, forcibly steering the topic back, a mysterious smile gracing his face. All right. Let us consider Tiga's case as an interstellar exchange of goodwill. However, dear friends, while celestial bodies, such as the Sun, Moon, and Mars seem to have no relevance to the notary's office, there indeed exist numerous legal matters worthy of discourse surrounding the concept of the Sun. For instance, the right to light. Zhang Wei's gaze sharpened, instantly transitioning from a frivolous demeanor to that of a legal expert, although the subtle smile at the corner of his mouth betrayed his playful nature. If your neighbor, in the pursuit of lofty ambitions, constructs a building taller than yours, encroaching upon your space, what ensues? Their residence basks in sunlight, experiencing perpetual spring, while your abode remains shrouded in gloom and dampness all year round. Your clothes fail to dry, and your blankets remain unexposed to the sun, necessitating the use of artificial light even during the day. In such circumstances, you are entitled to assertively sue them for infringing upon your right to light and seek compensation for damages, even demanding the removal of any unauthorized constructions. Do not doubt it. Zhang Wei rapped the table, emphasizing that our civil code explicitly stipulates constructions must not contravene national engineering standards and must not obstruct the ventilation, lighting, and sunlight access of neighboring buildings. Do you see? Ventilation, lighting, sunlight. These are inscribed in black and white within the legal text. The sun is of paramount importance to each and every one of us. A hint of life experience tinged Zhang Wei's voice, mingled with barely suppressed amusement. Just imagine, without light, even defeating a minor monster becomes an arduous task, leaving one to await their fate with a flashing red signal. He mimicked the classic pose of Ultraman with a red light, eliciting another wave of laughter in the comments. For us ordinary people, prolonged exposure to darkness can lead to dire consequences. Not only can it induce feelings of depression, but it can also lead to physical ailments. He shifted his tone, lowering his voice. Even your cherished collectibles and cups stored in the cabinet might succumb to mold. Zhang Wei deliberately paused on the word cups, a knowing smile curving his lips. He cleared his throat and added, "Speaking of cups, we must mention our spring breeze. Cough, never mind. No advertisements today." Chapter 74. Is it illegal to engage with one's spouse through a PC? Upon uttering these words, the barrage of comments erupted instantaneously. Handsome without friends. Host. Is it that cup I'm thinking of? Winking. Tonight's tiger hunt. The person above has a narrow perspective. The host is certainly referring to a thermal water bottle. The spring breeze thermal cup, one you truly deserve. Doghead for safety. My brother is the most handsome in the universe. I suspect the host is hinting at something more, and I possess evidence. Passerby witness. The spring breeze revives once more. Host, continue your discourse. Do not cease. I am a Decepticon, oh no. I feel that the figurines and cups in my cabinet have been offended. As the tone of the comments grew increasingly absurd, Zhang Wei immediately adopted a serious demeanor and declared with righteous indignation, "What are you all implying? The host is merely speaking of a thermal cup. A cup for drinking water." He paused, his tone growing more solemn. "The spring breeze thermal cup is quite renowned. Are you all unaware? Do you not pay attention to quality domestic products? Or perhaps..." Zhang Wei raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping across the camera. "Do you prefer the Mame thermal cup?" The live stream fell into a silence lasting half a second. Then, the comments erupted like a volcano. Little Black. Keyboard warrior present. What the heck? Host, you seem off. Village Information Bureau. What on earth is a Mame thermal cup? Don't deceive me for my lack of knowledge. Passerby, a host. Do you possess insider information that we are unaware of? Wild insinuation. Justice partner. It's over. The host has completely lost control. Assistant Sue. Come and manage your lawyer. Eager learner. I can testify. The host was unquestionably spouting nonsense just now. Professional contradictor for 30 years. Lawyer Zhang, with that expression, it's hard for me to believe you were merely discussing a thermal cup. Law student with 2.5 years of practice. Seeking the link for the Mame thermal cup. Good brother, give me a chance. Zhang Wei looked at the screen filled with question marks and teasing remarks, and with a measured tone declared, "The host hereby makes a solemn statement. All comments in this live stream represent the personal views of the commenters and bear no relation to me, this law firm, or the content of this live stream. I have not participated in any discussions within the comments. Furthermore, I have not encouraged any unhealthy associations. I urge all viewers to speak civilly, watch rationally, and together maintain a healthy and harmonious online environment. For those who maliciously spread rumors or false information, this lawyer reserves the right to pursue legal accountability." Having finished his statement in one breath, Zhang Wei felt as though he were on the verge of suffocation. The comments stirred once more. Handsome without friends. There's no silver here. Wong Air next door has not stolen anything. Doghead. Tonight's tiger hunt. Host. I didn't tea. I'm not. Don't speak nonsense. What you say has nothing to do with me. My brother is the most handsome in the universe. Haha. The host is flustered. He is agitated. Passerby witness. Lawyer Zhang. Your explanation resembles that of a boyfriend caught in the act. I'm a ottoman. I understand. The host means that the barrage can continue. He won't take the blame. Amusing, little Blackie. So does the mommy brand thermos exist or not? Waiting online, quite urgent. Zhang Wei observed the tumultuous barrage, aware that prolonging the discussion might lead to the live stream being banned by the moderators. Thus, he tactfully decided to draw the line. He forced a professional smile, attempting to steer the topic back on track. Ahem. All right, regarding the cup. The thermos. Let us leave it here for now. To get back on track, let us continue discussing the issue of light rights. He cleared his throat, striving to make his voice sound both professional and composed. Village Intelligence Bureau. Host, let us keep talking about the cups. Actually, I know. My friend wants to know. Bystander, hey, yes, indeed. I have a friend who asked me to inquire. Zhang Wei endeavored to reel in the wayward barrage. However, discussing thermoses was akin to opening Pandora's box. The audience was ablaze with fervent debate, utterly unable to halt. Regret coursed through him. Why had he spoken so thoughtlessly? All of this was Su Wanru's fault. Zhang Wei seethed inwardly. Before the broadcast, that girl had incessantly chattered in his ear, no less than 800 times. She lamented the fierce competition among lawyers in live streaming, saying peers had begun to mimic his unique style of legal education. If he continued to recite legal statutes with a stern face, he would soon be lost among the masses, indistinguishable from the crowd. She also stated that the live streaming industry was like rowing upstream. If one did not advance, they would regress. Constant innovation was essential, and it had to be something spectacular. Only then would fan engagement remain high and retain viewers. She droned on, as if reciting a mantra, until his ears were nearly calloused. Hence, today, he had impulsively pressed the accelerator, eager to test the waters. Little did he know, the depths were unfathomable, and the barrage response was utterly frenzied. Would the live stream be banned? A pang of anxiety gripped Zhang Wei's heart, and he instinctively glanced at the upper right corner of the screen. Online viewers, 37,000. Gasp goodness. Zhang Wei inhaled sharply, his eyes wide with astonishment. 37,000 people. This was no trivial figure. It was a staggering fortune. He absolutely could not afford to falter at this critical juncture. He needed to quickly find a more explosive, more peculiar question to forcibly divert the attention of these avid viewers. His gaze sharpened, swiftly scanning the rolling barrage. Those still diligently debating whether the Chun Foam or Mommy brand thermos was superior were automatically disregarded. Hurry! Faster! Eureka! Suddenly, a distinctive barrage, like a firefly in the darkness, captured Zhang Wei's complete attention. My pigeon can sing, dance, rap, play basketball, and lay eggs. Stop talking. Can't you see the host isn't speaking anymore? Be careful, or you'll get banned. The initial barrage of comments was rather unremarkable. However, the subsequent one illuminated Zhang Wei's eyes, filling his heart with uncontainable joy. Might have not only sings, dances, raps, and plays basketball, but also lays eggs. Host. May I inquire if I go to a hotel to seek a lady, only to discover that she is my own wife? Would I be liable for legal repercussions? This was it. A tremendous weight was lifted from Zhang Wei's heart. This question was, without a doubt, a lifeline tailored just for him. It was eccentric, sensational, and utterly shocking. Perfect. Chapter 75, What Wife? It's all about the job title. Zhang Wei's gaze was piercing as he skillfully navigated through the chaotic barrage of comments, zeroing in on a question that radiated with an enticing allure. What a clever lad. Zhang Wei silently praised him. This inquiry was not merely timely. It was akin to throwing fuel on a fire, igniting his spirits and invigorating his mind. He cleared his throat, a flicker of barely concealed excitement flashing behind his glasses. Adjusting his impeccably smooth collar, a familiar smirk crept onto his lips, hinting at mischief. Ahem. Zhang Wei deliberately coughed twice, capturing the attention of everyone present. He faced the camera and enunciated the query with deliberate clarity. My little dove not only sings, dances, raps, and plays basketball, but also lays eggs. A viewer asked, Host, if I go to a hotel to meet a lady, only to discover she is my wife, does that count as a crime? Boom! The live stream erupted once more. If the previous comment was but a few drops of water into hot oil, this question was akin to tossing in a completely soaked rag. Too handsome to have friends. Wow. This one is truly heavyweight. Tonight, we hunt tigers. An unprecedented question of the year, bar none. My brother is the universe's most handsome. What? What a human predicament. No, wait, it's a human comedy. Casual bystander. I have a friend who is also eager to know the answer to this question. Very urgent. I am an oddball. Stimulating. Absolutely exhilarating. Host, please enlighten us. Little Blackie, no, running away. So, did this brave soul go in or not? Keyboard warrior here. I'm curious about his wife's expression. And his own. Village Intelligence Bureau. This plot is something even television dramas would dare not concoct. Law student with 2.5 years of practice, legally speaking. It seems a bit complex? Zhang Wei observed this electrified audience, nodding in satisfaction. He began to speak slowly, his tone laced with playful sarcasm. First, dear viewer, I must correct you. What wife? How many times must I reiterate? When at work, one must refer to job titles. You should have asked, upon discovering that the service provider is my lawful spouse, for that would be far more precise. The barrage of comments then flooded in, praising the host for his understanding of professional terminology. With a discerning glance, Zhang Wei shifted his tone. However, the veracity of your situation warrants scrutiny. After all, such coincidences are comparable to winning the lottery, getting struck by lightning on your way out, or experiencing both consecutively. Yet he prolonged his statement, the smile on his lips growing deeper. I happen to possess a genuine case. Upon this revelation, the comments exploded. Too handsome to have friends. Tonight we hunt tigers. No way. Someone really did end up with their own wife. My brother is the universe's most handsome. Is this true? Host, please don't deceive us. We lack knowledge. Passers-by, we seek details. We yearn for the specific process. We crave insight into the psychological shadows cast upon the parties involved. I am A. Ottoman, streamer. Please provide a contact. I inquire on behalf of my friend about the feelings of that brave soul. Truly, this is purely academic exchange. The cynic. How wondrous this world is, where one can encounter all manner of strange fate. Keyboard warrior here. So, what became of that fellow in the real case? Village Intelligence Bureau. I declare today's live broadcast is worth every penny. No, it's worth even more. Law student with 2.5 years of practice. A real case? What sort of documentation must that entail? Zhang Wei completely disregarded the barrage of requests for contact information, continuing his narrative. In Hunan, there was a certain Mr. Li. This Mr. Li toiled away in distant lands, while his wife stayed home to care for their children, embodying the quintessential left-behind family model. As a year drew to a close, having earned a year's worth of hard-earned money, Mr. Li was eager to return home to celebrate the new year. By the time he arrived at the station in his hometown, it was already past 2 in the morning, in the dead of night. With no village in sight and no shop to be found, Mr. Li thought it prudent to find a small inn nearby to rest for the night, planning to surprise his wife and children the following day. Zhang Wei paused, a knowing expression gracing his face. Those who have stayed at small inns near stations can surely relate. Often, one finds colorful little cards slipped through the cracks of the inn's door. The contents are well understood among adults. When plentiful, one could collect enough to form a complete deck of cards, featuring games such as Landlord, Upgrading, and Jiajin Hua, adorned with all manner of illustrations. He added with subtle implication. The comments erupted with a chorus of denials. Too handsome to have friends, not I. That is not me. Do not speak falsely. I only stay in 5-star accommodations. Tonight I hunt tigers. Streamer, do not unjustly tarnish reputations. I sleep directly in the waiting hall of the station. My brother is the most handsome in the universe. Ahem, my friend claims to have seen it truly just once. Passers-by, streamer, you might as well disclose my ID number. I am A. Ottoman. What respectable person would pick that up? Subtle hinting. Zhang Wei stroked his chin, his gaze sweeping the screen behind his glasses, and languidly stated, whether one has or has not, we all know in our hearts, and I shall refrain from naming names. Our Mr. Li S. chosen and was no exception. The moment he entered the room, with his luggage still untouched, he heard a rustling at the door. Looking down, he was greeted by several cards featuring alluring images of women, cascading to his feet like petals from the heavens. At that moment, Mr. Li thought to himself, after a year of hard work away from home, having had little opportunity to relax, since he was finally back in his hometown, why not make a trifling contribution to the local GDP? The barrage of comments surged with excitement once more. So handsome, no friends, such awareness. Hi, tonight, we fight the tiger. I also wish to contribute to my hometown's GDP. Streamer, show us the way. My brother is the most handsome in the universe. To the one above, I advise you to be kind. Be careful not to contribute yourself to the police station. Onlookers passing by. So what's the crux of the matter? Whom did he call? Zhang Wei observed the enthusiastic barrage of remarks. Smirking as he said, a friendly suggestion from the streamer, everyone, if you truly wish to contribute to your hometown's GDP, consider paying taxes generously or actively engaging in community volunteer activities. If all else fails, perhaps you could visit the local police station to register, voluntarily disclose something. There are ample contribution opportunities there, and you might even be recognized as an advanced contributor, with meals and accommodation provided. This playful banter elicited a flurry of laughter and praise for the streamer. Zhang Wei raised his hand, signaling for silence, and continued, returning to the main point. Li was momentarily confused, or rather, he was weary from travel and in need of solace. Thus, he picked up the most appealing card from the ground and dialed the number listed. Lo and behold, the efficiency was remarkable. Barely 2 minutes after hanging up, a loud knock echoed from outside. The speed of their arrival was astonishing, surpassing even those delivery drivers who had purchased punctuality guarantees. Li felt a thrill of anticipation and hurried to open the door. However, Zhang Wei's voice suddenly rose in pitch. As Li opened the door and caught sight of the door-to-door service young lady standing before him, he was utterly taken aback. He deliberately paused, heightening everyone's curiosity. He was stunned, for there, standing at the entrance in attire strikingly similar to that on the card, with a face adorned in heavy makeup yet still recognizable, was none other than his beloved wife, the very one he had longed for and planned to surprise the next day. Chapter 76. Is it illegal for me to give my earnings to my wife? Handsome without friends. Here it comes. The annual dramatic spectacle is officially underway. Front row snacks and refreshments. Tonight, we hunt tigers. Goodness. This is even more thrilling than a primetime soap opera. Will Uncle Hat arrive? I'm on the edge of my seat. My brother is the handsomest in the universe. So, is this a grand mixed double showdown between couples? Onlookers passing by. I'm just here at the entrance to listen, definitely not going in. Honestly, just here for the spectacle. I'm Ultraman, to the person above. Your perspective is rather limited. Such an occasion demands an immersive experience. Streamer, could you perhaps share your screen? Little Black is gone. I'm rather curious. Does this count as a caught-in-the-act scenario or a long-distance betrayal? Keyboard warrior here. So, should they be surprised or terrified? I feel his inner turmoil. Village Information Bureau. I've already contacted the police. No, I'm prepared to document this historic moment. A law student with 2.5 years of practice. Legally speaking this situation is rather complex. Let me check the pertinent laws. Zhang Wei observed the chaotic barrage of comments on the screen, a smirk playing on his lips, imbued with a hint of mischief. He leisurely remarked, Dear viewers, if you are genuinely intrigued by such serendipitous encounters, there are indeed ways to indulge. For instance, you might engage in a bit of playful intimacy with your girlfriend or boyfriend. Of course, if you happen to have neither. Zhang Wei deliberately elongated his words, his gaze wandering. Our spring breeze thermos, perhaps, could be your unexpected ally. Upon this declaration, the already tumultuous comments surged forth like a flood unleashed. Handsome without friends. Wow. Streamer, you started again. I suspect you're steering us off course. And the evidence is irrefutable. Tonight, we hunt tigers, spring breeze thermos. I have borne the pressures that should not belong to my age. My brother is the handsomest in the universe. I see now. Is this the correct way to utilize a thermos? Doghead for protection. Onlookers passing by. Streamer, how much did Spring Breeze pay you for this advertisement? I'll match it double. I'm Ultraman. Oh no, from now on, I can never look at my thermos the same way again. It feels tainted. Little Black is gone. So, does the streamer imply that everything can? Cough cough, Spring Breeze thermos is impressive. Keyboard warrior here. I'm going to order a Spring Breeze thermos right now. Not for anything else, but to experience the streamer's battle prowess. Village Information Bureau. Today's live broadcast gem. Spring Breeze thermos, an unexpected contender. Screenshot taken. A law student with 2.5 years of practice. Lawyer Zhang. Is your legal education content a bit too avant-garde? I fear I might not grasp it all. Zhang Wei raised an eyebrow in triumph. completely ignoring the frenzy of comments that had veered off into the myriad uses of thermoses. He cleared his throat, redirecting the narrative back on course. Now, let us return to the tale of Li and his wife. The two individuals stood at the entrance, their gazes locked for several seconds. Initial shock swiftly transformed into a tempest of fury. What followed was a classic display of verbal confrontation, an exchange of insults. Li unleashed a torrent of accusations, berating his wife for her lack of virtue, claiming that while he toiled tirelessly outside, she shamelessly engaged in disgraceful activities at home, tarnishing his reputation. His wife was not one to be easily intimidated. She retorted sharply, asserting that had it not been for Li's ineptitude in earning substantial income, she, as a woman, would not have had to resort to such measures to contribute to the household. Their argument escalated, with each party firmly believing in their own righteousness, their tempers flaring as they exchanged increasingly heated words. Ultimately, it remains unclear who initiated the physical altercation, but soon they were grappling in the corridor of the hotel. The commotion grew louder, with the sounds of overturned furniture, piercing screams from the woman, and the man's furious roars merging into a cacophony. Before long, neighboring guests were roused from their rooms, peering out to discern the disturbance. Observing the chaos, the hotel owner recognized the severity of the situation and promptly called the authorities. By the time officer had arrived on the scene, Li and his wife were disheveled, their faces marked with bruises. Since they were both acquainted, there was no need for pretense. Thus, they recounted the entire incident candidly in front of Officer Hat. The outcome? Zhang Wei paused dramatically, allowing suspense to build, his expression revealing that he indeed anticipated the consequence. The unfortunate couple was charged, one for prostitution and the other for solicitation, resulting in a 15-day tour of the detention center, along with a hefty fine. As the narrative reached this juncture, Zhang Wei hesitated, casting his gaze over the audience. It seemed he predicted the upcoming inquiries from the viewers. A sly smile crept upon his lips as he remarked, "I know at this moment, the comments will undoubtedly start pouring in. Host. Engaging in relations with one's own wife is not illegal, right? Handing over my hard-earned money to my wife is also not unlawful, correct? So why, when these two seemingly lawful actions collide, do they suddenly become illegal, resulting in both parties incarcerated?" Zhang Wei gazed at the screen with a twinkle in his eye, awaiting the viewers' reactions. True to his expectation, the comment section was instantly inundated with a flurry of question marks and exclamation points. Handsome to the max. Hunting tigers tonight. Wow. The host predicted my prediction. My brother is the handsomest in the universe. Oh no. I was just about to type that. Caught off guard by the host. Bystander. Is the host monitoring my thoughts? I am Adam. This is practically mind-reading. The host is amazing. As I was about to interject, the host swiftly silenced me. How infuriating. Once again, I have been outmaneuvered. The host's recent maneuver, I would dare say, exemplifies a divine level of foresight. Indeed, one must ponder, why, from a legal standpoint, do these identity relations and monetary exchanges constitute illicit transactions? My mind is ablaze with confusion. Please, hold on a moment. I am currently researching the legal provisions. Chapter 77, Dear Host. Why oh why? Zhang Wei gazed at the screen, where a flurry of eager inquiries, no, rather, desperate pleas for punishment, flooded the comments. A trace of disdain curled at the corners of his mouth as he began to speak leisurely, his tone laced with equal parts mockery and understanding. Dear host. Why? Might I ask, is this question not already swirling in your little minds? Do you not think, alas, that in my relationship with my wife, everything is perfectly justified? When I provide for her, is that not the hallmark of an exemplary husband? How, then, do these two delightful matters collide, resulting in an abrupt clank of handcuffs? Zhang Wei deliberately imitated the sound of handcuffs clicking shut, raising an eyebrow, his eyes brimming with contempt as if to say, "Is that all?" Instantly, the comments exploded. "Too handsome for friends, damn. Host, you mustn't go too far. You are brazenly insulting our intelligence. Though I must admit, I'm quite perplexed. Hunting tigers tonight. How infuriating. He has outsmarted us again. Host, have you installed surveillance in our minds? My brother is the handsomest in the universe. I feel utterly crushed intellectually. Host, I implore you be human. Casual bystander. Though I've been scorned, I must ask. Why? I am genuinely curious. I am the odd one. Host, your expression makes me feel insulted. Yet, I still wish to hear more. Playfully, law student with 2.5 years of practice. Host, you have wounded me, yet merely chuckled it away. Outrage, but please continue. Observing the mixed emotions of indignation and anticipation in the comments, Zhang Wei felt an added thrill. The moment was ripe. He cleared his throat softly, suppressing the jesting demeanor, and his gaze transformed into one of professionalism, as if the earlier banter had never been his. All right, dear viewers, just aside, it's time for some legal enlightenment. Firstly, we must clarify one point. At the moment when Li and the service provider arranged their transaction at the entrance of the motel via phone, what were their legal identities? Zhang Wei's voice was steady and clear. Before they recognized each other, Li's identity was that of a client, while his wife's identity was that of a fallen woman, or more accurately, a prostitute. Is there any doubt about this? He paused, sweeping his gaze across the camera, as if he could pierce through the screen to discern the expressions of each viewer. Perhaps some might argue, but they are married. Matters between spouses cannot be classified as soliciting. Indeed, normal intimate acts between spouses and the transfer of assets are not illegal. However, Zhang Wei emphasized, with a weighty tone, Secretary Gao Yuliang once taught us to maintain our professional roles. In this specific context, when they reached the transaction intention, they assumed the identities of client and prostitute. They had already reached an agreement regarding the services, the location, and most importantly, the price. Although the subsequent dramatic recognition of kinship in full martial arts led to the absence of actual sexual conduct under our national law, this is already constituted contractual prostitution, which is explicitly defined as an illegal act within the Public Security Administration's penalty regulations. In simpler terms, it amounts to attempted solicitation and attempted prostitution. Thus, even though they are married, their actions within that specific transactional framework have fundamentally altered in nature. Therefore, Uncle Mao's imposition of detention and fines upon them is entirely in accordance with the law. Zhang Wei spoke at a measured pace. Yet each word was clear and his logic impeccable. Moreover, I must remind everyone of one crucial point. He shifted his tone, delivering a caution laden with significance. Should one find themselves legally processed by the public security authorities due to such behavior, resulting in a criminal record, this could pose a significant obstacle for those aspiring to take civil service examinations, secure positions in public institutions, or enlist in the military, particularly for roles with stringent political scrutiny. This, indeed, would be a considerable inconvenience. The political review stage essentially serves as a disqualifying decree. Thus, with a hint of a smile gracing his lips, Zhang Wei advised, "Dear friends, for the sake of your promising futures, it is prudent to avoid such surprises. Even if one inadvertently encounters a similar surprise as Li's, enduring some silent suffering or grievance, it is best to swallow that bitter pill quietly. After all, should matters escalate, the ultimate outcome could transform a surprise into a shock, leading both back to the home of detention." The comment section fell silent for a few seconds before erupting into even more fervent discussion. "So handsome, no friends. Now I understand. A word from you exceeds a decade of legal study. Tonight, we hunt tigers. Secretary Gao is right. One must fulfill their duties. I see the light. My brother is the most handsome in the universe. Attempted solicitation counts too. I've learned my lesson. I won't dare again, I never even considered it." Bystander. The impact of political review is so significant. Goodness. Lawyer Zhang, you are saving lives in dire straits. I'm the odd one, this bitter gourd. I choose not to partake. Shivering. Law student with 2.5 years of practice. The elements of the offense are now clear. Thank you, Lawyer Zhang. I was on the verge of getting stuck in a conundrum. Just as the atmosphere in the live stream reached a fever pitch, the educational effect at its peak, suddenly, a dazzling animated effect burst forth on the screen. A colossal golden dragon, holding a pearl in its mouth, spiraled majestically in the center of the screen. The splendor of the special effects nearly overshadowing all the comments. dragon soars across the seas. One of the most prestigious gifts on the live streaming platform. Valued at 1,000 yuan, Zhang Wei, prepared to continue engaging with the audience, was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected grand gesture. His eyes behind the lenses narrowed slightly, and a barely perceptible smile curved at the corners of his mouth. Here it comes. The night's broadcast was not in vain. This is precisely what we were waiting for. The audience in the live broadcast room was instantly astonished by this grand gesture. Stunningly handsome. Wow. A dragon. It's a dragon. Onlooker, I worship the Great One. Does the esteemed one still require leg ornaments? My dove not only sings, dances, raps, and plays basketball, but also lays eggs. Host, hurry and open the door for guests. Zhang Wei cleared his throat, revealing a standard professional smile, and addressed the camera. Thank you for the generosity of the boss. The boss, in his folly. Ahem, the boss is truly splurged. P.S. 5-star reviews, let us go. Almost at an 8. And with the free energy of love in hand, thousands tune in daily. Yet with love, we can't even reach 100. It's becoming unbearable, dear friends. Chapter 78, Medical Dispute Cases. Soon, the screen flickered, and a successful connection was established. A weary middle-aged man with bloodshot eyes appeared on the opposite side of the screen. He was indeed today's top client. Zhang Wei wore a professional yet warm smile, his tone perfectly calibrated. Greetings, sir. I sincerely appreciate your dragon soaring across the seas. It is indeed a lavish gesture. He paused for effect, then confidently inquired. May I ask if you are facing any legal dilemmas that require consultation, or do you have a challenging case that needs representation? I humbly confess that during my practice, I have had the fortune of handling various cases across different domains. From common contract disputes, marital matters, traffic accidents, and labor disputes to relatively complex issues such as intellectual property, corporate equity, maritime law, and construction engineering. Oh, and I also possess some insights into criminal defense and administrative litigation. With each domain mentioned, his tone grew increasingly casual, as if he were merely commenting on the pleasant weather. This discourse was, in fact, the result of Su Wanru's repeated guidance prior to the broadcast. Her exact words were, Lawyer Zhang, I believe that when it comes to live streaming and taking orders, we must assert our presence. You should enumerate all the areas in which you excel. What does it mean to be professional? That is what it means. The competition in the market is fierce. We must take the initiative, allowing potential clients to immediately recognize our capabilities, don't you think? Otherwise, all the good cases will be snatched away by that neighbor. Old Wang, the young woman had waved her tiny fists as she spoke, as if already envisioning a glorious future of soaring performance. Zhang Wei wholeheartedly agreed. Sometimes, this young assistant displayed more enthusiasm than he, the boss. At that moment, his gaze, hidden behind his glasses, seemed to casually sweep across the lens. Yet he was keenly aware of the barrage of comments from the livestream audience. Too handsome to have friends. Host, are you sure you're not just listing a menu? Hunting tigers tonight. Wow. Criminal law, civil law, administrative law. Is the host an advertisement for a legal exam training institution? My brother is the handsomest in the universe. Did I hear correctly? Maritime law? Do you even know how to sail? Dog emoji, passerby in the audience. Although I know Lawyer Zhang is impressive, this seems excessively versatile. I'm starting to doubt whether my law degree was worth it. Law student with 2.5 years of practice. I'm in awe. Teacher Zhang, please. I beg you, take off that obviously voluminous wig. You are causing me to question my own competence in the legal field. On the other side of the screen, Li Baoguo was taken aback by Zhang Wei's fluid and extensive introduction of his services. This lawyer, his confidence seems rather audacious, doesn't he it? Is he boasting without a script? Although he lacked legal knowledge, he understood that an individual's energy is finite, and the legal profession is profoundly intricate. It is remarkable for a lawyer to master 1 or 2 fields. Yet this young man claims to have insights into over a dozen areas. This is not mere versatility. It is as if a legal deity has descended. However, Li Baoguo couldn't help but recall the news headline. The Nightmare Theater case had finally reached its conclusion. Defense attorney Zhang Wei found himself at a critical juncture. This case has been designated as a guiding precedent by the Supreme Court. The phrases Supreme Court and guiding precedent reverberated in his mind like a resounding bell. Surely, someone capable of handling such a case is no ordinary individual. As for this seemingly exaggerated self-introduction, it might well be the manifestation of an extraordinary character or perhaps a clever marketing strategy. Indeed, it must be so. Li Baohua endeavored to convince himself, forcibly suppressing a flicker of doubt that lingered within. Taking a deep breath, with a hint of fervent crimson in his gaze, he spoke in a hoarse voice, "Attorney Zhang, I wish to entrust you with case. My sister underwent surgery at Jiangshan Boai Hospital. The surgery was reportedly successful, but she passed away the very next day. The hospital claims no responsibility, yet I cannot accept this. My sister's death remains shrouded in mystery." Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei's brow furrowed imperceptibly. A medical dispute? A trace of caution flickered in his eyes. It wasn't the complexity of the case that concerned him, but rather the heavy shadow of medical disputes. In his early days, he had approached a few medical disputes with righteous zeal. What was the outcome? Most so-called disputes were merely manifestations of familial distrust and emotional outbursts. The hospital's treatment process often bore no glaring faults. Yet the families insisted that the hospital had caused harm. Those relatives were typically agitated, their eyes ablaze, as if they might pounce upon him at any moment. He even recalled an instance where, after a court session, a throng of family members cornered him at the courthouse entrance, hurling insults and nearly drowning him in their spittle. Since then, he had cultivated a natural caution towards cases of medical disputes. Of course, not every medical dispute devolves into chaos. Each situation warrants its own analysis. Zhang Wei quickly assessed the matter in his mind, his face maintaining a professional smile as he gently yet firmly inquired, "My dear sir, please do not be overly agitated. Could you elaborate on the specifics? For instance, what type of surgery did your sister undergo? What information did the hospital provide before and after the operation? Are all relevant medical records complete?" Li Baohua inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within, his voice trembling with barely contained anguish as he began to recount the events. "Attorney Zhang, my sister, her heart has never been quite well. Recently, she was diagnosed with coronary heart disease, with severely blocked arteries." He paused, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, his voice thickening with emotion. The doctor said she needed to undergo surgery promptly, or she could be in imminent danger. After much inquiry, we learned that the coronary artery bypass grafting at Jiangshan Boai Hospital is the best, boasting the highest success rate. Upon arrival at the hospital, the lead surgeon, surnamed Qian, pronounced with great severity, "This surgery comes in several levels. The pinnacle of surgical options is the expert-level customized surgery, purportedly performed by the hospital director himself, utilizing the finest imported materials. Post-operative care takes place in a VIP special care ward, with round-the-clock one-on-one monitoring, and the cost, naturally, is the most exorbitant. Following this is the director-level refined surgery, claimed to be conducted by the department head, employing top-tier domestic materials, with patients accommodated in upscale single rooms at a slightly reduced price. Below that is the option we selected, the standard inclusive surgery, executed by a regular attending physician, with domestically sourced materials and patients placed in ordinary triple rooms, making it the most affordable choice." Li Baohua expressed profound regret and self-reproach as he spoke. "Lawyer Zhang, our family, we are merely ordinary wage earners. How do we possibly afford such exorbitant fees?" At that time, the physician assured us, thumping his chest, that even the standard inclusive surgery would be of nationally leading technique, with a success rate exceeding 90%, urging us to be at ease. We thought, since the doctor assured us the success rate was high, a regular physician is just a regular physician. Saving a bit is still saving. After all, post-operative recovery also entails a significant expense. Who would have thought? Who could have foreseen that after the surgery, the very next day, he was gone? By the end of his statement, Li Baohua's voice was choked with emotion. A once stalwart man, now trembling with grief. The barrage of comments in the live stream exploded with fervor. Chapter 79. Outsourcing of departments. Transfer of interests. User 007. Goodness. Are surgeries in hospitals really tiered? Is this not treating lives as commodities? Medical novice. Although I lack understanding of surgical procedures, it sounds utterly absurd. The same ailment, yet varying costs. Does this mean that a physician's ethics are also categorized? Rational discussion. Let us not be overly agitated. Some high-end private hospitals indeed offer tiered services aimed at patients with differing financial capabilities. The pressing concern, however, is whether the lowest tier of service can assure basic medical safety. Awakening to reality. Isn't this a quintessential consumer trap? They intimidate you with exorbitant package prices, compelling you to opt for a relatively cheaper option, which may not even provide the most fundamental safeguards. Chilling thoughts. If the risks associated with the lowest tier of surgery are so significant, why does the hospital even offer such services? Is this not tantamount to endangering lives? Zhang Wei listened attentively, his furrowed brow gradually relaxing. From Li Bao's account, it was evident that the family understood the risks associated with the surgery and was aware of the distinctions between various levels of surgical and nursing care, ultimately choosing a more economically feasible option. In such circumstances, if the hospital provided adequate preoperative information and adhered to protocols during the surgery and postoperative observations, it would indeed be challenging to classify it as a medical mishap. It appeared more like the family, after weighing the risks and benefits, opted for a plan that, while less costly, bore a higher risk, leading to an unfortunate outcome. This situation stood in stark contrast to the emotionally charged families he had previously encountered, who hastily blamed the hospital without discernment. Although Li Bao was grieving, he remained articulate and purposeful, seeking recourse through legal means rather than merely venting frustrations. Yet, just as Zhang Wei was poised to inquire further about the details, his brow furrowed once more. Bois Hospital? The name exuded a distinctly private enterprise aura. Public hospitals typically bore names like XX City Third People's Hospital or XX Medical University Affiliated Hospital. Furthermore, the practice of categorizing surgeries and postoperative care with explicit pricing, even implying that different costs correspond to varying levels of physician expertise, could never be the modus operandi of a legitimate public hospital. Public hospitals emphasize equitable access to medical resources. Even if special services exist, they do not so blatantly link monetary considerations to human life. However, a conundrum arose. If Boai Hospital were indeed a high-priced private institution, why would Li Bao's family, evidently not affluent, opt for it instead of a public tertiary hospital with reasonable fees and guaranteed expertise? Zhang Wei's mind raced with questions, and he directly asked, "Brotherly, forgive my candor, but your sister's condition could have been handled by many large public hospitals. Why did you choose Boai Hospital, a private establishment, and select the lowest price package?" Upon hearing this, Li Bao's face revealed a trace of bitterness and helplessness. "Lawyer Zhang, you may not be aware. Initially, we went to Jiangcheng Third People's Hospital, which is indeed one of the most reputable public hospitals in our city. Upon reaching the destination, the head of the cardiac surgery department examined my sister's medical images, shook his head, and remarked that her condition was rather complex. He expressed doubts about their hospital's technical capabilities to perform the coronary dynamic bypass surgery. With a sigh, he informed us that the only institution in Jiangcheng likely capable of executing this procedure was the Boai Hospital. He mentioned that Boai Hospital had imported the latest equipment from abroad and recruited several top-notch specialists dedicated to tackling such intricate heart diseases, boasting a unique prowess in Jiangcheng, if not nationally. Hearing a public hospital expert assert this with such conviction left us no room for skepticism. The urgency of saving my sister's life compelled us to hastily transport her to Boai Hospital. At this juncture, Zhang Wei's gaze sharpened with intensity. A heavy realization dawned upon him. Wasn't this indicative of a typical medical intermediary situation, or perhaps a case of departmental outsourcing and profit sharing? The live stream's comments erupted once again. Holmes Doe, a public hospital physician recommending patients to a private hospital? This operation is exceedingly dubious. Grapes without skins. I sense a strong undercurrent of conspiracy. There must be something amiss. Agent of justice, if this is indeed the case, where lies the conscience of the director at Jiangcheng Third People's Hospital? Isn't this akin to pushing patients into a perilous abyss? Trembling. The implications are chilling. What if there's a collusion between Boai Hospital and the public hospital doctors? Wouldn't that render patients mere lambs for slaughter? Host. Investigate promptly, Lawyer Zhang. This case is far from simple. It necessitates thorough investigation. Upon absorbing Li Baoguo's account, Zhang Wei's demeanor turned serious, and he instinctively straightened his posture. Inquiring, "Brother, has your sister's autopsy report been conducted?" Li Baoguo hesitated momentarily before shaking his head, his voice tinged with confusion and sorrow. "No, it hasn't. My sister just passed away this morning. My mind is a blank, and I haven't had the chance to contemplate these matters." Zhang Wei breathed a sigh of relief. In cases of medical disputes, an autopsy report serves as the most direct and often crucial evidence for ascertaining the cause of death and determining whether the hospital committed any diagnostic errors. According to regulations, requests for autopsies must typically be submitted within 48 hours following the patient's demise. Since Li Baoguo's sister had only passed away this morning, it implied that time was still on their side. They were not yet at a dead end. Should they miss this critical window, or if the family, due to emotional distress or other reasons, opted against an autopsy, the subsequent path to safeguarding their rights will become exceedingly arduous, tantamount to relinquishing their most potent weapon. With this in mind, he recognized the imperative to promptly alert them and guide them through this crucial step. Maintaining a facade of calm, he spoke in a composed tone, "Brother, please do not panic." He then elaborated. In medical dispute cases, certain key procedures and evidence are of utmost importance, such as the autopsy, which can aid us in uncovering the truth. However, we shall discuss this matter in greater detail shortly. He paused before further questioning. "Brother, I heard you mention that you initially visited Jiangcheng Third People's Hospital. May I assume you're also a local of Jiangcheng?" Li Baoguo promptly nodded. "Indeed. Yes, Lawyer Zhang. We are locals from Jiangcheng, residing in the urban village on the southern side of the city." "That simplifies matters," Zhang Wei remarked with a nod. "Brother, medical dispute cases tend to be quite intricate, involving a plethora of specialized medical knowledge and legal nuances that cannot be succinctly elucidated in a live broadcast. Therefore, would it be convenient for you to visit our law firm tomorrow morning? Please bring all pertinent medical records and payment receipts related to your sister. We can discuss the case in detail and explore subsequent strategies for protecting your rights, including an explanation regarding the autopsy. I shall ensure that my assistant sends you the law firm's address and my contact information privately shortly." Upon hearing this, Li Baoguo appeared to grasp a lifeline, nodding repeatedly, his voice imbued with deep gratitude. "That works perfectly. Thank you so much, Lawyer Zhang. I will be there first thing tomorrow. Please let me know if there is anything specific I should bring." "Very well. Then we shall see each other tomorrow," Zhang Wei replied with a slight bow. Chapter 80. The mountain's height lies in the presence of dragons. After severing the connection with Li Baoguo, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room remained somewhat heavy, filled with sympathy for Li Baoguo's plight and indignation towards the hospital's actions as expressed in the barrage of comments. Zhang Wei took a moment to adjust his emotions, choosing not to end the broadcast immediately. Instead, he delved into some legal issues pertinent to Li Baoguo's case, such as the statute of limitations for medical disputes, the significance of evidence collection, and how to select appraisal institutions, providing an accessible yet profound explanation. He hoped that through this approach, he could not only assist Li Baoguo, but also impart valuable legal knowledge to other viewers who might find themselves in similar predicaments. After patiently addressing a dozen more legal queries from the audience, Zhang Wei finally concluded the live session, noting that time was running late. "Thank you all for your companionship. Today's legal education broadcast ends here. Until next time." With that, he closed the live streaming software, letting out a long sigh of relief as he rubbed his aching temples. If Li Baoguo's case was indeed as he described, the complexities behind it could be quite significant. The Boai Hospital, Jiangcheng Third People's Hospital, there was certainly a deeper layer to this matter. At that moment, a cup of appropriately warm jasmine tea was gently placed before him on the table. "Zhang Wei, you've worked hard. Quench your throat," came the crisp voice of Su Wanru, infused with a youthful vitality. Unbeknownst to him, she had quietly entered, her face radiating unrestrained excitement. Zhang Wei picked up the teacup, disregarding the heat, and gulped down several mouthfuls, finally relieving his parched throat. Ah, revive, he sighed contentedly as he set down the cup. Su Wanru, with her arms crossed and head tilted, smiled broadly, exclaiming, Zhang Wei, today's live broadcast was nothing short of textbook quality, especially the way you handled Li Baoguo's case. From guiding him to articulate his statement, highlighting the importance of the autopsy, to decisively arranging an offline meeting. It was seamless and splendid. She paused, her tone tinged with a hint of self-satisfaction. I told you, our law firm's prowess must be showcased in such a manner. Just look at the enthusiastic response in the comments. That Longting Fahai tip skyrocketed our live viewership. If we handle this case well, the reputation of our outlaw lawyers firm will undoubtedly ascend to new heights. As the young woman spoke, her eyes sparkled with ambition, as if she could already envision a bustling law firm and a future where she was promoted and rewarded, standing at the pinnacle of success. Listening to Su Wanru's commendation, laden with critique and summary, Zhang Wei couldn't help but smirk. This girl had a knack for flattery, complete with a hint of guiding authority. Her clarity and focus were even more precise than my own closing remarks. One might mistake her for the boss while I report to her. Who exactly is the boss here, I wonder? He cleared his throat, striving to uphold the authority of his position. Although he himself felt that this authority appeared somewhat diminished in the presence of Su Wanru. Well, little Su, you have worked hard today. The data monitoring and barrage guidance have both been executed commendably. Zhang Wei endeavored to maintain a tone that was calm and objective. Su Wanru's face instantly lit up with joy. Of course, it is you, Zhang Lu, who is the pillar of strength. By the way, Zhang Lu, tomorrow brotherly Bao will be coming. I've already prepared the relevant document templates. Shall I have them for your review? Look at this efficiency. I haven't even spoken yet, and she has already arranged the subsequent tasks with such clarity, from the document templates to the meeting preparations. She probably has even decided whether to add sugar to the coffee for tomorrow morning. Where can one find such a diligent and multifaceted talent? Who treats the company as her own enterprise to strive for? 8,000 a month is truly worth it. Absolutely worth it. With this thought, a barely perceptible smile crept onto Zhang Wei's face as he nodded. All right, you handle the matters, and I have complete confidence in you. With this affirmation, Su Wanru became even more elated, resembling a cat that has just received a treat. Then, Zhang Lu, do rest early. We have a tough battle to fight tomorrow. With that, she briskly tidied up her belongings, preparing to leave for the day. The next morning, at the break of dawn, Li Baoguo arrived at the outlaw lawyer's firm with his weary, gray-haired mother. Pushing open the door, he surveyed the somewhat shabby office, which even lacked the grandeur of the neighboring real estate agency, and felt a pang of apprehension. The furniture was somewhat dated, the walls bore signs of wear, and this seemed at odds with the spirited image of Lawyer Zhang from yesterday's livestream. However, recalling the numerous admirers of Lawyer Zhang during the broadcast, especially the mention of the Supreme Court's guiding cases, the weighty significance of that moment overshadowed the current modest surroundings. He remembered an old saying, a mountain does not have to be high. It becomes renowned if there is a deity. Water does not have to be deep. It becomes spiritual if there is a dragon. Yes, that is precisely the point. Lawyer Zhang is that deity, that dragon. No matter how small the firm is with him, there is hope. Lawyer Zhang, hello, we have arrived, Li Baoguo said somewhat awkwardly. Please come in and take a seat. Zhang Wei had been waiting in the office and immediately stood to greet them upon seeing the two. Su Wanru, timely emerging from the inner room, stifled a small yawn but quickly brought out 2 cups of hot tea. Please enjoy some tea, Zhang Wei gestured. Li Baoguo and his mother accepted the teacups with a hint of shyness, taking gentle sips. Li's mother's eyes were slightly swollen, clearly indicating a restless night and lingering sorrow. Su Wanru noticed her expression and quietly slid a box of tissues closer to her, softly saying, please do not be too sad. Your health is of utmost importance. At her words, Li's mother glanced at Su Wanru, nodded slightly, her eyes reddening even further. During the next moments, Zhang Wei attentively listened to Li Baoguo's account, occasionally inquiring about specific details. Li Baowu endeavored to suppress his sorrow as he recounted the entire sequence of events, from his sister's onset of illness, her transfer to the third hospital, the doctor's remarks prior to surgery, the subsequent condition following the operation, to the abrupt deterioration that led to her passing. Seated beside him, Mother Li occasionally dabbed her tears with a handkerchief and interjected a word or two. Yet for the most part, she remained engulfed in her profound grief. Chapter 81. A slight challenge. As Li Baowu finished his explanation, Zhang Wei closed his notebook, sinking into deeper contemplation. The gravity of the patient's condition, necessitating urgent surgery, was undeniably evident. However, the pivotal question lingered. Why did the third hospital recommend Fahai Hospital? Were there inherent issues with the surgeries and post-operative care of Fahai? Particularly concerning was the chief surgeon, Dr. Qian, whose reputation Li Baowu held in disdain. In medical dispute cases, the primary focus often rests on the lead surgeon. It was imperative to uncover the true credentials of Dr. Qian. Did he possess the qualifications for performing coronary artery bypass grafting? What were his medical degrees, physician's license, and professional titles? Was he truly an expert in cardiovascular surgery? Did he have prior experience at other hospitals? Were there any records of complaints or disciplinary actions against him? Moreover, did he have the internal authorization and qualifications to perform such complex surgeries at Fahai Hospital? Yet, beyond Dr. Qian's qualifications, a more troubling question arose. Why would a public tertiary hospital refer a critically ill emergency patient to a private institution for such a high-risk operation? This practice appeared to be non-compliant, potentially hinting at illicit financial arrangements. Was there collusion between the physicians or administrative staff of the third hospital and Fahai Hospital? Were they receiving kickbacks for patient referrals? To substantiate any claims of financial misconduct or possible dereliction of duty, where would the breakthrough be found? Firstly, the referral records between the third hospital and Fahai must be scrutinized to ascertain whether such referrals were commonplace, especially concerning specific departments or doctors. Secondly, an examination of the financial transactions between the two hospitals or any suspicious monetary movements in the personal accounts of the involved physicians was necessary. Furthermore, what was the nature of the relationship between Dr. Qian and the relevant doctors from the third hospital? Were there collaborations, part-time positions, or even hidden equity ties? Additionally, were there any insiders at Fahai Hospital, such as nurses or administrative personnel, privy to these clandestine dealings? Such matters are often deeply concealed, shrouded in black box operations. Particularly, financial evidence and insider testimonies within private hospitals can be elusive. Without coercive intervention, obtaining such information is nearly impossible. Relying on civil litigation to procure these critical evidences through investigative orders may yield negligible results. However, should there indeed be instances of unqualified medical practice or bribery among public hospital personnel, the situation would markedly change. Criminal cases involve law enforcement and prosecutorial agencies, which possess formidable investigative powers, enabling them to access bank records, conduct office searches, and summon witnesses, authorities beyond the reach of our legal profession. Thus, this case should not merely be treated as a typical medical malpractice compensation claim. If sufficient preliminary evidence can be uncovered to suggest potential criminal activity, the optimal strategy would be to guide the family to report the matter to law enforcement, advocating for a criminal investigation. Once a case is filed, the investigative authorities may then be able to retrieve a multitude of crucial evidences. In due time, we, as the legal representatives of the victims, will collaborate with the police and the prosecutor's office, utilizing evidence obtained from criminal investigations to advocate for the utmost rights of the family, either within the framework of civil litigation accompanying the criminal case or through a standalone civil suit. Zhang Wei, having contemplated the matter, raised his gaze towards Li Baowu and his mother. Elder brother, Auntie, Zhang Wei began, after hearing your account, I have formed a preliminary assessment of this case. It appears that this may not merely be a medical accident, but potentially involves more grave issues. He paused momentarily to collect his thoughts. Legally speaking, we typically regard your sister's situation primarily as a dispute over medical liability, which falls under civil law. We can seek compensation from the hospital through litigation. However, Such cases are heavily reliant on evidence, particularly in the medical domain. For instance, was there any fault in the hospital's treatment process? Did the doctor adhere to the established protocols? Were there any issues in the postoperative care and management? To substantiate these claims, the most critical pieces of evidence include medical records, nursing documentation, surgical notes, and, most importantly, the autopsy report. Noticing the perplexed expressions on Li Baohua and his mother's faces, Zhang Wei recognized that they had yet to fully grasp the significance of the autopsy, but he chose to proceed with his strategic outline. In addition to these, more profound evidence, such as the qualifications and history of the lead surgeon, whether he was authorized to perform such complex surgeries at the Bohai Hospital, and even the internal management processes of the hospital, are elements that are typically elusive to us lawyers through standard civil investigations. Particularly in private institutions like Bohai Hospital, such information is often kept under tight wraps. Our attempts to retrieve it through formal requests or court orders may face various obstructions and evasions. Zhang Wei slowed his pace of speech, observing the confusion and concern etched on Li Baohua's face. However, his tone shifted to one of gravity as he continued. Based on some details you have just described, such as why the third hospital would recommend Bohai and the conduct of that Dr. Qian, I suspect that this case may involve not only medical negligence, but could potentially encompass more severe issues, perhaps even criminal acts. Upon hearing the term criminal acts, Li Baohua's head snapped up, his expression one of shock. Criminal acts? Li's mother, who had been looking downcast, trembled at this revelation, murmuring, "Could it be? They intended to harm my daughter?" Her sorrow was swiftly supplanted by a more profound sense of fear and fury, tears cascading down her cheeks, more vehement than before. Observing this, Su Wanru stepped forward, gently placing a hand on Li's mother's back, offering soft reassurances. "Annie, please do not be alarmed. Let's first listen to what Lawyer Zhang has to say. What he means is that if criminal activity is involved, the state can intervene in the investigation." Zhang Wei cast a grateful glance towards Su Wanru, then continued to elucidate. "Indeed, Annie, elder brother, I do not assert that it is necessarily intentional, but under the law, certain actions, if they result in severe consequences and violate specific legal provisions, may constitute a crime. For instance, if Dr. Qian lacks the legitimate qualifications to perform such a surgery, yet proceeds to do so, resulting in the patient's demise. This may constitute the crime of practicing medicine without a license. Furthermore, if the physicians or management at the third hospital, having accepted benefits from the Bohai Hospital, transfer patients who should have received treatment at the third hospital, this could involve charges of bribery or other professional misconduct. Such leads pertaining to criminal activity are precisely what we, as attorneys, find most challenging to investigate in civil litigation. We lack the authority to conduct searches, retrieve bank statements, or compel witness testimonies. However, the public security authorities possess these powers. Should they ascertain that a criminal act has occurred and that the conditions for filing a case are met, they will initiate a criminal investigation. He fixed his gaze on Li Baohua. Once the public security agency opens a case for investigation, they can access all medical records, financial accounts, and proof of qualifications from a hospital, as well as summon doctors, nurses, hospital management, and even relevant intermediary personnel to gather evidence. Such evidence is significantly more comprehensive and authoritative than what we could collect independently. Chapter 82. Alarm and Case Filing. Li Baohua felt a surge of emotions. His long-held suspicions and sense of powerlessness regarding the hospital found direction through Zhang Wei's analysis. Indeed, Lawyer Zhang, I sensed something was amiss. How could we be directed to a hospital like Bohai? There must be something sinister at play, he exclaimed, striking the table with fervor. Under Su Wanru's comforting presence, Li's mother gradually quieted her sobs, though tears still glistened in her eyes, reflecting a glimmer of hope and yearning as she gazed at Zhang Wei. Thus, with resolute conviction, Zhang Wei concluded, "My advice is that we should not merely focus on a civil lawsuit regarding the medical malpractice. We ought to consider reporting to the public security authorities, providing them with all the information we possess in hopes of initiating a criminal investigation. If we succeed in having a case filed, The state's authority can intervene to uncover the truth, thereby revealing many concealed pieces of evidence. This will not only clarify the true cause and accountability for your sister's demise, but, if criminal conduct is indeed present, it will also ensure that those responsible face legal repercussions. He looked earnestly at Li Baogua and his mother, his gaze imbued with sincerity and strength. If you place your trust in my judgment and capabilities and decide to pursue this path, you may designate me as your legal representative for the victim's lawsuit. Once the Public Security Bureau accepts the case, I will diligently follow through, cooperating with the investigation to utilize the evidence obtained. In either a civil lawsuit accompanying the criminal proceedings or a separate civil action, I will strive to secure the compensation and justice you rightfully deserve. The choice lay before them. Li Baogua suddenly slapped his thigh, his voice slightly altered with emotion. Lawyer Zhang, I believe in you. I absolutely believe in you. We shall proceed as you advise. As long as justice is served for my sister, I am willing to do anything. Not wasting a moment, Zhang Wei declared, Xiao Su. The materials. Su Wanru, having been prepared, promptly retrieved a stack of warm documents from the printer and swiftly approached, laying them before Li Baogua with professional efficiency. Brother, these are the agency agreement, the authorization for the autopsy request, and various related documents for reporting the case. Please take a look and sign here if everything is in order. Zhang Wei pointed out several key areas while patiently explaining. For over an hour, under Zhang Wei's meticulous guidance, Li Baogua signed a series of legal documents, his hands trembling. Once everything was in order, Zhang Wei exhibited no hesitation. He personally accompanied the somewhat dazed Li Baogua and his mother to the Forensic Identification Center to request an autopsy, and then swiftly proceeded to the police station within the jurisdiction of Boai Hospital to submit the reporting materials, presenting the situation to the on-duty officer in full detail. As they exited the police station, the sun was setting. Li Baogua and his mother expressed their profound gratitude to Zhang Wei, glancing back at him repeatedly as they departed. Zhang Wei stood by the roadside, watching their retreating figures, releasing a long sigh of relief. Upon returning to the somewhat modest office of his law firm, the sky had already darkened. Su Wanru had returned early, diligently organizing the case files for the day on her computer. Zhang Wei leaned back in his creaking office chair, pulled out his phone, and opened the banking app. He gazed at the figures reflecting his account balance. Nearly 300,000. This amount was accrued from his recent live stream rewards, coupled with the income from several previous cases. A slight frown creased his forehead. This shabby storefront, situated on a busy street, was utterly unworthy of his notorious reputation as the outlaw Zhang San, not to mention his aspirations of becoming the foremost internet celebrity in the legal field. It was simply too dismal. Every time a client visited, he felt a profound sense of embarrassment. During live broadcasts, he hesitated to reveal the true address of his law firm, fearing it would tarnish the hard-won image he had cultivated. It was imperative to find a more respectable location, a professional, upscale office that at least sounded dignified and commanding respect. Perhaps a Class A office building in the CBD? Zhang Wei could already envision himself clad in a bespoke suit, standing before a floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the bustling cityscape. Yes, that would be the plan. He cleared his throat and turned to Su Wanru. Xiao Su, he called. Su Wanru immediately paused her work, looked up, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Zhang Lu, how may I assist you? Zhang Wei pondered for a moment, adopting an air of gravitas as he spoke. Our law firm has gained a modicum of fame. Thus, it is time to elevate our office environment. Surely, such matters as finding a new location should not require the direct involvement of the boss. It was a task meant for the assistant. After all, was that not the very purpose of an assistant? He instructed her to compare options and select an office that offered the best value, in an optimal location, with tasteful decor. Yes, this was indeed the correct utilization of an assistant. The expenditure of 8,000 yuan must yield exceptional value. A smile crept across Zhang Wei's face. Therefore, the honorable yet challenging task of finding a new office location is entrusted to you. My requirements are not demanding. He extended 3 fingers. First, within the core area of the CBD. Second, at least 3 times larger than our current space. Third, the rent. You may manage it, aiming to keep it within a reasonable range. Upon hearing this, Su Wanru's eyes sparkled with excitement. A new office? In the CBD? What did this signify? It indicated that the law firm was poised for significant growth. Her cheeks flushed with enthusiasm as she nodded vigorously, her voice bright and full of determination. Understood. Zhang Lu, you can rest assured. I will ensure we find an impressive yet practical office that offers the best value. Observing Su Wanru's spirited demeanor, as if invigorated, Zhang Wei nodded in satisfaction. Look at her. Witness her enthusiasm for work. My skills in managing subordinates have truly reached new heights. He leisurely picked up the freshly brewed tea that Su Wanru had prepared and took a sip. Ah, this assistant. No, this diligent aide was indeed a pleasure to work with. Youthfulness has its advantages. How reminiscent it was of his own beginnings. Chapter 83, Zhang Wei, I have killed you. In the ensuing days, Su Wanru transformed into a veritable whirlwind, spinning with relentless energy. By day, she not only had to organize supplementary materials for the Li Baogui case and follow up on the progress at the police station, but she also took the time to edit Zhang Wei's previous live-stream recordings, extracting memorable moments and quotable lines, adding subtitles and effects, and publishing them on various short video platforms to continuously attract attention to the law firm. By night, she steadfastly maintained the increasingly large fan groups, addressing a myriad of peculiar inquiries, and occasionally stepping in as a makeshift emotional host to mediate the fierce conflicts among fans regarding whether the host was more handsome today or yesterday. Of course, her most crucial task, searching for a new office location, was met with unwavering diligence. Whenever she had a moment to spare, Su Wanru would clutch her tablet, filtering through listings on various office rental websites, comparing prices, locations, and amenities with a fervor that surpassed even her efforts in finding a wedding venue. From time to time, she braved the scorching sun, traversing the city's skyscrapers to conduct on-site inspections of promising office spaces. After a few days, her delicate face had tanned noticeably, and blisters had formed on her heels, yet the brilliance in her eyes only grew brighter. As for Zhang Wei, our esteemed attorney, he was the epitome of a carefree overseer. Each day, he strolled into the law firm, leisurely clocking in, sipping tea, perusing newspapers, and occasionally making a brief appearance in the fan groups, relishing the adoration of his followers. As for the trivial matter of finding an office, he bore no concern. In his own words, professional matters should be entrusted to professionals. I have faith in Xiao Su's capabilities. Lo and behold, merely 3 days later, Su Wanru excitedly rushed to Zhang Wei to report. Lawyer Zhang, I have found it. An exceptional office location. I assure you, it will meet your approval. Zhang Wei, upon hearing this, languidly lifted his head from the plush office chair, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. Oh, quite efficient, I must say. Lead me to see it. With a vigorous nod and a beaming smile of pride on her face, Su Wanru responded, Please follow me. Half an hour later, Zhang Wei followed Su Wanru to the foot of a magnificent skyscraper. The building's facade, adorned entirely in deep blue glass, shimmered under the sun's rays. And the enormous gilded logo atop, Global Financial Center, exuded an air of distinction. Global Financial Center? Zhang Wei mused over the name, nodding in approval. It certainly possessed a commanding presence.